Looking for royalty-free music? Discover Epidemic Sound. Get the safest music subscription for content creators with over 35,000 tracks and 90,000 sound effects. Start your 30-day free trial today.
Seeing any difference in movement. In fact, it looks like it's going to take this trajectory as it makes its way towards southwest Florida and into parts of southern Sarasota County. Right now, we are seeing tropical storm force wind extend about 180 miles from the center, and hurricane force wind only about 40 miles from the center. So nowhere yet in the state of Florida is experiencing that 40-mile or the hurricane force wind at 75 miles per hour. It's still not within 40 miles yet. Of course, that is going to change within a couple of hours. By 11 o'clock or so, we will start to see hurricane force wind around the Lee County Islands, Fort Myers, Sanibel, as well as Captiva, the islands around Boca Grande, Cape Higgs Peninsula, in Charlotte County as well. And eventually that hurricane wind will impact portions of Sarasota County, Lee County, DeSoto, Hardy as well, and even into Polk County, as this one is expected to continue the movement right around 10 miles per hour. It may slow down a bit, but it's not going to slow down as much as we thought the last couple of days, and that is good news because rainfall amounts are going to be between 1 and 2 feet of rain, in fact, and that's going to flood a lot of waterways with storm surge possible. National Hurricane Center just upped the storm surge from Englewood to Bonita Beach to 12 to 18 feet. That does include Charlotte Harbor as well. Points northward, being on the north side of the storm, not going to see as much storm surge.
Let me ask you about the timeline real quick, and I want to focus on the eye wall and the most severe conditions from Hurricane Ian, because there's such a focus on the eye when that actually reaches certain points, but the most severe conditions from this storm. And let me step through the 3 different areas that I want to focus on. First of all, when will Fort Myers, that area, experience them? Sarasota, and then Tampa Bay.
Okay, I've got about a minute left. The worst will start to enter Fort Myers and into the Englewood area, Charlotte County, early this afternoon between 1 and 2 o'clock. As we head into Sarasota, it looks like between 2 and 3 o'clock. And in the Bay Area here in Tampa, it's looking more like a later afternoon into the evening between, I'd say, about 7 and 9 o'clock, with the possibility of hurricane force wind staying out of the metro area of Tampa.
All right, Eric Stone, News Channel 8 meteorologist, with us for an update. Eric, we really appreciate the time. We're expecting to hear from Hillsborough County Sheriff Chad Chronister coming up in just a little bit. We'll get the latest from him in terms of the preparations being made in advance of that timeline that Eric was just talking about, when some of the most severe weather is likely to hit our area. So basically, from Fort Myers north to Tampa, the Tampa Bay area, you're looking at an event that's going to play out throughout the course of the day today, already starting to feel some of the effects and get some of the bad weather now, and that will continue into the night, into perhaps early Thursday morning for some areas. So that's the general timeline. And then this storm, it kind of stalls for a bit. Once it reaches the Polk County area, at least right now, assuming this holds, let's say it hits the Polk County area at around early Thursday morning. It's still not moving off the east coast of Florida, the Daytona Beach area, until Thursday afternoon. So it's an extended period of time between, right now and Thursday afternoon for a large portion of Florida to be continually getting these fans and some of these real severe storms springing up from Hurricane Ian. And I think that's really 2 big things to point out when it comes to Hurricane Ian. It's the strength of this storm, and Chris, I'll turn it back over to you for a second. It's the strength of this storm, and it's the amount of time it's going to last over the state of Florida.
Yeah, and as we just heard, the National Hurricane Center is updating every hour now. So as of the 9 o'clock update, one of the changes they made was the size of the storm surge. It was upwards of 16 feet. They've now upgraded that 12 to 18 feet from Englewood to Bonita Beach. I mean, the potential for catastrophe is huge. 18-foot storm surge would just be absolutely devastating. And it doesn't get much better. From Bonita to Chokoloskee, 8 to 12 feet, and then it goes down from there. Tampa Bay at one point we were talking about 5 to 10 feet, but that's not the same as 12 to 18. But of course now we're looking at a storm that's a strong Category 4, and pushing the limits of that category upwards of a Category 5.
All right, let's go to the hotline now. And joining us, we have Hillsborough County Sheriff Chad Chronister for the latest on the preparations here in Hillsborough County. Sheriff Chronister, thanks so much for taking a few minutes to talk to us. And, as we continue to monitor the storm and start to feel some of the effects, some of the rain, some of those outer bands making their way through the Tampa Bay area, what's the latest on your end?
Good morning, Ryan, and thank you for having me on. Thank you for your continued message, and it's helping us tremendously in keeping our Tampa Bay community safe. We're going to this next phase of emergency response. So we did a great job of evacuating those who wish to be evacuated. The community's done a great job. I've never seen preparedness like this in over 30 years, from the people who evacuated, for getting sandbags, taking care of their homes, getting those medications, whatever essentials they may need, making a plan for their pets, and then those who had to go to a special needs shelter, and those who from assisted living facilities who've gone into shelters. We have almost a little over 6,000 people who've taken advantage of the shelters being open, and these are individuals that we won't have to respond to in terms of when the storm gets around. They sustain 50-mile-per-hour winds. Last thing we want to do, and nothing frustrates or saddens any first responder, is when that call for help comes in and we're not going to be able to come. So I tell you what, things are going well. Things are going extremely well as we prepare into these different phases of our hurricane preparedness.
And as the storm and the more severe weather hits later on today, it looks like it's going to be this evening when we'll really start to feel, the parts of the storm closer to the center that have more of that severe weather. What is the plan as that is happening? And one more time, I know we talked about this yesterday morning, but one more time, the protocols for your department when the weather really starts to deteriorate in terms of being able to get out there and help people in need.
Yeah, I mean, think about this. This storm's 90 miles away, and look at these bands coming in already. I've been out since a little before 5 a.m., and it dries up, and then it gets really nasty. It's only going to progressively get worse. These conditions are going to worsen. And my biggest fear was never the wind damage, like we spoke about yesterday. My biggest fear is the flooding. With us predicting to get over 2 feet of rain and overly saturated areas, the south end of the county, the Suwannee River that's already full, or lakes that are full, and now you dump in 2 feet of water with nowhere to go. It's only going to saturate the ground more, which is going to cause, with some wind help, the trees are going to fall, and that's when we're going to see damage to homes, cars, roadways being blocked, power outages, and certainly going to cause some issues. Now, with that being said, you bring up a great point. At 50-mile-per-hour sustained winds, we're probably going to get to a point where it becomes too dangerous, and we're not going to respond for that call for help, and we're going to have to keep our deputies safe and ask them to stay put. Now, last year, 5 years ago when Irma was here, I made the call, okay, that's it, we're suspending service, and a call came in from an 80-year-old female, and she was oxygen dependent, and she didn't heed the warning, she didn't leave, she lost electricity, she called in a panic when her machine stopped working. The deputies looked at me, and I couldn't tell them to stay. I'm like, listen, I'm not telling you can't go. So 4 of them got in the lowest profile vehicle they could. They zipped out, grabbed her, rushed her to the hospital as quick as they could, but unfortunately she lost her life, and I think that only proves the point that we're making, is how important it is to make that. I get it, it's uncomfortable to leave our happy place, our home, and find a safe place to go.
All right, Hillsborough County Sheriff Chad Chronister with an update for us. Sheriff Chronister, of course, we thank you and your department for all the great work you're doing during this hurricane, and we'll talk to you soon. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, and please, everyone, now's the time. That window's closed. Now it's time to hunker down. We'll see you on the other side of this, and our response teams, our cut teams, our search and rescue teams will come out and provide whatever assistance we can on the other side of this. Stay safe, everyone.
All right, sounds good. Thanks again, Sheriff. Coming up in a moment as we continue our nonstop Operation Stormwatch coverage, we have some clips from Governor Ron DeSantis' press conference earlier that took place a little under 2 hours ago. We have some highlights from that, some messages the governor wanted to get out to Floridians. So we'll pass that along to you, along with all the latest information on the storm as it closely, as it inches its way towards the west coast of Florida. We are monitoring it every step of the way right here on Operation Stormwatch. Back with more in a moment.
At Next Level Services, we build, manage, and operate Amazon stores for our clients where we do all the work. Call us right now for a free virtual session to learn more. 850-559-3443. 850-559-3443.
As a small business owner, the last thing you need are nonsense fees on internet and phone service. Spectrum Business doesn't have any of the nonsense fees other providers charge.
CenturyLink charges me a facility relocation cost recovery fee.
I have AT&T, and I'm paying an administrative expense fee.
Switch to Spectrum Business and get the best value for business internet and phone with no nonsense. Visit spectrum.com/business.
Creative Planning presents Rethink Your Money with John Higginson, Saturday at 1 p.m. At creativeplanning.com, you'll learn how your investments, taxes, and estate plan can work harder together. Go to creativeplanning.com. Creative Planning, a richer way to wealth.
This is Ernie Johnson Jr. Sports is about overcoming obstacles, and college coaches work hard to help young men overcome Duchenne muscular dystrophy. It's called Coach to Cure MD, and you can help. Text the word CURE to 501-501 to donate $25 on your next mobile phone bill, or go online to coachtocuremd.org. Text the word CURE to 501-501. Help coaches cure MD.
Sponsored by the American Football Coaches Association. Texting and data rates may apply.
Hi, this is Joe Cordell with the law firm Cordell & Cordell. Divorce can be complicated, especially if children are involved. If you're a father and want to protect your role in your children's lives, remember Cordell & Cordell. We've helped men with matters like these for 30 years, and we'd love to help you.
Contact Cordell & Cordell to schedule an appointment with one of our firm's Tampa area attorneys, a partner men can count on. Office in downtown Tampa. Online at CordellCordell.com. Lisa Cargis, Florida resident partner. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Venture X from Capital One is the travel card for people always asking,
Where next?
You earn 10x miles on hotels and rental cars, and 5x miles on flights booked through Capital One Travel, and 2x miles on everything else you buy with Venture X. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges. The Venture X card from Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
It's Ryan Gorman here, and the question I get the most about this payroll tax refund I keep talking about is whether or not it's for real. And I'm here to tell you that the team at GetRefunds.com, they've already returned $1 billion to businesses. So if that's not evidence that what they're doing is working, I don't know what to tell you. It's time for you to check it out for yourself. If your business has 5 or more employees and you made it through the pandemic, again, you could be eligible to receive a payroll tax rebate of up to $26,000 per employee. GetRefunds.com is where you can find out more. They have a team of tax attorneys. They're highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. They can help you. Businesses of all types can qualify. If you want to find out if your business qualifies, again, GetRefunds.com. Click on Qualify Me. Don't miss out. Go to GetRefunds.com.
Wesley Chapel Lexus is the largest Lexus dealer on Florida's West Coast, and there's a reason luxury buyers come from all over to shop Wesley Chapel Lexus. Like treating our customers like family and offering peace of mind with our exclusive Lexus Lifetime Plan. Enjoy world-class amenities at our state-of-the-art facility, right off I-75, just north of I-4. When you think Lexus, think Wesley Chapel Lexus. WesleyChapelLexus.com.
Based on 2021 total volume.
This is News Radio WFLA's Operation Stormwatch.
Brought to you by New South Window Solutions.
This is Operation Stormwatch coverage for the Tampa Bay area, Sarasota, and Fort Myers. And, of course, we are statewide, and we are on throughout the entire country on your iHeartRadio app. Just make sure you're listening to News Radio WFLA, and you can find us there or any of your favorite stations in Tampa, Sarasota, and Fort Myers, as we have taken over to provide you with the latest information on Hurricane Ian. You know, one thing, Chris, that we haven't talked about that's going to play a big role as Hurricane Ian gets closer and closer to the coastline. We've talked a lot about the storm surge numbers, which are just eye-popping. But also the timing of this storm and high tides. So, for Captiva Island, you've got high tide coming up at 4:05 p.m. Fort Myers Beach, 6:45 p.m. Probably better that those high tides are later in the day than opposed to, say, right now or in the next couple of hours. Clearwater Beach, 2:07 p.m. Crystal River, 6:19 p.m. So, just another aspect of this that certainly plays a role when those tides come in, along with where the storm is at and where the wind is pushing that water.
Yeah, you really hope that the water is being pulled away from the shoreline at the time the hurricane comes in so that it doesn't essentially assist the storm and causing more flooding. An example of a hurricane that came in at high tide was Hurricane Hugo in Charleston back in the 80s. And it literally lifted all the boats in the harbors there and put them into the streets of downtown Charleston because the water level was so high. That's sort of the worst case scenario, having a high tide that times out badly with the hurricane. So hopefully that plays some role. But the reality of it is, the National Hurricane Center is talking about 12 to 18 foot storm surge in the area that could be most impacted, in particular Charlotte County, the Port Charlotte area. And I looked at a storm model showing what happens to Hurricane Ian after it makes landfall. Well, obviously, it carries on into the state. And I saw that the models show that it goes through the eastern part of Sarasota into DeSoto and Manatee, and then into Hardee County as a Category 4. It doesn't drop down to a Category 1 until it reaches the southern portion of Polk County. So you can imagine what kind of damage there could be caused by a Category 4 that far inland to those counties.
Quick note from a meteorologist out of Florida State University. It says here water levels are beginning to rise significantly in Naples. They just passed low tide there. Water levels in Fort Myers still below normal for the moment while the wind direction is offshore, but that's going to change in the coming hours. So, and again, the National Hurricane Center has increased the peak storm surge forecast for the Port Charlotte region to 12 to 18 feet. So we could see some historic storm surge along the coast as, again, this extremely powerful storm, a strong Category 4 bordering on a Category 5, gets closer and closer to the coast. It's going to be a very rough couple of hours coming up here for those living from Sarasota down through Naples, and then as the day progresses, just take that region and start to slowly but surely shift it north, and more people across the state of Florida are going to feel the severe effects of Hurricane Ian. Right now, some of those outer bands stretching all across the state, from Melbourne, the Space Coast, all the way to the Bradenton area, to the Tampa Bay area. This is going to be a prolonged event here in the state of Florida. Coming up in a couple of minutes, I want to get to some of the audio from Governor DeSantis' press conference about 2 hours ago. He'll have more throughout the day, and as soon as the governor speaks, we'll, of course, bring those to you live right here on this Operation Stormwatch coverage. But we do have some highlights from his more recent press conference, this first one of the day today, that we'll bring you coming up here in a couple of moments as we continue our nonstop Operation Stormwatch coverage for Tampa Bay, Sarasota, and Fort Myers.
From the BioCell Neuropathy Pain Relief News Desk, this is iHeartRadio's Operation Stormwatch from News Radio WFLA Tampa.
From the Moss Nissan Traffic Center on our roads early this morning with Ian heading our way. Sunshine Skyway Bridge has already been closed in both directions because of high winds. All those small causeways and bridges in Pinellas coming from the beaches, all closed. Clearwater Memorial Causeway, Bel Air Beach Causeway, Corey Causeway, they're all done. We have an accident, I-4 westbound at Mango Road in Hillsborough, and we have slow traffic, US 41 southbound running through Gibsonton. John Thomas, News Radio WFLA.
As Hurricane Ian continues to move northeast, we will see bands of heavy torrential rain and strong winds, even the threat for tornadoes in some of those bands. And as the system tracks to the northeast, possible hurricane force winds expected east of I-75 through the evening and overnight before exiting to the north and east. We will still see gusty conditions tomorrow, but we'll see less rain and drying out for Friday and the weekend. I'm Max Defender 8 meteorologist Lee Spann.
This is Robert Palmer, president of RP Funding. With home values at an all-time high, it's a great time to turn your home equity into the cash you need and get a closing cost credit from RP Funding. Visit rpfunding.com.
Terms and conditions apply. In 7168 Equal Housing.
The global economic group headed by China and Russia, called BRICS, is dedicated to challenging the dollar. This means the dollar will be further damaged, and along with it, the purchasing power of Americans. This is Stephen K. Bennett. I want to remind you that you can still protect your hard-earned savings from world events. How? By diversifying your 401k or IRA out of paper assets and into physical gold IRA from Birch Gold Group. To claim your free info kit on gold IRAs, simply text the word PROTECT to 989898. It's critical you get this information before the dollar is further eroded and you lose even more of your hard-earned money. So text PROTECT to the number 989898. That's PROTECT to 989898 to get your free info kit on gold. There's no obligation or purchase required. Take action today.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. General Motors is backing up on plans to require employees return to a company office several days a week. An internal memo shows that GM has delayed a change to its remote work policies until next year instead of later this year. The memo said GM would spend the next several weeks developing a plan based in part on employee feedback. Lego is facing higher costs, and that made a slight dent in profit in the year's first half. Lego also spent more money to add stores in China. The toy maker has increased its sales about 7-fold over the past 15 years as consumers have flocked to the well-known brand, especially during the pandemic, to keep those stuck-at-home kids entertained. And Apple has decided not to boost production of its new iPhones this year after an expected surge in demand fell flat. Apple is said to be seeing higher demand for its higher-priced iPhone 14 Pro models than the entry-level phones. Gina Cervetti, Bloomberg Radio.
Burning pain radiating your hands or feet, pins and needles in the extremities, problems with balance, pain from the pressure of walking. Jack Harris here, and these are the warning signs of peripheral neuropathy. If left untreated, they can lead to amputations. At BioCell Health, they have the solution without the use of narcotics or other prescription medications. Visit StopMyPainTampa.com to schedule your free consultation. That's StopMyPainTampa.com.
Hi, Bobby Maggie here. If the stock market has crushed your investment portfolio, now may be a good time to harvest losses to lower your tax bill. Visit us at MaggieTax.com to learn more about more ways to reduce your taxes. And always remember, pay less tax with Maggie Tax.
Now, back to News Radio WFLA's Operation Stormwatch, brought to you by New South Window Solutions.
This is Operation Stormwatch for Tampa Bay, Sarasota, Fort Myers, and the entire state of Florida on the iHeartRadio app. I'm Ryan Gorman with Chris Trankman, Aaron Jacobson, James Berlander, Katie Bacino, and so many more as we have our entire storm team at your disposal to bring you the latest, most up-to-date information. Got a couple of notes that I want to pass along here before we get to the audio from Governor DeSantis. There's receding water in Venice. I'm taking a look at some images of the fishing pier there, and the water is being sucked out. And the National Weather Service out of Tampa Bay put out an important note. The water is going to come back in a big way. Don't attempt to walk out there or any other location with receding water. The Florida Division of Emergency Management, they put out a note a few minutes ago as well, because in some parts of Tampa Bay, the water is receding. They're saying, do not walk out into those areas. That water is going to come back, and if you're out there at the wrong time, you could have a life-threatening situation on your hands. So this was something that we went through with Hurricane Irma, and we're seeing it again. Just taking a look now, I've got some new pictures here out of Bayshore Boulevard in the Tampa Bay area, of course, and the water is receding. It's quite a scene. It's certainly unusual. A lot of people want to go out and check it out and all of that. Not a good idea, because you just don't know when that water is going to come back, and it could be a real problem for you if it comes back and you're still out there. Let me get to this audio from Governor DeSantis. He held a press conference about 2 hours ago. It was his first press conference of the day. We're expecting to hear from him numerous times throughout the day today. And here's the governor talking about how many portions of the state already feeling the impacts of Hurricane Ian.
Much of southern Florida is already experiencing impacts from the storm as it moves closer to landfall. There have been several tornado warnings issued during the overnight hours, and we expect to see that continue today.
Here is the governor on the current track of the storm.
Current track has the storm making landfall in Charlotte County. If you are in any of those counties, it's no longer possible to safely evacuate. It's time to hunker down and prepare for this storm.
And here's the governor on the damage we're likely to see from Hurricane Ian.
Storm of this magnitude will produce catastrophic flooding and life-threatening storm surge on the Gulf Coast of Florida, and the highest risk areas are ranging from Collier County up to Sarasota County.
And the governor talked about response teams being ready for anything.
We have 5,000 Florida Guardsmen activated, 2,000 from neighboring states. We have air assets, urban search and rescue teams stationed now in Miami that will be able to respond over to Southwest Florida.
So that is the latest, again, from Governor DeSantis from just about 2 hours ago when he offered an update to the state of Florida. I want to let everybody know, let me run through the different areas that we're on, the different stations that we're on right now, and this would be a good time to make sure that you set your presets for all of these stations depending on the area that you're in, because there's a chance that perhaps we're going to be on air and off air at times, especially in Fort Myers, Sarasota, as the storm really starts to hit over the next few hours, as the weather deteriorates. You could be listening to us on one station, on one frequency, and then all of a sudden we're off, but we are on other frequencies. Of course, you could always download the iHeartRadio app as well on your phone. If you don't have that yet, it is a fantastic resource to have in a situation like this. Hopefully you have some chargers available. If you lose power, you have some of those battery backups and things like that. But if you don't have our iHeartRadio app, make sure you have that so you can listen to us no matter where you are, even if you're without power, for the critical information we're going to be passing along, because we are going nonstop with live local coverage for the duration of this storm. So whereas some other places, they may be going in and out of coverage or not covering it at all, or picking up some feed from some TV station or something like that, we are live and local with the latest information with local officials, and we're going to continue that way until this storm clears. So in the Tampa area, of course, we're on News Radio WFLA, that's 970 AM. We're on 93.3 FLZ, that's 93.3 FM. We're on Mix 100.7, 100.7 FM. We're on 98 Rock, 97.9 FM. We're on 103.5, US 103.5, that's 103.5 FM. We're on 95.7 The Beat, 95.7 FM. And we're on WDAE, that's AM 620 and 95.3 FM. So a number of different options in the Tampa Bay area for you to listen to our continuous operation Stormwatch coverage. In Sarasota, we're on the following frequencies: 107.9, 92.1, 105.1, 105.9, 1320 AM, and 103.9. So a number of different frequencies in Sarasota. Again, in case one of them goes out, you have a bunch of different options along with the iHeartRadio app. Just search for News Radio WFLA, and you can always find us there. Now let me get to Fort Myers real quick, because we're on several frequencies there, and the weather is really starting to deteriorate in the Fort Myers area, so we want to make sure you have us as a resource as you go through the worst of Hurricane Ian. We are on the following frequencies in Fort Myers: 105.5 FM, 95.3 FM, 100.1 FM, 107.1, 107.1 FM, 92.9 FM, 104.9 FM, 100.9 FM, 1580 AM, 98.9 FM, and 1070 AM. So a lot of different frequencies in Fort Myers as well. And again, just another reminder, your iHeartRadio app, just search for News Radio WFLA, and you can listen to us nonstop, no matter where you are, even if the power goes out. We also have a bunch of resources available for everyone who's listening to this Operation Stormwatch coverage. You can find that at WFLAnews.com. That's WFLAnews.com. And we have a couple of different ways for you to get in touch with us. So, really as the storm starts bearing down on the west coast of Florida, we'll open up the phone lines. We'll turn to you for updates on what's happening in your neighborhood to really get a sense of the storm. And you'll be able to reach out to us in a couple different ways. First of all, you can call us. This number is open for you, 800-969-9352. That's 800-969-9352. And these ways to reach us, they're going to be very helpful, especially after the storm, as we're working on getting you information about resources available, power outages, all that kind of stuff. So write this down, jot this down on your phone, and save it. You can call us at 800-969-9352. You can text us. Start your text with WFLA. 82945 is the number. So you text WFLA and then 82945. You can reach out to us that way. And then, of course, when you're listening to us on any of our stations on the iHeartRadio app, there is the talkback feature, that microphone icon on the iHeartRadio app. You can tell us, again, about resources, about weather conditions in your area. Just touch that microphone on your iHeartRadio app, the talkback feature, and send us a message. So lots of different ways for you to get in touch with us, to fill us in on the latest in your area. You, of course, are our eyes and ears all the way from Tampa Bay down to Fort Myers. All right, let me turn to first Aaron Jacobson, who's with us. We have Aaron Jacobson and Chris Trenkman monitoring the latest news and the latest developments with this storm. And Aaron, what have you been keeping an eye on? What have you been seeing over the past 15 minutes or so?
Yeah, just kind of a lot what you're talking about. We know, Ryan, that the storm can change very quickly, but to kind of see how powerful this thing really is, almost a Category 5, just the devastation that we're going to see. And we talked yesterday as we started to see this shift, Ryan, to the south, really to the south of the state, but to the east, that Sarasota is going to be in trouble. But we even look more further to the south, Fort Myers, which people listening in Fort Myers right now, the storm surge, and I saw that kind of time-lapse video that you were talking about earlier. And Ryan, it's got to be hard for a lot of people to put into actual perspective of what the storm surge will do and what it will look like when you have potentially 10 feet, 12 to 18 feet, and what we're seeing here potentially in the Port Charlotte area, what that will actually look like. We had Rebecca Berry talking yesterday about what it would look like in Davis Island when we thought this was still going to be coming to Tampa as far as heavy storm surge. And she described it as one-story homes in Davis Island. People are going to be on the rooftops, right? We weren't even thinking 12 to 18 foot storm surge. So right now, if you're in the Port Charlotte area, if you're in Fort Myers, this is very serious now in the next couple hours.
Taking a look at some of the current wind speeds that we're seeing across our broader region. Anna Maria, 41 miles per hour. Bradenton, 42 miles per hour. Lakewood Ranch, 43. Siesta Key, 31. When you get down to Venice, 49 miles per hour. Englewood, 51 miles per hour. Northport, 31 miles per hour. So the winds certainly starting to pick up as Hurricane Ian makes its way closer and closer and closer to our coastline. The center of the storm, the tail of the storm, the outer part of the eye wall already reaching Florida's coastline. You've got some storms stretching all the way from Melbourne across to Clearwater. Some pretty significant storms making their way up to Bradenton right now. They just passed through the Port Charlotte area, and then you have a band of pretty severe weather just east of Naples and Bonita Springs. Chris, what stood out to you about everything that's transpired over the past 15 minutes or so?
Power outages in the Tampa Bay area. TECO says there are 5,000 homes without power right now. 3,000 of them are in the Lithia area and another 14 in Ruskin. And then Duke Energy is also reporting about 500 power outages. So this is a small taste of what's going to be much more widespread as the storm gets closer to the Tampa Bay area. And you can imagine that these kinds of things are going to really start happening significantly down where the storm is going to make landfall in the Port Charlotte area. So this is one of the things that happens during these storms, and it's unfortunately one of the things that can last a long time depending upon how bad the damage is. And it's because you have this infrastructure where a lot of the power lines are above ground, and when they go down because of fallen trees or the power poles just get blown over, it takes time to get that all back up and running, and sometimes people can go without power for a couple of weeks at a time. And here in Florida, where it's extremely hot and people depend on air conditioning and refrigeration, and diabetics have their medicine that they need, it can be a real inconvenience, and in some cases it can be a life-threatening situation to not have power. So those are situations that we're trying to keep track of here, but it is something that you have to be prepared for when we're dealing with storms like this.
So many people, as Hurricane Ian makes its way over to Florida, especially this particular area, the Venice area, reminded of Hurricane Charlie back in 2004. We've talked a lot about this. I just tweeted out, you can follow me on Twitter if you want to check this out, Ryan E. Gorman. Somebody put a picture together of Hurricane Charlie's eye and the eye wall compared to Hurricane Ian. And in this image, you'll see Hurricane Charlie's eye and eye wall fits neatly inside Hurricane Ian's eye with room to spare. And that will give you a sense of the size of Hurricane Ian compared to Hurricane Charlie, and why there will likely be much more destruction, unfortunately, from Hurricane Ian, because it's just larger. It's just going to impact a much larger area. In fact, some statistics for you, even with their tracks being pretty similar, Ian's area of hurricane force winds about 3 times larger than Hurricane Charlie, and its area of tropical storm force winds about 2.3 times larger than Charlie. So similar tracks, much different story comparing Ian to Charlie.
An interesting but scary phenomenon that you were talking about earlier. When these storms get close like this, especially when you're near the eye of the storm or some of the more intense areas, how the water drains out to sea.
Yeah.
And there's another event that happens as well, and it's a warning to get away from the coastline, and that's a tsunami. That drains the water out to sea initially, and then comes the gigantic wave. Now, this is different than a tsunami, of course, but it's the same concept, isn't it? The water will disappear temporarily, and then it's going to come raging back. And that's a sign that there's something bad about to happen. And so, anyone near the coastline, that's like a red flag. Get out of the area immediately. Yeah. Don't even think of walking around in there because the potential for getting killed is right there. I mean, you can be drowned by the water.
I just got a note from meteorologists of Weather Channel. Water levels now rising quickly. The gauge in Naples showing a sharp rise in the water levels. So the storm surge starting to begin along the southwest Florida coast. And certainly if you're in one of those areas where the water has receded, it's going to come back. So do not venture out into those areas. We've got a lot more still to come here on our nonstop Operation Stormwatch coverage, covering Tampa Bay, Sarasota, Fort Myers, and the entire state of Florida.
Do you have heart failure and often hear,
"Those stomach issues ruined your birthday"?
"You're too tired to play catch, Grandpa."
"Sweetie, you haven't touched your tools since the carpal tunnel syndrome diagnosis."
If these seemingly unrelated symptoms sound familiar, talk to your cardiologist and ask about transthyretin amyloid cardiomyopathy, or ATTR-CM, a rare and underdiagnosed disease that gets worse over time. Learn more at connecttoyourheart.com. That's connecttoyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hi, Bobby Maggie here. If the stock market has hammered your portfolio, now is the time to consider some alternative options that offer a guaranteed return. At Maggie Tax, we offer fixed solutions that are low risk, guarantee a return, and grow tax deferred. Learn more at MaggieTax.com.
Are rising gas prices getting you down? Trust me, you're not alone. And a dirty fuel system can rob your vehicle of the gas mileage it once had. BG Products offers premium maintenance services for your vehicle that will help maintain its optimum fuel economy. Their process cleans your fuel system and will help restore your engine to run like the day it was new. Plus, you'll reduce harmful vehicle emissions, making driving better for the environment. To learn more about lifetime protection for your vehicle and to find a BG shop near you, visit bgfindashop.com. That's bgfindashop.com.
Imagine for a moment that this ad was bought autonomously. Welcome to the new open web, where Viant is combining AI and human insight to create autonomous media buying that accelerates your return on ad spend. And using Viant's DSP Adelphic, you can now measure your media offline and online to see the full impact of your media spend, so you can spend more time on podcasts. Viant, built for the new open web. Built for now. Visit ViantNow.com to learn more.
Skyworks is your one-stop dealer for all your Takeuchi equipment and service needs. Takeuchi is known the world over for its purpose-built design philosophy, innovative technology, and dependable service after the sale. And now, at Skyworks, get 0% financing on all Takeuchi machines, excavators, track loaders, and wheel loaders. Special financing options are also available on Takeuchi brand attachments. Stop by Skyworks for a demo today. Skyworks, building America from the ground up.
Hey, Steve, I got breaking news. Retirement Success is now on Sunday mornings at 9 a.m.
That's right, Elizabeth. Retirement Success is now on Saturdays and Sunday mornings at 9 a.m. right here on 970 WFLA.
Every search you make, every click you take, they'll be watching you.
Tired of companies like Google and Facebook watching everything you do online? There's actually a simple solution. DuckDuckGo. It's an all-in-one privacy app with a built-in private search engine, web browser, one-click data clearing, email protection, and more, all for free. Download the app today and get the most comprehensive privacy protection with the push of a button. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
I can walk again. I can cross my legs again. I can wear heels again.
After years of living with chronic joint pain, Andrea Southard is now living a normal life, pain-free, thanks to natural biologic treatments at QC Kinetics.
We tried everything, and my husband had heard the commercial for QC Kinetics on the radio, and he told me to call him and check it out.
That phone call changed Andrea's life. QC Kinetics used powerful natural biologics to treat her aching joints. It's high-tech precision medicine that can restore and repair damaged joint tissue with no surgery and no drugs, providing lasting relief.
I felt like I was in my 20s again. I could tie my own shoes. Really the little things that you don't think about.
Pain in your hips, knees, back, shoulders? Get rid of the pain now. Call QC Kinetics.
813-305-3000. That's 813-305-3000. Locations in Bradenton, St. Pete, and Lakeland. 813-305-3000.
Most impact windows from Reese Windows and Doors are installed in just 6 to 8 weeks. Visit ReeseWindows.com.
Operation Stormwatch coverage continues now on News Radio WFLA.
Brought to you by New South Window Solutions.
Operation Stormwatch continues. I'm your host, Ryan Gorman, with our entire storm team at your disposal for the latest information. We are on in the Tampa Bay area, Sarasota, Fort Myers, and, of course, across the state of Florida on your iHeartRadio app. The images coming in out of the Tampa Bay area of the water receding out of Bayshore, just incredible. Same thing that we saw during Hurricane Irma. Again, though, I want to make sure everybody is well aware you do not want to venture out into that, because that water is going to come back, and the last thing you need is to be out there the middle of the bay and the water starts rushing back in. But we're seeing that water being sucked out of certain areas along the west coast of Florida as Hurricane Ian approaches our region. Taking a look at the radar right now where some of the most severe storms are, really it's from Port Charlotte at the moment up through Bradenton. That's where you're seeing some of the strongest storms. The closest part of the eye wall to the eye of Hurricane Ian has not quite made it to land just yet. We're expecting the eye to make landfall sometime in the next hour or so, and that will take place right along that Venice area, Englewood area. That's where we're expecting to see landfall coming up in just a bit. And then the tail of the storm is bringing those outer bands through the Space Coast, all the way up into Daytona Beach, and a large portion of the state. I would say basically, from the Kissimmee area down over, across the East Coast, down through the West Coast. You've got tornado watches up all over the place, because with those outer bands, that's where you could see, some tornadoes, occasionally pop up. But the real focus is going to be for the area that's going to experience the most severe storms, that Fort Myers Beach area, Cape Coral. It's going to be the storm surge, and it's going to be the high winds directly around the center of the storm, because we're talking about a storm right now that is bordering on a Category 5. It's currently at 155 miles per hour maximum sustained winds, moving north-northeast at 10 miles per hour. That puts it, if it was at 157 miles per hour, it's a Category 5. So it's right there. Some massive, unfortunately, destruction is going to take place along its path as it makes its way onshore, and the storm surge is of a major concern. And taking a look at those numbers again, from Englewood to Bonita Beach, potentially 12 to 18 feet of storm surge expected because of the strength of this storm. At the 2 a.m. advisory, this was a Category 3, maximum sustained winds at 120 miles per hour. Still a serious threat, but not what it is now. So just from, 2 a.m. this morning to 7 a.m. was the update that put it at 155 miles per hour. That gives you a sense as to the intensification that we've seen overnight. And now you have from the middle of Longboat Key to Englewood, potentially 6 to 10 feet of storm surge. South of Bonita Beach, potentially 8 to 12 feet of storm surge. So the storm surge along the coast going to be a major issue. The rainfall, the continuous rainfall from Tampa Bay all the way down to Fort Myers, that's going to continue to be an issue. And this is going to be an event that's going to play out all through the day and into the night tonight. I'm going to take a quick break. I will be back in a few hours with more coverage. We will continue, though, with Jay Retcher and Aaron Jacobson. They're going to take over along with the rest of our Stormwatch team. Operation Stormwatch continues in a moment from Tampa Bay to Fort Myers.
Hi, this is Joe Cordell with the law firm Cordell & Cordell. Divorce can be complicated, especially if children are involved. If you're a father and want to protect your role in your children's lives, remember Cordell & Cordell. We've helped men with matters like these for 30 years, and we'd love to help you.
Contact Cordell & Cordell to schedule an appointment with one of our firm's Tampa area attorneys, a partner men can count on. Office in downtown Tampa. Online at CordellCordell.com. Lisa Cargis, Florida resident partner. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Whether you're at the beginning,
I just got the best idea.
Ready to start,
I can't believe we're opening next week.
Or you've been in it for the long haul,
I think we're ready for a third location.
GTE Financial is there to help your small business move to the next level. As a nonprofit, GTE Financial empowers you with lending solutions without trying to improve their bottom line. Call GTE at 813-414-7093 to schedule an appointment. GTE, your business matters.
This is iHeartRadio's Operation Stormwatch from News Radio WFLA, Tampa.
Hurricane Ian is nearing a...
The following is an important message from Florida Power and Light. In anticipation of the approaching storm's impact on our service territory, we have activated our emergency response plan. FPL is maintaining a 24-hour watch on the storm's path in order to move workers and equipment to areas most likely to be affected. We are positioning resources for rapid restoration and strongly encourage you to take the necessary steps to prepare for possible extended power outages. Make sure you have the supplies needed on hand and keep a close watch on the weather. For more, go to MyFPL. That's JOIN to 69375. Please stay safe.
As of 9 a.m., Hurricane Ian was about 60 miles west of Naples, moving north-northeast at 10 miles an hour. Governor Ron DeSantis has disaster relief in place, ready to move in as Hurricane Ian passes the state. That help includes 5,000 Florida National Guardsmen plus another 2,000 from neighboring states.
We have air assets, urban search and rescue teams stationed now in Miami that will be able to respond over to Southwest Florida. Florida Fish and Wildlife, both vehicle assets, water assets, and air assets.
DeSantis says the Coast Guard has staged 4 ships offshore, along with more vessels to offer assistance to flooded areas. The governor adding that more than 30,000 linemen are ready to go after the storm to get the power back on, should it go out. Hurricane Ian is changing the college football schedule in Florida. The matchup between UCF and SMU is being pushed back to Sunday. Florida's home game against Eastern Washington is also being delayed one day. And Florida State still plans on hosting Wake Forest Saturday. With Florida's news, I'm Alan Spector.
For the Moss Nissan Traffic Center, hurricane warnings are in effect in Hillsborough, Pasco, Pinellas, and Polk counties. The Sunshine Skyway Bridge is closed, as are most of the bridges to the beaches in Pinellas County. I-4 and I-75 are both looking fairly good at this point. And this report is sponsored by the Mark Moss Show podcast. Mark shares all the detail on a big meeting that went down this week, signaling the end of fiat currency as we know it, and a new system that is being set up now. Listen to the Mark Moss Show on the iHeartRadio app, on Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts. Daisy Ash, News Radio WFLA.
As Hurricane Ian continues to move northeast, we will see bands of heavy torrential rain and strong winds, even the threat for tornadoes in some of those bands. And as the system tracks to the northeast, possible hurricane force winds expected east of I-75 through the evening and overnight before exiting to the north and east. We will still see gusty conditions tomorrow, but we'll see less rain and drying out for Friday and the weekend. I'm Max Defender 8 meteorologist Lee Spann.
Operation Stormwatch on News Radio WFLA. Brought to you by New South Window Solutions.
Operation Stormwatch. Jay Retcher, Aaron Jacobson here with you. We hope everybody is staying safe out there, whether you're here in the Tampa Bay area or abroad. Download that iHeartRadio app. Send that to your friends and family so they can keep track of what is going on right now. Aaron, we've seen a lot of changes since you and I have been in the studio in the last 24 hours. How are things by you?
Yeah, things are pretty quiet here where we are right now in Tampa Bay, and we talked about it yesterday, Jay, as we were getting ready, and, I know you left at around 3 o'clock or so. By the time we got out of there, at least I got out of there late afternoon heading into the night, we kind of knew that this thing was tracking towards the east, more south of us, and we're not going to be out of harm's way. We're still not going to be out of harm's way, but it started to look better for us here in the Bay Area. But our friends in Sarasota right now, in Fort Myers right now, from Sarasota really to Fort Myers, it's not looking good. The next day is going to be really rough. Overnight tonight is going to be tough, and there's going to be a lot of water flooding into those areas. So the storm surge is going to be the real issue. Of course, the winds much higher, Jay, than when we left yesterday. The winds sustained and got stronger to the point where we're almost at a Category 5 here. So some devastating weather heading towards these areas as landfall will happen here in a couple hours.
Yeah, and just because you're seeing these and you're not having the direct hit on Tampa doesn't mean, and I've heard this from a couple of people, whether it's on social media or whether reaching out saying, oh, I guess things will be okay in Tampa. Not necessarily the case, my friends. There's still going to be a lot of rain, a lot of wind. This shouldn't be one of those things where you drop this cloak of everything's going to be fine. No, you still have to be diligent. You have to make sure that if you haven't taken the necessary precautions to, whether it's evacuate or do any other thing to fortify your home or anything else, be smart. This is not one of those situations, Aaron, where you want to let your guard down at all if you're in the Tampa Bay area. That's for sure.
Yeah, and you mentioned a lot of rainfall, and just saw this from the National Weather Service. There's a high risk of excessive rainfall from Hurricane Ian today through Thursday night in central and northeast Florida. The first high risk in 5 years for Tampa, Orlando, and Jacksonville metro areas. So there's going to be a lot of rain. We knew this was going to be a water event, but now you throw the wind into it, and you throw almost Category 5 now. That will weaken as it starts to head over and across the state of Florida and to the north. It will weaken, but this is going to, hit land at a much stronger pace than we thought it would, and that's all because of kind of what we saw, the change in it moving towards the southeast here of the state.
Yeah, and we're going to get a lot of input from around the state here. We got Max Defender 8, meteorologist Rebecca Berry joining us at 10:10. We're going to hear from Sherry Jacobs from TECO at 10:23, and then Pasco Sheriff Chris Nacco at 10:34. We're also going to hear from Governor DeSantis. This is one of those things where we are using all of the resources that we have here to reach out to people up and down the west coast of Florida to make sure that we give you any of the information that we're getting and keeping you abreast of the situation. And again, we're talking about how the storm has shifted, and we are definitely thinking about our neighbors to the south down there. I know there was a lot of people. I woke up this morning to a ton of messages of people that were not. They were looking at this storm thinking, oh, it was going to be farther up north and they weren't going to be impacted. And now you're seeing winds over 150 miles an hour. So let's keep all of our people down there on the west coast, south here of where we're at in the South Tampa area, in our thoughts, because this storm just seems to be picking up. And I have the radar here in front of me, Aaron, and it's wild to see how much it is engulfing the entire state of Florida. There is bands and bands of rains. I'm looking as far up as Jacksonville and still even past Key West. So there is a lot of inclement weather in the Tampa Bay area. Excuse me, in the state of Florida.
There's a lot of people listening. Yeah, there's a lot of people listening right now in Fort Myers that this is very strange. When these hurricanes come, they change so rapidly. And we were on high alert here in Tampa Bay, and a great job right here in the city of Tampa and surrounding counties to really stick to the plan, evacuate. Everyone took it seriously. But for people from Fort Myers to Sarasota, it's not that they didn't take it seriously, Jay. It's that these storms changed so rapidly that it happened quickly, and a lot of people who thought they would be out of harm's way, a lot of people in Fort Myers right now listening, they're not. They're right directly smack dab in what's going to be deadly storm surge. I can't imagine, Jay, talking about changing those plans up, how do you do that?
Yeah.
Right? If you're in a one-story household right now, you can't, you're at the end. You can't leave now. You have to shelter in place. So if you're listening and you're one of these people who you're getting a little worried, you're getting scared because of the storm surge, I understand. No, we get it that you're frightened. Let's not panic. Right? We're going to be here for you the entire time. 800-969-9352. Give us a call if you have any questions. Now, we're at the point where we don't want you to have to put yourself in a situation where you need to be rescued. But if we get to that point, right, you can lean on us. We're going to try to do all we can. 800-969-9352. If you're in a two-story household, Jay, I think it's a good time right now with the last couple hours. You're going to have to shelter in place. Start thinking of a safe room. Start thinking of a room that does not have windows, because when these winds come in, it's going to be really deadly. So do you have a place you can, if you have family, if you have pets, do you have a place you're going to be where you can go upstairs, no windows, and be there for a while? Maybe if your kitchen's downstairs, which most people's are, you bring some stuff up, right? Maybe some food, some things that can from the cupboard that can last you water for a couple days. I'd get that room prepared, No,
I agree with you 100%. Let's go to the phone lines here. We have Channel 8 meteorologist Rebecca Berry joining us on the line. Rebecca, thanks so much for joining us. What's the latest for us?
I wish I had better news for our friends down south, but this system is nearly a Category 5 storm. It is still intensifying as it approaches land. We have not seen the slowdown, and we still expect to see that. It's moving to the northwest at about 10 miles per hour right now, but we're seeing 155 mile per hour sustained winds. And so especially for southern Sarasota County all the way down to Fort Myers, this is going to be a catastrophic wind event right there along the coastline. We are expecting an increase in storm surge to the south of that as well. The good news for the Tampa Bay area is that is south of our viewing area. And so this is the worst case scenario for Port Charlotte and Fort Myers, but this is not the worst case scenario for the Tampa Bay area. In fact, right now we're actually seeing lower levels in the Bay right now because of offshore winds. I'm seeing some pictures and video from our News Channel 8 photographers of the Bay getting very dry. Not quite as dry as it is in Irma. We're approaching a low tide right now around the Davis Island site just after 11 a.m. And so most likely we will not see the tide coming back in much, and the tide will continue to go out because we're going to experience offshore winds throughout the day today. And so I think that we're going to see that phenomenon. We've got a camera set up so that no one has to go out in the wind to see this, but we'll be showing it on News Channel 8 of where the Bay kind of dries out because of those offshore winds. And so that's going to continue deteriorate. The conditions across the Bay Area will continue to deteriorate throughout the day. You probably need to be where you're going to be this morning. And so if you need to make a move, now within the next hour is probably the time, because the wind will start to pick up. We'll start to get gusty squalls pushing through. I'm worried about heavy rainfall for eastern Hillsborough, Polk, and Hardy counties, as well as eastern Manatee counties. I think we're going to see some very heavy rainfall there. This is the beginning of, I saw a meme that was cute. It was like watching hurricanes like being stalked by a turtle. Well, this is the beginning of the official stalking of the turtle, because it will continue to slow down, and we're expecting the worst of the weather to move through overnight tonight for most of our area. It will move through during the afternoon and evening hours and start for Sarasota and Manatee counties.
Max Defender 8 meteorologist Rebecca Berry joining us right now. Go ahead, Aaron.
Yeah, Rebecca, we talked about how, and a lot of us were surprised when we started to see, especially this morning, that this was reaching a near Category 5. How come, before we weren't talking, and it's still a very, it's a wet event here. It's a lot of rain, a lot of water. It's a water event. But with all those winds, how do we get to the point where we're seeing a much stronger hurricane than we anticipated initially?
We did not anticipate quite the healthy eye-wall replacement cycle that we went through last night, or yesterday afternoon into last night. And so it went through an eye-wall replacement cycle, which storms do. We're used to that. But when it opened back up, an eye-wall replacement cycle is when a new eye-wall forms, and it drains the energy from the pre-existing eye-wall and opens up to a stronger system that allows the storm to fuel itself in a more efficient manner. And we typically do see some intensification after an eye-wall replacement cycle. But when the eye-wall replacement cycle finished last night, the eye-wall was 40 miles wide. And that's significant. The eye-wall of Charlie was 5 miles wide, because people keep comparing this system to Charlie because of the path that it's taking. But this is a completely different animal, and a more dangerous animal, I would stress, just because of the sheer size of the system, how far out the hurricane force winds extend beyond the eye, which is huge. It's a 40-mile eye, and also it's slow-moving. Charlie was racing across the state. This is just going to barely creep across our area throughout the day today, tonight, and then barely creep out of our area during the day on Thursday.
Rebecca, I think that's one of the things when people seeing the adjustment with the storm here, they're thinking, okay, well, it's different than what we saw. The storm surges won't be as bad. But this isn't one of those situations, correct, where people in the Tampa Bay area should be letting their guard down at all?
No, I'm not worried about storm surge per se. We will have some, but not much. But I'm worried about catastrophic flooding, because just to the north of the eye wall, wherever that path goes, basically from Fort Myers to Orlando, just to the north of that, for about a 10 to 15 mile range, we're going to see rainfall rates between 10 and 15 inches, with isolated areas seeing up to 20 inches of rain. We're incredibly saturated based on the end of rainy season, and so I do think we're going to see long-term slow to drain flooding for inland areas based on that heavy rainfall rate.
Rebecca, I saw we were just talking about the receding water, especially right there downtown. During Irma, we've seen a lot of people take pictures. I think this is not a safe place for people to be going out. And I know right now people maybe looking at a situation like, you still want to make sure that you're staying where you got to stay. This is no time to play around.
That's right. We're seeing the winds start to creep up from the south. We're already seeing uncomfortable / dangerous winds in our southern counties, Sarasota and Manatee, and they'll be the first to feel the effects of this. but those more dangerous winds are going to creep up our coastline, and it's not uniform. It's not at 2 o'clock, all of a sudden the winds start going 60 miles per hour. It's going to be gusty squalls where the winds start to increase with each squall, and I don't want you to get caught off guard thinking, it's not that bad right now at my house. I'm going to head out and check out this bay. That's why we have the cameras out there. You can check out the bay right there. I don't want you to get caught in one of these gusty squalls or get caught on the wrong side of a bridge when it closes, because you definitely don't want to ride this thing out in your car. And so it's just time to get where you're going to go, hunker down, have those hurricane parties in your evacuated safe spot, and just kind of ride it out. This is the time that we're here to stay safe. We're going to bring you all the information and pictures and videos that we can, but we don't want you out risking anything.
Max Defender 8 meteorologist Rebecca Berry. Rebecca, you've been an all-star throughout this entire thing. Look forward to talking to you again. Thanks again.
Thank you.
All right. Rebecca Berry there. Aaron, this is a situation where you're looking at this storm and the information has changed so much in the last 24 hours, and looking at the radar now, and we're getting more and more information. And again, for everybody listening, where you're here in the Tampa area or farther down south, you're going all the way down to Fort Myers, we're getting this. Manatee saying they'll be closing the door to its shelters very soon. County Administrator Scott Hopes issued a final warning during a press conference this morning. So there's going to be a lot of new information. This is a key why you want to download that iHeartRadio app if you haven't done so already, wherever you are on the west coast of Florida.
Yeah, we're getting to that point, Jay, and we just heard it from Rebecca. I mean, if you haven't left yet, especially if you're in Fort Myers to Sarasota, you're at the point where it's time to make your plans, shelter at home, and we're in that portion of the broadcast, Jay, where we're going to continue to give information wall to wall. We'll update you, but you know, as far as the news you need to know right now, it's stay inside. We'll be your outlet. We are here for you. We'll answer your calls, 800-969-9352. If you have questions, you want some information, we'll try our best, because we're getting all these, you know, it's a fluid news source coming in where we'll give you whatever we can here. But, Jay, we're getting to that point here late in the afternoon. We're going to really see the severe portions of this Hurricane Ian, which has strengthened a lot from what we were looking at yesterday.
Yeah, down here in South Tampa, just being outside and just looking at the rain, and just very ominous of, you know, the wind and the rain. And we didn't see many we didn't see many cars or trucks on the road. Did see police officers, and they're all steadfast, going in line, making sure that everything. You see so many trucks. I've had a bunch of my friends that are driving north to get out of the state, and they were counting a lot of the trucks that are coming down south, and they got up to like 227 before they hit the Florida-Georgia border. So that is a good sign right there. And you and I, Aaron, when we were on air, we were discussing about the help. We heard President Biden talk about it. We heard Governor DeSantis talk about how much help is coming here to the state of Florida to deal with Hurricane Ian. But right now, this is a time where we know that there's a lot of inclement weather. There's going to be a lot of kind of long hours in front of us. So we have to remain diligent, keep our eyes and our ears open. There will be health on the backside of this. I'm listening to Chad Chronister a little bit earlier talking about let's hunker down. I mean, we're going to use that phrase a lot. That is, you know, if you're playing Hurricane Bingo, that's going to be the big phrase that a lot of people are going to be talking about. But there will be health on the backside of this, but just remain diligent, keep those eyes and ears open.
The toughest part about this is we have to be really patient,
yeah.
Right? Like yesterday in stores, I was talking about it, how I was starting to lose patience, and I went, whoa, the storm hasn't even come yet.
Mm-hmm.
So we could be without power in a lot of these places, a lot of places here on the coast and inland for a while. Days, someplace, maybe even weeks. We've seen it before. So it's going to be only in your best interest, all of our best interest, to just try to stay as calm as possible. I know it is easier said than done, but we will get an update here. Tico, we've already heard of some down lines and some power being out here in the Bay Area. So we will hear from Sherry Jacobs with Tico coming up in just a few minutes, Jay, to get the latest on that and what's ahead.
You got that right. And also, we were talking about the advantages of social media here. St. Pete Police putting out something that a tree and a power pole down in front of 2610 19th Street South. So we're already seeing, and we're going to see a lot of this. We're going to see trees down. We're going to see poles down. Stay off the road. Stay clear of those down power lines. This is not a situation where you want to go out and you want to be gallivanting, whether it's going to see what the water looks like or what your neighborhood looks like. This is not the time. You heard it from Rebecca Berry right there. Have those hurricane parties. Stay inside your house and just ride it out. Be patient. I know it's one of the hardest things to do.
They were gallivanting in the Keys. I don't know if you saw this. They were having like a hurricane party in the water. This is not a party. The thing's going to blow you away. We've seen these. I mean, these powerful winds driving that water, those waves into you. I mean, these people in the Keys were doing that gallivanting. But it's just wild, some of the things that we see here. Be very careful. You mentioned the trees real quick here, Jay. If you are in a home where you have a tree outside, a big tree near the house, be aware of that. Because if you think your safe room is safe, with the tree comes down, we've seen times before where the tree comes down into the house and it goes right through. So just kind of think of everything at this point.
You got that right. We're going to talk to Sherry Jacobs from TCO on the other side. Don't go anywhere. This is Operation Stormwatch.
Hi, this is Joe Cordell with the law firm Cordell & Cordell. Divorce can be complicated, especially if children are involved. If you're a father and want to protect your role in your children's lives, remember Cordell & Cordell. We've helped men with matters like these for 30 years, and we'd love to help you.
Contact Cordell & Cordell to schedule an appointment with one of our firm's Tampa area attorneys, a partner men can count on. Office in downtown Tampa. Online at CordellCordell.com. Lisa Cargis, Florida resident partner. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Are rising gas prices getting you down? Trust me, you're not alone. And a dirty fuel system can rob your vehicle of the gas mileage it once had. BG Products offers premium maintenance services for your vehicle that will help maintain its optimum fuel economy. Their process cleans your fuel system and will help restore your engine to run like the day it was new. Plus, you'll reduce harmful vehicle emissions, making driving better for the environment. To learn more about lifetime protection for your vehicle and to find a BG shop near you, visit bgfindashop.com. That's bgfindashop.com.
Venture X from Capital One is the travel card for people always asking,
where next?
You earn 10x miles on hotels and rental cars, and 5x miles on flights booked through Capital One Travel, and 2x miles on everything else you buy with Venture X. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges. The Venture X card from Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
WFLA Tampa, WMTX Tampa, WSRZ Sarasota, WCTQ Venice.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, beat the largest timeshare company in federal court and has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-738-9900. That's 800-738-9900.
This is Greg Trzynski from the Original Mattress Factory. Sometimes customers are a little surprised when they first walk through our doors. They don't always expect our prices to be so fair for such a high-quality product. My father found that producing our mattresses in our own local factories would eliminate the middleman, providing a higher quality product at a lower price than mainstream brands. It's the secret to our success that we are happy to share with anyone that comes through our doors. Visit an OMF location today to see the Original Mattress Factory secret for yourself.
I'm beginning to believe that other than love and religion, nothing changes your life more than moving your credit score 120 points. I'm John Hope Bryant, founder, chairman, CEO of Operation Hope, and we're working to expand and lift up your credit scores. Operation Hope is partnering with major financial institutions to bring hope inside to places where you shop and flock. Through the Hope 700 Credit Score Communities Initiative, we are helping people with free counseling, loan originations, modifications, and more. Go to OperationHope.org today. Nothing changes America like a role model. I had one growing up. My name is John Hope Bryant. I wear a suit today because my dad wore a suit when I was growing up. But kids want to be rap stars, athletes, and drug dealers all too often because that's what they see in their neighborhood. My mission now is to give them something different to see, and you play a role in it. It's called America 2020 and Hope Business in a Box Academies. Go to OperationHope.org today and join the movement to make school cool once again. Visit us on the web at OperationHope.org.
You want to be a showstopper like The Miz? You want to be awesome? Then you'll want to have a game plan. Whether you're a champion or a bettor, you got to be responsible. The DraftKings Sportsbook offers all the tools you need. You can set a realistic budget and bet within your means. You can set time, deposit, and wager limits so you can have a personal game plan for having fun while being responsible. I practice safe bets, and so should you. Visit DraftKings.com/responsible-gaming to learn about all these tools and more.
Eligibility restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/responsible-gaming for details and state-specific responsible gambling resources.
This is News Radio WFLA's Operation Stormwatch.
Brought to you by New South Window Solutions.
Operation Stormwatch here with you, Jay Retcher, Aaron Jacobson. Let's go to the phone lines. We have Sherry Jacobs joining us from TECO. Sherry, thank you so much for joining us today.
Happy to be here.
Sherry, what's the latest we've heard? We've had a couple of people hit us up on social media, also calling in, talking about power outages. What can you tell us as far as what you know right now?
We are starting to see a little bit of weather. We have some scattered outages across our territory, and we are getting to those as we can, as quickly as we can. But, you know, this storm is just starting, so we have a long night ahead of us.
And did you do and Sherry, thanks again for joining us. Did you do the preemptive? Because I noticed this morning in Channel 7, we kind of talked about it a little bit last night, that plans had changed and you guys were going to kind of wait and see. This morning when I left my place in Channelside to come broadcast, I still had power. How did things change there, and what's the latest on that?
I'm glad you asked. So this was all related to storm surge. So when the track of the storm changed to the south, and it reduced our risk of storm surge in downtown significantly. And so because of that, we did not need to move forward with those targeted interruptions. And just as a point of background, we were looking at pinpointed, targeted interruptions just because certain equipment was vulnerable to storm surge. And by shutting it off ahead of the storm, we could reduce restoration time and by avoiding serious damage. So good news, storm moved a little bit, storm surge moved a little bit, and so we did not need to execute that.
Sherry, does that change at all? I mean, you had those predestined or predetermined areas that you were going to turn the power off. Can that change? And if that does change, how do you alert the people that, hey, this could happen in your area?
So yes, this is a dynamic situation, and if the storm surge becomes a high risk again in those particular areas, we will reevaluate at that time. Now, the important thing to remember, those areas are under mandatory evacuation, and they're mostly, with the exception of Harbor Island and Davis Island, they're mostly empty buildings, right? Those folks have been closed for the week, and they were aware of the potential for outages, and they took care of that in advance. So it is a dynamic situation, and we will let folks know if we need to reevaluate.
Sherry, moving forward here, what do you anticipate the end of now that we can kind of see the track of this storm, and sometimes we've seen power will go out for days, sometimes in places it will go out for weeks. What's the best case scenario here for the Bay Area? What's the worst case scenario?
Well, we are asking our customers to anticipate extended outages. This is a really rainy storm. We've had so much rain in recent weeks. There's the risk of trees falling and debris falling into our lines. And so we are anticipating extended outages. We're asking customers to please be patient. Now, the good news is we do have 3,000 workers that are poised and ready to help us restore power. They have come from a dozen states, from as far away as Oklahoma and Indiana and Texas. And many of them arrived yesterday, and the rest are arriving today. So as soon as that storm passes and it's safe for them to work, they are chomping at the bit to help us get power restored as quickly and safely as we can.
Well, Sherry, we do appreciate every time you join us, and you stay safe yourself, and I'm sure we'll hear from you a little bit later on today and tomorrow. Thanks again.
Thank you.
All right, Sherry Jacobs there from TECO. iHeart app, download it now. If you haven't downloaded it, you got to get that, because we are simulcast all across the west coast of Florida here for all of our iHeart stations. 11 a.m., Aaron, the National Hurricane Center, the latest update on Hurricane Ian. This is one of those things where it's almost the countdown, and we're seeing something a little bit different every single time. 11 a.m. is going to be a big one.
Yeah, every time we get a new advisory, we're all waiting pins and needles to see where it goes, and we'll have the latest updates, because you can hear us all the way down the coast here in the state of Florida and across the country on that iHeartRadio app.
You got that right. We're going to hear from Sheriff Nacco from Pasco County. When we return on the other side of the break, we're going to go down in Fort Myers at 10:45 as well, down to Sarasota at 11:50. We're going to go up and down the coast. We're going to make sure we're going to give you all the latest information on Hurricane Ian. Everybody, please be safe out there. This is no joke. I know in the Tampa Bay area, it's a little bit different. The information, I'm sure it's going to be a little bit different at 11 o'clock. Don't let your guard down. There's still going to be a lot of rain. There's still going to be a lot of wind. We have to be safe. All right, when we return, Chris Nacco joins us right here on Operation Stormwatch.
From the BioCell Neuropathy Pain Relief News Desk, this is iHeartRadio's Operation Stormwatch from News Radio WFLA, Tampa.
I'm Gordon Bird, News Radio WFLA. The eye of Hurricane Ian due this afternoon near Charlotte Harbor. It's expected to bring storm surge as high as 18 feet, winds just short of Category 5, and plenty of rain. Even though landfall is not in the immediate Tampa Bay area, we'll face bands of rain and tropical storm to hurricane force winds. News Channel 8 meteorologist Rebecca Berry says Sarasota County could face 100-mile-an-hour winds, but storm surge won't be as much of a problem as water will be flowing out of Sarasota Bay. As for the Tampa Bay area,
we are still looking at the possibility of hurricane force gusts, especially starting midday today and lasting through tonight as the center of the storm kind of passes into Polk County.
Counties east and south of Tampa Bay under a tornado watch. Right now, Ian about 70 miles off Punta Gorda, due to make landfall in that general area this afternoon. I'm Gordon Bird, News Radio WFLA.
From the Florida Central Credit Union Auto Loans Traffic Center, we have hurricane warnings in Hillsborough, Pasco, Pinellas, and Polk counties. The airports are closed at St. Pete, Clearwater, and Tampa International. The Sunshine Skyway Bridge is closed, as are the Pinellas Beach bridges heading westbound. And this report is sponsored by Blindster. Want to save big on new blinds? Blindster.com offers custom-made blinds, shades, and shutters shipped directly to you at prices less than big box retailers. Shop Blindster now and save 45% off any order. Just use the code radio. Offer ends soon. Shop today. Blindster.com. Daisy Ash, News Radio WFLA.
Hi, this is Bob Koshel, broadcasting from the Rude Air Conditioning Weather Center, powered by Gulf Coast Air Systems.
As Hurricane Ian continues to move northeast, we will see bands of heavy torrential rain and strong winds, even the threat for tornadoes in some of those bands. And as the system tracks to the northeast, possible hurricane force winds expected east of I-75 through the evening and overnight before exiting to the north and east. We will still see gusty conditions tomorrow, but we'll see less rain and drying out for Friday and the weekend. I'm Max Defender 8 meteorologist Lee Spann.
This report is sponsored by the Our American Stories podcast.
One of the most misunderstood times in American history is the Salem witch trials. While Arthur Miller's The Crucible has tainted our view, we'll bring you the honest look at what really happened. Be sure to catch this week's edition of Our American Stories on the iHeartRadio app, on Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Robert Palmer, president of RP Funding. With home values at an all-time high, it's a great time to turn your home equity into the cash you need. Plus, get a closing cost credit. Visit rpfunding.com for details.
Terms and conditions apply. We must 7168 Equal Housing.
Hi, I'm Julie Marquez, Pinellas County Supervisor of Elections. Are you election ready? Go to votepinellas.gov to check your registration status, find out how and where to cast a ballot, and view other official election information. That's votepinellas.gov.
Imagine being a business owner and missing out on this payroll tax rebate of up to $26,000 per employee. I mean, seriously, that is game-changing money. If you own a business and you've been dealing with everything from the pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use that money right about now, and I'm here to tell you how you can get it. It's Ryan Gorman. If your business has 5 or more employees and you made it through the pandemic, you could be eligible for that payroll tax rebate I was just telling you about. It's not a loan, so you don't have to worry about paying it back. It's a refund of your taxes. And where you need to go to find out more is getrefunds.com. They have a team of tax attorneys. They're highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned $1 billion to businesses, and they can help you too. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those who took PPP. So to find out if your business qualifies, go to getrefunds.com and click on Qualify Me. This payroll tax refund only available for a limited amount of time, so get on it now.
Truth. From 1953 to 1987, chemicals polluted the water supply of U.S. Marine Corps Base Camp Lejeune. Thousands of patriotic Americans were exposed. Now they're dealing with cancers, lymphomas, and more. Through the Camp Lejeune Justice Act, veterans, family, and civilians can seek compensation for damages in federal court, but time limits apply. Call Farah and Farah at 1-800-HURT-247. Cases may be referred to co-counsel. Tampa.
At Next Level Services, we build, manage, and operate Amazon stores for our clients where we do all the work. Call us right now for a free virtual session to learn more. 850-559-3443. 850-559-3443.
Now, back to News Radio WFLA's Operation Stormwatch, brought to you by New South Window Solutions.
Welcome back to Operation Stormwatch, our coverage here of Hurricane Ian. Alongside Aaron Jacobson, I am Jay Retcher. Let's go to the phone lines, and we're going to hear from Pasco Sheriff Chris Nacco joining us. Sheriff, thank you so much for joining us. Give us an update, if you can, on your location and how everybody's doing up by you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. We're working with our Pasco Sheriff's Office Emergency Operations team, monitoring everything. And, as everybody can see, the storm looks like it's shifting. And so that's one thing we want to make people aware of. Don't take anything for granted. So, as it shifts before, it could shift again. So we just want to make sure people are aware. We're continuing to pray for anybody, no matter where this comes in at. It's going to be a fierce storm. It's going to cause a lot of damage. So, keep praying for anybody who's in this path. But from the Pasco Sheriff's Office standpoint, what we're looking at right now is that it seems like it may be a more easterly event. Our county is a very large county. Mm-hmm. So for residents, Zephyr Hills, Wesley Chapel, Dade City area, we're going to continue to monitor to make sure that, they are in safe position. The one thing is it's been so wet, with these trees, with any wind, we're afraid they're going to come down. So we're going to be working closely with our power companies to be able to get those crews out there very quickly. We have our chainsaw teams, our swiftwater response teams ready to roll. But that's the one thing we're looking at right now. The other thing, too, is, as we go through that phase, we want to make sure that, trucks with supplies can get back into our county, because we have to make sure that, residents within our county, within Tampa Bay, are safe. The third phase would be if, we are spared, God willingly, no matter where we go, we're going to have to deploy forward to help out our fellow Floridians, because this will be a bad storm.
You mentioned the shift here, Sheriff, and when you look at a change in a storm like this, how does the game plan for you change with the changes in the storm?
So, as everybody can imagine, this was a storm that we were projecting. Everything was coming up on the west side. So, we're expecting that flooding in that area over there. And, having the evacuation shelters open. Now it's shifted to the east side, so we're looking for that. The one thing, though, that will be consistent is there's a lot of rain. And so for Pasco County, the storm may pass, but if there's a lot of rain that is dumped into Sumter County, into Hernando County, and possibly Citrus County, that means that rain will 2 to 3 days from now flow down through the Anclote. So we will see, we could see a major still flood event 2 to 3 days after the storm passes. So that's why we're trying to get the word out to people saying, please do not pass if there's a lot of water on the road. It could be a lot deeper than what you think. For residents, as of right now with these winds coming in, we don't know what kind of gusts we're getting. So, don't take it for granted that you think, the storm's not coming our way, and go outside. If you can, stay inside the house. Please, get off the roads, because it's still wet out there. We got emergency crews that are out there that are still we're still responding to law enforcement calls. It's not because the hurricane went into effect that crime stopped, that domestic situation stopped. So, we're still seeing those calls. Last night I was working. Those radios were going off with domestic situation, overdoses, suicide attempts. So we're still handling those calls for service. But we're asking people if they can stay off the roads, just stay off the roads, because us and the power teams from Tico, Duke, Withlacoochee, we got to go out there and make sure everybody can get their power and that they're safe.
Pasco Sheriff Chris Nacco joining us, and you mentioned still responding to calls. What would it mean? Is there a plan in place to shut that down? Is there a plan in place to let everybody know, all right, hey, this is when we're really going to hunker down. This is when we're not going to be able to respond to as many calls because of the weather so bad. Is there kind of a time frame you have in mind, or is it a little bit more of a wait and see approach?
No, it's wait and see, but it's also very localized. So if we're having high gusts in one area of the county, but the other area of the county is still safe for deputies to go on patrol on, they're going to respond. They're going to go out there and still handle those calls for service. So it depends on where the wind gusts are, where they're going. The county 911 system is very good in the fact that they're able to provide that information to tell them, hey, we can or won't be able to make it. Fire rescue, they got those heavier trucks, so for them it's even more difficult than it is for us to respond out there. So those are the type of situations that, we're consistently dealing with, but we localize it to where the worst situations are. We're not going to put the first responders in a situation that they need to be rescued also. But we are still responding to calls for service. The deputies are out there. We're working Alpha Bravo, which means 12-hour shifts. And I applaud our deputies, our first responders, but I also applaud their families, because when those women and men are out there working, protecting the community, their spouses and their families are at home trying to hunker down, and, they're doing a great job at it, and I appreciate that.
Do you anticipate any curfews here, or is that a wait and see as well?
No, I'm not anticipating anything. It's still wait and see, but, right now there's no anticipation. It's not something that's discussing. But yeah.
Sheriff, what about schools? We've seen some closing of schools throughout the rest of the week. Have you guys made a decision yet on what school's going to look like for the rest of the week?
That's something for Superintendent Browning.
Okay.
But I believe they are closed all week. And, and I think we have a great partnership in that our deputies are there with the school security guards and fire rescue are at the shelters. And kudos to the school district. They're doing a phenomenal job, with the shelters. If people want to go, nobody will ever be turned back. So I want to make sure people know, no matter what happens, if their power goes out and they want somewhere to go, the shelters will always be up. They will always be opening and welcoming people. So Superintendent Browning and his team's done a great job. But, people don't think about these things during the storms, but the logistics that go behind preparing and doing these things, these are things we're consistently doing, because we know when these bad days come, we got to be ready for it.
Pasco Sheriff Chris Nacco, always a pleasure. Thank you so much. Stay safe, and we'll talk again soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you everybody for their prayers.
Good stuff there. Aaron?
We've come a long way, Jay, from the days of Irma, where we had to have Pasco County Sheriff Chris Nacco come on to warn people not to shoot at the storm.
Yeah, I remember that. I said
we're going outside and shooting at the storm.
Yeah, listen, we've heard a lot of different stories. We've had a lot of different discussions when we're covering hurricanes here, and we do appreciate everybody for tuning in. Download that iHeartRadio app. I wanted to go through all of the radio stations, Tampa, Sarasota, Fort Myers, that you want to set your presets for all the stations, because there is a chance we'll be on and off air at times. Download the iHeartRadio app. Tampa News Radio, WFLA 970 AM, WFLZ 93.3, WMTX, that's Mix 100.7, WXTB 98 Rock 97.9 FM, WFUS 103.5, WBTP, that's 95.7 The Beat, and WDAE AM 620 95.3 FM. That's our stations in Tampa. Sarasota, WSRZ 107.9, CTQ 92.1, Z105, 105.1, and 105.9. Oldies 1320, that's 1320 AM, and then Kiss FM 103.9. And then our neighbors down south, we have you in our thoughts and prayers there in Sarasota and Fort Myers. Down in Fort Myers, The Beat 105.5 FM, The Beach 95.3 FM, Y100.1, that's 100.1 FM, Cat Country 107.1 FM, Kicks Country 92.9 FM, Seaview 104.9 FM, WCCF News Radio 100.9 FM and 1580 AM, and then Big 98.9, 98.9 FM, and 1070 The Zone, 1070 AM. With this storm approaching, Boca Grande, Captiva, Punta Gorda, Port Charlotte, Northport, Englewood, Venice, Fort Myers, Cape Coral, Fort Myers Beach, everybody down there listening on the iHeartRadio app. We will definitely pass along any information. We're going to go down to Fort Myers to our guy Will Althoff here in a couple of minutes, Aaron, but we're going to have that new advisory at 11 o'clock. We've seen so much of a shift to the east with this storm, that impact that it's going to make on land. Once it finally hits on land, those miles per hour over 150. It's just unfathomable to see winds that high just on the barrier there between a Cat 4 and a Cat 5. Very interested to see in about 17, 18 minutes or so what the latest is from the National Hurricane Center.
Yeah, and we just got the latest from Manatee County, and we knew and we told you we're getting to the point where it's going to get pretty bad out there. And Manatee County to the south of us, Bradenton area, a little to the north of Sarasota, they're on lockdown already. First responders not available. So we are at that time right now where if you're home, you're sheltering in place. If you're at a shelter, you're feeling safe. If you're listening to us on the iHeartRadio app, we'll have updates for you as we go here. But remember, Jay, landfall will be when the eye of the storm, the eye of Hurricane Ian, reaches land. That will be when we see landfall, but already seeing the outer bands, already seeing the impact here on the West Coast.
Yeah, and doesn't mean that there's not going to be rain, because I know whether you're here in the Tampa area or abroad, there is a ton of rain. I have the radar up, and our guy Ryan Gorman left it up for me, and there's just so much rain up and down the state. It is pretty crazy just to see that. You can barely see the state of Florida on the radar because there is so much green and so much yellow. Please be safe. Speaking of be safe, let's go down to Fort Myers, and our guy Will Althoff is going to join us. Will, thanks so much for taking a couple minutes to join us here. Give us the update on your surrounding area right now. How are you holding up?
Remains in effect here for Fort Myers. Forecasters say that Ian is going to make landfall about 25 miles north of here, Fort Charlotte, Punta Gorda area. And that's going to happen around 1 o'clock, so still 2 hours from now. Mayor Kevin Adams here at Fort Myers saying the storm surge is the major threat to the city. Of course, it sits on the mouth of the Suwannee River, and high tide forecast around 4 p.m. today. As a result, the storm surge likely to be at its highest around that time frame.
All right, we're going to have to get a different line for Will there. I mean, you can hear that he is in or around that inclement weather, Aaron. I think what he said, 25 miles maybe north of Fort Myers around 1 o'clock. It sounded like what he was saying, but it was very difficult to hear him. If we can try to get him on a clearer line, we will definitely get him on because we do want to hear that impact or that update from him down there in Fort Myers. I'm looking again at the satellite right now, and there is a ton of green and yellow. You can barely see Fort Myers. So all of our neighbors to the south of us here in the iHeart Studios here in South Tampa, listen, we know here in the Tampa Bay area it has changed, and the storm's going to be different for us. We are not taking this lightly at all, whether it's up here, whether it's down where a lot of our friends and family members and our neighbors down are to the south. This is one of those things we have to stay on high alert, Aaron, the entire time because Hurricane Ian, we are on the precipice of one of the biggest storms that this state has ever seen.
Charlotte County Fire and EMS, they have suspended emergency response to calls for service due to the hazardous weather conditions that we're seeing in Charlotte County. Punta Gorda first responders have suspended emergency response as well. So now, and we've talked about it, don't put yourself in a position where you're going to have to get the help of people that may and probably will not be able to help you. We've been talking about it a lot, Jay, and we got to be careful for that.
Let's go down to Fort Myers again. Let's try to see if we have a better line for Will. Will, you there?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
There we go. Much better, Will. Sorry about that, man. We had to get a clear line. It sounded like you were in the middle of a storm or in an airport hangar. We couldn't really hear you, but man, just give us a can if you can go reiterate what you were saying before about the update of your area there.
Yeah, so storm surge really the big concern here. Mayor Kevin Anderson saying that that's the biggest threat. The city sits on the mouth of the Chokoloskee River. High tide today, forecast around 4 o'clock. So that's going to be about 3 hours after the storm makes landfall, about 25 miles north of here in Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda area. They're saying potentially storm surge 12 feet, maybe more as a result, and upwards of 2 feet of rain as well as the storm passes. There's tornado watches in effect for Fort Myers and Lee County from the National Weather Service until 5 p.m. And yesterday, Governor DeSantis announcing some mandatory evacuations for communities here in Lee County along the coast, and it looks like a lot of people are heeding those warnings.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you. Are you noticing a lot of people leaving? Because it did change so drastically in the last 24 hours where you really are in the path over there of Hurricane Ian here. So what has changed, and have you seen a lot of people at the last second deciding, all right, it's time to evacuate?
Yeah, there are definitely people who are trying to get out, but some people, they just ran out of time. So what happens is people just run out of time, and they're sort of stuck in just trying to hunkering down and doing as best they can. It looked like people were trying to get out of Fort Myers in the area ahead of this storm just to be safe, because we've seen these paths wobble back and forth. You never know, so people just trying to be cautious. But, of course, you've always got people who are willing to ride out of the storm even when they know that it's coming directly at them. So there are definitely those people around as well.
Yeah, what is, and we're talking to our guy Will Althoff down there in Fort Myers, what is kind of the overriding sentiment down there right now with people? Is it one of those where, if you could look at it one way or the other, were there a lot of people that were kind of anticipating this? Did people feel like they were caught off guard? What's the overriding sentiment that you're getting?
I think people across the state are used to these sort of things, and when they get the warnings, they try and best prepare as well as they can. for any sort of impacts. You know, the emergency managers are always reminding everybody, as you know, to be prepared, because you never know. It could, at that last minute, like you said, make that turn and really head for your area when you aren't expecting it. So I think people were just preparing out of an abundance of caution, and now are just trying to do their best to figure out, all right, are we going to put the plywood up? Are we going to put the shutters up? Or are we going to try and escape? And really, escaping's tough now, too, because once this storm really starts hitting, getting out, the roads are going to be flooded, the wind, it's going to be really difficult to go. So you hear emergency management director saying that, you know, if you haven't left yet, you're really out of luck. So just really take caution and try and prepare as best you can inside your home.
All right, Will, thank you so much for joining us. We'll check back with you about 15 after the hour. Thanks so much.
Sounds good.
All right, Operation Stormwatch here. Are we going to break? Operation Stormwatch here. Well, let's hit this quick break. We'll come back. When we return, we will have, we're going to stay here. Manatee County Emergency Chief available now. Let's go to the hotline. We have him?
Can you hear me? I think they put me on hold.
No, we've got you live now.
Hello.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us. What's the latest we're seeing in your parts right now?
All right. Within about 45 minutes ago, the public safety agencies, law enforcement, fire, EMS have evacuated Longboat Key and Anna Marie Island. About 30 minutes ago, all law enforcement, fire services, and EMS countywide has ceased response. We then have locked down the shelters. If people were still in line to get in shelters, we brought them in a safe place and then locked the doors. The public safety complex, including the EOC, is now locked down with storm doors, and no one is going to leave. We put out that we were going to evacuate over 2 days ago, announced the evacuations 24 hours ago.
You there, Steve?
Yes.
Sorry. Manatee County Emergency Chief Steve Litschauer joining us here on Operation Stormwatch. And Steve, how have you seen it change in the last 24 hours as far as everybody kind of being on top of it and making a pivot to making these measures to make sure that everybody is safe during this unbelievable storm?
Well, we've been watching like everybody else, and over the last 45 minutes, we have ceased law enforcement, fire, and EMS response throughout the islands, Anna Marie Island, Longboat Key, and also in mainland of Manatee County. We have locked down the shelters now, and we're advising the public to shelter in place. We've been trying to get them to do that, but what we did see is up until about 8 o'clock this morning, we only had about 2,500 people in shelter space that we had room for 30,000. And in a 2-hour period, we doubled that to over 50,000 people. Or, I'm sorry, 5,000 people. 5,000 people from 2,500.
All right, Steve, thanks so much for the phone call. Everybody stay safe down there, and we might have to talk to you again, but be safe down there. Thanks for calling in.
Okay, thank you. My pleasure.
All right, the latest from down there in Manatee County. We're going to take this break here. When we return, more Operation Stormwatch. Don't forget, we have that latest advisory coming up at 11 a.m. Aaron Jacobson, Jay Retcher. We'll be right back.
Truth. From 1953 to 1987, chemicals polluted the water supply of U.S. Marine Corps Base Camp Lejeune. Thousands of patriotic Americans were exposed. Now they're dealing with cancers, lymphomas, and more. Through the Camp Lejeune Justice Act, veterans, family, and civilians can seek compensation for damages in federal court, but time limits apply. Call Farah Farah at 1-800-HURT-247. Cases may be referred to co-counsel. Tampa.
Wealth-changing question. Has your advisor created a portfolio based only on your age and risk tolerance? That's simply not good enough. Your money deserves better, and so do you. At Creative Planning, our private wealth managers learn about you first, and then they create a customized plan and portfolio by partnering with our in-house money managers, accountants, and attorneys. Don't settle for a standard portfolio. Book your free meeting today at creativeplanning.com. Creative Planning, a richer way to wealth.
Is your prostate secretly being destroyed without you knowing it? All the ads for these prostate pills like Super Beta Prostate, Saw Palmetto, ProstaStream, Prostagenics, and others. Want to know which pills work and which are garbage? Now you can. Get a free copy of the new guide, Prostate Secrets, that pulls back the curtain on the prostate pill industry. Learn what is really in these pills. Which pill has over 987 adverse event reports filed against it with the FDA? It's shocking. Learn the one food to avoid that is a prostate killer, and discover the 3 so-called health foods that destroy your prostate. Get your free copy at prostatesecrets.com. That's prostatesecrets.com. This free guide will show you how to end your prostate problems without drugs or surgery, 5 important things to do to protect your prostate, and much more. Warning, this guide is controversial and may be offensive to some readers as it pulls no punches. So go to prostatesecrets.com, prostatesecrets.com. That's prostatesecrets.com.
The global economic group headed by China and Russia, called BRICS, is dedicated to challenging the dollar. This means the dollar will be further damaged, and along with it, the purchasing power of Americans. This is Stephen K. Bennett. I want to remind you that you can still protect your hard-earned savings from world events. How? By diversifying your 401k or IRA out of paper assets and into physical gold IRA from Birch Gold Group. To claim your free info kit on gold IRAs, simply text the word PROTECT to 989898. It's critical you get this information before the dollar is further eroded and you lose even more of your hard-earned money. So text PROTECT to the number 989898. That's PROTECT to 989898 to get your free info kit on gold. There's no obligation or purchase required. Take action today.
So many people here are getting real lasting joint pain relief from QC Kinetics.
QC Kinetics has changed my life.
I would recommend QC to anybody.
The work that QC Kinetics did paid off exponentially.
It brought me back to an effective age of almost in my 20s and 30s.
QC Kinetics uses cutting-edge regenerative medicine, natural biologics from your own body, precision treatments that can restore and repair damaged tissue in your aching joints, with no meds, no steroids, no drugs, and no downtime.
I got a very quick resolution to my pain.
It is a all-natural therapy. You're using you to fix you.
I got my life back. I got my smile back. And best of all, I got my laugh back.
Don't live with that pain anymore. And don't let them tell you surgery is your only option. Learn more about regenerative options from the local medical professionals at QC Kinetics. Call now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 813-305-3000. That's 813-305-3000. Locations including Bradenton, St. Pete, and Lakeland. 813-305-3000.
Operation Stormwatch coverage continues now on News Radio WFLA.
Brought to you by New South Window Solutions.
Operation Stormwatch, Jay Retcher, Aaron Jacobson here with you. Hope everybody's staying safe out there. We have a down power line right here at Hillsborough Avenue at 22nd. I drive by there all the time to go to softball. Roadblock reported. Avoid that area. I know Hillsborough County putting out a lot of information about flash flooding and strengthening winds. So be safe, please, everybody out there. Extreme wind warning in effect. Cape Coral, Bonita Springs, Estero until 12:45. Another update from the city of Tampa. Zones A and B remain under mandatory evacuation. Heavy winds and rains will be moving throughout our area. Stay out of zones A and B. Shelter in place and stay off the roads. Be careful and be safe. We have another advisory coming up at 11 a.m. and this is one that for the last couple hours we've been anticipating and looking forward to, not in a positive way, but just trying to see where this storm could go. And we're having a discussion about Hurricane Ian a lot different than we were about 24 hours ago. And yes, the landfall is much south, that we were more south than we were anticipating early on. But man, that means that those winds hitting our neighbors to the south in that area of the Fort Myers, we just talked to Will Althoff down there, Captiva, Boca Grande, Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda, Englewood, Northport, Venice. Our thoughts go out to everybody down there. Be safe. I know there was kind of a last-minute shift in the storm, so everybody down there, hunker down, be safe, and make smart decisions as we get closer and closer to Hurricane Ian. All right, we're going to take a break here. When we come back, we'll tell you about that advisory when we return right here on Operation Stormwatch.
If you're a veteran seeking addiction treatment or know a veteran who needs help with drugs or alcohol, our veteran-only staff can help. Visit heroesmile.com or call 888-VET-NOW-2. Heroes Mile, for veterans, by veterans.
CertaPro painters have powers beyond those of ordinary painters.
The power of timeliness.
We show up when we say we will, on time and fully caffeinated.
The power of transformation.
Also known as making your house look so good, your neighbors will be jealous.
The power of certainty.
That's your local CertaPro painters. The power of pro. Get your project started at CertaPro.com.
Each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated. License information available at CertaPro.com.
Hi, Bobby Maggie here. If the stock market has hammered your portfolio, now is the time to consider some alternative options that offer a guaranteed return. At Maggie Tax, we offer fixed solutions that are low risk, guarantee a return, and grow tax deferred. Learn more at MaggieTax.com.
WFLA Tampa, WMTX Tampa, WSRZ Sarasota, WCTQ Venice.
WCCF Punta Gorda.
The following is an important message from Florida Power and Light. In anticipation of the approaching storm's impact on our service territory, we have activated our emergency response plan. FPL is maintaining a 24-hour watch on the storm's path in order to move workers and equipment to areas most likely to be affected. We are positioning resources for rapid restoration and strongly encourage you to take the necessary steps to prepare for possible extended power outages. Make sure you have the supplies needed on hand and keep a close watch on the weather. For more, go to MyFPL. That's JOIN to 69375. Please stay safe.
Hello Matthews says her office hopes everyone is safe.
I think what happens in Florida is a lot of our residents are used to this, and so they think that they can sort of write it out at home. At this point, we have notified all residents that we do have still those shelters open.
The Division of Emergency Management has deployed several hundred people to help staff special needs shelters. Also, over 100 trucks with water and food are ready to be deployed where needed once the storm passes, and several hundred generators and pumps have been staged for response and recovery efforts. The storm is already causing what emergency officials are calling historic flooding in the Florida Keys. Now, the center of Ian is forecast to move up the peninsula and over central Florida tonight and tomorrow. Hurricane Ian is forcing the cancellation of hundreds of flights as it bears down on southwest Florida. More than 1,700 flights have been canceled at 5 Florida airports. Orlando International Airport is the hardest hit, with more than 300 departing flights and almost 400 arriving flights canceled today. With Florida's news, I'm Larry Spillman.
From the Moss Nissan Traffic Center, most of our area counties are under hurricane warning. Several bridges are closed, including the Sunshine Skyway Bridge, the Anna Maria Bridge, the Cortez Bridge, the Ringling Causeway, and the Siesta Key Bridge, as well as the westbound Pinellas Beach bridges. This report is sponsored by the Our American Stories podcast. One of the most misunderstood times in American history is the Salem witch trials. While Arthur Miller's The Crucible has tainted our view, OAS brings you the honest look at what really happened. Be sure to catch this week's edition of Our American Stories wherever you get your podcasts. Daisy Ash, News Radio WFLA.
As Hurricane Ian continues to move northeast, we will see bands of heavy torrential rain and strong winds, even the threat for tornadoes in some of those bands. And as the system tracks to the northeast, possible hurricane force winds expected east of I-75 through the evening and overnight before exiting to the north and east. We will still see gusty conditions tomorrow, but we'll see less rain and drying out for Friday and the weekend. I'm Max Defender 8 meteorologist Lee Spann.
Operation Stormwatch on News Radio WFLA. Brought to you by New South Window Solutions.
Operation Stormwatch here with you, discussing all things Hurricane Ian alongside Aaron Jacobson. I am Jay Retcher, Katie Bacino, James Berlander, Jamie Ferra, and John Momola here with you, keeping you abreast of the situation here. I know we're going to get to the advisory here momentarily from Max Defender 8's. Rebecca Berry is going to join us. There's a traffic alert.
Waffle House is Waffle House. I'm seeing a lot of Waffle Houses closing down on this coast, and that is a horrible sign.
Waffle House. You got that video too from earlier today, didn't you?
Once Waffle House closes, and we know over the years Waffle House will stay open through some bad storms.
Mm-hmm.
A couple different locations closing down, 11 across the state. That's not a good sign.
No, not at all. Traffic alert with winds now ranging between 65 and 75 miles per hour. FHP Tampa closed the Skyway Bridge in both directions. That's something to keep mindful of if you are somehow still trying to evacuate the area. Landfall over the next few hours, followed by a slow track into the interior counties for Hurricane Ian. And man, just looking at the radar now with landfall just in the next couple of hours, Aaron, extreme wind warning. There's tornado watches all up and down throughout the entire state. And that's one of those things where it could branch off of the hurricane. It's, just because you may not be in one of those paths where you're going to get the heaviest of the rain, there are things on the periphery that can really damage your community.
No doubt about it. Hearing out of Sarasota County, the latest out of Sarasota, the communications director telling people in Sarasota, you're going to get a notification once winds hit 45 miles per hour, but that will be the time to shelter in place. And at that time, emergency vehicles, they're going to stop going out.
Yeah.
So as we've been kind of warning people, if things get really bad, I hate to say it, but you may be on your own at this point.
Yeah, we're seeing inland hurricane force gust winds around 73 miles an hour affecting Interstate 4. So I-4, a lot of us here in the Tampa Bay area taking that out to Orlando. Rainfall around 2 to 4 inches an hour there, accompanying those extreme winds. So there is real damage happening across the state, not just where the eye-well will be, and also here in the Tampa Bay area, but just everywhere. If you have friends, relatives, there's going to be rain, there's going to be wind, there's going to be power lines and trees down, there's going to be flooding. This isn't to scare you, it's just to warn you. And this is one of those things when we have a hurricane, we have to be on high alert. This isn't a time for bravado. This isn't for a time of, everything's going to be fine. I mean, just if you have a chance, look at the radar, look at any of our social medias, and look at how all the meteorologists on every station, in every city, in this state, are keeping an eye on Hurricane Ian. But even though, and we're going to talk to Rebecca Berry here momentarily, it looks different here for the Tampa Bay area. We are not out of the woods, Aaron.
Yeah, this was a coastal event as far as we were concerned leading up to this storm. This is now a storm, a hurricane that is going to impact the entire state. That's how big Hurricane Ian is right now, and it got stronger when we thought it was going to get weaker, and it's nearing a Category 5 as far as hurricane force winds, and that is some scary stuff. And we've been talking about the storm surge being really dangerous. When you add a water event and now a wind event, and you combine those together, it becomes really deadly. 12 to 18 foot storm surge potentially in the Port Charlotte area, and really from Sarasota down to Fort Myers. It's looking really dangerous right now.
And when we just talked to Will Althoff down there in Fort Myers, and we're going to talk to him again at 11:15, he mentioned that, saying that, 12 to 18 feet, 2 feet of water, and high tides at 4 o'clock as well. So that's something that you got to keep in mind of as we get closer. You have to factor. There's these certain mitigating factors when you're having these storms, Aaron, where, you have these lakes, you have these rivers where a lot of them, when you're at high tide and you're adding in the storm water and you're adding in the storm surge, there's just a lot of mitigating factors. Is where's this water going to go? And unfortunately, that's when mass flooding occurs.
People are getting a false sense of security. I just got off the phone with my mom. And
how are they doing?
Sarasota County right now. They're okay, but you know what? And I'm guessing they're not alone, because my mom is a very smart woman. But sometimes with these storms, a lot of people think they're bigger than the storm. And when it comes to the storm surge, she was saying, well, Aaron, and I know you're paying attention here, but a lot of the water is being pulled out of the bay. And I said, yeah, Mom, we're seeing that here in Hillsborough County as well. But you know what happens with that water when it gets pulled out? It's going to come back. It's going to come back at some point. So don't get that false sense of security that, you're seeing videos of the water being pulled out. That water will come back.
Yeah, and we saw that, the receding water for Hurricane Irma. And we're not seeing as bad here in the Tampa Bay area, but as we mentioned with Rebecca Berry last time we had her on last hour, we were discussing how this is not a time to go outside and, take your selfies, take your ussies, going out there and, walking around. This is a time where just stay in the house. Just relax. Play your favorite board games. Now's the time, and we know there's going to be power outages. We haven't really mentioned this too much, Aaron, here in the last hour or so. This is the time you want to charge everything. You want to make sure that you have everything in line with your electronics, because if you lose power, you may not get it back as quickly as you'd like. And I know in the world that we live in now, where we have technology at the grip of our fingertips, you may be without it. So charge all your phones, charge all your portable chargers, your laptops, your tablets, everything, because you never know when that power is going out, and you never know when you're going to get that power back in the near future.
Take your Ussie inside, right? Do your TikToks inside. That's the place to do it right now. Jay, the hardest part, it's the waiting game, right? It's being patient. It's like we know Sarasota County down to Fort Myers, you know it's going to be bad, but it's not at that point yet. Everyone's trying to be patient. It is a waiting game right now. We're just kind of like, hey, can you just come in and move out and let's be done with you?
All right, let's go back to the phone lines. WFLA Max Defender 8 meteorologist Rebecca Berry joins us. Rebecca, thanks so much for joining us. As always, what's the latest from that 11 a.m. advisory?
So the 11 a.m. advisory brought good news and bad news. The bad news is it's confirmed that we've got near Category 5 Hurricane Hunter aircraft reconnaissance data, and so this is the strongest Category 4 that could come ashore. We're looking at 155-mile-per-hour sustained winds possible along the coastline from Sarasota County south, and so that's the bad news. The good news is it's going to move a little faster across the state because it's taking a slightly more southerly track. I don't know if you're watching Jeff Baradelli's Wobble Tracker. We've got that online and going on our WFLA Now stream, but it is jogging a little further east than the National Hurricane Center track, and so that did adjust and correct for that. And the further south it goes, the faster it's going to cross the peninsula. We now expect it to remain a tropical storm as it crosses the peninsula and heads towards northeastern Florida because of the slightly faster forward motion and that initially higher intensity that we're seeing out there right now. And so it will be extremely damaging in winds and storm surge south of Sarasota County. Sarasota County is going to bear the brunt of the worst of the winds for our area, and then we'll have a lot of damage there and a lot of power outages. But I'm less worried about storm surge for that area because it is passing further south. I'm less worried about storm surge for the entire area. I'm sure you're seeing those posts on social media, all the pictures and videos we've been posting on our WFLA Instagram and Facebook page, as well as on air, of the bays emptying out. We've got lower than normal tide levels, and that will continue. We're sitting right at low tide for a lot of locations right now, and I don't anticipate the tide to come back in against the wind very much. And so as we approach our next low tide, which will be after sunset tonight, we will continue to see our waterways emptying out because of those strong offshore winds. I know everyone's waking up right now and thinking, it's just, it's just rainy out there. We were just seeing some gusty winds. We are not seeing tropical storm force winds across most of our area right now, and we certainly aren't seeing the hurricane force winds that we expect to move across our area, starting in Sarasota County and tracking towards Polk County, especially after sunset and overnight tonight. So this is just the beginning of a very slow process, and we are going to be getting increasingly windier and increasingly rainier. I'm especially concerned with inland rain in Polk County. I think we're going to get about a foot of rain in a lot of areas, and that will cause long-term flooding for the next several days for some of our inland areas.
Yeah, it's changed a lot where we thought this was going to be a coastal event, and now, like you mentioned, going inland, it's taken on the entire state.
It is the size of the state of Florida. I think that's what's catching a lot of people off guard. It's slow forward motion and its wide size. The eye of Hurricane Charlie was 5 miles. The eye of this system after that eye wall replacement cycle last night is 40 miles. And so this is a monster in terms of size. And a lot of times when you get storms this large in terms of size, they aren't that intense and they aren't able to hold together as well as this one is, and certainly not continue to intensify as it interacts with land and starts to make its way on shore. And that's what we're seeing. I wish we were seeing a weakening storm. If it had taken that more northerly track, it would have more negatively impacted the Bay Area, but it would be weaker because of its interaction with the shear. And the shear isn't really cutting this storm off very much because it's just not taking that path. It's turning in earlier than anticipated from the last couple of days of tracks, and so it's not getting that weakening event from the shear.
Rebecca, based on the last advisory, when you look right here, let's say in the right smack dab in the middle of the Tampa Bay area, what time could we expect the worst weather? Give me what category could it be, and kind of the idea of what the miles per hour for the winds could be.
Okay, so the worst of the weather will be down in Sarasota midday today. That's when it starts in Sarasota County. It's going to move onshore this afternoon in Sarasota. In Tampa Bay, we'll start to get damaging winds between 2 and 4 p.m., and then winds will continue to increase. The worst of the weather for the actual Tampa Bay area will be probably between 11 p.m. and 3 a.m. That's when the hurricane force winds will be over our eastern Hillsborough County. And so this storm is going to track south of Sarasota more towards Orlando. And it will take 12 hours to go from a Category 4 storm to a Category 1 storm as it nears Polk, as it's over Polk County. And that's just the eye. That's just half of this monster of a storm. It's halftime, as I call it, in the middle of the night. And so we still wake up to tropical storm conditions tomorrow morning, and it's just going to take a really long time to stop raining. The exception to that is our southern areas, because all of the rain is on the northern and western side of this eye, and so our southern areas will dry out very quickly once the storm passes, but it will remain quite windy. I think bridges like the Skyway will remain closed through parts of Thursday, and so this is just a really long process, and we are worried about the slow flooding over inland areas throughout the overnight hours. We're expecting about a foot of flooding.
I've heard some people ask, how do you know when it's time, if we're staying on the first floor of our home, how do we know when it's time to get to higher ground? How does this work with the storm surge coming in as far as, I imagine people will know, how quickly will that water really start to come in?
And so there's different types of flooding. Storm surge flooding, it comes in waves. It's not like a tsunami. It's not one big wave, a 6-foot wall of water. Storm surge starts with a 6-inch wave, and 3 inches of that goes back out, but 3 inches stays. And then another 6-inch wave, and 3 inches of that goes out, and another 3 inches stays. So now you've got 6 inches of water. And it continues to build as the lowest pressure of the storm gets closer and closer and closer. And so if you're in a home and you're getting water, it's time to go. And so you have to go up. You can't go out at that point. And so you have to get up from that point anytime you start to see water, because water starts to interact with the electricity in your home. Water starts to move objects around in your home, and that's the problem. Now, the rain flooding is faster. Most of the time, rain flooding occurs a lot faster, and it's more alarming because it crosses a threshold and enters your home as more of an outpouring instead of gradually, as you would see with some of the storm surge flooding. And so our inland areas, if you're in this flood-prone area, I just want you to sleep somewhere safe tonight where you can get higher, because we're just worried about that inland flooding risk and people getting stuck and not being able to get in cars and go to places that are safe because of the rain and the flooding and compromised roadways and higher winds. And so that's our main concern with the flooding tonight.
WFLA Max Defender 8 meteorologist Rebecca Berry. Rebecca, thank you so much. You're on top of it. We'll talk to you again next hour.
Thank you.
All right, let's go down to Fort Myers. We have our guy Will Althoff joining us again. Will, how's it going down there in Fort Myers? What's the latest?
We're about 2 hours away from landfall, happening about 25 miles north of Fort Myers in the Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda area. Mayor Kevin Anderson has emergency response teams ready for the recovery effort after the storm. Of course, that's not going to be until at least tomorrow, most likely, because this storm is going to be a slow mover. Evacuation orders for Fort Myers area in effect. At this point, almost too late to go. Flooded streets, high winds, making it difficult to go anywhere. A lot of people did follow those evacuation orders. There was traffic getting out of the city last night as people were trying to leave. Of course, plenty of people still remain because that's just how it goes, right? People decide that they don't want to leave their homes during these storms, and they hunker down, and that's what some people are doing. 12 feet or more of storm surge expected on the Caloosahatchee River, which, of course, Fort Myers sits on. High tide happening at 4 o'clock today, so it's going to be a wet afternoon.
What are you seeing as far as outside right now? Kind of paint the picture of the storm, how it looks right now before it starts to get really bad.
It is just, the winds have really picked up, the gusts. Of course, we've heard that the hurricane winds are 155 miles per hour as of the 11 a.m. update. So really, you're just seeing a lot of things on the move. We're anticipating power to go down at some point, probably relatively soon, within the next couple of hours for a lot of customers as a result, but there's just water and wind all over the place currently.
Will, how's everybody in your troop there, friends, family, everybody good for you?
Yeah, everybody, hunkering down and trying to do as best they can. Supplies are ready to go, and, it's just one of those things when you live in Florida, right? You try and ride out the storm as best you can and pray for the best.
Well, we appreciate you checking in. We'll talk to you again the next hour. Thoughts and prayers to go to you and yours. Thanks again.
Thank you.
All right. Updates from up and down the state. Aaron, we're hearing from a little bit of everybody. We're trying to go down to Chief Meteorologist Bob Harrigan in Sarasota after this next break, but this is...
Bob is the best.
Bob is the best.
Bob is the best. I've known Bob for probably 25 years. Yes, so I'm excited to have Bob on because he knows what's going on down in Sarasota, and we've been talking about it. They're going to be having big impacts here in a couple hours, so that's going to be an important report out of Sarasota.
Yeah, so make sure, again, download that iHeartRadio app if you haven't already. Here in the Tampa Bay area, Sarasota, Fort Myers, pretty much anywhere in the country. I know I have family members all across North America that are listening right now. We appreciate everybody for tuning in. All of your words of encouragement, your thoughts, and your prayers as we handle Hurricane Ian. All right, we're going to take a break. When we return, hopefully we'll get a hold of Bob Harrigan, and we'll give you the latest on Hurricane Ian. You're listening to Operation Stormwatch.
Hear that? That's the sound of water coming from leaking pipes. Hi, this is Pete from Repipe Specialists. Let's end those leaks and the damages they can cause to your walls, ceilings, and floors by replacing those old, corroded, or brittle pipes with high-quality new ones. With over 30 years of experience and work that's guaranteed for life, Repipe Specialists will expertly and seamlessly repipe your entire home in just 1 to 2 days. Call us by this Saturday, and we'll include the wall patching for free. So long, water-dripping drum solos. If you have leaks or even low water pressure, call Repipe Specialists now at 813-547-8399 to schedule a free home estimate and get free wall patching, plus zero down, zero interest financing for the first 18 months on approved credit. Local and insured. Call 813-547-8399 or go to repipe.com. That's 813-547-8399 or go to repipe.com. Repipe Specialists, making your repipe job fast, seamless, and simple. That's our specialty.
Hey, Steve, I got breaking news. Retirement Success is now on Sunday mornings at 9 a.m.
That's right, Elizabeth. Retirement Success is now on Saturdays and Sunday mornings at 9 a.m. right here on 970 WFLA.
Burning pain radiating your hands or feet, pins and needles in the extremities, problems with balance, pain from the pressure of walking. Jack Harris here, and these are the warning signs of peripheral neuropathy. If left untreated, they can lead to amputations. At BioCell Health, they have the solution without the use of narcotics or other prescription medications. Visit StopMyPainTampa.com to schedule your free consultation. That's StopMyPainTampa.com.
Saving money has never been more important. We all have to make sure our financial house is in order, especially at times like these. But what more can you do to add money to your budget? How about you refinance your mortgage? A viable solution that may save you up to $1,000 a month. Here's how it works. You call American Financing, the mortgage consultants, for a free mortgage review. No obligation, no pressure, no upfront or hidden fees. Just a simple conversation around which loan program may be a better fit. Because the rates have never been this low, the chances are you're going to benefit, and you could lower your monthly payments, and you could, in the long run, save tens of thousands of dollars, all without starting your term over. So don't put it off any longer. Make the call right now. Do your homework and see how much you can save. You might even be able to postpone 2 mortgage payments. Call 800-906-2440. That's 800-906-2440, or visit AmericanFinancing.net.
American Financing, NMLS 182334, www.nmlsconsumeraccess.org.
Hi, Bobby Maggie here. If this year's stock market volatility has hammered your investment portfolio, now is a great time to consider some options that offer you a guaranteed return. At Maggie Tax, we offer fixed solutions that are low risk, guarantee your return, and that grow tax deferred. A great addition to your portfolio that provides positive annual returns that you won't be taxed on until taking withdrawals. Visit MaggieTax.com. Stop worrying about the stock market and start enjoying some positive returns. Get all the facts at MaggieTax.com.
I'm Harvey Massey. Think about this for a moment. Pest control involves applying pesticides inside your home, whether needed or not. At Massey Services, we just don't do that. We prevent pests from getting inside your home so we won't have to control them later. Why settle for pest control when you can trust Massey's Pest Prevention? It's guaranteed or your money back. Massey Services. Expect more and get it.
When you're injured in a car accident and the insurance company denies your medical bills, denies to pay your lost wages, and won't repair your car, it's time to fight back. Time to call Farah and Farah at 800-500-5555. Tampa.
This is News Radio WFLA's Operation Stormwatch.
Brought to you by New South Window Solutions.
Welcome back. Operation Stormwatch with our coverage of Hurricane Ian alongside Aaron Jacobson. I am Jay Retcher. Let's go back to the phone lines. ABC7 Chief Meteorologist Bob Harrigan joins us from down in Sarasota. Bob, thanks so much for joining us. Give us an update on your surrounding area right now, if you can.
Jay and Aaron, we're looking at tropical storm force winds right now. At the airport, we got gusts up to 60 miles an hour. It's been raining heavy at times. The bay starting to empty out in Sarasota Bay, and some of the rivers, too, on that east to northeast wind that's blowing into Ian. And the 11 o'clock advisory just came out. I'm sure you guys know about that. Obviously, it's on the verge of becoming a Category 5, and wouldn't be surprised to see it become a Category 5 prior to landfall. It looks like now fairly certain into Charlotte Harbor as a devastating, obviously, catastrophic storm. And as we always talk about, you guys, it's the water that causes the most problems, and it certainly is going to be the case with this. This is no Charlie. It's no, obviously, Irma. It is its own name, Ian, and it's going to be devastating to Charlotte Harbor. And I'm talking the surrounding cities, too. Northport, Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda, Inglewood, all the way up to Venice. And if you get that eye wall, that's where you're going to see those, 150 to gusts up to 180 possibly with this storm. So it is a storm of history making, and it needs to be taken seriously. Obviously, I see some people out there surfing already and kind of having fun here in Sarasota, but you'll notice a big difference by mid-afternoon today.
You mentioned, Bob, the water coming out of the bay right now. For people in Lido, St. Armand's area, Bird Key, downtown Sarasota, what does that mean for them with the water coming out? What will happen to that later?
Well, obviously, boats will be grounded, that are moored up, and if they're not moored up properly, they'll be hanging there on their docks. But it'll go out, as it did with Irma, and as the storm gets further north, it'll start to come back in. Right now, that storm surge warning is still in effect from Longboat Key southward. Get this, 12 to 18-foot storm surge expected into Charlotte Harbor. This is the worst-case scenario for them. And we always talk about it. We've been talking about it for the 38 years I've been here. That is the most vulnerable area along with Tampa Bay with a storm of this magnitude coming ashore. So you can't really get an idea because it's never really happened there in Charlotte Harbor, and it's going to happen now.
ABC7 Chief Meteorologist Bob Harrigan joining us from down in Sarasota. Bob, when did it take that turn? Which advisory did you see that you thought, man, this could really kind of change and really impact my area?
Well, it was 2 nights ago, actually. We have an in-house forecast model. It's surprisingly IBM. And I showed it on the 6 o'clock newscast, and I said, look at this model. Well, everything was pointing north of Tampa. This one had it going directly into and around South Sarasota and Charlotte Harbor. These high-res models typically do a lot better than the European and GFS, when it's short-term and short range. So anyway, it was a couple days ago, and at that point started putting the hurricane shutters up at the house. I believe that was on Saturday and Sunday, and obviously we're here for the duration. It's going to start getting rough here. I just want to let the listeners know out there that what they should be doing in preparation. I know we've had big gusts, trees are down, power outages starting to happen. The major weather doesn't really get into Sarasota, at least, from Venice northward, until mid-afternoon. And if you're in that eye wall, you're going to experience those strong winds. And it's not going to fall apart as quickly as normal storms because it's gaining strength as it makes landfall. That's the worst kind of hurricane. And in fact, this one's going to stay intact all the way across the state, and hurricane warnings have been issued along the east coast of Florida, too. East Central with hurricane warnings expected to go up near the northeast coast of Florida, too. So it's a devastating storm. It went through a eye wall replacement just at the right time, unfortunately. And what happens to that is that's when the storm starts to expand. The inner eye wall collapses, and then a larger eye wall develops on the outside of that, some 20 to 30 miles away from the original. And then it takes time, but it usually gains strength, and that's what we saw from about, I would say, 11 o'clock last night to about 4 o'clock this morning is when it did that. And unfortunately, it's not going to go away. Even after it makes landfall, the winds are still going to be at 120 miles an hour well inland.
Bob, your coworker John Scalzi told people if you don't have a bike helmet, maybe use a cooking pot. I just got a picture from my mother. She has a pot on her head. She is officially a pothead.
I did too. I just got a meme from a friend of mine that sent me that. But yeah, I mean, whatever it takes, right? I mean, This is survival. This is not, you try to protect yourself with whatever you've got. And the bike helmet's a real good idea, in fact. So in your safe room, around your safe room, stay there, stay close, stay in touch, obviously listening to the radio. And when things start happening, don't wait for the warnings to go off. You'll know it, you'll feel it, you'll sense it. Get into that safe room and protect yourself as best as possible.
Bob Harrigan, ABC7 Chief Meteorologist from down there in Sarasota. Bob, we appreciate a couple minutes of your time. Stay safe, and we'll talk to you soon. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Stay safe. See you.
All right, Bob Harrigan there down in Sarasota. All right, Aaron's going to take a little bit of a hiatus, change up a little bit. We're going to have Laura Diaz joining us on the other side. Don't go anywhere. This is Operation Stormwatch. We're talking all things Hurricane Ian. Be safe out there.
From the BioCell Neuropathy Pain Relief News Desk, this is iHeartRadio's Operation Stormwatch from News Radio WFLA, Tampa.
I'm Steve Summers, News Radio WFLA with a Hurricane Ian update. Hurricane Ian continues to get stronger as it moves north-northeast at 10 miles an hour with sustained 155-mile-an-hour winds. Landfall looms this afternoon south of Venice and north of Charlotte Harbor. Ian will weaken after landfall and continue up through Polk County and into Orlando. Northeast winds will continue across Tampa Bay through today, which means that storm surge will not be an issue for Tampa Bay, but flooding rains will continue to be a problem as Ian moves slowly across the region now through tomorrow morning. Strong wind gusts with power outages and isolated tornadoes are also a possibility. Several thousand people are already without power across Tampa Bay. Those high winds also have the Sunshine Skyway Bridge across the mouth of Tampa Bay closed. Hurricane and storm surge warnings continue in Tampa Bay. I'm Steve Summers, News Radio WFLA.
So the Florida Central Credit Union Auto Loans Traffic Center, most of our area counties are under hurricane warnings. Several bridges are closed, including the Sunshine Skyway Bridge, the Anna Maria Bridge, the Cortez Bridge, the Ringling Causeway, the Siesta Key Bridge, and the westbound Pinellas Beach bridges. This report is sponsored by Root Air Conditioning, powered by Ferguson HVAC. Hoffman Electrical and Air Conditioning is one of Tampa's most trusted HVAC and electrical companies. Their team provides residential and commercial electrical and air conditioning services. Contact Hoffman Electrical and AC today for maintenance. HoffmanElectrical.com. Daisy Ash News Radio, WFLA.
From the Morgan & Morgan Weather Center, America's largest injury law firm.
As Hurricane Ian continues to move northeast, we will see bands of heavy torrential rain and strong winds, even the threat for tornadoes in some of those bands. And as the system tracks to the northeast, possible hurricane force winds expected east of I-75 through the evening and overnight before exiting to the north and east. We will still see gusty conditions tomorrow, but we'll see less rain and drying out for Friday and the weekend. I'm Max Defender 8 meteorologist Lee Spann.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
Listen to Red Pilled America's multi-part series on Richard Nixon. It's an in-depth look into why the media in Hollywood are so obsessed with him and goes a long way in explaining what Watergate was really about. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. That's Red Pilled America.
Always do the right thing. Hi, it's Glenn Beck. That's how I was raised. Always tell the truth and do the right thing. Even now, when I'm looking for somebody to work with, that's what I want. Someone who will do the right thing. Tell me the truth. What about you? Think about your financial advisor. Are they doing the right thing for you and your retirement right now? I hope so. But don't you want to know for sure? Get a second opinion on your retirement plan. Steve and Elizabeth Holland and their team at the Holland Group Retirement Wealth Advisors have been doing right by families in Tampa for more than 25 years, and they want to do the same for you. They're local, independent. They're advisors whose sole focus is doing the right thing for you and your retirement. Give Steve and Elizabeth Holland and their team a call at the Holland Group Retirement Wealth Advisors and get a second opinion today. 727-228-4674. Do the right thing. Get a second opinion with Steve and Elizabeth Holland at 727-228-4674.
Burning pain radiating your hands or feet, pins and needles in the extremities, problems with balance, pain from the pressure of walking. Jack Harris here, and these are the warning signs of peripheral neuropathy. If left untreated, they can lead to amputations. At BioCell Health, they have the solution without the use of narcotics or other prescription medications. Visit StopMyPainTampa.com to schedule your free consultation. That's StopMyPainTampa.com.
Natural Food, Seitenbacher.com. SEITENBACHER. Seitenbacher.
Now, back to News Radio WFLA's Operation Stormwatch, brought to you by New South Window Solutions.
All right, welcome back to Operation Stormwatch. Jay Retcher here with you, and the lovely Laura Diaz joins us here on Operation Stormwatch. Hey, Laura, how's it going?
Hey, how are you? I mean, I know in Tampa Bay area, we're doing a whole lot better than folks in the Fort Myers, Punta Gorda, Sarasota, even. You know, we're lucky to be in Tampa right now, but definitely thinking of folks down south of us at this moment, as we're just, hours away from the eye of Hurricane Ian making landfall as a Category 4 storm. Truly unbelievable, just a couple miles shy of a Category 5 storm. I mean, what were they saying? Right now we're at maximum sustained winds of 155 miles an hour.
It's
with
wild.
The Cat 5 would be clocking in at 157 miles an hour. So talk about basically just right there at that Cat 5 status. Unbelievable that we're living through this right now.
Yeah, you're right. And Bob Harrigan just joined us from down in Sarasota, 60 miles an hour already with the winds at the airport. And they're looking at storm surge of 12 to 18 feet. It's crazy, all the information that we're getting, just by the minute. And we have a certain little thread here on Twitter with all of the information from up and down the west coast of Florida. And to just see how many different cities, how many different counties are chiming in with closures here. And, you know, Charlotte County about 40 minutes ago saying first responders are grounded. They're no longer heading out to calls for help because conditions are too dangerous. Just something you have to be aware of. And again, we've said it before, we'll say it again. Charge all your phones, get all those portable chargers, your laptops, your tablets, everything. You just never know when you're going to need them. You're up a little higher north. Laura, how was the weather here down in South Tampa? A lot of wind, a lot of rain. It's only going to get worse. How was it by you?
Oh, sure. North Tampa, I mean, we're just sitting pretty. Just a couple of wind gusts, maybe 30-mile-an-hour wind gusts at this point, a little drizzly rain. It just feels like kind of a windy, normal sort of thunderstorm type of day that we experience in Tampa Bay and Florida all the time. You know, what's crazy, Jay, last night we were broadcasting live, and we were just talking about how there was a woman that we were talking with Big Rig, and he said there was a woman he knew that she had not even realized, because keep in mind this track was going straight for Tampa Bay for so long, and it was just kind of felt like a sure thing until it just decided to shift to the south. Now we're talking about, Punta Gorda, Fort Myers, Sarasota getting hit so hard in just a couple of hours. They're going to be experiencing catastrophic conditions. That this woman who lived in Fort Myers, she texted her friend who lived in Tampa and said, just worried about you guys in Tampa, hope everything's safe. Are now more than likely scrambling down to the south of Tampa Bay saying, wait a minute, this wasn't the plan. And now here we are just, a couple of hours away from landfall with a, high Cat 4, low Cat 5 hurricane. We haven't seen anything like this. A Cat 5 storm, not that it is right now, but it very well could become. We haven't seen a Cat 5 storm make landfall in the U.S. over the last 30 years. Wow. And so if this does creep up to that Cat 5 status, I mean, this is already going to be a historic hurricane for Florida, for sure, even if it doesn't reach Cat 5 status.
Yeah, it's a great point because of how I think we take for granted doing what we do, Laura, of how you have to be so savvy with technology nowadays, but we know that not everybody's like that. So they may not have the ability to get the abundance of information about what's going on with the hurricane right now. So if you have friends, family members, neighbors that are like that, try to reach out to them in some capacity and let them know about the changes. And, we're going to keep telling you about downloading that iHeartRadio app. And especially if you want to save some phone battery. And I know there's going to be a lot of people, and Laura, I'm sure you've gotten this, I've gotten this, everybody that's here in the building has gotten, comments and questions and inquiries from friends and family across the country. How's it going down there? I've had my cousin on the East Coast just text me, hey, how's it there in Tampa? When you need to save battery, I mean, it might be a little bit better for them to, of course you're going to check in, but if they're listening on the iHeartRadio app and they're listening to our show right now, they can be in other parts of the country and find out what's going on, because this is an ever-changing story with Ian.
Yeah, absolutely. And, this is just a good reminder right now, if you're listening and you're in anywhere even remotely close to the eye of Hurricane Ian, which is a Category 4, we're talking about maximum sustained winds. Sustained winds. This is not a gust. We are talking about constant wind flow of 155 miles an hour. If you don't, we can't really fathom what that means, because this is not a condition any of us, even in Florida, are used to. But we're talking about roofs, exterior walls. We're talking about catastrophic damage to even, and this is important to note, well-built homes.
Yes.
So just because you're not living in a mobile home park or a manufactured home does not mean that a Category 4 storm isn't going to affect your home. I mean, this damage for the folks in Punta Gorda, Fort Myers, south of Sarasota, they're going to be seeing such high winds. You're also talking about uprooted trees. Power poles are going to be downed. And when that happens, power outages can last for weeks, possibly even months, depending on what kind of flooding. And now when we're talking about inland Tampa Bay, everyone's like, oh, we're out of it. It's not coming for us anymore. No, think again, not that we're going to have maximum sustained winds of that level. We're going to be talking about inland flooding. Storm surge no longer an issue for Tampa Bay, which is a wonderful piece of news. But down south, you were saying, up to 18 feet of a storm surge. That's going to be catastrophic for, downtown Fort Myers area.
You're right. And we're talking a lot about the water and the wind, but especially we've seen this already in the last 24 hours, a tornado. And there's a tornado warning just issued for Hardy, DeSoto, and Highlands County until 12:15 today. That means that a tornado has been detected on radar.
Category 4 with Hurricane Ian. Catastrophic damage to well-built homes is on the table right now. Englewood to Bonita Beach, including Charlotte Harbor, we are talking a storm surge of 12 to 18 feet. That is massive. Okay. And I was listening to someone in a press conference earlier this afternoon who was talking about, he said, when I tell you the storm surge, we're talking up your pants as you stand, outside or even in your home. We're talking up your pant leg kind of storm surge. And when he put it that way, it was like, wow, you're talking about if I'm standing in my home and this storm surge is up my pant leg getting it wet, that's how high the water can come. It really put it into a great visual of just how much flooding we could be seeing in that area. Now, inland flooding in Tampa Bay is also a real concern with all the rain that folks are getting. Certainly, Englewood to Bonita Beach area, yes, you better believe they're going to be seeing flooding and storm surge as well. But even north in Tampa Bay area, inland flooding is going to be a concern. When you have down power lines and a whole lot of flooding, then it can get dangerous for, people can get electrocuted. Don't think that you are so safe if you're out of the cone now. See, another thing we've seen, Jay, over the last overnight especially, was that cone of uncertainty has really narrowed. Tampa Bay is out of the cone of uncertainty at this time, which is great news, but don't be completely putting your guard down because you go outside, you think it's just a little bit of a windy day, but there can still be down power lines, which can oftentimes be, when we're talking about loss of life in these things, it can be almost very preventable things like that, where someone just walks out and has there's electricity, down power lines in places that weren't even that hard hit. So let's not let anyone in Tampa Bay be that story on the news that you hear about. Let's just stay inside and ride this thing out for the next 24 hours or so.
Yeah, it's a great point, Laura, because with these advisories coming out and seeing how this storm has shifted to the east, I think there was a little bit of a false sense of security from people here in the Bay Area of, oh, well, it's going to hit farther down south. Well, there's still a lot to be weary of. There's still a lot of rain that is going to come into this area. So, yeah, the storm surges, as initially planned, we were thinking we were going to be, at some of the numbers that Sarasota and their counties are going to have. But it doesn't mean we're not going to have a lot of rain. Doesn't mean that we're not going to have a lot of wind. So it's something, you just got to be diligent. You got to be smart. You got to make good decisions as we get closer and closer to when it's going to hit here. And we were talking to Rebecca Berry. I asked her, okay, right here in the Tampa area, when could we see like the worst of the worst? And she said it'll be probably overnight, 11 p.m. to 3 a.m. You're still going to wake up with some tropical force winds. So we are not going to be out of the clear anytime soon. So just sit down, relax. And she even said, have your hurricane party with your friends and family. Just stay inside. And for those, some people that want to get and they feel they get a little stir crazy and they want to get out of the house, this is not the time. Just take a deep breath. Enjoy the time with the people around you and just be patient. I know it's hard in the world that we live in to tell people to be patient. We want everything so quickly. We want everything, in a microwave. But right now, you have to be patient.
If you're one of the lucky ones right now, because we're talking about thousands of people without power already in the Tampa Bay area. I don't know if you've been seeing all these updates, but when we're talking about down south, the Naples area and surrounding areas around Naples, tens of thousands of people already without power. This thing hasn't even made landfall yet. So if you're one of the lucky ones still with power right now, please do not. I have two young kids at home right now, 7 and 9 years old. They're playing their little, Nintendo Switch and everything else. And I said, listen, guys, let's keep it plugged in while you're playing it. Because all these kids are out of school, they're home. Let's not, just be not thinking about power. Keep everything charged while you have power, because when it goes out, it's out.
Yeah.
And there's no turning it back on. So if you're with power, charge everything right now. Do not take anything off the charger. Make sure your refrigerator is nice and cold. If you lose power there, at least it'll be cold for a little while after that. Just do whatever you can do. If you can freeze some water bottles, sometimes you can fill up a Ziploc bag with water, put that in the freezer. If you've been delaying all of these things, and here we are with 2 miles shy of a Cat 5 hurricane headed right for the Naples area. I mean, now's the time to do it. And just whatever you can do to prepare for possible power outages for weeks, even possibly months without power in some areas that are going to be hit the hardest. I mean, we've only seen 2 Category 5 storms make landfall in the entire U.S., 2 Cat 5 storms in the last 30 years. So to give you an idea of how rare this is, that we're just shy of a Cat 5 storm about to make landfall, not somewhere else, but right here on the west coast of Florida. I mean, this is all of our problem right now.
You got that right. Laura, good stuff. We will rejoin you here momentarily. We're going to take a quick break. When we return, Sarasota County Government Communications Director Jamie Carson will join us to talk all things Hurricane Ian. This is Operation Stormwatch.
I miss my baby, someone stole my baby. By the way, my baby is my landscaping truck that was literally stolen from a job site. Baby, won't you please come home?
Owning a small business isn't always as lovely as it sounds, but with 30-plus customizable coverage options, Progressive Commercial keeps your business humming along. Get a quote in as little as 6 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com.
I love my sweetheart. By the way, that's my riding lawnmower.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Coverage and discounts not available for all vehicles or states. Policy terms and conditions apply.
The abortion pill now accounts for over 50% of all abortions. This chemical poisoning essentially ends pregnancy before 11 weeks. No matter what state you're in, abortion is just a virtual meeting away. Hi, it's Glenn, and a few years ago I decided that I couldn't look away any longer. I had to speak up. I knew that I as an individual and we as a people had to get right with God and do everything we could to stop the destruction of these helpless souls. So now I want to invite you to join Preborn in their mission to help save babies' lives. Preborn has rescued hundreds of thousands of babies through ultrasound and now offers a telehealth program to introduce expectant moms to the precious life growing inside of them.
I'm going to keep my baby, and I'm going to be a great mom.
Preborn is entirely dependent on you, the pro-life community. Your help is needed now more than ever. Would you consider a tax-deductible gift of any size? Donate at pound 250, keyword baby, or go to preborn.com/Beck.
Greetings, naturopathic Dr. Dennis Black here, founder of Rough Greens. Rough Greens is not dog food, but because dog food is dead food, it needs to be supplemented with live, powerful nutrition. Go ahead, take a bowl of your dog's kibble and put it on a shelf and see what happens after 2 to 3 years. You know what happens? Nothing. No mold, no bacteria, nothing happens. Because you know why? There's nothing alive in it. Dogs need live nutrition, which is why I formulated Rough Greens with live vitamins, minerals, probiotics, omega oils, and so much more to help your dog with all of their health issues. I'm so confident that Rough Greens will help. My dogs and I will send you a free Jumpstart trial bag so your dog can try it before you buy it. You don't have to change your dog's food to improve their health. Just sprinkle on a little Rough Greens. They'll love it, and it's an easy and smart way to get your dog feeling better and living longer. A free Jumpstart trial bag can be yours. You just cover the shipping. Go to roughgreens.com. That's RUFFgreens.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Remember your first paycheck? You saw the net amount and you thought, whoa, what happened here? You know, it could be this way with your retirement accounts. If you don't plan for taxes, you could come up short. We can help with a retirement plan that shows you how taxes can affect you now and in the future. Schedule a visit with the Holland Group Retirement Wealth Advisors. Go to AskTheHollands.com or call us at 727-228-6449.
And now a small business setback is assessed by a beloved family pediatrician.
Oh, hey, Tiger. Big scary tree branch give your work truck a boo-boo? Yeah. Wow. See this thing on my phone here? It's the Progressive mobile app. Just push that little button there and report your claim. Attaboy.
When owning a small business gets painful, Progressive Commercial is here to make it all better. Get a quote in as little as 6 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com.
What's this? Candy drawer? Who wants a lollipop?
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Coverage subject to policy terms and conditions. Photo claims not available in all states or situations.
Operation Stormwatch coverage continues now on News Radio WFLA.
Brought to you by New South Window Solutions.
Welcome back, News Radio WFLA Operation Stormwatch. Jay Retcher, Laura Diaz here with you. Let's go to the phone lines. We have Sarasota County Government Communications Director Jamie Carson joining us. Jamie, thank you so much for joining us. What can you tell us? What's the news? What's new up in your area right now?
Thanks, Jay and Laura. So I just got an update. Just wanted to let you know that we have just received a report that now we have 4,000, just over 4,200 people from our community in our evacuation centers. We're glad to see those numbers go up. That means that people are taking this seriously. They're heeding the notifications that we've been sending out. We sent out the evacuation notice for level A and level B, so that number is there. For our team members that are working in our emergency operations center, we've had teams going around the clock to support our community. We're expecting that landfall this afternoon. You know, the winds are fast approaching that 45 mile an hour in our South County. That's really important, Jay, because once we hit 45 mile an hour, our emergency vehicles, it's unsafe for them to be on the roads. So we're fast approaching that window, and it's really time for our community members to prepare to shelter in place.
Yeah, when you're looking at a storm like this, Jamie, things have kind of turned very quickly. How has things there at the government, with your government there in Sarasota County, changed in, let's just say, the last 24 hours? We've talked to meteorologists down there, also multiple people in surrounding counties. How has things changed kind of on the flip of a coin there?
So I think it's important for our community to know that Sarasota County works very closely with our state and our local partners, and we have been preparing. We make preparations year-round. This is something we take very seriously. So we have plans in place for the different levels. We have team members that are focused on the right now, supporting our community at the evacuation centers, And we also have team members that are also focusing on the aftermath for the storm, working about the recovery. So, obviously that storm surge is a serious concern. The high winds is a concern. Our TFIT teams, those are our tactical first in teams. They are in place and ready to go once the winds are sustained below 45 miles an hour for an extended period of time. So we're preparing for the after, and we're focused on the now. So it's definitely a balancing act, but everyone here is taking it seriously. This is what we signed up for as public servants, and we're proud to serve the community, and we're all in this together.
Jamie, let me ask you a question. Laura Diaz here from Mix 100.7. Were you all feeling like maybe in Tampa Bay, north of Sarasota, we were more like, okay, this is it. It's hitting Tampa Bay. Let's go. Everybody's getting the sandbags. We had, schools are out for the entire week in Hillsborough County, for example. In Sarasota County, were you all feeling for a minute like maybe you all weren't going to be as affected, and then this just took a change and everybody's kind of scrambling? Is that sort of the sense that's happening in Sarasota County?
Not at all. So we recognize that hope is never, that's never a planning option. We always plan and prepare for the worst case scenario. So now it's just a matter of putting those plans into action and taking actions. Our emergency management team has actively been monitoring the storm well past the end of last week. We prepared. We had team members in here over the weekend. So this is something we've been taking seriously from day one.
Jamie,
that's wonderful.
Jamie, before we let you go, what's your kind of last message that you have? We have a lot of people listening in the Sarasota area. The people that stayed in the area, what are some of your messages to them as Hurricane Ian approaches?
So my message for our community members, we want to let them know to begin that process to shelter in place. Obviously, think of it like this. You want to go to the most interior portion of your home. Put as many walls between you and the outside of your home. You want to have your provisions, obviously handheld radios, and then we want to let people know that we need for them to stay there and wait for us. Once our TFIT teams go out there, we need to be able to clear the roadways and let them know that it's safe. We also want to thank the many outside of our community that offers for support. We have a lot of information about how people can support the community available on our county website, scgov.net. We want to let our community members know that you can reach the County Emergency Operations Center. We have customer service representatives ready to take your calls. You simply need to dial 311 if you need to check on anything and check on where your evacuation zone is. Any questions you might have, we have team members that are going to be answering calls 24/7. We're here for you.
Sarasota County Government Communications Director Jamie Carson, thank you so much for joining us. Best of luck with the impending hurricane. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Jamie Carson from there in Sarasota. And Laura, this is like as you just alluded to. You think one thing is going to happen, and then 24 hours the storm takes a right turn, and then it's affecting a lot of different people. And that's why you can't really let your guard down during hurricane season, can you?
No, and you know what? The cone of uncertainty is the cone of uncertainty for a reason. One thing, I'm born and raised in Florida. I was born in Orlando, lived here all of my life. So this is, the seemingly millionth hurricane I've lived through. And what's funny is no matter what, so as someone because we have a lot of transplants, especially, on the west coast of Florida from Tampa Bay south all the way down to Naples, where we're about to experience a Cat 4 hurricane here in the next couple of hours. These folks just moved here. They have no idea what to expect. They're extremely anxious and panicked, and rightfully so. Right. But as someone who's born and raised in Florida, here I am, just as panicked and everything else, so don't feel like just because you've, experienced so many that somehow we just don't feel the same things. No, we definitely get nervous. Now, what I do say is that the cone of uncertainty, even as someone who's experienced so many hurricanes like I have, you still do tend to look at that center line of the cone of uncertainty. That's what we think is the official track, but it's not. It is just, sort of the middle of the cone of uncertainty. And you think, okay, well, if my city's not on that line, if it's not intersecting that line, I'm good. And what this has all taught us so far is that, boy, could that not be further from the truth. Right. The uncertainty, that track can shift anywhere within that cone at any time. And that's exactly what's happened here. Hurricane Ian, we were looking at, Tampa Bay going straight for the Tampa area storm surge that we have never seen in our lifetimes there. Is Tampa prepared for, is downtown Tampa prepared for that kind of storm surge? We didn't think so. What's going to happen? And then all of a sudden it shifted within the cone of uncertainty. And here we are, going, whoa, how did this happen? It's just a good reminder, even if you are a veteran hurricane, someone who's seen them many, many times, just let's not forget that can shift at any moment. But here we are with Naples, as of the 11 a.m. update, it's 45 miles west-northwest of Naples, 50 miles southwest of Punta Gorda, maximum sustained winds.
WCCF Punta Gorda.
The following is an important message from Florida Power and Light. In anticipation of the approaching storm's impact on our service territory, we have activated our emergency response plan. FPL is maintaining a 24-hour watch on the storm's path in order to move workers and equipment to areas most likely to be affected. We are positioning resources for rapid restoration and strongly encourage you to take the necessary steps to prepare for possible extended power outages. Make sure you have the supplies needed on hand and keep a close watch on the weather. For more, go to MyFPL. That's JOIN to 69375. Please stay safe.
All right, we're going to take a break here. More Hurricane Ian coverage on the other side. This is Operation Stormwatch.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, beat the largest timeshare company in federal court and has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-738-9900. That's 800-738-9900.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
WFLA Tampa, WMTX Tampa, WSRZ Sarasota, WCTQ Venice.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded. This is iHeartRadio's Operation Stormwatch from News Radio WFLA Tampa.
Powerful Hurricane Ian could generate catastrophic storm surge up to 18 feet when it makes landfall along the Lee-Charlotte County coast in southwest Florida early this afternoon.
This is a major storm. It's something that we knew was going to be significant. The strengthening of this over the last night has been really significant.
Governor Ron DeSantis says they're praying for those who have made the decision to hunker down and ride out the storm. Appearing on Fox News, Fort Myers Public Information Officer Liz Bellow-Matthews says her office hopes everyone is safe.
I think what happens in Florida is a lot of our residents are used to this, and so they think that they can sort of ride it out at home. At this point, we have notified all residents that we do have still those shelters open.
The Division of Emergency Management has deployed several hundred people to help staff special needs shelters. Also, over 100 trucks with water and food are ready to be deployed where needed once the storm passes, and several hundred generators and pumps have been staged for response and recovery efforts. The storm is already causing what emergency officials are calling historic flooding in the Florida Keys. Now, the center of Ian is forecast to move up the peninsula and over central Florida tonight and tomorrow. Hurricane Ian is forcing the cancellation of hundreds of flights as it bears down on southwest Florida. More than 1,700 flights have been canceled at 5 Florida airports. Orlando International Airport is the hardest hit, with more than 300 departing flights and almost 400 arriving flights canceled today. With Florida's news, I'm Larry Spillman.
WFLA News is brought to you by the Holland Group Retirement Wealth Advisors.
To the Moss Eason Traffic Center. Most of our area counties are under hurricane warnings. We have several bridge closures, including the Sunshine Skyway Bridge, the Anna Maria Bridge, the Cortez Bridge, the Ringling Causeway, the Siesta Key Bridge, and our westbound Pinellas Beach bridges. This report is sponsored by the Our American Stories podcast. It's baffling to think that 1/3 of America was for the revolution, 1/3 was against, and 1/3 just didn't want to pick a side. Families were torn apart like Ben Franklin's. Be sure to catch this week's edition of Our American Stories on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Daisy Ash, News Radio, WFLA.
As Hurricane Ian continues to move northeast, we will see bands of heavy torrential rain and strong winds, even the threat for tornadoes in some of those bands. And as the system tracks to the northeast, possible hurricane force winds expected east of I-75 through the evening and overnight before exiting to the north and east. We will still see gusty conditions tomorrow, but we'll see less rain and drying out for Friday and the weekend. I'm Max Defender 8 meteorologist Lee Spann.
Operation Stormwatch on News Radio WFLA. Brought to you by New South Window Solutions.
Welcome back, News Radio WFLA Operation Stormwatch. We talk all things Hurricane Ian alongside Laura Diaz. I am Jay Retcher here with you. Questions, comments, concerns, 800-969-9352. That's the way that you can reach us. And listen, I'll remember back to our coverage of Hurricane Irma. And I think, Laura, you were working Hurricane Irma. You weren't working in Tampa yet, but I think, was that the storm that you were working here, or was it another one?
No, yeah, this is actually my first Tampa hurricane that I've experienced. Most of my broadcast career was in Orlando, where I was actually, before Orlando, was a weather forecaster on the local television news in Louisiana. And guess what happened when I was a weather forecaster living in Louisiana on the local TV news? Hurricane Katrina hit us.
Wow.
In Louisiana. So I certainly have lived through, broadcasted through many hurricanes before, but I think it's important to note just how big Hurricane Ian is and how catastrophic and how influential this is going to be on our state here in Florida. I keep repeating, this is a Florida problem. Do not think that because now we're talking about a Naples, Fort Myers area landfall hit with the eye, that this is not a Florida problem. It most certainly is. When Hurricane Katrina hit New Orleans and Louisiana, it was a Louisiana problem. You have when funds are going to be drained from the state, things like that. This is definitely a state problem. Now, for example, with Florida, with Ian, just right now, the Florida Keys are seeing the eye is long gone from the Florida Keys, over the last 24 hours or so, but they're still seeing strong wind gusts there, almost 40-mile-an-hour gusts that they've been seeing for 24 hours. They're seeing some of the worst flooding they've seen in 100 years in the Florida Keys right now. So this is just an issue that you have to remember is affecting a lot of people, some worse than others. Mm-hmm. No doubt about that. In Melbourne, Florida, on the other coast of the state right now, they're seeing wind gusts of 62 miles an hour. That's just wild. That's how big and massive this storm is at 155 mile an hour sustained winds.
Yeah, and we're seeing this from the city of Tampa on Twitter. They're already getting reports of flooding. Remember, don't drive through flooded streets. To see the reported street flooding, tampa.gov/flood map. That's tampa.gov/flood map. And you can report flooded streets to the Citizens Information Line 1-833-TPA-INFO. That's 1-833-872-4636. And when you're driving, I know here to the station at times, Laura, down Southdale Mabry, I mean, even just a passing afternoon shower, it's already underwater there. So I can only imagine what that area is going to look like as we get closer and closer to Ian.
Yeah, just looking at some radar right now while we were in the break. Tampa right now seeing wind gusts of over 30 miles an hour. Orlando, all the way in Orlando, already seeing wind gusts of over 32 miles an hour. And Hurricane Ian has not even made landfall yet. So just to give you an idea of what we're dealing with, just how massive this storm is. If you're listening right now, I know we are broadcasting live on a lot of different stations. We've got News Radio WFLA, 93.3 FLZ, Mix 100.7, 98 Rock, 103.5 WFUS, 95.7 The Beat, and of course WDAA, where Jay Retcher hails from, 95.3 WDAA. So a lot of iHeartRadio stations. We're trying to bring you the latest information. or shy of Cat 5 status. So when you're talking about, damages and things like that, that doesn't matter, those 5 miles an hour. Mm-hmm. It's just interesting when you're thinking about, okay, is this going to be a Cat 5 landfall? This is historic. It's already historic. I mean, we're talking about major flooding happening in Key West, major flooding already happening in Melbourne. This is the other coast of Florida. Hasn't even made landfall yet on the west coast, and the east coast of Florida is seeing flooding, wind gusts 40 miles an hour on the east coast. Stuart, Florida, which is, if you're not familiar with Stuart, that's about 100 miles north of the Miami area on the east coast of Florida. So the opposite coast of the hurricane, they're seeing major flooding right now. And that just gives you a good idea of how big this hurricane is. It doesn't even matter what coast you're on. You are being affected, and possibly to historic levels being affected when it comes to the flooding, which, as we know, Jay, being in Florida for so long, can sometimes be significantly more damaging, more dangerous, more life-threatening than any of the wind itself. So, yes, we do get bogged down with wind speeds because it's interesting, first of all. And second of all, we're not used to 155-mile-an-hour wind speeds, but it's the water, it's the flooding, it's the tornadic activity that can really be when we start to talk about loss of life.
Great point. All right, more talk about Hurricane Ian on the other side here on News Radio WFLA. This is Operation Stormwatch.
Ronnie Lane here with Elizabeth Holland of the Holland Group, Retirement Wealth Advisors. Elizabeth, in baseball, it's important to cover your bases so that the team's ready for all contingencies. How does this relate to retirement or wealth planning?
Well, Ronnie, at the Holland Group, we cover all 3 bases. In the services, we focus with our clients that we provide for them. Investment strategies to help with income in retirement, tax planning, and reduction resolution, and legacy or estate planning. We've been constructing customized inflation-adjusted, tax-advantaged retirement plans for our clients who have joined the Holland Group family over 30 years. We've got you covered with these 3 bases, so don't wait for retirement to sneak up on you as you try stealing second base without reaching first. We can help you run all 3 bases and embrace a well-rounded retirement plan. So visit us on AskTheHollands.com to learn more. That's AskTheHollands.com to learn more.
11 student groups, including the Harvard College Democrats, signed a petition accusing their school paper of showing cultural insensitivity for contacting ICE for a comment after a protest against the agency on campus. That's it. They just reached out for a comment. Thankfully, there is something we can do about the madness and the destruction of our civilization by these woke activists. It's as simple as the service you use every day. Switch your mobile carrier to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is the only cellular service that donates a portion of your monthly bill to organizations fighting against things like this. Right now, Patriot Mobile is bringing back their buy one line, get one line free for 6 months if you make the switch. It's really easy. You keep your number, you keep your phone, or buy a new one. Get reliable 4G LTE nationwide service for as low as $25 a month while helping to preserve the country we all love. Go to patriotmobile.com/Beck or use their U.S.-based team at 877-367-7524. patriotmobile.com/Beck. 877-367-7524. Life is about being active. Whether it's about going on your daily tasks or exercising, you know you're well when you're regularly active. But what happens when being active actually hurts by the end of the day? This is the position I found myself in a number of years ago. Everything I wanted to do in my daily life, all of the activity it called for, was held captive to almost constant nagging pain. When I heard about Relief Factor, I was skeptical, but my wife said, give it a chance. Not long after I took it, I could feel the pain begin to melt away, and I've been taking it ever since. And I can tell you that Relief Factor has helped me get my life back. I love that it's not a drug, but it was developed by doctors, and about 70% of the people who try it go on to order more. Your first step to becoming pain-free just might be ordering a 3-week quick start for only $19.95. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 800-4-RELIEF, 800-4-RELIEF, or ReliefFactor.com. Find out all about this offer and feel the difference.
If your home suffered damages in the recent storm and your home is insured by American Integrity Insurance, we're available now to help you with your claim. American Integrity customers, please submit your claim online at AIClaimsportal.com. We are standing by to help you resolve your claim. Manage your claim quickly and securely online at AIClaimsportal.com or call us at 1-844-MY-AIIC1 to file your claim.
When you're
you're injured in a car accident and the insurance company denies your medical bills, denies to pay your lost wages, and won't repair your car, it's time to fight back. Time to call Farah and Farah at 800-500-5555. Tampa.
Listen to American Medicine Today, presented by the Bonati Spine Institute, Saturdays, noon to 1 on News Radio 970, WFLA, featuring the internationally acclaimed inventor of the Bonati Spine procedures, Alfredo Bonati, MD.
The Original Mattress Factory. Thoughtfully made, honestly priced. Shop at originalmattress.com.
This is News Radio WFLA's Operation Stormwatch.
Brought to you by New South Window Solutions.
Welcome back to Operation Stormwatch here on News Radio WFLA. Big thank you for Laura Diaz. She'll be back. Aaron Jacobson Reed joins us. Jay Retcher here with you. And Aaron, you just took the drive back from one of our remote locations to here the iHeart Empire. And what was that like driving? You guys drove down Bayshore.
It was so weird. I got to tell you, Florida man, Florida woman, they are out in full force right now. Yeah. What are you people doing? We just drove on Bayshore. Now, for people that are not familiar with Bayshore, you're listening right now. 2 lanes, and then there's a bike path, a tiny bike path on the side. There are at least 30 cars I saw that parked in that bike lane, parked on Bayshore. There's no area to go park. There's no shoulder to go off and park. Getting out of their cars, taking pictures of the bay of Hillsborough River because it's, the water's being sucked out of it. And there are people who are going out as far as probably 150 yards into where the water was. That water will come back. That is disgusting, too, what you're doing there. Parents taking their kids. Yeah, I shamed some people. I opened up the window. I videotaped it of me shaming some people, and they deserve to be shamed because it's ridiculous. One, you put your life in danger. Now, right now, we're not at the most dangerous part. I get that. But why would you bring your kids out, 10-year-olds out to that? It just makes no sense. If you're listening right now and you want to go see that,
have this conversation that you could be without electricity. So you get so used to, oh yeah, all right, they're fine, they're on their tablet, they're on their Nintendo Switch. But just having the discussion with them early on that, hey, we could be without power for a couple days. This is a very serious event.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I think it's important to say no matter where you are, if you're in Tampa Bay or if you're in, the eye of the storm type situation, South Fort Myers, Port Charlotte area, just keep everything plugged in until you just don't have power anymore. I mean, I know that we get accustomed to walking around the house with the phones in our hands and everything else, and it's nice and convenient, but this is not a time for convenience. This is a time we're in survival mode. The minute that electricity goes out, it's out. And if you are at 50% on whether it's your tablet or your phone or anything else, and the electricity is out, you can't just plug it back in. So just keep things plugged in. That's the best piece of advice, not only for if you have kids in the house, of course, it keeps them entertained and things like that, but for adults too. You don't want to be, sometimes you'll see people going into their cars to charge their phones and things like that when we lose electricity for an extended period of time. But then you hear, reports of, and it's unfortunate because you think it's common sense, but you'll hear reports of people getting carbon monoxide poisoning and things like that. So let's just try and keep things charged up and stay vigilant with what's going on with the news. We know a Cat 4 storm is headed right for the Port Charlotte area. We know this. We know we need to hunker down. We know that we don't need to be out and about right now. But also, even though we know this, we don't need to be, watching the news 24/7. If you have kids at home, it's not helping them. I do have 7 and 9-year-olds. If they even so much as see the news for 5-10 minutes and they hear the broadcasters on there talking about catastrophic this, loss of life potential, this and that, it's very scary for the little ones. So as a mother, I'm just trying to explain to you that yes, as adults, we get nervous. We want to watch the news 24/7 to see what's going on. But the little ones in the background are listening and they're watching and they're getting anxious too. So as far as, keeping your family safe, it's not just about knowing what's going on in the news. It's also keeping them safe and keeping their anxiety level low. And that sometimes means turning off the news for a little bit.
Yeah, that's a good point. And a couple of things here before we take this break. An extreme wind warning been issued for part of Sarasota County and part of Charlotte County until 2 p.m. Shelter in a safe place immediately with pillows and blankets for protection, and bring your phone for updates. And another aspect, tornado risk for the Florida Peninsula and outer rain bands away from the immediate center. There's an enhanced risk for tornadoes focusing along the eastern Florida coastline near Daytona and West Palm Beach. This is something that Laura was discussing before about some of the flooding in Melbourne. So this is not, and Laura, I think, put this really well a little while ago, this is not just the Tampa Bay area. This isn't just a West Coast type storm. This is an entire storm for our whole state. If you look at any of the radars, and we have the radar here, Aaron could see it right there. You can barely see the state of Florida because it is covered by so much weather.
It's a massive,
it's wild,
massive storm. We're watching landfall going to hit here shortly in Port Charlotte, and it is just a big storm.
You got that right. All right, more coverage on the other side. We will hear from 24/7 news correspondent in Sarasota, Rick Horschel, on the other side. This is Operation Stormwatch.
From the BioCell Neuropathy Pain Relief News Desk, this is iHeartRadio's Operation Stormwatch from News Radio WFLA, Tampa.
I'm Steve Summers, News Radio WFLA with a Hurricane Ian update. Ian continues to strengthen as it moves north-northeast at 10 miles an hour with sustained 155-mile-an-hour winds. Landfall is this afternoon south of Venice and north of Charlotte Harbor. Ian will weaken after landfall and continue up through Polk County and into Orlando. Northeast winds will cross Tampa Bay through today, which means that storm surge will not be an issue for Tampa Bay, but Tampa Bay waters are actually receding at this point, causing basically the opposite of storm surge. Flooding rains will continue to be a problem as Ian moves slowly across the region now through tomorrow morning. Strong wind gusts with power outages and isolated tornadoes are also forecast. Several thousand people are already without power across Tampa Bay. Those high winds also have the Sunshine Skyway Bridge across the mouth of Tampa Bay closed. Hurricane and storm surge warnings continue in Tampa Bay. I'm Steve Summers, News Radio WFLA.
From the Florida Central Credit Union Auto Loans Traffic Center, if you are in the Fort Myers, Sarasota area, do not bother evacuating. It is too late for that. Just find a safe place and hunker down. This report is sponsored by the Mark Moss Show podcast. This week, Mark Moss shows how Bitcoin's U.S. dollar valuation might be down, but the technology, progress, and adoption is moving forward at a blistering rate. Listen to the Mark Moss Show on the iHeartRadio app, on Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts. Paige Carrera, News Radio WFLA.
From the Hoffman Electrical and Air Conditioning Weather Center, powered by Rude Air Conditioning.
As Hurricane Ian continues to move northeast, we will see bands of heavy torrential rain and strong winds, even the threat for tornadoes in some of those bands. And as the system tracks to the northeast, possible hurricane force winds expected east of I-75 through the evening and overnight before exiting to the north and east. We will still see gusty conditions tomorrow, but we'll see less rain and drying out for Friday and the weekend. I'm Max Defender 8 meteorologist Lee Spann.
That's why our environmental approach includes aeration, which allows water and nutrients to reach the roots of your lawn, as well as an irrigation program which ensures proper coverage and reduces water waste. With Massey's Green Up program, you'll enjoy a healthy and a beautiful lawn year-round. That's Massey Services. Expect more and get it.
I miss my baby, someone stole my baby. By the way, my baby is my landscaping truck that was literally stolen from a job
If you're taking Cosentyx, we're committed to making it accessible and affordable with convenient services like your own personal support specialist who can assist with insurance, injection training, and if eligible, a $0 copay. Cosentyx Connect is here for you. Don't use if you're allergic to Cosentyx. Before starting, get checked for tuberculosis. An increased risk of infections, some serious, and the lowered ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor about an infection or symptoms, or if you've had a vaccine or plan to. Tell your doctor if your Crohn's disease symptoms develop or worsen. Serious allergic reactions may occur. Call us or visit us online. We're here for you.
First part when it's really hitting in this Tampa Bay area between 11 and 3 a.m. tonight.
There's a lot of trees that are going to start, the limbs and the branches are going to start falling down. Don't decide that you want to go out and cut, some of the trees or whatever. That's too late. Yeah. Time's done. It's over. So you're going to see some stuff flying around at this point, though, and that's certainly a concern. But at this point, just make sure you're away from it. Anything that could be a projectile come through the window, you're away from that area. But we're starting to see some effects here. And looking at Northport, the eye wall, they are waiting on the eye wall right now. And I mentioned, Jay, it's just a waiting game. And as we look kind of at the track here, it's slowly starting to make its way, and we're about to see landfall here.
Yeah, and the eye wall, now that it's intersected the coast, extreme winds. This is from the National Weather Service, impacting parts of the Florida coast, prompting extreme wind warnings. If you're in one of these areas and aren't already sheltering, do so immediately. And we follow these different Twitter feeds, Aaron, because this is really, we talk about the perils of social media so much, but during times like this, it's important to know who to follow. I mean, make sure you're following us on all social media platforms. But follow me at Jay Retcher, follow Aaron Jacobson on air, follow WFLA News. We'll have everything up to date. As soon as we get this information, we're going to send it over to you. KB on the radio, Katie Pacino doing a great job, as well as James Berlander, Jamie Ferrer, John Mamola, and the whole crew here at iHeart, keeping everybody abreast of the situation.
Seeing extreme wind warning has been issued for Sarasota County through 2 p.m. And remember, emergency vehicles, they are no longer responding from Center Road South. So we're starting to see the extreme wind coming in. A warning has been issued through 2 o'clock this afternoon in Sarasota County.
Yeah. And how is have you checked in on the folks?
I did. I did check in on the folks. They're ready. They're hunkering down. They did not evacuate, unfortunately. Yeah. And a lot of people didn't. A lot of people unfortunately decided that this wasn't going to impact them. It changed, and now it is going to impact them, and it's too late. So now all we can do is, as I've been telling you, is just be patient. Put yourself in the best situation to be safe. That is the most important thing right now.
Let's go to our guy, Will Althoff, on the line, updating us on Fort Myers. Will, good to talk to you again. What's the latest in the last that you've seen and heard in the last 30 minutes or so?
It is really starting to get dark across Fort Myers. Storm activity is really starting to pick up. Some severe thunderstorms in the area, wind gusts. Really knocking down trees, some power likely to go out today. Driving rain, some really strong rains outside, and like I said, those thunderstorms as well. Of course, that storm surge is the biggest thing that people are worried about in and around Fort Myers. Chokoloskee River set to high tide around 3-4 o'clock today, and when you consider that 12 feet or more of storm surge is possible, plus up to 2 feet of rain, flooding is definitely anticipated along the river and coastal communities. Mayor Kevin Anderson says they are ready with disaster relief. Of course, not going to be able to deploy those teams until after the storm passes, which is it's going to be at least a few hours until some of this rain starts moving on. But it's going to be moving across the state overnight. So we are anticipating a lot of rain in Fort Myers over the next few hours.
Yeah, and it's one of those things that we kind of look at what's going to happen here afterwards. And what are you anticipating as far as after the storm, everybody being ready to go, help on hand? Because right now it's a little too late. Emergency crews aren't going to be able to access people. But as far as after, making sure that people get the help they need.
That's right. Assessing the damage afterward is going to be really tough because obviously there's going to be down power lines, down trees. They're going to have to maneuver around a lot of situations to really figure out where the problem spots are and where they need to go. But those teams are ready. The governor has said that 30,000 linemen are set to help restore power across the state as need be. So, of course, we're just waiting to see the impacts and then afterwards really assess and get to it as best we can.
Well, we appreciate the time. We'll talk to you again soon. Stay safe, my man.
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right, good stuff in there. Will Althoff, let's go right back to the phone lines. We have Bradenton Police Chief Melanie Bevan joining us. Chief, thanks so much for joining us. If you can, please give us a quick update on the area down there in Bradenton. How's everybody holding up?
Everybody's doing pretty good. I never thought I'd be thankful for tropical storm force winds and the threat of a 8-foot storm surge, but it certainly is better than what we were facing yesterday.
What are you seeing as far as, or from last night and today? Have you obviously we don't want people out there and we don't want them causing trouble for you. Has there been a high volume of calls? Has everything been kind of calm on your end?
Generally, we're not really seeing a lot of vehicular traffic out there, certainly not a lot of pedestrian traffic. We did have a few folks that decided to shelter at one of our open-air parking garages and order in some food. That didn't work out so well. We got them to a shelter. But all in all, some down trees. The winds are picking up, but everybody here is safe and sound.
Bradenton Police Chief Melanie Bevan joining us. Is everybody there? Are you guys still responding to calls? And if you are, at what point do you make the decision not to?
Typically, we hit a 45-mile-per-hour threshold, and we pull our officers in. We are at that right now. Of course, it's a case-by-case basis. We're still public safety at our heart, and if somebody really needs us, we'll assess that at the time. But thankfully, seems like all is quiet right now. I'm not supposed to say that, but all is quiet, and we're hoping it remains that way when it comes to police calls. But we have positioned our officers throughout the city. We have stations everywhere. They're sheltering, but they're close by a lot of people if anybody needs us.
Yeah, and I know that's comforting to a lot of people, and for other reasons. Listen, I don't want to bring up the bad characters that we see sometimes during hurricanes, but I know a lot of people, myself included here in Tampa, we may park our cars higher ground, a public parking garage, and a lot of us, we feel good knowing that there's still people out there to make sure nothing's going on there. What about after the storm as far as preparation, having everybody ready for making sure that everything stays in order after the hurricane clears out?
Well, when the storm ends, we really get to work as well. We're going to have every single one of our officers on duty, patrolling, making sure that everybody is safe, that we don't have any criminal behavior going on. Unfortunately, some bad guys take this opportunity to prey upon some of our empty homes and businesses, and we are going to be out and about. And so my message would be, don't come to Bradenton if you're looking to capitalize on our misfortunes. We also we're going to take care of ourselves here, but then as quickly as possible, whoever may need us down to our south, our neighbors, we're going to try to get a contingent together and get some officers down there to help them. I'm watching the TV much like you are, and I'm seeing how much they're just getting battered right now.
Chief, before we let you go, what do you have to say to the people there in your community at Bradenton that decided to stick it out, that didn't evacuate as the storm gets closer?
Well, I'll tell you, whether it be the Indian mounds, a lot of prayer, a lot of hope, I don't know, but I think we skirted a big one this time. But one of these days, our luck's going to run out. And for those folks who think it's prudent to stay in their house, not a good idea. Not a good idea at all. Maybe this time it was, but next time it won't be.
Bradenton Police Chief Melanie Bevan, thank you so much for joining us. Best of luck through the storm. We'll talk again soon. Thank you.
You as well. Take care. Bye-bye.
All right, Chief Melanie Bevan joins us. All right, we're going to hit this break. When we return, more talk. Hurricane Ian here on Operation Stormwatch here on News Radio WFLA.
Always do the right thing. Hi, it's Glenn Beck. That's how I was raised. Always tell the truth and do the right thing. Even now, when I'm looking for somebody to work with, that's what I want. Someone who will do the right thing. Tell me the truth. What about you? Think about your financial advisor. Are they doing the right thing for you and your retirement right now? I hope so, but don't you want to know for sure? Get a second opinion on your retirement plan. Steve and Elizabeth Holland and their team at the Holland Group Retirement Wealth Advisors have been doing right by families in Tampa for more than 25 years, and they want to do the same for you. They're local, independent. They're advisors whose sole focus is doing the right thing for you and your retirement. Give Steve and Elizabeth Holland and their team a call at the Holland Group Retirement Wealth Advisors and get a second opinion today. 727-228-4674. Do the right thing. Get a second opinion with Steve and Elizabeth Holland at 727-228-4674. 4674.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
These days, everything costs more, from sky-high groceries to pain at the gas pump. But termites, ants, and roaches have no clue what inflation is. But my friends at Earth's Best do. If you call them today, you'll pay 20% less. That's right. When everything else is costing you more, Earth's Best Natural Pest is cutting 20% off all services, including their no-tint orange oil termite treatment. You get that same great termite treatment, but at 20% discount. And remember, you don't need to move out or bag your food or clean up after Earth's Best treats for your bugs or termites. So if you've got bugs, all you have to do is call Earth's Best Natural Pest Management, mention my name, and save 20%. It starts with a free inspection. Call 800-634-1313 and ask for the Jack Harris 20% anti-inflation discount. Call 800-634-1313.
Hi, Bobby Maggie here. If you have a CD, money market, or savings account making less than 1%, we have a solution for you. A multi-year guaranteed annuity provides a fixed interest rate on your contribution for an agreed period of time. At the end of the accumulation period, you may receive the premium and the earned interest. It may be just what you need in this low-interest environment. Let's meet to discuss if a multi-year guaranteed annuity is right for you. Visit our website, MaggieTax.com, or call us at 833-MAGGIE-TAX for more information, or set up an appointment today.
If you're like most Americans, you're pretty much in disbelief with what's going on in the world. As we all know, global problems are having local consequences. Too many of them. And if the peanut butter really hits the fan, are you ready? Grocery store supply chains are only as strong as their weakest link. Don't wait for them to break. Now's the time to secure emergency food for everyone in your family. My Patriot Supply is America's largest preparedness company. Our specially packaged and delicious food stays fresh for up to 25 years in storage. It'll be there when you need it. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com and pick up several emergency food kits. There are a dozen different sizes that average over 2,000 calories per day. Our food kits will ship quickly and discreetly to your door. Having food storage in your home beats government food lines hands down. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com today and prepare for what's coming. MyPatriotSupply.com.
Operation Stormwatch coverage continues now on News Radio WFLA.
Brought to you by New South Window Solutions.
Welcome back. News Radio WFLA, Operation Stormwatch. Aaron Jacobson and Jay Retcher here with you. 800-969-9352 if you want to join us. Again, 800-969-9352. Let's go to Bill and Brandon. First time in Florida. Just moved here. What's up, Bill?
Hey, how you doing? Yeah, I just was listening to your show and heard you guys mention for new people what stressful it can be, and it certainly is. I just moved out. I'll give you one guess for which state. California.
I was going to guess it, either California or New York. Everyone decided to come here. How do you feel? Because I'm surprised by that. I thought, and I just said it, I figured a lot of people that are new to the state would be very scared of this and said, we're out of here. But what made you feel comfortable enough to stay?
Well, we're in an apartment, and I'm on the first floor, and we got some sandbags. And the way the apartment's situated, I'm kind of a hurricane junkie, been following them for years, from a safe distance, obviously. But I noticed, the wind pattern would probably come in from the northeast. And, I think we're pretty well safe here. And we got plenty of food, plenty of water, we got plenty of batteries and lights and all that stuff. So, I just felt it was going to be okay. And kind of, where am I going to go, right? I got a friend in Lakeland. Okay, that's no better. Yeah. I got some friends up in Gainesville where they're going to get, just as much rain. And my car's in a garage, so I figured it was just a good situation. That we're not going to have too much damage here. So
You got a good attitude about it.
Yeah,
Keep that attitude on. That's how good. And thank you for calling today.
Thanks,
really
Bill.
appreciate it.
Be safe out there. And Brandon.
My pleasure. Yeah, thanks for your show. Bye.
You got it. Thank you, Bill and Brandon, joining us. And again, download, if you're listening, just normal radio, download that iHeartRadio app. Also tell your friends and family as well if they want to keep in tune with what's going on here in the Tampa Bay area and around the state. We will have wall-to-wall coverage for you. We got a bunch of different teams we're tagging in and out there. We got the Big Rig from 98 Rock and Laura Diaz from Mix 100.7 working together starting at 1 o'clock. And then Ryan Gorman will be back on. You and I will be back on. We got a bunch of different people. It's an all-hands-on-deck type of thing here, and we'll have wall-to-wall coverage for you, talking all things Hurricane Ian. All right, Big Rig and Laura will take over next. This is Operation Stormwatch on News Radio WFLA.
Men suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE, regardless of age or past medical history, you'll see instant results on your first visit at Prestige Men's Medical Center. And for a limited time, your initial consultation and first treatment are totally free. Call now, 813-538-7931.
Hey, Tampa Bay, Katie here for Lincoln Lending. Join Frank Cotto for the Business Happy Hour every Sunday morning from 5 to 6 a.m. and check out the greatest rates on a refinance or home equity loan at 813mortgage.com. That's 813mortgage.com.
When you're injured in a car accident and the insurance company denies your medical bills, denies to pay your lost wages, and won't repair your car, it's time to fight back. Time to call Farah and Farah at 800-500-5555. Tampa.
Creative Planning presents Rethink Your Money with John Higginson, Saturday at 1 p.m. At Creative Planning, our wealth managers work with in-house CPAs and attorneys to ensure your money is working as hard as it can for you. Give your wealth a second look at creativeplanning.com.
Win $15,000 in replacement windows from Reese Windows and Doors. Text windows to 20129.
WFLA Tampa, WMTX Tampa, WSRZ Sarasota, WCTQ Venice.
WCCF Punta Gorda.
The following is an important message from Florida Power and Light. In anticipation of the approaching storm's impact on our service territory, we have activated our emergency response plan. FPL is maintaining a 24-hour watch on the storm's path in order to move workers and equipment to areas most likely to be affected. We are positioning resources for rapid restoration and strongly encourage you to take the necessary steps to prepare for possible extended power outages. Make sure you have the supplies needed on hand and keep a close watch on the weather. For more, go to MyFPL. That's JOIN to 69375. Please stay safe.
Some areas could get as much as 20 inches of rain. Governor Ron DeSantis says some residents begun losing power.
You are starting to see power outages across the state, but you're going to see way more over the next 48 hours. I mean, you're going to have millions of people without power in this state within the next 48 hours, no question.
An army of electrical workers have been pre-positioned around the state to move in quickly after the storm passes to get power restored. Ian is expected to weaken on land as it moves up the state, but it could still be near hurricane strength when it arrives in central Florida late tonight into tomorrow. Shelters are open, including for those with special needs, and some shelters allow pets. Schools are closed. Orlando International Airport ceased commercial operations this morning, according to Operations Director Tom Draper.
Everything is out that was going to get out. Right now, we're moving a few aircraft around to get them away from the gates, to get them over to the hangars or over onto the ramp and get them secured. So we're in the last-minute preparations now for the airport.
With Florida's news, I'm Larry Spillman.
WFLA News, brought to you by Earth's Best Natural Pest Management.
From the Mott's Nissan Traffic Center, well, evacuation time is over. Right now, it's time to hunker down in a safe place, especially if you're in the path of Port Charlotte of Hurricane Ian. Now, Fort Myers area, all of Sarasota will be affected as well, so do not go on the roads. Find a safe place and hunker down. Paige Carrera, News Radio WFLA.
As Hurricane Ian continues to move northeast, we will see bands of heavy torrential rain and strong winds, even the threat for tornadoes in some of those bands. And as the system tracks to the northeast, Possible hurricane force winds expected east of I-75 through the evening and overnight before exiting to the north and east. We will still see gusty conditions tomorrow, but we'll see less rain and drying out for Friday and the weekend. I'm Max Defender 8 meteorologist Lee Spann.
Operation Stormwatch on News Radio WFLA. Brought to you by New South Window Solutions.
It is Big Rig from Nutty and Rock. It is Laura Diaz from Mix 100.7. Checking in. We did last night, kind of getting everybody ready and running down everything. We didn't get to really take any calls last night. We were running skeleton crew because we are operating out of a couple different locations. We have the bunker. We have the studio. Now, I'm at home in Brandon from my home studio. Laura is at home from her home studio. Now, she's in North Tampa. I'm in Brandon. So what I've got is here around me. At this point, looking at the TECO map, I'm one of the only people left around me that has power right now. We got a lot around. There's 18,900 people on the TECO customers that are out. They also alerted that the winds now are over 40, so they won't be out working on anything at this moment. And I can also tell you this, in watching the radar, we've got a lot of heavy feeder bands just starting to move through Eastern Hillsboro, right through downtown. Pinellas, you're going to get them next as the eye starts to come on right in between Punta Gorda and Fort Myers right now. The eye is it's crossed the little barrier islands, and it is tipping up there. Laura, how are you holding up in North Tampa?
Hey, good afternoon, Big Rig. Nice to talk with you again. We're doing great in North Tampa. You know, I think it's interesting and notable to say we are broadcasting live in Fort Myers, in Punta Gorda, Tampa, and Sarasota. So while we are, it looks like Governor DeSantis, by the way, is talking. We should probably take that and be right back with you guys. Oh, I'm sorry. We don't have the feed up right now.
Yep, the feed's coming.
I just saw that on the news, so we're getting that feed up for you. Governor DeSantis updating us, all of Floridians, really, on Hurricane Ian, Category 4, just about a Category 5 hurricane, maximum sustained winds, 155 miles an hour. Here is Governor DeSantis.
Likely to continue until this finally leaves our state. So even if you're not in the direct path of the storm, you need to take all tornado warnings seriously, and you need to take appropriate precautions if that is happening in your area. The Florida Department of Transportation has just announced that Fort Drum, Canoe Creek, and Turkey Lake service plazas on Florida Turnpike are now closed. Obviously, they will try to get those open as soon as they can. We have 200,000 power outages reported throughout the state of Florida, but outside of Southwest Florida, crews are working to quickly restore power. Of course, 200,000 is a drop in the bucket for what's going to happen over the next 24 to 48 hours. There's going to be widespread power outages, particularly in Southwest Florida. We have over 100 portable cell towers ready to be deployed into the area once it is safe to enter. Once the storm is passed and it is safe to go outside, you still need to be cautious. Avoid down power lines, standing water. Stay clear of downed trees, and don't drive in standing water. And please, if you're going to use a generator for your home, do not allow that to be inside. The exhaust needs to be outdoors. Stay out of the way of emergency crews, out of floodwaters, and away from all down power lines. Stay off the roads. There's no need to rush back. You're going to have a massive surge of people that are going to be going in to provide, of course, life safety assistance for those who may have stayed in some of the more hazardous areas. You're also going to have power workers going in. We were just in Lake City. I was thinking we had all these power workers, these line workers from all these different states. I saw them from Texas, Louisiana, all these different places stage. We have a massive, massive mobilization. Their job is to get in there and help to restore services. You're also going to have folks bringing in things like food and water. So there's no need to rush back in. There's going to be a lot going on in the immediate aftermath, and a lot of people's safety depends on that. If you're on the roads, you're putting yourself in danger and limiting the ability of emergency crews to restore power and clean debris. Now, we don't know how much debris is going to be. but there's going to be debris, and that's going to make it very difficult to navigate some of these roads. That's why FDOT's immediate mission is to clear the roadways so that people are able to go in and access that to be able to help deliver services for people. In 2019, we were projected to be hit by Hurricane Dorian, which was a Category 5 storm. Fortunately, at the last minute, it took a northward turn and missed the coast, but we did have a really massive mobilization. This mobilization's exceeded that. This is a really, really significant effort, county level, state level, federal support. It's really been impressive to see. Director Guthrie has asked for additional airlift hoists and high water vehicles from DOD in coordination with FEMA. The Secretary of Defense has approved Florida's request for dual status of our National Guard forces under Title 10 to provide additional forces, which we very much appreciate. We will also be submitting momentarily a major disaster declaration for all 67 counties, and will request that the federal government reimburse 100% of the upfront cost for the first 60 days to ensure that we can quickly recover and move forward into the response and recovery part. And if you think about this storm, we had storms that have been as strong as this hit Florida? Michael, Hurricane Andrew, Labor Day hurricane many, many decades ago. Yes. Have we had big storms that left a lot of water and flooding? We had Irma recently. This is really bringing both to the table. I mean, you're going to have massive amount of power hitting that coastline with really, really strong winds. That is going to do a lot of wind damage. But you also have the storm is so massive. And people are kind of comparing this to the track that Charlie took in 2004, because Charlie was like this, was expected to hit Tampa Bay. It turned and ended up hitting Southwest Florida. Charlie was strong, but it was a fraction of the size of what we're dealing with here with Hurricane Ian. So the effects of this are going to be broad, and we appreciate the Biden administration's consideration for the people of Florida during this time of need. When I was in Lake City, you had massive numbers of linemen, but you have those staged all over the state. There's now over 42,000 linemen and other personnel ready to restore power in 30 different areas across the state. And those linemen and other associated personnel hail from, of course, many from Florida, but from 27 different states. Of course, our Department of Transportation does have 1,200 personnel on standby to perform cut and toss operations, understanding how...
All right, Governor DeSantis kind of giving us an update of the storm operations, what we can expect here in the coming hours, in the coming days, because of, naturally, this storm is just starting to come on. We're going to chat with Rebecca Berry, who we talked with all last night, Max Defender 8 meteorologist, here with us now. So as I'm looking at the radar, it looks like the northeastern eye walls crossed over the barrier islands there and is coming on. There's a lot of lightning with it looks like, too.
There's so much lightning in the eye with this storm, and lightning is an excellent indication of severity. We saw a lot of lightning similar to what we're seeing right now when we saw Hurricane Dorian over the Bahamas, and we know how strong and devastating that was. And so we can expect a similar amount of intensity. The last Hurricane Hunter aircraft to fly through it encountered some very scary situations where they rapidly lost altitude as a result of the severity of the storm they were flying through in the eye. They lost about 1,200 feet in about a second and a half. And so they are shaken up by that. They found just below Category 5 hurricane strength winds, but I don't think it's going to make it to a Category 5, but we're only talking about a difference of 5 miles per hour here. So for all intents and purposes, we're dealing with the strongest Category 4 we could, moving on shore just south of the Sarasota County area. The worst of the storm surge, and it will be devastating, will be closer to Port Charlotte. We are not going to deal with that type of storm surge here. The flooding concern for us is a slow flooding concern overnight. A lot of our inland areas are going to receive about a foot of rain, and that's water that does not drain fast. When you get storm surge, it moves on fast, but because we're right by the coastline, once the tide turns or the wind shift, it goes out pretty quickly as well, and that's not going to be the case with that rain-based flooding that we're going to see overnight. I'm worried about the overnight threat of tornadoes. Everyone needs to make sure they have a way to get weather warnings. We have a free WFLA weather app that you can configure to get alerts only for your particular location so you don't get woken up like you used to with the old weather radios every time a special marine warning is issued or anything like that. And so I just want you to be weather aware overnight. I would not sleep under in a structure that has a live oak or a large old tree over it if you're in one of the more wind-damaged areas, because we are going to see hurricane-force winds across the southern half of our viewing area, basically I-4 if your I-4 runs through your county or you're south of I-4, we're going to experience hurricane force winds tonight for a pretty decent amount of time.
Now, I was looking at the track of the storm as that's been coming in here. It's still wobbling. Does it look like at this point it's taking more of like an easterly versus a northerly track? It's hard to tell with the wobble.
The wobble over the last 3 hours has been easterly. We've seen the wobble pattern over the past day or so with our wobble tracker. We've been watching that. It wobbles further to the east. It self-corrects and with a slight northwesterly wobble, but not to the point that it completely self-corrects. And so the overall trend is slightly east. It's never as strong as the wobble because it does self-correct a bit, just not to that full back to its original course.
Now, Rebecca,
Understood.
we are... Hey, Laura Diaz from Mix 100.7. Nice to talk to you again after, ringing in the midnight hour with you last night. But we are broadcasting live, not only in the Tampa Bay area. Folks in Fort Myers, Punta Gorda, and Sarasota are all listening to us live right now. What can you say as far as what they're seeing forecast-wise in the Fort Myers area, for example?
In the Fort Myers area, that's where we're most worried about storm surge and the wind damage as well. We are probably going to see winds sustained between 70 and 90 miles per hour with gusts upwards of 110 and 115 miles per hour. That would be pretty close to the coastline, though. We'll lose those higher gusts as it makes its way about 10 or 20 miles inland. We'll still maintain those hurricane force sustained winds, but we'll see less of those gusts that would uproot a tree and that sort of thing as it makes its way further inland. It's going to be a very slow moving system, especially once it gets completely over land, which should happen overnight tonight. That's when it will be moving at its slowest. Rainfall is less of a concern for our southernmost areas because you are getting so much wind, but you will still see some flooding from rainfall for inland areas from the coastline there, but it's really the storm surge that's going to do the most damage there.
And can you give us any kind of a timeline? I know it's about 1:15 right now. What's the timeline going from Tampa Bay and south for when you think this event will be sort of wrapping up?
So it's going to be a slow wrap-up. We're going to wake up tomorrow morning to worse conditions than what we're seeing right now across the Tampa Bay area because it's going to build up overnight. It will get better by the mid-morning tomorrow, and then by tomorrow afternoon, our southern areas will have stopped raining. I'm not sure the wind gusts come down enough to open bridges tomorrow, especially the higher-profile bridges, and so we may have trouble getting to and from some of our barrier islands until Friday.
Okay, great.
Awesome. All right, Rebecca, thank you so much. Max Defender 8 meteorologist joining us. I know you're busy, so we'll talk to you again in 1 hour from right now as we get ready to shift gears and head down to Fort Myers to check in with Florida News Network's Mr. Althoff, who's been joining us the whole time and kind of checking in here. I got to be honest with you, this has been one of those things, Will. How are you guys holding up right now? What kind of conditions are you experiencing?
Oh, I don't think he's quite
he's
on.
not? Okay.
Big Rig, we were talking with Will earlier in the show, and he was just saying that, man, and this was, keep in mind, this was probably 1 or 2 hours ago when we were speaking with him. He said the wind gusts are getting pretty intense there in Fort Myers. Rain was picking up. The storm surge, of course, I don't know if you had heard, they're talking about possible storm surge up to 18. I know from Englewood south, they were talking storm surge up to 18 feet. I mean, that is just monstrous what they're expecting there in that area. So Will was saying, they were already seeing effects there. And now we're talking about just starting to make landfall with Hurricane Ian, 155-mile-an-hour winds. We'll be getting the next update around 2 o'clock. But by then, Big Rig, I mean, that's going to be well into the landfall. And we'll see how this hurricane changes, hopefully calms down a little bit the minute it starts to hit land. You know, that's all we can hope for is a reduction in strength.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm texting back and forth with a friend of mine, Chris. He lives about 10 miles north of Hertz Arena. So they've been without power since 11. He said that the wind gusts they've been getting, they've seen some 80-mile-an-hour winds. Recently, they had one a little over 90. He's got his weather gear at the house. He's like, but it's a good sustained wind for the most part, staying at least around 70. But as he's like, as the hours go on, it gets worse. He goes, the rain has been torrential. And then, of course, we can hear the thunder. We haven't had the lightning yet. So he's obviously getting really, really close to that eye wall. So it's crazy. Yeah. If you're down there listening to us, we know we're over the whole state and we're glad you're here. We've got our iHeartRadio app. So even if the on-air signals, the terrestrial signals go down, We are still streaming on the app. We've got multiple backup systems to keep things rolling so we can keep you, your family safe as our families here work, not just for us here in Tampa, but for everyone across the state as our folks down there at our radio stations are hunkering down and trying to avoid, the most severe circumstances here. I mean, it's something else. I'll be honest, when you and I talked about this last night, we weren't quite sure what it was going to look like when it came on, but this is pretty close to what I imagined. And that's got to be a scary situation to be going through right now.
And I just feel so much for our neighbors to the south of us, in Fort Myers, Punta Gorda. Yep. It's a very scary situation for them. We have someone on the line here. Deborah, is that correct?
Yes. Hi.
Hey, good morning. Where are you calling from?
Sarasota.
In Sarasota. Okay. What's going on?
Well, we're having huge gusts of wind, and it's really starting to shake the trees quite a bit down and to the ground. And also, we just got information that we're going to have a sea rise about 18 feet. And as the hurricane's still spinning, it's taking all the water out of the bay. And then, conversely, when it gets onto the other coast, it'll rush that water back in. And the local Sarasota management just said, expect 18 feet at Marina Jacks and O'Leary's Tiki Bar. And it's called Gulf to Bay Road, and it connects to 41 and Ringling.
Gotcha. I know exactly what you're talking about. All right, Deborah. Thank you so much.
And everything, Deborah.
I'm safe. I've got my little safe room all set up, ready to go.
Right.
Where exactly in Sarasota are you?
I'm in downtown Sarasota.
Okay.
And about 1/8 of a mile from the bay, but we're up a little bit because way back when they had a little hill here and did the right thing by building on it. Mm-hmm. So I've been through quite a few hurricanes. This one really scares me. This reminds me of Andrew, how it took out the whole state down south and up through north.
Yeah, no, we completely understand where you're coming from there, and with the power of this storm, there are a lot of similarities there. It was wild the way that it just kind of brushed across the tip. Here in Tampa, we didn't really feel anything from. I was here that day. We were actually at the beach when Andrew was going across the southern part of the state. This one, just the way that it comes on, it eventually, as that eye moves in, it will encompass almost 3/4 of the state. With wind, with the rain, with everything, well into the night until the day tomorrow. So we've still got well over 12 hours of riding the storm out, as they would say.
Right.
And it's definitely going to be crazy. Deborah, thank you so much for calling in.
Okay. Thank you.
No, go ahead. What else did you want to add?
Well, we have backup generators in my building. So I think I've survived a few hurricanes here. And also I wanted to say to Port Charlotte and Northport, I'm sorry that it's hitting, and I'm sorry for the cheese people, because it's a big one. Don't be stupid out there. Stay in.
Oh, you got that right. Thank you so much, Deborah in Sarasota. Stay safe. We're thinking about you all. And, here in Tampa Bay area, we're thinking about you all down south in Sarasota, Fort Myers area. Have a good one. Stay safe and call anytime. Anyone who, wants to call in and let us know what's going on in their area. It's 800-969-9352. It's 800-969-9352. Just let us know, what you're seeing, be our eyes and ears, because we can't see everything. Earlier, Big Rig, I was watching the national news, and I could not believe folks in the water being, what she said, stupid. So let's not do that.
Yeah, let's not. All right. A lot of coverage still to go. We are just getting started. We got to take a quick break. We'll come back. We can get to your calls wherever you may be, whatever you're experiencing. Let us know. It is Big Rig from 98 Rock. Laura Diaz from Mix 100.7. It is Operation Stormwatch on News Radio WFLA.
Have you heard the news? Wesley Chapel Lexus has inventory arriving daily. Now is the perfect time to shop our amazing Lexus selection, in store or online. Drive away today or pre-select and reserve yours now. Plus, we're still offering up to $500 over KBB value for your trade. Right off I-75 just north of I-4. When you think Lexus, think Wesley Chapel Lexus. WesleyChapelLexus.com.
$500 over KBB fair value pending inspection.
Planning for retirement shouldn't keep you up at night. At Darwin Wealth Management, we'll help you plan and invest for the retirement you've always envisioned. Our team was built to help you achieve financial independence using strategies and solutions for your lifestyle with ongoing communication and expert guidance. Learn more at darwinwealth.com today. Investment advisory services are offered through Darwin Wealth Management, LLC, a registered investment advisor. For more information, please visit brokercheck.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first. Call 813-547-8399 or go to repipe.com. That's 813-547-8399 or go to repipe.com. Repipe Specialists, making your repipe job fast, seamless, and simple. That's our specialty.
If you're a veteran seeking addiction treatment or know a veteran who needs help with drugs or alcohol, our veteran-only staff can help. Visit heroesmile.com or call 888-VET-NOW-2. Heroes Mile, for veterans, by veterans.
Don't wait until the last minute to prepare for a fast approaching storm. Stay in the know with Operation Stormwatch on News Radio WFLA. On air and online, WFLAnews.com. Presented by New South Window Solutions. This is News Radio WFLA's Operation Stormwatch.
Brought to you by New South Window Solutions.
It is Big Rig from 98 Rock. It is Laura Diaz from Mix 100.7. All parts of our Florida iHeart family. And we've got Jesus on from Port Charlotte. We want to check in real quick before we get to a news break. So how are things going for you down there? What are you going through right now?
Hello, guys. Yeah, so we're off of Midway and 41, and it's picking up pretty heavy over here. Luckily, we have everything that we have to prepare for it. But I will say, just by looking at it and hearing the news, you know, we're trying to be a little bit scared over here. But hey, we're just gonna stay strong and just go with the flow and see how it goes.
I mean,
that's you know, we always talk about that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's like right in the.
Port Charlotte,
right in. So, do you have power?
No. Man, I woke up around like 7 in the morning. Absolutely no power. We haven't been having power after that, and just trying to stay under here with a little flashlight. So everything's good over here. Got my whole family here together, so just gonna wait it out.
Awesome. Thank you so much for checking in with us. You guys stay safe, and yes, as they say, never ever panic. Just keep positive thoughts the best you can. Ride it out. We'll be here with you the whole time to give you the latest updates. So we'll get back into that, and we're gonna go to Ellington. Did you say that was Sally we had with us?
Hello.
Hello. How are you, Sally?
I'm doing okay. We just had a big gust of wind, but that's mainly what we're having is wind and rain. I'm in Ellington. I'm in a mobile home park, and there's still quite a few of us left here. We're just hunkered down. I don't have any power, but there was a friend of mine down the way had power. I don't know how he managed to get it, but he had it. I don't know if he still does, but I don't have any power. And there's been some superficial damage on my street, a down gutter, a porch door that came off. But other than that, we haven't seen any other damage. I haven't seen any other damage yet. Have you ridden out a storm there before? I'm not going out there to look. That's for sure.
Now, have you ridden out a storm there before?
This storm had me really scared. This one really had me scared. And I've been down here for quite a few years, 15, 20 years. And this is I've only been through 3 or 4 storms, hurricanes. But this one's really got me. And I think it's because I'm in the house and I'm alone in the house, other than my dog and my cat. And that's the reason that I stayed. If I didn't have them, I would have been out of here. But I couldn't leave them. So I'm here.
We understand completely. We know how it is. Everybody's situation is different when you go through these things, and you hunker down. You've got friends, you've got neighbors, you're all there together, and everybody has everybody's back right now. And that's the biggest thing. This is the time when we all have to realize that this is when we need each other more than we've ever needed each other before. Awesome. Sally, thank you so much for checking in with us. Stay safe.
Okay, thank you. You too.
All right, take care. All right, we've got a news break. We've got a hit, and then we're going to come back. We're going to try and link up with Lewis Kaplan, who is our Senior Vice President of Programming in Fort Myers. He is responsible for that building down there. We are on all of the stations throughout Southwest Florida in our iHeartRadio chain. We're also on the iHeartRadio app. So hopefully you have that. Maybe that's where you've got us, because throughout the power outages and everything else, as long as your devices are charged, we will be here continually giving you updates. We got a long way to go, a long night, and a long day tomorrow. And we are in for the long haul. Let's take a break. It's Big Rig from Nutty Rock, Laura Diaz from Mix 100.7. It's Operation Stormwatch on News Radio WFLA.
From the BioCell Neuropathy Pain Relief News Desk, this is iHeartRadio's Operation Stormwatch from News Radio WFLA, Tampa.
I'm Steve Summers, News Radio WFLA, with a Hurricane Ian update. Ian continues to strengthen as it moves north-northeast at 9 miles an hour with sustained 155-mile-an-hour winds. Landfall is this afternoon south of Venice and north of Charlotte Harbor. Ian will weaken after landfall and continue up through Orlando. Northeast winds through today mean that the dreaded storm surge will not be an issue for Tampa Bay. In fact, Tampa Bay waters are actually receding, causing the opposite.
Streets are getting flooded around there, and we are anticipating in Fort Myers that they will see much of the same. Officials telling everybody to get in a safe space within their home, at least for the next few hours. There is no chance for you to evacuate at this point. Streets are flooded. There is debris flying around as a result of these high winds. There are some moments of calm that we're seeing. Storm bands moving across the region, but officials say make no mistake, it's a catastrophic storm. Severe thunderstorms, flash flooding, tornado activity, all happening across the area, and that's going to continue over the next few hours for sure.
Yeah, let's hope that everyone is sheltering in place. I mean, the city of Tampa, very far from Fort Myers, was already sending out alerts. I got a text message to my phone because I signed up for their emergency alerts. City of Tampa was saying it is no longer safe to be on the roads. Do not attempt to relocate until further notice. Wherever you are, that's where you are. If there's a need, you need to take cover, find an interior room away from windows. This is not the time to be deciding on where you're going to ride it out. The storm is here, and so we'll definitely in the Fort Myers area, they are seeing some serious storm surge, like you said, and that's when things can get really dangerous. We talk about downed power lines. We talk about water. It's not a good combination, and it can result in a fatality. And that's just something that, if we can get through the storm with few or no fatalities, then, the things can be replaced and we can rebuild. But it's people making, decisions that can result in loss of life.
Have you been hearing anything from any county, city representatives? Anybody been putting out statements about the future response? What's it look like in the window? Because this is just the beginning of the eye wall coming on there. Obviously, there's going to be the eye moving over, which is still about 30 miles wide, it looks, and then the back end of the storm, which will be the second half. So it's going to be a while before it looks like anything is going to be able to start in any kind of recovery mode.
Yeah, and that's really the issue. Emergency management directors and Fort Myers Mayor Kevin Anderson saying that they're ready to go, but they have to wait for the storm to pass because they can't put their rescue teams in harm's way because that would create more issues, obviously, for people that need help after the storm. So there are disaster relief teams ready to go in once the storm passes. There are linemen ready to get the power back on because power losses are definitely anticipated. So it's really just a wait-and-see process until they can assess what sort of damage occurs.
Yeah.
Awesome. Will, thank you so much for reaching out. Will is with the Florida News Network. He's going to keep giving us updates for that South Florida region as we go through this situation. So we'll check back in with you here in a short bit, Will. Thank you again. We appreciate it. All right, we've got our 2 o'clock updates that'll be coming here, which, again, is not our major update. 5 o'clock is the major. This will be an update on the storm, its position, its power. I can tell you right now, when you look at this radar image of the eye, it looks like it almost went through a rejuvenation of the eye. The cycle has gone around again and almost just rejuvenated itself as it's coming on in Fort Myers. But it does look like maybe the eye is shrinking just a little bit. So when we get that 2 o'clock update, obviously we'll have more data. And then Rebecca Berry, who is with the Max Defender 8 meteorologist crew at WFLA, will give us another update too. So we'll know what's going on there and a little bit better idea. So we're going to take a break. We'll come back, get to more of your calls, and continue our 24/7 coverage. It's Operation Stormwatch. It's News Radio WFLA.
Imagine being a business owner and missing out on this payroll tax rebate of up to $26,000 per employee. Seriously, that is game-changing money. If you own a business and you've been dealing with everything from the pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use that money right about now, and I'm here to tell you how you can get it. It's Ryan Gorman. If your business has 5 or more employees and you made it through the pandemic, you could be eligible for that payroll tax rebate I was just telling you about. It's not a loan, so you don't have to worry about paying it back. It's a refund of your taxes. And where you need to go to find out more is getrefunds.com. They have a team of tax attorneys. They're highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned $1 billion to businesses, and they can help you too. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those who took PPP. So to find out if your business qualifies, go to getrefunds.com and click on Qualify Me. This payroll tax refund only available for a limited amount of time, so get on it now.
During this interruption, let's talk about disruption. Emerging new channels, cookieless media. Marketers, are you missing out on one of the most engaged audiences in today's new open web? With Viant's programmatic software Adelphic, stay in tune with digital audio, stream the future on CTV, and level up with in-game, so you can see an average 3 times return on ad spend, maybe even on this very program next time. Viant, built for the new open web. Built for now. Visit ViantNow.com to learn more.
The following is an important message from Florida Power and Light. Safety is always FPL's first priority during a storm, and we urge you to make safety your top priority too. As you prepare for the approaching storm, review your plan for backup power or make arrangements to relocate if someone in your home is dependent on life-sustaining electric-powered medical equipment. Avoid trimming trees before the storm and secure loose branches and other debris. Keep all ladders, scaffolding, and tools at least 10 feet away from power lines. Remember, there may be danger after the storm. storm. If you're planning on using a generator, keep it outside and away from open windows. Never operate it indoors. Stay away from downed power lines, flooded areas, and debris. Use the FPL mobile app to report a fallen wire and call 911 immediately if you feel there is an imminent danger. For a complete list of storm safety tips, go to FPL.com. And to text message updates after the storm, text the word JOIN to MyFPL. That's JOIN to 69375.
Here's what Fence Outlet customers have to say about their experience.
Now that the kids are getting older, we needed to get a fence installed because we don't want them wandering into the lake in our backyard, and we most certainly did not want the alligators crawling into our backyard either. So once we called, they came and they surveyed our yard. They showed us what the options were, and within a couple of weeks, they installed the fence, and we were good to go. I'm glad we picked Fence Outlet. They did a really good job.
See for yourself. Go to fenceoutlet.com. That's fenceoutlet.com.
License number C-10252 and C-10803.
CertaPro commercial painters have powers beyond those of ordinary painters.
The power of minimal disruption.
We work with you to ensure a smooth project.
The power of making you look good.
Making sure it's done right, on time and within budget, so every property manager looks like a hero. That's CertaPro Painters.
The power of pro.
Get your project started at CertaPro.com.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. License information available at CertaPro.com.
At the Original Mattress Factory, quality is at the heart of everything we do. While mainstream mattress companies have decreased their quality to cut costs, OMF still hand builds our mattresses and box springs to last. We build two-sided mattresses that can be flipped and rotated to improve long-term comfort and durability. We also build real flexing box springs that act as a shock absorber for the mattress. It's all designed with you in mind. Visit an OMF location today to see the Original Mattress Factory difference for yourself.
Operation Stormwatch coverage continues now on News Radio WFLA.
Brought to you by New South Window Solutions.
Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon, watching Hurricane Ian Category 4 right now, just beginning to make landfall just as expected right around 2 o'clock. I'm Laura Diaz from Mix 100.7 along with Big Rig of 98 Rock. We are broadcasting Operation Stormwatch in many different areas, Fort Myers, Punta Gorda, Tampa, Sarasota. So if you're listening from different areas, obviously we're all being affected quite differently from Hurricane Ian. Our friends just south of us, we're in Tampa Bay. They're in Fort Myers feeling the effects. Some serious wind gusts down in the Fort Myers area. They're seeing incredible storm surge. I mean, I do believe this is going to go down as a historical storm, some storm we have not seen in Florida in many decades. We have seen two Cat 5 storms in the last 30 years make landfall in the U.S. This is not a Cat 5 storm, but boy, is it just shy of a Cat 5 storm. We're talking about 155 mile an hour winds, whereas a Cat 5, I believe that's just 2 miles short of being considered Cat 5. Let's hope, in the next 2 o'clock update, which is just minutes away from now, we'll be hearing, what exactly is the category strength that it's making landfall, where exactly is it making landfall on Florida, and who's being most affected. Let's see. I believe we have someone right now who's just calling up to give us an update. Is this Troy in Clearwater?
Troy, are you there?
Oh, yes, I'm here. With
there you are. So you're helping people who need help right now. Is that what you're doing? Is it people?
Yeah, I'm actually driving on the road.
So what exactly is it that you're doing there in Clearwater? We heard that you were using your taxi for some good things to help people out. What exactly is it you're doing?
Well, right now I'm helping a family that got their room that they paid for a month at a time taken out from under them at an Econo Lodge.
Oh, gee whiz.
Taking a bit, I'm helping them relocate. They were lucky enough to find a place down the street that let them in at Clearwater Inn. And
don't forget,
lasted 3 trips to get them all moved in. How many of you are in that room altogether? 3? Yeah, there's 3 of them, a mother and her 2 sons. And
oh, wow.
They've been here for a month, and they just had, there's such a call for people that are clamoring for rooms that they got it paid ahead like for a month by someone else out from under them, and now they had to luckily find a place down the road. I had one lady last night who was with her boyfriend, they had been told and understood that PSDA's bus service was free, and they didn't realize they cut it off early. They had to walk all the way from Tampa, like 20 miles over to Largo, and it took them six and a half hours to walk, and then they called us, and I picked them up, and I said, "Taking as far as $10 will go. That's all we got." And I took them all the way home, and she was she was just crying because she missed her babies. She was like really distraught and almost hysterical with having had to walk because they discontinued bus service early. So there's been a lot of interesting happenings, is helping people and with whatever I can. I'm one of the few taxi drivers driving right now. I actually stocked up on gas with gas tanks. I got like 30 gallons of gas. All the gas stations are pretty much closed this year.
Be
well,
safe,
we can't thank you enough for what you're doing. Yeah, be safe, be careful, and keep doing some good, Troy. Thank you so much for what you're doing. All right, we are about to a break here. Just so you know, we are awaiting the 2 o'clock update. It's going to give us a new point where Ian is as the eye is coming on there in Fort Myers, right literally in between Punta Gorda and Fort Myers, with a lot of lightning, a lot of heavy thunderstorms. We'll talk to Rebecca from the Rebecca Berry, who's with us from Max Defender 8's meteorological crew. She'll join us about 10 after 2 to kind of break it all down. All that ahead here. It's Big Rig from Nutty Rock, Laura Diaz from Mix 100.7 with Operation Stormwatch on News Radio WFLA.
This is Robert Palmer, president of RP Funding. With home values at an all-time high, it's a great time to turn your home equity into cash and get a closing cost credit from RP Funding. Call 855-773-8634.
Terms and conditions apply. We must settle on 68 equal housing.
Listen to American Medicine Today, presented by the Bonati Spine Institute, Saturdays, noon to 1 on News Radio 970, WFLA, featuring the internationally acclaimed inventor of the Bonati Spine procedures, Alfredo Bonati, MD.
A haunted carnival experience is coming to Armature Works, downtown Tampa, October 27th through 30th. Come during the day and enjoy 300,000 square feet of carnival rides and food. After 7 p.m., beware, as it evolves into an elevated, risque, spooky experience, with costume contests awarding $10,000 cash and prizes. To make sure you never leave, world-class DJs like Steve Aoki will be performing all through the weekend. Get tickets at PiedPiperProductions.com. This is one carnival you may never leave. Enter if you dare.
Most impact windows from Reese Windows and Doors are installed in just 6 to 8 weeks. Visit ReeseWindows.com.
WFLA Tampa, WMTX Tampa, WSRZ Sarasota, WCTQ Venice.
This is iHeartRadio's Operation Stormwatch from News Radio WFLA Tampa.
Catastrophic Hurricane Ian is beginning to come ashore near Sanibel Island in southwest Florida, packing 155 miles.
WCCF Punta Gorda.
The following is an important message from Florida Power and Light. In anticipation of the approaching storm's impact on our service territory, we have activated our emergency response plan. FPL is maintaining a 24-hour watch on the storm's path in order to move workers and equipment to areas most likely to be affected. We are positioning resources for rapid restoration and strongly encourage you to take the necessary steps to prepare for possible extended power outages. Make sure you have the supplies needed on hand and keep a close watch on the weather. For more, go to MyFPL. That's JOIN to 69375. Please stay safe.
Hours. I mean, you're going to have millions of people without power in this state within the next 48 hours, no question.
An army of electrical workers have been pre-positioned around the state to move in quickly after the storm passes to get power restored. Ian is expected to weaken on land as it moves up the state, but it could still be near hurricane strength when it arrives in central Florida late tonight into tomorrow. Shelters are open, including for those with special needs, and some shelters allow pets. Schools are closed. Orlando International Airport ceased commercial operations this morning, according to Operations Director Tom Draper.
Everything is out that was going to get out. Right now, we're moving a few aircraft around to get them away from the gates, to get them over to the hangars or over onto the ramp and get them secured. So we're in the last-minute preparations now for the airport.
With Florida's news, I'm Larry Spillman.
WFLA News is brought to you by Safe Touch Security.
From the Moss Nissan Traffic Center, we are hearing now that residents who live on the barrier islands are allowed to return, but you must possess the proper identification and or certificate to allow to be back on the barrier islands. So if you're a resident or you have a business there, you are allowed back there. Otherwise, the area is still under a mandatory evacuation. Paige Carrera, News Radio WFLA.
As Hurricane Ian continues to move northeast, we will see bands of heavy torrential rain and strong winds, even the threat for tornadoes in some of those bands. And as the system tracks to the northeast, possible hurricane force winds expected east of I-75 through the evening and overnight before exiting to the north and east. We will still see gusty conditions tomorrow, but we'll see less rain and drying out for Friday and the weekend. I'm Max Defender 8 meteorologist Lee Spann.
Operation Stormwatch on News Radio WFLA. Brought to you by New South Window Solutions.
We are going to go to a Manatee County emergency operations update right now that's happening.
Safe to leave your home. The eye of this hurricane is quite large. There will be many areas underneath the eye where you will think the sun has come out and it's time to play. The sun will only be shining for a brief period of time, and it's going to be surrounded by an eye wall that is going to pass through a second time. So please, until we notify you or public officials in the county where you reside notify you that it's safe to leave your shelter or your home, do not stay in your home. Don't be a disaster tourist. Don't be a disaster tourist. There will be much work that must be done after the winds leave and we're able to get out and do our assessments. What will slow our efforts down is if everybody gets on the road, drives around to look for yourself about what damage has been done. That is a disaster tourist. Don't get out and ride your bike around and see what's going on, or your cars. Take care of whatever necessary business you need to take care of, and allow us as much freedom on the roads and the like to get the work done that we need to do to get our community back to where it was before the storm. You are putting yourself in harm's way if you venture out for the purposes of gawking at the damage. I know we're all going to be curious, but you've got great news coverage, you've got social media, you don't necessarily have to go out and see it for yourself. Now, if you want to stand in your own front yard and you don't have any down power lines, you don't have any down trees, you don't have a lot of standing water, that's fine. But please allow us to get in and do the work that needs to be done to make it safe for you, your neighbors,
Manatee County. As they're updating, just really got to go over a lot of common sense stuff. You know, don't be out in this storm, right? You may think the storm is over, and really depending on the track of this eye, just kind of watching it here, and we'll get an official update from Rebecca at News Channel 8 here in just a few minutes from the Max Defender 8 weather meteorologist crew. You know, Sarasota, it looks like, is going to have a lot of this heaviest weather that is off the west-northwest eye that is heading in its direction. And that'll go up through around Bradenton, Anna Maria Island. If you had not heard, we got word that the Bradenton Water Management Facility is at risk of overflowing. So they're asking people to conserve water because there could be a water concern there. So please heed that notice. Hopefully you've got plenty of water. You're good to go. There should be no issues. But again, these kinds of things happen. It can happen with sewage. You know, we had Treasure Island shut down, the waste management facility. So the pumps were turned off. So they've been asking people not to flush the toilets, which is a big concern too in its own right. But you know, it's just one of those things that happen. A lot of things will come and go. Let me get you a quick power update here. TECO, 31,948 customers. This is of about 5 minutes ago. FPL has 198,710 customers out. Duke Energy, just over 40,000 customers that are out right now. A majority of those are in St. Petersburg, focused around downtown in that area. When I'm looking at that, with that hot map. So a big chunk of that number for Pinellas County is in St. Petersburg. That's about 30,000 of the 40,000 people without power are around downtown St. Petersburg in that area. Most, I know TECO has it on their website. They are not responding to outages right now. TECO is not, because the winds are up at a level that is too dangerous for them to do it. They had been throughout most of the morning, but now they've said that they are not going to do it. All right, we got the 2 o'clock update that came in, which looks, as far as speeds and everything else, pretty status quo. Joining us is Max Defender 8 meteorologist Rebecca Berry, who's been on with us throughout this entire storm off and on. So what are you seeing now with this new update, and where do we go from here, starting with the folks in Fort Myers and Punta Gorda?
Absolutely. The worst of the winds are starting to move onshore down south. We've seen a Captiva Island wind gusts over 100 miles per hour. We are seeing exactly what we expected. The western side of the storm is the stronger side, and we've got those wind gusts between 100, 115 as they start to move onshore, and they will continue to make their way onshore throughout the day today and then start to move north this evening. The winds will start to increase across the Tampa Bay area late this afternoon into the early evening hours, but the worst of the wind will pass through after sunsets when it is dark. We are expecting exponential rainfall, especially along and just to the north of the eye and the path that it takes, especially as it heads into Polk County. Some areas are going to get around a foot of rain overnight tonight, so we're going to see some flooding based on the rainfall, in addition to that storm surge flooding that is down in Fort Myers and just to the south of Fort Myers. So those are the areas we are most concerned with, is Fort Myers south in terms of storm surge. Sarasota County is going to get beaten up by wind, but the storm surge will be right there along the coastline. It's not going to push in like it will near Port Charlotte. The storm will continue to slow down as it makes its way over land. It's going to go from what it is right now, which is a strong Category 4 storm, to a Category 1 storm between now and about 2 a.m. So we're going to be dealing with hurricane-force winds to the south of I-4 overnight for an extended period of time. I'm expecting multiple power outages that could be extended and lots of extensive tree damage in addition to that flooding we talked about.
Now, why would you say this storm in particular? Because usually when we talk about hurricanes, we talk about the west side is the side you want to be on. It's usually the weaker side. This is completely a 180 of that, right?
The rainfall aspect of it is, not the storm surge and not the wind. That's still on just to the south and east. And also the way that it's approaching the coastline is skewing the quadrants just a bit because of the shape of the coastline and how it's moving. And so that's making it seem a little different. But the rainfall is all on the northern and western side of the storm. And I think that's because of the shear that we're seeing across the Gulf. It starts to shear as strong upper level winds and those are cutting off.
Irma. And these are rare, though. Hurricane Irma 2017 was also a Cat 5. Out of the 30 some odd Category 5 hurricanes in the Atlantic, only 5 have actually hit Florida. So they are rare, despite all of the, grifting, whatever, the global warming, all that stuff that you hear from people. But it's going to be a very rough couple of days. Some of the meteorologists are saying that it's now at 100, it's about 155 miles per hour, 1 mile per hour shy of a Category 5. Now, when we started the show, it was like 2 miles under. It was just one. So by all intents and purposes, it is a Category 5. And to get a direction of where it's going, if you know where Cape Coral is, Sanibel Island and Captiva.
Updated. People are just tuning in and haven't gotten the latest update. It is making landfall right now in what exact city as a Category 4 hurricane?
I don't know exactly what it's going to be classified as because they do classify it as where the first inner edge of the eye wall touches land, but essentially it's Fort Myers, just south of Englewood.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. And so, when you're talking about making landfall as a Category 4 storm, so Englewood, Fort Myers area, they're going to be seeing 155 mile an hour sustained winds. Is that correct?
Those are the gusts. The sustained winds will probably be between 70 and 90 miles per hour, but the gusts that we're seeing are in that 100 mile per hour range. I'm looking at some sampling right now, 84 miles per hour, 68 miles per hour, 54 miles per hour. Those are the sustained winds that we are able to see from the radar estimated rainfall, radar estimated wind speeds, but the gusts that we're measuring have been above 100 miles per hour in that 115, 120 mile per hour range.
Do you anticipate, power outages for weeks because of this kind of level of a storm? I know you're not an energy expert, but you're the only person I can talk to right now. So I'm going to ask you all these random questions. What do you think about power outages?
Power crews along interstate ready to sweep in from across the country, really. Those guys get on the road and start driving towards the disaster well before it gets here. And so you will hear the buzzing of chainsaws and the restoration of power starting as soon as it is safe to, which I think will occur late Thursday night into early Friday is probably the start time for the power crews to start getting things back up. They prioritize power grids for hospitals, shelters, schools, and then work their way outwards from there. And so if you live in a historic neighborhood with lots of those beautiful oak trees, you're probably going to get your power on a day or two later than your neighbors that live in new construction neighborhoods with no trees. Certain power grids are more delicate than others, especially those to barrier islands. I can foresee power outages for a week or more for some of our barrier islands south of the Sarasota area, where we're seeing the worst of the wind damage and the worst of the storm surge damage. Your community depends on whether your power lines are above ground or below. Below ground power lines go out less often because they're not impacted by trees or debris. But if they are inundated with water, it is a complete scratch and redo that entire system. So that takes weeks and weeks and weeks. They're not often breached by floodwater, but if there were a case where underground power lines could be breached by water, it would be the storm surge that we're going to expect in Port Charlotte.
Wow.
Yeah,
Unbelievable.
You think the underground, you think, oh, if only I had underground power lines, we wouldn't be having this problem. But that was a good point that you made. You know, you could be out for weeks and weeks as they have to redo the whole thing. So it's kind of pros and cons with both.
I talked with Florida Power and Light about it a couple of years ago about why there wasn't a bigger push for underground power lines in Florida, because that's really the biggest, most widespread inconvenience. Not everyone sees the worst of the damage or the worst of the flooding, but almost everyone loses power. And that's what they told me, is that if the underground power lines were to be breached by water, some areas could be without power for months.
Wow.
And this is
unreal.
This is a lesson that we're all learning about breaching by water, and storm surges and things sometimes you don't expect can happen on a moment's notice.
Yes, and I think most people should be prepared to be without power for 3 to 5 days.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the reality. I've lived it. I know it. It's not fun. But, hopefully we're all prepared enough to make it happen. So, Rebecca, thank you so very much. Our Max Defender 8 meteorological crew that's kept us in this whole thing. We'll talk to you again in a short bit. Thank you again, Rebecca.
Thank you.
All right, so we're going to head to, based in Miami, Erica Rodriguez, who is going to give us the latest from the 24/7 Florida News Network, keeping an eye on things around the state of Florida. Erica, what do you have for us?
Well, Hurricane Ian's maximum sustained winds of 155 miles per hour are lashing southwest Florida, as you've been saying, causing massive storm surges in places like Fort Myers, Naples, and Marco Island. Video recently from Big Carlos Pass Bridge on Fort Myers Beach shows water overtaking the streets and creeping dangerously close to entering homes. Officials now say it's the time to stay indoors. Even if conditions appear to be clearing, conditions could deteriorate very quickly. There could be debris flying in the air, down power lines, tornadoes could be spinning up. And as soon as it's safe, first responders promise they will be out helping the few people who did ignore those evacuation orders. 5 urban search and rescue teams from around the state have been activated, with other teams from as far away as Virginia and Texas already here. The governor says there are more than 350 trailers full of more than 3.5 million meals and 1.8 million gallons of bottled water ready to be deployed to the areas hit the worst. 200,000 power outages are reported statewide, but it will get much worse. We do know that. But there are 30,000 linemen staged around the state ready to begin those restoration efforts as soon as the weather clears.
Now, Erica, where you are, how much have you guys had over there around the Miami area? I know it looked like a pretty squally day for you yesterday. Is it pretty quiet in your neck of the woods now?
Right now, yes. It is partially cloudy. We do have some storms coming through every once in a while. Still some gusty conditions, but it's nothing. We have maybe tropical storm force winds. Nothing of what's happening right now in southwest Florida. We did have some tornadoes that spun up last night with some of those feeder bands coming through, but it's far. My prayers go out to the people in southwest Florida.
Yeah, and there was some tornadic activity yesterday. I know, as we talked about, I think you mentioned the airport where some planes were flipped over yesterday. But as far as air travel there on the southeast coast, West Palm, Miami, are the airports open there, or are they still closed?
The airports are open. There are delays and cancellations, so anybody planning to fly out of or into the area should call their airlines, check online. But, yes, planes are leaving the area right now. If the weather does get very bad, which does happen at times, yes, there will have a stoppage for a brief period of time. But other than that, yes, we do have planes leaving South Florida.
Great stuff, Erica. We appreciate you.
Thank you for joining us, Erica. We'll check back with you. Thank you so much. All right. It is, we're coming up here on 2:20. We'll have another break in just a minute. Let me give you a quick update on the power as to kind of how it's going. So with TECO, It's really about every 5 minutes, a couple of hundred more additions to the power outage map. We are at 37,000 customers out. Just a few minutes ago, when I gave you the update about 13 minutes ago, we were at 31,000. So that's how we're growing there in leaps and bounds. It's very scattered throughout Hillsborough County. South Tampa, out near McDill, there's a pretty heavy pocket of power disruption there, and the rest are just kind of scattered. There's not really one large field of power disruption until you get to Pinellas County, and then you get down around St. Petersburg with Duke Energy, and there's about 30,000 power outages alone in that area of southern Pinellas County, and then you have pockets of 1,000, 2,000, 5,000 as you go on up through there, and parts of around Oldsmar and that neck of the woods too. And then FPL has been running this afternoon at about 198,710. They have got a huge swath from really about Manatee County south across the state to the other side of the state. So they have a really large customer base. So I know that number sounds large, but compared to how many customers they have, it's pretty minuscule. But we know that number is going to grow exponentially over the next 12 hours as this storm comes on. It is just incredible. All right. Laura, as far as you, what are you experiencing up there? We're just squally here. We get occasional gusts to about 40 miles an hour where I'm at in Brandon. What are you dealing with?
It's funny you just asked that. I was just looking out the window as you were talking, and I as you were talking, in my head I thought, okay, things are picking up. I'm in North Tampa, about 15 minutes south of Wesley Chapel area, and things are really starting to pick up here just in the last few minutes. Some gusty winds, rain is starting to pick up to become much heavier. Now, granted, it has been raining, and I'm not even going to say on and off. It has been raining from light to heavy rain since 7 or 8 this morning. So what you're going to be seeing in inland parts of Tampa, like where I'm at, are going to be, the flooding issues. When things just get so saturated like this, that's where you're going to start to have power outages. Now, I still have power in North Tampa. Obviously, it might be different for someone, who's not in my neighborhood. I'm not sure at this point, but I still have power. And I know folks south of us, our neighbors in Fort Myers, just so many people out of power. And the big question is, how long is it going to take? Now, obviously, you want your home to be okay, not damaged. Power sometimes seems like such a trivial thing. Like, oh, if all I do is lose power, then that's a good thing. But if you're out of power, it's easy to say power's not a big deal. Yeah, exactly. It's easier to say when you're sitting here with lights on and AC that power's not the worst thing that can happen. I know it is just so inconvenient. It's so uncomfortable, and our hearts go out to you if you are listening to us right now without power, not knowing how long it's going to take before you get it back on. But right now we're just really, really concerned for folks in the Fort Myers area as this massive storm is just starting to make landfall as we speak.
All right, so we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back with more. It's Big Rig from 98 Rock. It's Laura Diaz from Mix 100.7 and our entire Operation Stormwatch crew up and down the coast of West Florida, Southwest Florida, keeping everybody up to date with the latest here on News Radio WFLA.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, beat the largest timeshare company in federal court and has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-738-9900. That's 800-738-9900.
When you own a business, you quickly find out that all banks are not created equal. You need a bank that understands your needs and goals. You need GTE Financial. At GTE, your business matters. You'll work with experienced bankers who live and work in Tampa Bay. They offer fast loan closings and lines of credit for short-term capital needs. It's what happens when your bank understands business. Learn how GTE Financial can help your business grow. Call 813-414-7093 for an appointment. 813-414-7093.
What QC Kinetics is doing for people here across Tampa Bay, it's nothing short of amazing. Finally, real lasting relief from joint pain is within reach for you. It's Ryan Gorman, and I want to tell you about the nation's leader in these exciting new pain treatments with advanced regenerative medicine, non-surgical alternatives. If you're living with joint pain from an injury or arthritis, don't let them tell you steroids and pain meds and surgery are your only options. QC Kinetics uses regenerative treatments that can restore and repair damaged tissue. Maybe you've been diagnosed with bone-on-bone arthritis and you've been told you need a replacement. Call QC Kinetics now for an alternative way to deal with the pain. These amazing protocols work with pain caused by injury as well, like a torn meniscus or rotator cuff. Call QC Kinetics and stop living with that pain. Learn how regenerative medicine can give you your life back with no drugs and no surgery. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation. 813-305-3000. That's 813-305-3000 with locations including Bradenton, St. Pete, and Lakeland.
I miss my baby. Someone stole my baby. By the way, my baby is my landscaping truck that was literally stolen from a job site. Baby, won't you please come home?
Owning a small business isn't always as lovely as it sounds, but with 30-plus customizable coverage options, Progressive Commercial keeps your business humming along. Get a quote in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com.
I love my sweetheart. By the way, that's my riding lawnmower.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Coverage and discounts not available for all vehicles or states. Policy terms and conditions apply.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. But not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
World-changing question. Are you keeping as much of your investment gains as possible? High taxes can erode returns quickly, so you need a tax-optimized portfolio. At Creative Planning, our money managers and specialists work together to make sure your portfolio and wealth are managed in a tax-efficient manner. It's what you keep that really matters. Why not give your wealth a second look? Book your free meeting today at creativeplanning.com. Creative Planning, a richer way to wealth.
Hey, Steve, I got breaking news. Retirement Success is now on Sunday mornings at 9 a.m.
That's right, Elizabeth. Retirement Success is now on Saturdays and Sunday mornings at 9 a.m. right here on 970 WFLA.
Most impact windows from Reese Windows and Doors are installed in just 6 to 8 weeks. Visit reesewindows.com.
Reaching past the headlines. This is Tampa Bay's News Radio, WFLA. This is News Radio, WFLA's Operation Stormwatch.
Brought to you by New South Window Solutions.
It is Big Rig from Nutty Rock. Laura Diaz from Mix 100.7. I was just checking in real quick to watch the power situation. And keep in mind, we're not even feeling the brunt of this storm yet. Now, I know Pinellas has been having some pretty sizable feeder bands move through, but I'm just watching, just checked in on the Duke Energy map again, and the power outages are really racking up across Pinellas County. 41,000 alone in the St. Petersburg area, 11,000 throughout Clearwater, Seminole, Pinellas Park around 8,000, 2,000 up around Palm Harbor. That's just Duke Energy. TECO at last check was just shy of 41,000 for their customer base. And it's a lot of small pockets with TECO, not really any major heavy duty areas yet. It's just a lot of small. So that could be tree branches that are coming down and taking it out. Remember this. If you do not have the app for your power company on your phone, you need to have it because you can report your power outage right there. No matter, and remember, you must report it. Don't think that everybody else in your neighborhood already did it, because if everybody thinks the same thing, then nobody reports it. And I do know that TECO, with us, we have smart meters now. So the smart meter is supposed to alert them when our power goes down. So I think we've just got Sherry Jacobs on with us now from TECO. Sherry, you there?
Hi.
How are you?
Oh, we're a little funny, but we're good.
Now,
just
I was
relaxing.
Try waiting for the calm before the real storm to get here. I was talking about the smart meters that TECO has that do a lot of things now, like they're supposed to self-alert, like when power outages are out. But I was talking about how important it is to make sure to have the TECO app on your phone so you can report it as well, correct?
Yes, we are still asking folks to report their outages to us. And there's a lot of ways you can do it. You can do it through, there's a number you can text. You can do it through our outage map. You can log into your TECO account and do it that way. It's super easy, and you can sign up for alerts too. So, for example, if you've evacuated to another part of the state and you want to check on your house to see if there's power before you come back, you can do that. It's really convenient and very easy.
That's amazing. Now, as far as what is your actual crew in a storm situation? Before we get the crews that come from outside the state, what does TECO have for a response crew for this kind of a situation?
Oh, we have hundreds of linemen who are here and on a daily basis. But in addition to them, we have supplemented with 3,000 folks from other states. Wow. This includes linemen and tree trimmers and damage assessors, and they are coming from as far away as Oklahoma and Texas and Indiana, and a number of them arrived last night. The rest are arriving today, and they are chomping at the bit to help us get power back on as soon as the winds die down enough that where it's safe to work.
Now, I see on the website it indicates once winds go under 40 miles per hour and it's safe for the crews to get out, they go at it. And do they work round the clock 24/7?
Yes, we do. We have crews around the clock in a storm situation. And but right now, yes, like you mentioned, the winds have to be under 40 miles an hour because, you know, you think about those bucket trucks. You don't want to be in a bucket truck if it's super windy. So it's for their safety. And they're ready to get everybody back on.
Yeah,
all right.
Anybody without power is definitely ready to get back on as well. Yeah. So we appreciate you very much.
You bet.
Thank you for giving us the time. We really appreciate it. All right, we've got a news break to come up on here in just a minute. Just kind of an update for those of you listening up and down the coast. What's the radar look like? Where's the heaviest weather right now? The heaviest weather, the heaviest band of rain and thunderstorm activity is sitting right on top of Punta Gorda right now. It is moving due north and then northwest up towards Sarasota through Venice, Nokomis, that whole area. You're definitely getting some major gust of wind. It's a tight coil. The eye looks like it's starting to shrink too as the storm moves more and more on coast. It's coming right over between Punta Gorda and Fort Myers right now. The eye is, and it looks like it's more moving east now than north, which is it could be down the road at 5 o'clock today. Maybe we see, or this could be a part of that wobble that we've been seeing as the storm is finally coming over land. But if you are between Sarasota and Fort Myers right now, you are getting the heaviest brunt of major storms, possibly severe weather. I'm not seeing any tornado warnings right now. Those have been all around Melbourne on the other part of the state. I've not seen a tornado warning pop up here in quite a while, probably 35, 40 minutes. So that's good news. I know you're probably like me, Laura. That's one of those things too that scares you because you just never know when those things are going to pop up.
Yeah, it's just like all the tangents from any kind of a hurricane. You know, it's like, okay, we've got the hurricane itself. We've got what's the category of the hurricane? Then we've got what's the storm surge? Oh, it's 12 to 18 feet, Englewood to Bonita Beach. Okay, that's ridiculous. Then we've got the flash flooding concern. So that's the thing about these hurricanes. And it was interesting earlier, Big Rig, we were listening to the Governor Ron DeSantis press conference, and he mentioned something that I found just kind of profound, something we don't think about. He said, oh, we've seen, Florida has seen over the last few decades, you know, a big storm. We've seen a very, very wet storm that just dumped tons and tons of rain and caused all kinds of problems. We've seen high category, high wind storms. He's like, but what we have with Hurricane Ian is kind of all of those things in one hurricane. And that's why, you know, we are so concerned. And that's why people have been going into shelters and evacuating. And because we really have all of the elements. Category 4 is such a massive strength. And we've got this massive size of the storm spanning across the entire state. And then, of course, we've got the rain.
All right, we're going to take a quick break, news update. We're going to come back and we're going to check in with one of our fellow iHeart family members who is in Port Charlotte at one of our stations right there where they are feeling the brunt. That's coming up in minutes here. It's Big Rig. It's Laura Diaz. It's Operation Stormwatch on News Radio WFLA.
From the BioCell Neuropathy Pain Relief News Desk, this is iHeartRadio's Operation Stormwatch from News Radio WFLA, Tampa.
I'm Steve Summers, News Radio WFLA with a Hurricane Ian update. The outlook for Tampa Bay looks somewhat different today than it did just a few days ago. Hurricane Ian now set to make landfall south of the Bay Area between Venice and Charlotte Harbor. That changes the storm surge outlook tremendously. Tampa Bay was to have life-threatening storm surge, but now that won't happen. In fact, with the eye of Ian south of here, water is actually being pulled out of Tampa Bay and its tributaries. But authorities warn warned that water will be back quickly, so do not go into areas normally covered by bay-related water. Because the storm surge threat is minimal for Tampa Bay, Pinellas County barrier islands are already back open. For Tampa Bay, the threat is flooding rains and strong winds that already have several thousand without power. High winds also have the Sunshine Skyway Bridge closed. Ian at this hour moving north-northeast at 9 miles an hour with sustained 155-mile-an-hour winds. I'm Steve Summers, News Radio WFLA.
From the Moss Nissan Traffic Center, authorities are still bracing for the impact of Hurricane Ian. Right now, we're hearing that the residents and business owners with proper documentation are allowed back onto the barrier islands of Pinellas County. That's only if you're a resident or a business owner with proper documentation.
Hi, this is Bob Koschel, broadcasting from the Root Air Conditioning Weather Center, powered by Gulf Coast Air Systems.
As Hurricane Ian continues to move northeast, we will see bands of heavy torrential rain and strong winds, even the threat for tornadoes in some of those bands. And as the system tracks to the northeast, possible hurricane force winds expected east of I-75 through the evening and overnight before exiting to the north and east. We will still see gusty conditions tomorrow, but we'll see less rain and drying out for Friday and the weekend. I'm Max Defender 8 meteorologist Lee Spann.
This report is sponsored by Wawa Sizzlies. Now at Wawa, you can get any 2 sizzly items, from breakfast sandwiches to breakfast burritos to egg bites, for just $5. A delicious way to start your day. Great morning start at Wawa.
The following is an important message from Florida Power and Light. Safety is always FPL's first priority during a storm, and we urge you to make safety your top priority too. As you prepare for the approaching storm, review your plan for backup power or make arrangements to relocate if someone in your home is dependent on life-sustaining electric-powered medical equipment. Avoid trimming trees before the storm and secure loose branches and other debris. Keep all ladders, scaffolding, and tools at least 10 feet away from power lines. Remember, there may be danger after the storm. If you're planning on using a generator, keep it outside and away from open windows. Never operate it indoors. Stay away from downed power lines, flooded areas, and debris. Use the FPL mobile app to report a fallen wire and call 911 immediately if you feel there is an imminent danger. For a complete list of storm safety tips, go to FPL.com. And to text message updates after the storm, text the word JOIN to MyFPL. That's JOIN to 69375.
Hi, I'm Julie Marcus, Pinellas County Supervisor of Elections. Are you election ready? Go to votepinellas.gov to check your registration status, find out how and where to cast a ballot, and view other official election information. That's votepinellas.gov.
Tomorrow, join us for an unforgettable live music event, iHeartRadio Icons with John Mellencamp. We'll take you live to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in Cleveland for the unveiling of the new permanent exhibition, Legends of Rock and Roll. John Mellencamp. iHeartRadio's Jim Kerr will be there to cover the unveiling, followed by a live performance from John Mellencamp inside the Hall of Fame. And a special tour announcement you won't want to miss. Listen with the free iHeartRadio app tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 Pacific.
Now, back to News Radio WFLA's Operation Stormwatch, brought to you by New South Window Solutions.
It is Big Rig from Nutty and Rock and Laura Diaz from Mix 100.7 with you through 3 as we continue to track what they say could be the 5th strongest storm ever to hit Florida. It's going to depend on what the final numbers are after they figure out whether or not, and we'll probably know with the 5 o'clock update, if this did get that extra 2 mile per hour, which, I mean, it's weird when you see the classification, what it takes to be from one to another. You're like, 2 mile per hour, that's it? That's it. Literally, it goes from 155 to 157, and then it's classified a Cat 5. But really, at the end of the day, the damage is the damage, and that's where we are. Joining us from WCCF in Port Charlotte, Ken Lovejoy is on. As you are really under the gun right now. It looks like you are having some really severe weather there right now. Ken, what's it looking like?
Well, we're getting a steady 46. It looks like gusts. I'm looking at my boss's window right now, and it looks like gusts through the parking lot got to be hitting 80, 85. Wow. It's pretty bad. This is, this building was being built out when Charlie hit at our old studios back in 2004 and wasted those studios. We've ridden out several. We rode out Irma here. this kind of the building, the way it shakes and squeaks, feels like Irma, but when you look out the window, it's definitely worse.
Now, at the station where you are right now, you guys obviously have emergency power. You have generators and stuff like that. It looks like most of the power is out around you down that way as I'm looking at the power maps with FPL. As far, you guys, are you going to be able to hunker down there and stay at the building? Does it, at this point, it's pretty much you're locked in?
I've been at the building since last night. I ran home at around 11 o'clock this morning just to grab a quick shower and some extra clothes, and then came back here. So, yeah, we're hunkered down. But we've only had, we're not up on the generator just yet. We've only lost power for just like a quick 5-10 seconds, and it came right back on. So we've been very lucky in that regard.
That's amazing. You know, we're hoping to see a little bit more of that as time goes on. Laura, go right ahead.
No, I was just thinking, you know, to think that you haven't lost power is sort of mind-blowing to me, because we're hearing, you know, Big Rig earlier was talking about St. Pete, you know, tens of thousands of folks in St. Pete without power, and there you are in the Fort Myers area just sitting pretty.
It truly is, and we just started now. Again, I'm in my boss's office and looking out the window. The gusts really just started picking up noticeably. We don't have any downed trees yet, but it's been cleaning off all the dead palm fronds.
Yeah, this is Mother Nature's definite pruning project, that's for sure. Now,
hasn't pruned any of my palm fronds yet, and I keep staring at it out the window.
Give it time. Now, when you went through Charlie there, and I remember seeing the photos, I did not get to come down, but when our engineers were coming down to try and help, you know, get things back and get you back on air as we were trying to get things moving in a positive direction, this seems to be a completely different outcome. Like, you're there, the facility is built well, you should be able to withstand this, no problem. That's what it sounds like.
Yeah. Well, you know, Charlie was a completely different animal. It was a tight Category 4/5. It did a ton of wind damage, but there was no storm surge. Ian is proving, I mean, you could put Charlie in the eye of Ian. And when you see what Ian's doing, it's going to hang here longer. We are going to get a very significant storm surge, particularly in the Punta Gorda, Englewood areas. They're going to be severely hit. So this storm, I think, all in all, is going to do probably a lot more damage than Charlie did.
Wow. I mean, it's when you look at it, just the size, you're right, the eye, because it looked a minute ago like it was starting to shrink, but the eye wall has rejuvenated itself again. And it is a nice, big, tight circle again. It looks like it's still holding at about 30 to 35 miles wide was the graphic I saw just a minute ago that they measured with the radar. So it is. Because it was only, I think it was 5 miles wide was the eye of Charlie, if I'm not mistaken. It was like a bandsaw that would go through there.
Yeah, and it was moving, as I recall, it was moving at close to 20 to 25 miles an hour. So it came in really quick, blew everything away, but it was moving so fast that there was no real storm surge. But again, this, what's it moving at, 9 miles an hour?
9 mile an hour. It's been hovering at 9 or 10, which they thought it was going to drop to like 4 or 5. So the positive thing is at least it's still moving faster than they thought, because the quicker.
Yeah, the sooner it gets out of here, the better. But we're going to be looking at heavy winds, and then the storm surge is going to pick up here in a little bit, and we're looking at dealing with this for another 5 hours.
Man, wow. Ken Lovejoy is on with us from one of our sister stations in the iHeartMedia cluster in Port Charlotte, and dealing and literally writing it out as the eye is oh so close. Are you now? Is the eye south of you where you are?
It's just a bit. It's just to the south. The eye wall is coming up on it. In fact, when I look up in the sky, I can see it lighter as I look to the south west. So yeah, it is. It's coming.
What's going to be really impressive, and I remember it from Irma. I think it was Irma, maybe it wasn't, but one of our storms, there were people who walked outside to take the shot of the eye wall as it passed over, and it just looks like this monstrous Roman Colosseum of white clouds. It's like nothing I can ever imagine seeing before my very eyes. So pictures is the only way. Yeah, and quiet. Yeah. Wow.
Because right now, if I go to the front door and open, it sounds like a freight train running through.
Wow.
That's never, I mean, those of us who've lived through tornadoes before, you know that sound all too well, and it usually lasts a couple of minutes, not hours upon hours. Unreal. Ken, thank you so much for your time, my friend. We wish you safety and everything, and I'm sure we're going to check in back in with you again at some point, but thank you so much for taking the time.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, so we are providing coverage up and down this coast, all throughout the country on our iHeartRadio app. We have people listening all around the world who have family members here who are just trying to figure out what's going on. You know, one of those things definitely, and I know Laura will agree with this too, is just you may not hear from your family members for a bit because of the outages. But one of the things I'm intrigued to see how it works is now that we have these large 5G networks with those ultra small towers that are everywhere. I know a lot of them don't have generators, so they're power reliant, but it'll be interesting if that helps with our service. Have you had any kind of like cell outages or anything weird on your phone?
You know, nothing weird, nothing out of the normal of weird, frustrating cell problems that we had, you know, just a regular Tuesday where you're like, oh, why is my cell phone service not working? Why do I have this, you know, company or whatever? So nothing like that. You know, I did just see something pop up online, a headline that said Hurricane Ian could become the 5th strongest hurricane to hit the United States mainland on record. So, I mean, just in case you were wondering, Florida. Right, not just Florida, like just in case you're wondering where Ian falls in historic senses, I mean, this is what we're talking about, possibly the 5th strongest hurricane in all of United States history. And again, we've said it before, I'll keep saying it, this is a Florida storm, this is a Florida problem, from all the way from the Florida Keys all the way up to potentially Jacksonville, depending on where this track ends up going. This can have an effect on all of those places. Really, the only thing kind of going unscathed for the most part is the Panhandle at this point.
Yeah. And I have a friend, she's in Panama City, and she's like, the weather there's not a cloud in the sky because they're on the backside of they're on the backside of the trough. So they've got cool, dry air up there because that trough behind it is really cool fall air. And it's just sitting there right across the northern part of the state. And that's what this storm is riding in front of. And they're hoping that eventually it starts sucking in some of that dry air. That's what they were hoping was going to happen. If it stayed over water, it was going to run right into it, absorb the dry air and weaken it. But now it's just bouncing like a ping pong ball right around it as it gets sucked off to the northeast and just continues to dump copious amounts of rainfall. I mean, the radar now is really starting to turn predominantly dark green, yellow, and red over the entire Tampa area. The rain stops once you get to Naples. Just outside of Naples, the rain, it's done. There's a couple little bands. It doesn't look like much. We're going to check in with Erica Rodriguez again, who is with us with the Florida News Network in Miami, who's helping to be our eyes and ears for statements, things that are coming out of the Fort Myers and Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda areas. And you guys have been relatively unscathed today anyway down in that region, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to even report about what I'm seeing in southwest Florida when here we have some clouds and some gusty winds, and that's about it. We did have some tornadoes that did touch down, a good handful of them in the southeast Miami-Dade and parts of Broward County and into Palm Beach yesterday. But the damage is nothing like what we're going to see in southwest Florida right now. Taking a look, we've had some wind gusts in southwest Florida International Airport clocking at 80 miles an hour. Cape Coral hit the triple digits at 100 miles per hour. Captivas had 126 miles per hour. Fort Myers Beach is experiencing at least 8 to 10 feet of storm surge with water rising dangerously close to second floors of homes. The streets near Big Carlos Pass Bridge looking like rivers. Cars are parked at the Diamond Head Beach Resort are ready to, if they're not already floating. The wind-whipped waves have caused a secure boat to break loose. It's just devastating to watch right now. While people are comparing this track to possibly Hurricane Charlie, the difference is, while just about as strong, Ian is a massive storm in size, so it is affecting so many more people. We've got local, county, state, and federal officials ready to deploy as soon as the conditions start to improve, but now is not the time for them to head out because the weather is so bad in the area. State officials have asked for federal government for additional airlifts and high water employees to come to the area. They've got 42,000 workers from 27 states ready to restore power in 30 areas across the state. So this is going to be definitely a massive undertaking for local to federal officials just trying to help these people who are going to find out that many of them have lost their homes and everything they own.
Wow. And as Erica was mentioning, you know, the video that's coming in, some of that video, we just retweeted it on the WFLA account on Twitter, and I'm going to be retweeting it on mine at Big Rig 98 Rock. I'm sure Laura will as well. So you can really see the video that's coming in from there, because, you have a picture in your mind, but that picture never really paints what's really going on. And it's a reality check and a gut check for all of us, because we've gone through this so many times in Tampa where it's us, 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 us. And then all of a sudden, oh, wait a minute. No, it's not us anymore. And someone either, in your case there in Miami or Fort Myers, in this case, is the one who bears the brunt of this storm. And we continue to find this weird streak since 1921 of having a major hurricane hit here. And that eventually is going to run out. And when you see these pictures, you have to let that sink in your mind when you think about not leaving, when they tell you to evacuate, what could happen. And Erica, you said it. You said it. Well, some of the 2-story homes there, you said the water is getting close to that livable level.
If not already there. And just looking at some of the pieces of homes floating down streets at this point, and most of us have been to this region before, either on vacation or have lived there, and
Ian is significantly larger than Hurricane Andrew was. So while that was more of a Miami-Dade problem back then, this is definitely more of a Florida issue because of how many counties this hurricane is going to ultimately affect. I mean, already the Florida Keys seeing historic flooding, and the eye of the hurricane is long gone from the Florida Keys area. So just to think from all the way south the Keys all the way up to potentially as far north as Jacksonville, depending on, like you were saying, maybe it's going east, maybe it's not going to go that high up, but it is certainly affecting so many counties in Florida. I mean, the entire state of Florida is under a major disaster declaration from Governor DeSantis anyway, but we'll have to see how many counties ultimately do get damaged from Hurricane Ian.
Yeah, absolutely. And, it's really good to see because we're at that time of the year when politics are a big thing, and it's really good to see everybody has stopped and everybody is working together like, hey, what can I do for you? How can we help? We've got to get everybody back up to speed here as quickly as possible. We have families. We have so many of you, and it may be you that is a new transplant here. You came to Florida, and we had such a quiet season that, everything was all good, and now all of a sudden everything has gone all haywire. So we're going to get you through this. It's a rough road. We got a bumpy afternoon and night ahead. Ryan Gorman and Aaron Jacobson are coming up. That's going to do it for myself and Laura Diaz for now. Hopefully we'll check in again sooner as we continue our Operation Stormwatch coverage right here on News Radio WFLA.
The following is an important message from Florida Power and Light. In anticipation of the approaching storm's impact on our service territory, we have activated our emergency response plan. FPL is maintaining a 24-hour watch on the storm's path in order to move workers and equipment to areas most likely to be affected. We are positioning resources for rapid restoration and strongly encourage you to take the necessary steps to prepare for possible extended power outages. Make sure you have the supplies needed on hand and keep a close watch on the weather. For more, go to FPL.com or download the FPL mobile app. You can also receive text message updates after the storm by texting the word JOIN to MyFPL. That's JOIN to 69375. Please stay safe.
Get your painting project started today at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
WFLA Tampa, WMTX Tampa, WSRZ Sarasota, WCTQ Venice.
This is iHeartRadio's Operation Stormwatch from News Radio WFLA Tampa.
Hurricane Ian packing 155-mile-per-hour winds as it hits Florida's west coast. National Hurricane Center Acting Director Jamie Rome says a devastating event is unfolding.
You can see the surge coming up quickly.
WCCF Punta Gorda.
The following is an important message from Florida Power and Light. In anticipation of the approaching storm's impact on our service territory, we have activated our emergency response plan. FPL is maintaining a 24-hour watch on the storm's path in order to move workers and equipment to areas most likely to be affected. We are positioning resources for rapid restoration and strongly encourage you to take the necessary steps to prepare for possible extended power outages. Make sure you have the supplies needed on hand and keep a close watch on the weather. For more, go to MyFPL. That's JOIN to 69375. Please stay safe.
Headquarters in D.C. tomorrow for a briefing on Hurricane Ian.
We have deployed significant federal resources to the region to help prepare for the hurricane. We have more than 1,300 federal response workers on the ground in Florida.
White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says the federal government is fully engaged in helping Florida deal with this massive storm. Tornado watch is in effect for portions of central Florida. The alert is in effect for Brevard, Orange, Osceola, and Seminole counties until 5 this evening. All commercial flights to Orlando International Airport have officially stopped due to Hurricane Ian. The airport will stay open in order to make way for emergency aid flights if necessary. Officials say they are not a shelter and advise passengers to avoid waiting out the storm in the facility. Instead, they'd like travelers to contact airlines and rental car companies to figure out alternative travel plans. With Florida's news, I'm Al Lewis.
WFLA News is brought to you by the Holland Group Retirement Wealth Advisors.
From the Moss Nissan Traffic Center, well, for those of you that live on the barrier islands, authorities are allowing residents only and business owners with proper identification to go back to the island. Again, residents and business owners only with proper identification can get back onto the islands. Everyone else remains under a mandatory evacuation.
Severe weather right now. So if you're listening to us and you're in Port Charlotte, you're in Venice, there are winds that you're likely experiencing right now over 100 miles per hour. We're seeing just south of Sarasota some storm winds coming in at 104 miles per hour off the coast, 122 miles per hour. That level of wind is being recorded. That's more into the Gulf. But once you get to the coast, you're looking at, again, along that Venice-Sarasota area, wind speeds upwards of 100 miles per hour right now. So you are getting hit with the eye wall of Hurricane Ian.
It's terrifying how big this storm is. Hurricane Ian is massive. And, you know, the way we've seen this change, and we talk about last night, the reforming of the eye wall, that changed the entire game here.
Let's go to the hotline now, speaking of that, and get the latest for we're going to go to the hotline in just a moment and get the latest from News Channel 8 meteorologist Rebecca Berry. So we'll check in with her in just a second. Thought we had her there. We will get her on. But I can tell you right now the location of Hurricane Ian, it's about 20 miles west of Fort Myers. The wind speeds, the maximum sustained winds are 155 miles per hour. Now, not everybody who's right in the path of the eye of the storm and in the eye wall, like in Venice, like in Port Charlotte, not everybody's going to experience 155 miles per hour. But like I just said, you are likely in some of those spots experiencing wind speeds over 100 miles per hour. It's moving north-northeast at 9 miles per hour, and the pressure is at 937 millibars. And we saw between 2 a.m. this morning and that 7 a.m. advisory that came out, we saw a significant drop in pressure. We saw a significant increase in the wind speeds for this storm, bringing it to a Category 4 storm bordering on a Category 5. And that happened not long after, like what you were mentioning, Aaron, the eye went through this, what they call an eye wall replacement cycle. It expanded. It became more powerful. And now one of the problems we're having, so first of all, if you're in the Fort Myers area, even Naples, I mean, we're seeing some of the images coming out of Fort Myers and Naples, the flooding that's already happening. It's stunning and horrifying, to be honest with you, to see. Of course, Venice, Port Charlotte, you're in the thick of the eye wall right now. But taking a look at the map, because this storm became so strong overnight, as it moves inland, it's still going to be a pretty strong hurricane. I mean, I'm taking a look at a map right now that has Hurricane Ian as a Category 3 inland into the Sarasota area and beyond.
And we thought that would be at that point, Ryan, right, a Category 1 once it started to move inland. And here I'm just looking at a picture. You mentioned Fort Myers. Home's already leveled, Ryan. If you look at that, it's incredibly devastating what we're seeing already.
We have a notice that just came in from the National Weather Service and National Hurricane Center, and Hurricane Ian has officially made landfall. So that took place just a few minutes ago, about 7 minutes ago. That is the official time, 3:05 p.m. That's when Hurricane Ian made landfall again in that area that I was describing earlier, right around the Cape Coral area, between Port Charlotte and Cape Coral. That's generally where the eye came on shore. And the headline here from this memo that was sent out by the National Hurricane Center: extremely dangerous Category 4 hurricane Ian makes landfall in southwestern Florida. And the situation is obviously rapidly deteriorating in the area just north of the eye. That's where the most severe storms are. Right now, if you're taking a look at the storm from a satellite image, the most severe storms are to the north and to the west of the eye. Now, a lot of that is off the coast or starting to reach those barrier islands, but enough is directly over Venice and Port Charlotte that, again, if you're in that region. I can only imagine what you're seeing and hearing. And in fact, I'll give out the phone number because throughout the afternoon, evening, and night, you will be our eyes and ears. And this is really what honestly separates what we're able to do here with this Operation Stormwatch coverage on all of these stations across the state of Florida. This separates us from others like TV stations and all of that. We're able to take your calls, and you are our eyes and ears on the ground across the state of Florida to describe the conditions that you're experiencing. So if you are in the Venice area, the Port Charlotte area, and do this safely, and we're not going to keep you on for very long because we want to preserve your phone's battery life. But if you would like to call us and describe what you're experiencing, the phone number is 800-969-9352. Again, that's 800-969-9352. I'll give it out one more time, and we'll continue to give this out and text number out and everything. But 800-969, 800
969-9352
is going to be the number for you to call.
Yeah, and if you want to text in, we can take your text as well. We'll get the word out as well. 82945. Start your text with WFLA, but it is just devastating. Some of the videos we're already seeing out of Fort Myers.
I mean, these images out of Fort Myers Beach, I mean, you've got homes and buildings just completely destroyed. We were obviously very concerned about that storm surge. So, you've got a couple different things working here. You have the eye wall impacting Venice and Port Charlotte, and then you've got the rotation of the storm, and you've got the water being pushed up into Cape Coral and that area, obviously into Fort Myers Beach. That's that storm surge. And because this storm strengthened so much overnight, you went from and it shifted its positioning a bit. We've seen this shift. I would say about 36 hours ago, we were talking about this being potentially a catastrophic event for the Tampa Bay area. That gradually changed. Then it was more Sarasota as the focus, and then eventually it became just north of the Fort Myers area that became the target for the center of this storm. So as things shifted, the storm surge shifted as well, and there were forecasts for potentially upwards of 16 feet of storm surge in certain areas where this water is coming ashore.
And that eye right now, directly over Sanibel, and oh man, and look how big it is, Ryan. I mean, this storm
it's a huge storm.
It's a huge storm.
And that really is what differentiates it between Charlie back in 2004, which has gotten a lot of comparisons. Charlie was not this big. In fact, the entire eye and eye wall of Hurricane Charlie fits into just the eye of Hurricane Ian. That's the difference between these two storms. But right now, I also want to note, if you're in Sanibel, if you're in Cape Coral, certain parts of Fort Myers, things might have eased up for you for a moment. You might look outside and the weather might not be horrible at the moment. But that's because you've got portions of the eye sitting directly over you. So don't start venturing out. It's really important when you're in the path of the eye of the storm not to just start venturing out into your neighborhood to see what's going on, because you just never know what could be coming up next any moment, because there's a lot more of this storm still to pass through. And, of course, you've got a lot of this storm surge that continues to make its way onshore. The phone lines are packed, so let me go and talk to some of you who are in these areas being directly impacted by Hurricane Ian right now. And I'll start with Anne Marie, who's in Port Charlotte. Anne Marie, how are you right now?
We're doing good. We're hanging in there. We have no power.
When did power go out for you in Port Charlotte?
Probably about an hour ago. We were actually very fortunate. We had power and internet up until about an hour ago.
And what is the situation like outside? We don't want you to go outside and experience it, but if you can tell us what you're seeing and hearing.
Yeah, it's really, really, really windy. Rain is just pounding everywhere. We've had a lot of lightning. I actually evacuated from Inglewood, and back home they're just getting clobbered.
Yeah, I mean, that entire region, just unfortunately, the storm decided to make that shift, and it went right for all of you. So obviously our thoughts are with all of you. We're hoping you all stay safe. You're in a safe place now, though.
I am. I evacuated here to get away from the storm surge, and now we're just dealing with all the wind and the rain. I thought the storm surge would be more dangerous.
All right, Anne Marie, we want you to stay safe, preserve that battery life. You'll need it to listen to us throughout this storm on iHeartRadio. Thank you so much for taking the time to call us.
Thank you, and everyone be safe.
All right, let me go to the hotline now, and joining us, we have our Operation Stormwatch correspondent, Erica Rodriguez, who's really focused on the Fort Myers area and what's happening there. Erica, give us an update. We're seeing some of the images come in on social media, and it is just a disaster in certain parts of Fort Myers with the storm surge and the flooding.
Yeah, it is, and I'm getting word that we're seeing winds of estimated about 100 miles per hour in the Fort Myers, Punta Gorda, and Cape Coral areas. Taking a look at some of that video, not only are there maximum sustained winds of 155 miles per hour, with Ian just making landfall near Cayo Costa, when we're talking 18 feet of storm surge in places like Bonita Beach and Charlotte Harbor. Let me put that into perspective here. I've seen water rising dangerously close to second floors of homes right now. Streets near Big Carlos Pass Bridge look like rivers with waves. Debris and pieces of houses are floating in the street. I've even seen what looks like a shark in the road. So that's what we're talking about here. Local TV station in the area, Wink News, has shown that the storm surge is overtaking their parking lot in downtown Fort Myers, flooding news cars that were left in the garage, and it looks like cars parked at the Diamond Head Beach Resort in that same general area are floating by. The wind whip waves have caused the secure boat to break loose, so it is just going to be absolutely devastating once these conditions start to clear out, once the back half of the storm moves through.
All right, Erica Rodriguez with an update for us on the situation specifically in the Fort Myers area. Erica, we'll check in with you again in just a bit. Thank you so much. Again, we've got a lot of phone calls that I do want to get to. 800-969-9352 is the number for you. 800-969-9352. We'll work on getting some meteorologists on throughout the afternoon to talk about the latest on the storm. But the headline right now, Hurricane Ian has made landfall. It made landfall just a little while ago near Cayo Costa, and it made landfall as a very powerful high-end Category 4 hurricane. The damage that it's already doing to the Fort Myers area, the Naples area, right now you have the eye wall really hitting the Venice and Port Charlotte area, Sarasota seeing some strong storms, Bradenton seeing some strong storms, and we are just getting started with this hurricane as it's going to make its way more north and east into the state of Florida. We're going to be with you every step of the way. Back with more of our continuous Operation Stormwatch coverage in just a moment.
The following is an important message from Florida Power and Light. Safety is always FPL's first priority during a storm, and we urge you to make safety your top priority too. As you prepare for the approaching storm, review your plan for backup power or make arrangements to relocate if someone in your home is dependent on life-sustaining electric-powered medical equipment. Avoid trimming trees before the storm and secure loose branches and other debris. Keep all ladders, scaffolding, and tools at least 10 feet away from power lines. Remember, there may be danger after the storm. If you're planning on using a generator, keep it outside and away from open windows. Never operate it indoors. Stay away from downed power lines, flooded areas, and debris. Use the FPL mobile app to report a fallen wire and call 911 immediately if you feel there is an imminent danger. For a complete list of storm safety tips, go to FPL.com. And to text message updates after the storm, text the word JOIN to MyFPL. That's JOIN to 69375.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. $2 million. That's how much the typical American family will have passed through their hands during their working lifetime. So, how much of that will stay in your hands is up to you. Now, if you want to give yourself the opportunity to keep more of it, don't wait any longer to meet with a financial professional. Because today it seems there are a lot more ways to spend money than there are ways to conserve money. That's why it's important that if you're concerned about your retirement, that you work with someone who is a conservative, not just with their politics, but a conservative investor as well. And in Tampa, that's Steve and Elizabeth Holland and the Holland Group Retirement Wealth Advisors. Call them now, 727-228-4673. Look, we all want to preserve our wealth, and a great first step is to call Steve and Elizabeth Holland and their team for a retirement income analysis, 727-228-4673. the Holland Group Retirement Wealth Advisors. That's 727-228-4673.
Have you heard the news? Wesley Chapel Lexus has inventory arriving daily. Now is the perfect time to shop our amazing Lexus selection, in-store or online. Drive away today or pre-select and reserve yours now. Plus, we're still offering up to $500 over KBB value for your trade. Right off I-75 just north of I-4. When you think Lexus, think Wesley Chapel Lexus. WesleyChapelLexus.com.
$500 over KBB fair value pending inspection.
Anthony was working a dead-end job.
I was surviving, but I wasn't getting ahead anymore.
A friend told him about My Computer Career.
She's like, I'm already in the program. She's like, you'd be crazy if you don't do it. So I jumped right in and have not regretted it.
Anthony did it all online.
All you gotta do is have an internet connection, and you can do it.
Become an IT pro in just months with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
You need to check out My Computer Career. If it worked for me, it'll definitely work for you too.
It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
Help the Tunnel to Towers Foundation do good and never forget the sacrifices of America's heroes. Heroes like Misota's Familia, who couldn't wait to join the NYPD to protect her community. She proudly wore her uniform, but was ambushed and shot in the head in the line of duty, solely for the uniform she wore. She is survived by 3 children who received a mortgage-free home from Tunnel to Towers. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org.
At Progressive, we know there's nothing like the feeling of riding a motorcycle with your crew on the open road. It's a primal, wild freedom, a feeling that would be impossible to recreate on the radio. Until now. Hit it, sound effects guy. No. We really lost our stride at the end there. Get 24/7 roadside assistance with Progressive, America's #1 motorcycle insurer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Roadside assistance subject to policy terms and limits and may require comprehensive coverage.
This is News Radio WFLA's Operation Stormwatch.
Brought to you by New South Window Solutions.
We are live and local and not going anywhere until Hurricane Ian passes through our area. We are providing coverage right now for the Tampa Bay area, Sarasota, Fort Myers, and the entire state of Florida, honestly, on your iHeartRadio app. If you don't have that yet, make sure you download it. It will come in handy when you eventually lose power, which many of you, unfortunately, will because of the size and strength of this storm. 800-969-9352 is the number.
If you're taking Cosentyx, we're committed to making it accessible and affordable with convenient services like your own personal support specialist who can assist with insurance, injection training, and if eligible, a $0 copay. Cosentyx Connect is here for you. Don't use if you're allergic to Cosentyx. Before starting, get checked for tuberculosis. An increased risk of infections, some serious, and the lowered ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor about an infection or symptoms, or if you've had a vaccine or plan to. Tell your doctor if your Crohn's disease symptoms develop or worsen. Serious allergic reactions may occur. Call us or visit us online. We're here for you.
Now, Terry, thanks so much for taking a moment to call us. What are you experiencing?
Hi, we are on Bayshore, almost across the street from Casey Key, and we're on the Intercoastal. We have whiteout conditions. I'm guessing the winds are 85 plus with gusts even higher. Looks like breaking waves in the Intercoastal. It doesn't look like the water's come up yet. I can't tell which way it's moving. We have trees down. We have no power.
When did conditions really start to deteriorate in your area?
Probably about 30 minutes ago.
Yeah.
The wind started ramping up, and we noticed like whiteout rain, like we couldn't see from our house across the Casey Key.
Yeah, and we just saw actually in your area, those gusts are now over 100 miles per hour. So absolutely serious, the intense action you're getting over there.
Okay. I don't know how much where we're at right now. We can't tell where the storm is, so I don't know how much longer we've got of this. I mean, we're in a sound structure, but it's very scary.
I will tell you, just kind of eyeballing it with the map and the storm itself right now, you're just maybe a shade north of where some of the worst of the eye wall is hitting right now. So you're going to have this really rough weather, and it might get even a little bit worse for the next I mean, at least hour or so, because this is a slow-moving storm, which is one of the problems. It's not whipping through the state like some of these storms in the past. So if you are in a safe place, obviously that's certainly where you want to stay. I'm assuming it sounds like you have a bird's-eye view of the area, but where you are specifically, you're safe in your location.
Yes, we're in the sound structure. We've been built to code. Right now, like on the intercoastal, the water's gone out, and I can see like land by our neighbor's house. So the water still is out here in the Comus.
Right.
And I'm guessing the winds are coming from the north, maybe northeast. It looks like right now.
And I'll tell you what's happening. And thank you so much for the call, Terry. Please stay safe. We appreciate the update. What's happening in that area? So if you're north of the eye and the eye wall, the water is being pushed back into the Gulf. So that's what's happening in the Tampa Bay area, parts of Sarasota, Nokomis. That water is being pushed out. And then if you're south of the eye, so we're looking at the Fort Myers area, Naples, Marco Island, Bonita Springs, that's where the water is coming in. It's coming onshore, and that's why we're seeing these massive flood videos hit the internet, because that's what's happening south of the eye wall. So that just gives you a sense as to where the water's going, depending on where you are in relation to the storm. We've got a lot more phone calls to get to. We are going to check in with the meteorologist coming up in just a bit, so we'll have that update for you. Hurricane Ian has made landfall here in the state of Florida, and we are on top of every aspect of it. Back with more of our Operation Stormwatch coverage in a moment.
From the BioCell Neuropathy Pain Relief News Desk, this is iHeartRadio's Operation Stormwatch from News Radio WFLA, Tampa.
I'm Steve Summers, News Radio WFLA, with a Hurricane Ian update. Hurricane Ian now set to make landfall south of the Bay Area between Venice and Charlotte Harbor. That more southward landfall changes the storm surge outlook for Tampa Bay considerably. Tampa Bay was to have life-threatening storm surge, but now that will not happen. In fact, with the eye of Ian south of here, water is actually being pulled out of Tampa Bay and its tributaries. But authorities warn that water will be back quickly, so don't go into areas normally covered by bay-related water. Because the storm surge threat is minimal for Tampa Bay, Pinellas County barrier islands are already back open. For Tampa Bay, the threat is flooding rains and strong winds that have already gotten several thousand people without power. High winds also have the Sunshine Skyway Bridge closed. Ian, at this hour, moving north-northeast, 9 miles an hour, sustained winds 155 miles an hour. I'm Steve Summers, News Radio, WFLA.
WFLA News is brought to you by Safe Touch Security.
From the Florida Central Credit Union Auto Loans Traffic Center, Hurricane Ian has made landfall for the second time, the first time being Cuba. Now Port Charlotte at a Category 4 hurricane at 150 mile per hour winds. It will continue to rampage the area and make its way up through the state to Orlando. So stay off the roads if you haven't gotten off the roads already. Hunker down and stay safe. Paige Carrera, News Radio WFLA.
As Hurricane Ian continues to move northeast, we will see bands of heavy torrential rain and strong winds, even the threat for tornadoes in some of those bands. And as the system tracks to the northeast, possible hurricane force winds expected east of I-75 through the evening and overnight before exiting to the north and east. We will still see gusty conditions tomorrow, but we'll see less rain and drying out for Friday and the weekend. I'm Max Defender 8 meteorologist Lee Spann.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Strong demand for electric cars helped boost Ford sales last month, but that isn't what's driving profits right now. Gas-powered F-Series pickups still do that, so Ford is pouring $700 million into its plant in Louisville, Kentucky to build a redesigned version of its biggest F-Series pickups. The money will go to outfit the plant and add about 500 workers. Still, the transition to electrics is taking more shape. Hertz has a deal with BP to build a network of electric vehicle charging charging stations across North America. BP wants to run more than 100,000 chargers by the end of the decade. Hertz wants to electrify a quarter of its rental fleet by the end of 2024. On Wall Street, investors started out apparently thinking maybe they overdid things by pushing the Dow into a bear market. Then they had second thoughts about that when another Federal Reserve official said higher interest rates are needed to control inflation. The Dow fell 126 points. The S&P 8. The NASDAQ gained 27. Joan Doniger, Bloomberg Radio.
Save time and money with the vinyl fence in a box from Fence Outlet. It comes with everything you need to easily install it yourself with 0 down and 0% financing. Go to fenceoutlet.com today for more information and store locations. License number C-10252 and C-10803.
What did 9 out of 10 people who died from COVID have in common?
They were 50 or older.
And if you have a condition like heart disease or diabetes, your risk is even higher.
COVID vaccines lower the risk of death.
Get your updated vaccine now. It could save your life.
We can do this. Find updated COVID vaccines at vaccines.gov. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Want to really impress the kids? Show them you've learned to use that Alexa device. It's that speaker thing you unwrapped and plugged in without ever using. Stay up to date on the latest news, traffic, and weather, and the Alexa gadget. Try telling Alexa to play WFLA on iHeartRadio. Now, back to News Radio WFLA's Operation Stormwatch. Brought to you by New South Window Solutions.
I'm Ryan Gorman with Aaron Jacobson, James Berlander, Katie Bacino, and our entire Operation Stormwatch team. We have you covered with live and local coverage that will continue beyond Hurricane Ian striking this region of Florida. We're going to be with you in the aftermath as well. We're covering Tampa Bay, Sarasota, Fort Myers, and, of course, the entire state of Florida on the iHeartRadio app. We're taking phone calls. 800-969-9352 is the number, and we're focused right now on the areas that are getting hit the hardest at the moment. So if you're in the Venice area, Port Charlotte, if you're down in Bonita Springs, Naples, that area, and it's safe to call us, please give us an update so we can inform everyone else what's happening in your area. You have an interesting tidbit on Hurricane Ian making landfall.
Yeah, Ryan, we continue to compare this to Hurricane Charlie back in 2004. Well, where it made landfall in Cayo Costa, which you mentioned earlier, as a Category 4, 150-mile-per-hour winds, nearly the identical location as Hurricane Charlie in 04. The difference is Hurricane Ian, much larger, moving much more slowly, and we're going to see more significant surge impacts.
And just for reference, for those who aren't familiar with Cayo Costa, where exactly that is, it's just southwest of Port Charlotte, to give you kind of an idea, somewhat of an idea of where landfall was here in the state of Florida. Let's go back to our phone lines now and get some eyewitness accounts of what's happening, and we'll start with Leo in Englewood. Leo, thank you so much for hanging on the line. What are you experiencing right now?
Right now I'm experiencing just like complete zero vision. I can see maybe 5 feet out of a window, which I'm not close by. We've got our flood area to collect water is almost completely full, and that's starting to come up. And we've lost a couple trees due to winds, and we lost power about an hour and a half ago as well.
Now, the area that you're in, do you have to worry about flooding, storm surge, anything like that, or you're good on that front?
We're not too worried about the storm surge. Right now we're more worried about just heavy winds and extreme rain.
Okay. Well, we want you to stay safe, and we do appreciate you giving us that update from Englewood. Thank you so much, Leo.
Thank you.
All right. And again, feel free to call us, 800-969-9352. We're going to try to go through these as quickly as possible. I don't want to keep any of you on the line too long. I want you to save your battery life so you can continue to listen to us for updates. But we do appreciate you calling in and giving us this firsthand account of what's happening on the ground where you are. We go to Pam now in Venice. Pam, how are you?
Hello.
Hey, Pam, what are you experiencing in Venice right now?
Oh, it's crazy. We had extremely high winds to where it's shaking the windows in the house. The house, I feel like there's war going on out there. It sounds like a freight train going through. My backyard is flooded out. The front yard is 3/4 water into the street, along with the neighbor across the street. I have a couple of panels gone from my fence. A tree next door snapped, and really hard rain.
Are you concerned at all about the flooding? Is your home in an area where it's likely not going to get up to your doorstep, or does that remain to be seen?
No, I'm concerned. In fact, the back water is probably the door, and we still have more rain coming. And unfortunately, we don't have any power, so we've been in the closet now for the last 4 or 5 hours.
Well, we appreciate you listening to us, staying with us, giving us that update. I can tell you right now, Pam, and thank you so much for the call. Please stay safe in Venice. You are in the heart of the eye wall right now, so you are experiencing some of the most severe effects of Hurricane Ian. It's going to be a little while longer before you're in the clear. But hang in there.
Yeah, and some bad weather right now obviously leads to some interruptions when it comes to being able to hear us. If you're in Fort Myers, if you're in Punta Gorda right now, we're on different stations where you should actually write this down. I'm going to give you a list here. And if you lose us on one station, make sure to try the other station, save it. That way you have it and you can get the latest updates. And we're going to be here for you the entire way throughout Hurricane Ian until it's over. The Beat 105.5, that's on FM. The Beach 95.3. FM, 100.1 FM, 107.1 FM, 92.9 FM, 104.9 FM, 100.9 FM, 1580 AM, 98.9 FM, and 1070 AM. Have those ready to go just in case you lose us. You can get us on another station.
Exactly. And, of course, have that iHeartRadio app handy, your phone charged, hopefully. If you have battery power, some backups, that will certainly help, as the power is likely going to be out, especially, when we're talking Venice, Port Charlotte, this area, Fort Myers, Naples, power is likely going to be out for a while there because of the destruction. I mean, we were just seeing some images. I think that was Naples, where, the entire car, some SUVs, like almost the whole thing is underwater.
Yeah, and I saw fire break out in Naples as well. Even with all this bad weather and rain, there's still fires that can break out, down power lines, so not a time to go outside.
We're seeing some images from Fort Myers Beach where you have the storm surge almost up to the roof of certain houses. So, look, when we told you earlier that a 12 to 16-foot storm surge was possible in some areas because of the strength of this storm, we weren't kidding. And unfortunately, there are some people now who are experiencing just that. We're very focused, obviously, on where the storm just hit, where the center of the storm just hit, and the surrounding areas experiencing the worst weather. I do want to make one quick note for those in the Tampa Bay area. Tampa Police Department is urging residents not to venture out at this time for sightseeing. This note says officers are seeing a continuously growing number of individuals parking in the middle of the roadway on Bayshore Boulevard in South Tampa and walking down into the bay because the low tide and the storm has sucked the water out. Obviously unsafe. It's cool in a sense to see that. It's so unusual. We saw it during Hurricane Irma. We're seeing it again during Hurricane Ian. So I get it, but you just don't know when that water is going to come back in, when the conditions are going to deteriorate. Then you're out there. And then if first responders have to come rescue you, you're putting them at risk too.
I was driving to the station earlier on Bayshore, and Tampa Police Department must love me. I put my window down. I started yelling at these people.
Good.
I did. I shamed them. I shamed them.
So just a note, if you're in the Tampa Bay area, and this really extends beyond Tampa Bay because, the water is being sucked out of other parts of central and southwest Florida as this storm churns. If you're in one of those areas, I know it's incredible to see that, but don't go out there in it because you just don't know what's coming next. 800-969-9352 is the number. Let me go to John in South Venice right now. John, thank you so much for calling. What's the conditions like where you are?
Oh, it's windy.
I'm going to put John on hold. We're having a little bit of trouble with the connection with John. If we can get a better connection, then we'll try to go back to him. If not, John, preserve that battery life. We really appreciate it. Let me go to Sarah in Venice right now to continue to get a sense of what's happening there. One of the areas that's right in the middle of the eye wall at the moment. Sarah, what is the situation like where you're at?
It's bad. It's the worst I felt it during the storm so far. You can definitely feel it picked up. I've been without power since about 9:30 this morning, so it's been frustrating because I'm texting friends trying to figure out where we were in the storm and what to expect next.
I can tell I can tell you right now, Venice, again, you're right in the middle of that northwestern portion of the eye wall. And I can tell you with the rate this storm is moving, unfortunately, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, Debbie Downer here, but it's going to be a while before you're in the clear and before things start to ease up for you.
Yeah, I had that feeling.
Yeah, it pains me to say it.
Hang
Sarah,
in there, though. Make sure your phone's charged. So if you have any questions, even if it's off the air, we'll be here for you.
Are you at least in a safe structure?
Yeah, my house is pretty safe, but I've boarded up, and it just feels that, like, you hear, I've always heard people talk about all the noises in the freight train and stuff, and you definitely hear it, and I hear some of my boarded windows, even though they were tight. I hear them, like, banging against the window, and you just hear your roof shingles kind of, and I have lots of big trees, so that's like I've heard some stuff come down on the roof.
Yeah, that's the sound. That's the sound that we always hear from listeners and those who are experiencing a situation like this. And Sarah, thank you so much for the call. Again, we don't want to keep anybody on too long because we want you to preserve your battery life. You're going to need it to get through this storm and to keep listening to us for the latest information. But that freight train sound now, if you're looking for any kind of like tiny silver lining for those in that area, Venice, Port Charlotte, Bonita Springs, Cape Coral, although Cape Coral right now is in the eye of the storm, it's that it's hitting during the daytime. Eventually, later on, as the storm continues to make its way north and east, certain areas, as you get to Sarasota and then eventually the Tampa Bay area, the conditions are going to worsen at night. And that's just, it adds an element. You can't see what's going on out there.
Yeah, that makes it even more terrifying. We've talked about that before, the overnight, those sounds. I mean, it's terrifying now, but it's moving a lot. As far as when it made landfall, we expected it to take a lot longer to make that landfall, but because it moved to the east into the southern part of the state, we saw it faster.
Let me go to Steve here in Englewood now. Steve, how are you holding up?
Hey, what's going on, man? This is crazy.
The conditions where you are in Englewood, how have they deteriorated over the past hour or so?
Oh, it's crazy. I mean, it literally sounds like a freight train is just like slowly moving over us. I'm looking out the front door. We're boarded up pretty well, but I'm looking out the front, and I'm watching the neighbor's lanai continually float down the river of what used to be a street. I'm watching my Honda CRV look like it's about to flip over and just bouncing on the shop. And then I go in the backyard, our part, and the canal is trying to fucking come in the pool.
All right. Well, Steve, we certainly hope that you stay safe and hopefully the conditions improve a little bit where you are in the near future. It's going to be a little while. Again, this entire area that we're talking about, I'm looking at the latest radar right now up to Sarasota, Lakewood Ranch. I mean, you got some really severe storms that are coming in. Let me go to our Operation Stormwatch correspondent, Erica Rodriguez, who is keeping a close eye on the situation in Fort Myers. And Erica, it's video after video on social media of just the destruction that we're seeing, and in particular the storm surge that we're seeing in the Fort Myers area. It really is something to behold, horrifying for those living there.
It really shows you the power of water. They've always said don't necessarily be concerned about the wind, but the major problem is going to be the water, and we are seeing that right now. Huge pieces of debris, possibly even whole homes, are floating away in parts of Fort Myers Beach. The storm surge is expected to continue to rise. It's already in second floors of homes. We're seeing it on video going up stairwells, and there are reports that people are trapped in homes, and they're watching the water continue to rise as well. The winds with up to 150 mile per hour maximum sustained winds causing trees to be ripped out of the ground. Palm trees are waving drastically. Cars are fully submerged. Boats are floating in streets. Sharks are in the street as well. Essentially, the city is underwater. And with the eye making landfall at Cayo Costa, the weather could be improving slightly, but it is going to be getting worse again, and that's the main warning. First responders will not be able to head out until those conditions improve. We have 5 urban search and rescue teams from Florida already activated, with other teams far away as Virginia and Texas. In the area, there are more than 42,000 workers from 27 states ready to restore power into 30 areas of the state, but it could be a long time before parts of areas like here in Fort Myers will get power back again. So this is definitely going to be a long haul for the people who live in this area.
All right, Erica Rodriguez with us, our Operation Stormwatch correspondent covering the situation in and around Fort Myers. Erica, thank you so much for the update. We appreciate it.
Anytime.
There's a video that's circulating of Naples right now. And we're being very careful in terms of which videos we choose to share with you because, this is always a situation where there's a lot of misinformation going around. But I can tell you with certainty that Naples, this particular video looks like a river. I mean, that's what the street looks like, a river. That's how much the storm surge is impacting the Naples area. And in some parts, the Bradenton area up to Tampa Bay, again, you've got the water coming out. Being sucked out at the moment. But then when you get to the southern end of the storm, Naples, Fort Myers, Bonita Springs, the water is coming in a big way.
And you can see how powerful it is, even if you're not near that eye wall where we're talking about right now. We're talking about, people in Fort Myers, Punta Gorda, Englewood. But even if you're Bradenton to the north of it, the wind, there are so many, I've seen so many huge trees that have already gone down in Bradenton.
Right. And that's only going to get worse as the ground continues to get more and more saturated from this storm. We've got so much more to get to, more calls to get to, more information to pass along to you. This is Operation Stormwatch live and local coverage. Back with more in a moment.
The Fed just hiked interest rates again, the biggest hike in decades since 1994, as a matter of fact. Sean Hannity here. If you're trying to buy a home now more than ever, it is imperative that you find a real estate agent who knows the market better than anyone and has the skills to win you the negotiation and save you the most money. There's only one agent in town I recommend. I'm talking about Jeff Borum of Team Borum at eXp Realty. Now, he has marketing and sales systems that put him at the top of the list for the greater Tampa Bay area. And he knows how to cut through all of the talk and to give you accurate information that will help you get your home sold on time and for the most money, regardless of what the local market conditions are. Now, you want to work with an agent that has helped thousands of families buy and sell and understands the market so that no seller has been left without a home. Talk to the only agent in town I recommend. Online, it's teamborum.com. That's teamborum.com.
All the good stuff. Yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture.
Ed Sheeran announced that he's teaming up with Pokemon for his upcoming song Celestial, and he commemorated the event on TikTok.
Okay, so to celebrate the new song Pokemon Celestial, I've got a new tattoo. Squirtle.
Okay, it's a temporary Squirtle tattoo, but the collab is for real and will feature an animated video which he calls insanely amazing. Sheeran also shared his longtime history with Pokemon, which led to the team up in an Instagram post, writing, "I started off with Pokemon cards and the craze hit primary school when I was about 7. Then the TV show was on TV, so I used to try to record it over the same VHS every week. Man, that's a throwback." He also talked about his love for the Pokemon video game, which he says gave me a proper escape as a kid into a fantasy world that seemed to go on. And in adult life, it's nostalgia that makes me feel like a kid again. Ed Sheeran's new song Celestial, featuring his collaboration with Pokemon, is due out September 29th.
All right.
And that's what's poppin' on Camps on iHeartRadio.
Wealth-changing question. Has your advisor created a portfolio based only on your age and risk tolerance? That's simply not good enough. Your money deserves better, and so do you. At Creative Planning, our private wealth managers learn about you first. And then they create a customized plan and portfolio by partnering with our in-house money managers, accountants, and attorneys. Don't settle for a standard portfolio. Book your free meeting today at creativeplanning.com. Creative Planning, a richer way to wealth.
The following is an important message from Florida Power and Light. In anticipation of the approaching storm's impact on our service territory, we have activated our emergency response plan. FPL is maintaining a 24-hour watch on the storm's path in order to move workers and equipment to areas most likely to be affected. We are positioning resources for rapid restoration and strongly encourage you to take the necessary steps to prepare for possible extended power outages. Make sure you have the supplies needed on hand and keep a close watch on the weather. For more, go to FPL.com or download the FPL mobile app. You can also receive text message updates after the storm by texting the word JOIN to MyFPL. That's JOIN to 69375. Please stay safe.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, beat the largest timeshare company in federal court and has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-738-9900. That's 800-738-9900.
Get your painting project started today at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
Operation Stormwatch coverage continues now on News Radio WFLA.
Brought to you by New South Window Solutions.
This is Operation Stormwatch coverage, live and local coverage for you, stretching all across Tampa Bay, Sarasota, Fort Myers, all the areas being impacted the most right now by Hurricane Ian. And let's go to the hotline. Joining us, we have News Channel 8 meteorologist Rebecca Berry from Tampa to talk about the situation as Hurricane Ian has made landfall. And really 2 questions for you, Rebecca, because the 2 storylines seem to be, one, the storm surge that we're seeing on the southern end of the eye of Hurricane Ian going into Naples and into Fort Myers, and then areas just north of the eye, Venice, Port Charlotte, experiencing the worst of the eye wall.
Absolutely. And so we saw the official landfall at 3:05, but of course that's just a technicality. You're experiencing much higher winds before landfall in those areas, and the worst of the winds right now are sustained around 80 miles per hour. But we've gotten a ton of gusts measured well above 100 miles per hour, up to 125 miles per hour, I believe is the peak that I've seen from, of course, post-storm analysis will organize all of this data for us, and we're kind of running and gunning here, but I believe I saw 125 mile per hour wind gust, and that was the highest I've seen so far. We saw the storm surge that you were speaking of. It's reached the bottom of the roofs at the beach houses near the Fort Myers area. And so that's that life-threatening storm surge we were talking about. That's why you evacuate, because there's nowhere to go when the water comes up that quickly. And that was going to potentially be the worst-case scenario for us here in Tampa Bay. But with the track shift, that shifted all of that danger out of the Tampa Bay area and further south, closer to Fort Myers, closer to Punta Gorda, closer to Port Charlotte. And so those areas are all right in the thick of things, really getting hammered at this point with the heaviest of the winds. They've also seen 3 to 6 inches of rainfall. They're under a flood warning in some isolated areas, and they're probably going to see another 3 to 6 inches of rainfall in that particular location.
Yeah, we know. We know it's moving slowly here. For those areas that you just mentioned, we just had a listener call in. How long do you think that bad weather, the worst of it, is going to hover above them?
Probably 3 hours. I think so, because the eye, well, it's probably going to be longer than that. They're in the eye wall right now on the northwestern side of it. The eye wall is 40 miles wide, and it's moving at 10 miles per hour, so probably closer to 4 hours to be on the other side of the eye wall. Of course, eye walls are not uniform, and so if you may be in the strongest part of this side of the eye wall, you may not be in the strongest part once it crosses over you on the other side. And that's what we would hope for all those areas that are getting hammered right now. But probably 4 to 5 hours before things start to get better, unless you're actually in the center once this this worst of the weather passes, you're going to get quiet weather for a while until the rain starts to pick back up on the other side of the eye wall.
And that is the nature of this slow-moving storm, another variable to all of this. News Channel 8 meteorologist Rebecca Berry with us. Rebecca, we appreciate the update. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you.
And that is just, I know it's not the news that everyone listening wanted to hear, especially those who were in, Venice, Northport, Port Charlotte, those areas. But the fact of the matter is, it's a slow moving storm. It's moving northeast at 9 miles per hour, which means, that you unfortunately are going to be stuck in those, really difficult conditions for an extended period of time. Now, in the Cape Coral area at the moment, you're in the middle of the eye itself. So you're getting a brief break, but it's not time to let your guard down because there's still more to come, unfortunately. We are tracking every single aspect and angle of this storm as Hurricane Ian has now made landfall here in the state of Florida, and the effects are being felt in a big way in Southwest Florida. We are going to have so much more coverage. We're not going anywhere. We're live and local for you right here on Operation Stormwatch. Back with more in a moment.
Listen to American Medicine Today, presented by the Bonati Spine Institute, Saturdays, noon to 1 on News Radio 970, WFLA, featuring the internationally acclaimed inventor of the Bonati Spine procedures, Alfredo Bonati, MD.
Let the professionals at Fence Outlet save you time and money. We handle everything from the free estimate to the install. We do it all. And you get 0% financing. So come into Fence Outlet or visit fenceoutlet.com today. License number C-10252 and C-10803.
Burning pain radiating your hands or feet, pins and needles in the extremities, problems with balance, pain from the pressure of walking. Jack Harris here, and these are the warning signs of peripheral neuropathy. If left untreated, they can lead to amputations. At BioCell Health, they have the solution without the use of narcotics or other prescription medications. Visit StopMyPainTampa.com to schedule your free consultation. That's StopMyPainTampa.com.
WFLA Tampa, WMTX Tampa, WSRZ Sarasota, WCTQ Venice.
This WCCF Punta Gorda.
The following is an important message from Florida Power and Light. In anticipation of the approaching storm's impact on our service territory, we have activated our emergency response plan. FPL is maintaining a 24-hour watch on the storm's path in order to move workers and equipment to areas most likely to be affected. We are positioning resources for rapid restoration and strongly encourage you to take the necessary steps to prepare for possible extended power outages. Make sure you have the supplies needed on hand and keep a close watch on the weather. For more, go to MyFPL. That's JOIN to 69375. Please stay safe.
Some residents didn't heed evacuation warnings and are now regretting it.
We have a tremendous amount of storm surge that has moved in very rapidly, and unfortunately those residents that decided not to evacuate now find themselves in a urgent situation.
Chief Burns says he expects his crews to be busy for days. Ian is forecast to gradually weaken as it moves up the state, but it's still expected to be a minor hurricane or strong tropical storm by the time it reaches Orlando tomorrow morning. Flooding is a major concern from the slow-moving hurricane's torrential rains. Orange County Sheriff John Mina says they're ready to make water rescues if necessary.
We have many watercraft that can go through water for rescues or anything like that. Of course, we have our aviation, our helicopter assets as well for after the storm. And remember, after the storm, people need to avoid down power lines and standing water.
There are 5 FEMA teams from out of state to help out neighborhoods in devastated areas. There are also 7,000 National Guardsmen ready to go. With Florida's news, I'm Larry Spillman.
From the Moss Nissan Traffic Center, well, most of our bridges remain closed unless you're trying to get to the barrier islands. If you live there or if you own a business there, you are the only ones that are allowed to return to the island. Be prepared to show a proper ID or certificate to be able to enter the island area. If you don't have to be on the road, stay off the roads, hunker down, and be safe. Paige Carrera, News Radio WFLA.
As Hurricane Ian continues to move northeast, we will see bands of heavy torrential rain and strong winds, even the threat for tornadoes in some of those bands. And as the system tracks to the northeast, possible hurricane force winds expected east of I-75 through the evening and overnight before exiting to the north and east. We will still see gusty conditions tomorrow, but we'll see less rain and drying out for Friday and the weekend. I'm Max Defender 8 meteorologist Lee Spann.
Operation Stormwatch on News Radio WFLA. Brought to you by New South Window Solutions.
Welcome to Operation Stormwatch. Hurricane Ian. The storm has made landfall here in the state of Florida, and we are monitoring the conditions as they deteriorate in certain parts of the state, and in other parts we are just getting glimpses of the destruction that has already taken place. I'm Ryan Gorman with Aaron Jacobson, James Berlander, Katie Bacino, and our entire Operation Storm team crew, and we are providing live and local coverage to everyone across the Tampa Bay area, Sarasota, Fort Myers, and the state of Florida. And I want to spend a moment running through some of the stations that we're on in Fort Myers, because there's a chance that one of them, the one you may be listening to, it could go down because of what we're seeing out of Fort Myers, the conditions there. And you could always switch to a different frequency to hear us. You could also listen to us on your iHeartRadio app. Any one of the stations that you typically listen to in Fort Myers, you can pull that up on the iHeartRadio app and you can hear us that way as well. But these are the frequencies that we're on there: 105.5 FM, 95.3 FM, 100.1 FM, 107.1 FM, 92.9 FM, 104.9 FM, 100.9 FM, 1580 AM, 98.9 FM, and 1070 AM. And as the situation continues to worsen in Sarasota and the Tampa Bay area, we will run through all the different stations we're on in those markets as well.
Can't stress this enough, how serious you need to take this. And we talked about Naples and how bad the conditions are right there. I just saw this, and I hate when I see this, but you have to know, going outside even a little bit is so dangerous. There's a report out of Naples right now. A reporter on the scene said a child was nearly swept away by the storm. His mother managed to save him at the last second. This Hurricane Ian is so strong right now. Please be careful.
And here's the thing, for those of you who are experiencing the worst weather, and I'm looking at Port Charlotte, Venice, that general area, Englewood, Northport, and then, of course, Naples, Fort Myers with the storm surge that you're dealing with. But if you're in any of those areas, the conditions are likely so bad that it's going to be difficult, if not impossible, in many instances, for first responders to get to you if you are in trouble. So that's why you don't want to take any unnecessary risks right now, because you don't want to put them at risk as well. And in a lot of places, they have just stopped responding because it's not safe for them to go out.
We've talked about, Ryan, potential of 12 to 16-foot storm surge in some areas. We're seeing right now Fort Myers Beach anywhere from 8 to 20 feet. Insanity.
I mean, we are seeing again, and our correspondent who's been following the situation in Fort Myers, we have heard about houses, literally the water up to the roofs. We've seen cars totally submerged. We've seen streets in Naples that look like rivers right now. So the storm surge is doing, unfortunately, what it was forecast to do earlier when we knew this storm was going to approach that area head on. We have a lot of people on the phone line. I want to get to everybody. 800-969-9352 is the number. That's 800-969-9352. Let me start with Michael in Port Charlotte right now. Michael, thanks so much for the call. How are you holding up? Oh, I think we lost Michael. Let me go to Dorothy in Fort Myers. Dorothy, how are you?
Hello, hi.
Hey, how's the situation where you're at in Fort Myers?
Oh, it's a disaster. In the 36 years I'm living here, I've never seen anything like it. It's a living hell. I saw someone's solar panels fly over my roof into my pool. Tiles coming off my roof. It's fronds, the trees just blowing all over the place. It's just a disaster.
Now, we have seen some really, really horrific flooding in the Fort Myers area.
Yes, and flooding, too. We have some flooding on the McGregor Boulevard near Whiskey Creek area, and there's flooding in front of the house.
Okay, now, do you have a safe location within the house where you are right now where you could stay for an extended period of time?
I have a big house, a well-built house here in Fort Myers, but I've never seen anything like it. It's a living hell. That's all I can describe it to you, a living hell.
And the sounds that you're hearing, the wind that's blowing, the rain that's coming in.
The winds are just awful, and the fronds blowing all over the place. It's just a disaster. Well, I've never seen anything like it.
Well, Dorothy, we're glad you're safe. We hope you stay safe, and we thank you for the update from Fort Myers. We really appreciate it.
Okay, well, God bless you too, and stay safe. Okay.
All right, you as well. You can just hear it in her voice what she's going through right now.
And along those lines, Ryan, she said that she's lived here for a long time. The worst she's ever seen. Experienced hurricane hunters, pilots that have done this before.
Yeah, talk about that recon flight and what they experienced.
They said those pilots who are experienced pilots said it's the worst flight they've ever experienced. Yeah. These are people who are hurricane hunters. They've done this many times. The worst flight they've ever experienced.
I tweeted out, and you can follow me on Twitter if you want to see some of these pictures and videos. I've been putting out, stuff that I've been coming across on Twitter throughout the day today. Ryan E. Gorman is how you can find me. I tweeted out an image that they shot from the eye of the hurricane, and they were like right in the middle of it, apparently. And they said it wasn't supposed to be that bright. The reason it was so bright was there was that much lightning right where they were near the eye wall. And that flight that they took, I saw that, and that really stood out. One of the roughest flights they've ever experienced.
It's hard to know when to take a storm like this seriously, but anyone who's in it right now, if you're in, the Punta Gorda area, Englewood, Fort Myers, this is real. This is really dangerous.
It is. And we have some really significant wind gusts that have been clocked across southwest Florida. And I'm taking a look at some of the totals right now. Punta Gorda, 124 miles per hour. Pelican Bay, 112 miles per hour. Sanibel Island, 107 miles per hour. Bonita Shores, 94 miles per hour. And you've got over now 800,000 people without power here in the state of Florida, and that number is only going to increase exponentially over the next 24 hours.
Yeah, and you mentioned 107 mile per hour wind gusts in Sanibel Island. They're having sustained winds of almost 80 miles per hour, so they're getting whipped with the wind. There's a lot of rain, a lot of water. Sanibel right now really getting it hard.
All right, let's go back to the phone lines. 800-969-9352 is the number. Again, 800-969-9352. I want to go to Pam in Northport here and get an update on what's happening there. Pam, how are you holding up?
Not well at all. We've got trees down. Our neighbors have roofs peeling off, sheds coming apart, water coming through the front door, 2 trees down. It's getting bad. I'd just like to know when it's going to ease.
Yeah, unfortunately, this was something that we asked our meteorologist, Rebecca Berry, a little while ago, and we're talking about hours before the conditions really start to improve in your area. Because
I think our winds are higher than 80 miles per hour because the palm trees are bent.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there have been gusts perhaps higher than that particular wind speed, but unfortunately this is something that's going to continue for a while now. Where you are in your house, in your structure, are you in a safe place to withstand all of this?
We're in the center of the house.
Okay, good.
We're away from windows and doors. We're in the center of the house. We have 2 dogs, and it's I never would have thought it would have been this bad. This is awful. We're having to use a vac to try to keep water from coming in our front door, and our roof has come off, and I think several other neighbors' roofs have come off because we're seeing it fly down the road.
Yeah, the most important thing is just make
really
sure
bad. If you could hear the wind here, I'm sure you'd think it was higher than 80 miles per hour.
Just make sure you pinpoint that area. Right now, you said you're in the center of your house. Just make sure, and try not to worry too much about keeping that water out. Just make sure you're at a point in that house, an area where you feel safe. You have your dogs with you, and you guys are there. And do not venture outside of that area.
Yeah, well, the water's coming in the front door real bad, and that's right where the big window is too.
Well, Pam,
coming right on my window sills and everything.
We want you to stay safe. Please call us back in a little bit. Give us an update. We want to make sure that you're safe there in Northport. And thank you so much for listening, for calling, and again, just do your best. And
we just hadn't heard too many phone calls from Northport. You just wanted to let you know how.
Oh, absolutely. It was here. No, we really appreciate the update in Northport because we can see it. And thank you again, Pam. We can see it on the map and the significance of the storms that you're likely dealing with there. And you can hear firsthand from Pam what's happening in Northport right now. That entire area. I mean, I'm looking at the radar right now. From Port Charlotte up to Venice, almost honestly up to Bradenton at this point. You've got that eye wall, that northern part of the eye wall that's hitting that southwestern portion of Florida and just bringing some really, really difficult conditions. And again, unfortunately, like Rebecca Berry said a little while ago, the meteorologist that we had on, because of the speed of this storm, it's moving so slowly, you're talking about hours of having to deal with this. Let's go to the hotline now. And joining us from Sarasota, one of our Operation Stormwatch team members, part of our team in Sarasota, Maverick Johnson, joins us. Maverick, thank you so much for taking a couple of minutes to come on. I'm sure you're concerned about the situation there in Sarasota, what you're going through, but we appreciate the firsthand account. What are you experiencing right now, and where exactly are you in Sarasota?
So I'm in North Sarasota, kind of right on the Manatee-Sarasota County line. I'm pretty close, probably about a mile from Sarasota-Bradenton International Airport, about 2 miles from the coast. And we're getting, over the last hour, we've had the worst weather of the storm. Looks as though for the next 2 hours, looking at radar, we're going to be getting some of these outer bands kind of extended out. Those outside of the eye wall, kind of on the northern periphery as it spins. We're going to be getting that for at least probably at least till 6, it looks like. So just looking at stuff.
The wind that you've experienced up to this point, how bad has it been? Because we're hearing, callers from Englewood and Northport and Venice. It sounds like a freight train out there. Has it gotten that bad in your particular neighborhood?
Yeah, I would say in the last hour or two, I've lived in Florida for over 40 years. I've never seen sustained wind like this. For the last hour and a half, I would say we haven't had, other than probably 5 to 10 minutes, we haven't had any kind of downward where it hasn't been at least tropical storm force. It's been pretty steady of at least 35 to 40 for the last hour, and I don't have a wind gauge, but I would have to guess. I've got a cement bird bath that we use as a planter, so it's solid cement base, and then the cement bowl, it blew over.
Wow.
So yeah, that was early on when the heavy wind started. So I actually we got a little bit of a lull. I had to make an emergency repair. I've got a neighbor next to me, and I heard some metal crinkling, and I had a outer skin on my lanai peeling off, and I did not want that going flying through my neighbor's window. So I waited for a lull in the weather, was able to kind of get up on the ladder and put a couple of screws in to keep that thing secure. And then thankfully, right after I got that done, the wind kicked back up again. So I was able to get that done safely just to keep my neighbor from getting injured if that thing peeled off. And so that just gives you a sense on some of these gusts when they come. They've got to be approaching 80, 90, 100 miles an hour.
And that's why it's so important ahead of the storm to make sure that you don't have stuff, in the yard and loose things on your house and all of that. Because, if a cement structure like what you just said could blow over, imagine what those other kinds of objects can do in a storm like this. And this is different from other storms that we've experienced because, with Hurricane Irma, for example, or going back to Hurricane Charlie, they moved through the state at a pretty rapid rate. This one is not doing that. So what you're experiencing now, probably going to get worse coming up for you, and it's going to play out for a pretty long period of time, hours, not minutes.
Oh, no, definitely. I would say at least till 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got another band coming through right now with winds that, I'm looking at my backyard of Lanai as we speak. I mean, it's just littered with debris. Everything is, at this point, is still kind of in one piece, but just branches, limbs everywhere, and I would say palm trees are leaning 30 to 40 degrees over as these gusts come through.
Now, leading up to the arrival of Hurricane Ian, from the Tampa Bay area to close to the Fort Myers area, it was all in the cone over the past couple of days. But certainly the line, the center of that cone, just 36 hours ago, it looked like it was coming right for Tampa Bay. Then it looked like Sarasota more recently, and then obviously the shift to where it eventually hit in southwest Florida just a little while ago. What was the preparation level like in your neighborhood and the concern level like ahead of the arrival of this storm?
It's interesting. The pockets were uber prepared, I would say, but it was kind of interesting. Some places, whether it was gas or water or even plywood, some places were either out or others had ample supply. But I will say more people than I expected took this very seriously, which was good. I do think for us in Sarasota, Manatee County, we were kind of hypersensitive to this storm, and I actually foresaw this potentially happening, looking at multiple tracks. Because of what happened with Charlie, anybody that was around here, we were really the second location. It initially was going to be going into Tampa Bay, but they had made a change into Sarasota, if anybody recalls that, back in 2004. So people really felt like we dodged a bullet then if they were here. So I think everybody was anticipating some kind of change in the track, and I don't think many people were surprised it jogged to the east as quickly as it did.
And ended up making landfall in nearly the exact same spot Charlie did back in 2004. The difference, obviously, is that this storm is it's so much bigger. It's impacting a much larger portion of that West Florida coastline, including where you're at in Sarasota. Maverick, we can't thank you enough for taking a few minutes to come on. Hopefully we can check back in with you a little bit later. We know it's going to be a rough ride for you for quite a while, but we do appreciate the update.
You got it, guys. Thank you.
All right. Again, one of our team members there, Maverick in Sarasota, part of a great radio station in Sarasota, CTQ, joining us for a couple of minutes to share his perspective on what's happening in his particular neighborhood. We have a lot of phone calls to get to. 800-969-9352 is the number. The latest update coming in on power outages. We're up now over 1 million customers without power in Florida. That number is going to continue to rise, and we are certainly monitoring where the storm is and where the worst weather is. We've got so much more on that coming up for you in just a bit. In a few minutes, we are going to talk to a representative from Duke Energy for more on what they're doing with these power outages. So we'll try to get different representatives from all these different energy companies to come on and talk about, again, where things stand right now, what they're expecting, and what they will be doing to fix it as soon as Hurricane Ian makes its way out of our area eventually. Back with more Operation Stormwatch coverage in a moment.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. $2 million. That's how much the typical American family will have passed through their hands during their working lifetime. So how much of that will stay in your hands is up to you. Now, if you want to give yourself the opportunity to keep more of it, don't wait any longer to meet with a financial professional. Because today it seems there are a lot more ways to spend money than there are ways to conserve money. That's why it's important that if you're concerned about your retirement, that you work with someone who is a conservative, not just with their politics, but a conservative investor as well. And in Tampa, that's Steve and Elizabeth Holland and the Holland Group Retirement Wealth Advisors. Call them now, 727-228-4673. Look, we all want to preserve our wealth, and a great first step is to call Steve and Elizabeth Holland and their team for a retirement income analysis. 727-228-4673. The Holland Group Retirement Wealth Advisors. That's 727-228-4673.
Shopping at International Diamond Center is always fun, but working at IDC is even better. Actually, how can you call this work? Being with a great family business, meeting smiling people during the best moments of their life, and being given unlimited opportunity for growth? Are you ready to join the IDC family? We're hiring. Now with 10 showrooms across Florida, we have opportunities at every level. Management, sales, administrative, and operations. And we're not a faceless corporation. IDC is owned by the LeClaire family, where values like integrity, fairness, and respect always come first for our customers and our team members. We offer generous compensation, 401k plans, health insurance, and incredible growth opportunities. All this in a fun, stress-free environment where you're treated like part of the family. Interested in learning more about joining the IDC revolution? Go to shopidc.com, look for job opportunities, and start the conversation. International Diamond Center, where people, customers, and employees always have more fun.
At Progressive, we know there's nothing like the feeling of riding a motorcycle with your crew on the open road. That symphony of engines roaring in perfect harmony. It's a feeling that would be impossible to recreate on the radio. Until now. Hit it, Jerry. Oh, my word. Really, really terrible. Is that a glockenspiel, Jerry? Quote with Progressive and see if you could save with America's #1 motorcycle insurer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. No, Jerry. It's over.
FYI. Like, literally. This is Tampa Bay's News Radio. WFLA.
I'm Jason Flom, founding board member of the Innocence Project, and my new podcast is Wrongful Conviction, available on iHeartRadio. On Wrongful Conviction, I interview a different exoneree every week and help them to tell their incredible stories of tragedy and triumph against impossible odds. You've got to hear it to believe it. Wrongful Conviction from iHeart Studios, available now on iHeartRadio.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Hurricane Ian could become the 6th most expensive hurricane in U.S. history, with a threat of 7-foot storm surges into Tampa Bay. A disaster modeler says economic losses on the west coast of Florida could hit $70 billion should the forecast hold. Disney is shutting down its Florida theme parks for the next few days as Ian makes for the state. SeaWorld has closed Busch Gardens in Tampa through Thursday. Florida's homeowners insurance market is bracing for the storm. 6 insurers in the state that wrote homeowner policies recently have gone under. The largest insurers generally have pulled back from the market after natural disasters. The smaller firms still active have struggled to cope with losses. On Wall Street, investors pulled back the best of their gains and the worst of their losses, ending the day with the Dow and S&P down about 0.25% to 0.5%. The Dow down 126, the S&P 8. The Nasdaq rose 0.25%, 27 points. Joan Doniger, Bloomberg Radio.
This is News Radio WFLA's Operation Stormwatch.
Brought to you by New South Window Solutions.
Power outages, obviously a major concern for so many people across the state of Florida. Over 1 million people, it looks like, at the moment, already experiencing power outages. That number is going to continue to grow. Let me go to the hotline now, and joining us, we have Anna Gibbs, spokesperson for Duke Energy, to talk about the situation as it stands right now and what to watch for moving forward. Anna, thank you so much for taking a moment to jump on with us. So in terms of your customers, how many are without power right now?
Well, right now, the majority of customers that are out are, in fact, in Pinellas County. About 30 minutes ago, the count was approximately 77,000 customers. Now, to put that in perspective, that's about, in comparison to how much we have in Pinellas County, we have 500,000 that we serve in Pinellas County. And then across Florida, we serve about 2 million customers throughout the state.
And how many, broadening it out past Pinellas County, what's the total number of customers without power for you?
So really, Pinellas is the hardest hit.
That's the hardest hit.
A couple thousand more after that. So, and if you just envision the path of the storm, though, it's basically because obviously the storm is coming on shore and has made landfall. And as you can imagine, for us, Pinellas County is the area where we have the most customers, and of course, is kind of hitting from the southern tip. So it's part of that is just that's where we begin what we call our territory or coverage area, where we serve a lot of our customers. So really it's just where the storm is positioned and where our customers are located. As that storm moves from west to east across the state, we then anticipate our customers, of course, throughout the central Florida area to be impacted in areas such as Orange County, which is the Orlando area, and really throughout central Florida.
What, in terms of what people can do to report power outages to let you know that power's out in their neighborhood. What would your advice be for that?
So we have a variety of what we call different channels that can be used to communicate with us. We have our an app, a Duke Energy app. We have, of course, the website, which is duke-energy.com. We have an 800 number, which is on the back of your bill, but 800-700-8744, 800-700-8744. And we communicate with our customers through texting. So we encourage our customers to sign up for that service through their account and our website. But there's just a variety of different ways that they can report their outage. But also it's important that we have our customers' correct information. And what I mean by that is please check your account and be sure that we have your correct phone number, your correct email address, and of course go on to your account and choose your preferences in which way you would like us to communicate with you. Especially during these times, we are able to proactively let you know what's happening with the outages, even tell you when we expect that outage to be restored. So if we have your correct information, we can proactively let you know what's happening and the progress as the storm progresses. So that's an important factor in our ability to communicate with you.
Anna Gibbs, spokesperson with Duke Energy. Anna, we really appreciate the update. Thanks so much for coming on.
Thank you.
While we're talking about the Tampa Bay area for a moment, a couple of updates. Tampa Police Department has closed off Bayshore Boulevard. Sounds like they have had enough of people venturing into the bay because the water has receded, so they just closed it off. And this is why we can't have nice things.
This is exactly why. And this is why I was monitoring the situation, and I was trying to be the eyes and ears, and I was patrolling Bayshore for a little bit, yelling at people.
Right. And then we also have a note from Clearwater. Memorial Causeway Bridge is closed until further notice due to high winds from Hurricane Ian. So use caution in that area and follow posted signs. And that's in Clearwater. Bridges are already shutting down because of the increasing wind speeds, let alone what we're seeing taking place right now. Port Charlotte, Venice area, where the eye wall is sitting right over you and unfortunately is going to be there for quite some time. The flooding that we're seeing in Fort Myers, Naples, Bonita Springs, the images are just, they're jaw-dropping. They're just shocking to see the amount of water that has moved onshore because of this massive hurricane, which right now is a Category 4 storm with 145-mile-per-hour maximum sustained winds. We have so much more to get to. We're going to get some more phone calls. 800-969-9352 is the number. 800-969-9352. We're going to check in with FEMA in just a bit, and we'll have more on the forecast itself. Coming up for you right here on Operation
From the BioCell Neuropathy Pain Relief News Desk, this is iHeartRadio's Operation Stormwatch from News Radio WFLA, Tampa.
I'm Steve Summers, News Radio WFLA with a Hurricane Ian update. Ian makes landfall just after 3 Eastern this afternoon in Cayo Costa, a barrier island just north of Captiva, and Sanibel Islands and just west of Fort Myers. Ian made landfall as a Category 4 hurricane, packing 150-mile-an-hour sustained winds. That more southward landfall changes the storm surge outlook for Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay was to have life-threatening storm surge, but now that won't happen. In fact, with the eye of Ian south of here, water is actually being pulled out of Tampa Bay and its tributaries. Because the storm surge threat has been on Tampa Bay, Pinellas County barrier islands are already back open. For Tampa Bay, the threat is flooding rains and strong winds that already have several thousand without power. Tornadoes are also possible. High winds also have the Sunshine Skyway Bridge closed. I'm Steve Summers, News Radio WFLA.
From the Moss Nissan Traffic Center, we are preparing for some major storm surge from Hurricane Ian, including flooding. So stay off the roads for now, and we'll keep you posted. This report is sponsored by Blindster. Want to save big on new blinds? Blindster.com offers custom-made blind shades and shutters shipped directly to you at prices less than big box retailers. Shop Blindster now and save 45% off any order. Just use the code RADIO. Offer ends soon. Shop today. Blindster.com. Paige Carrera, News Radio WFLA.
From the Morgan & Morgan Weather Center, America's largest injury law firm.
As Hurricane Ian continues to move northeast, we will see bands of heavy torrential rain and strong winds, even the threat for tornadoes in some of those bands. And as the system tracks to the northeast, possible hurricane force winds expected east of I-75 through the evening and overnight before exiting to the north and east. We will still see gusty conditions tomorrow, but we'll see less rain and drying out for Friday and the weekend. I'm Max Defender 8 meteorologist Lee Spann.
This report is sponsored by the Mark Moss Show podcast.
Bitcoin's U.S. dollar valuation might be down, but the technology, progress, and adoption is moving forward at a blistering rate. I'm Mark Moss, helping you navigate the decentralized revolution. Listen to the Mark Moss Show on the iHeartRadio app, on Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Whether you're a Ford Master certified technician or have aspirations of becoming one, start your career at Bartow Ford, where we pay $50 per flat rate hour. Just another way Bartow Ford's different, and we prove it.
Hi, Bobby Maggie here. If you have a CD, money market, or savings account making less than 1%, we have a solution for you. A multi-year guaranteed annuity provides a fixed interest rate on your contribution for an agreed period of time. At the end of the accumulation period, you may receive the premium and the earned interest. It may be just what you need in this low-interest environment. Let's meet to discuss if a multi-year guaranteed annuity is right for you. Visit our website, MaggieTax.com, or call us at 833-MAGGIE-TAX for more information, or set up an appointment today.
Hey, Steve, you know what?
What's that, Elizabeth?
I love moving.
You what? Since when? You hate moving.
I'm talking about our radio show, Retirement Success. We are moving from Sunday afternoon to Sunday morning at 9 a.m.
Ah, that's right, Elizabeth. Now Tampa Bay can hear Retirement Success every Saturday and Sunday mornings at 9 a.m. right here on News Radio 970 WFLA. Join us Saturday and Sunday mornings, same time, 9 a.m. for Retirement Success.
Save time and money with the aluminum fence in a box from Fence Outlet. It comes with everything you need to easily install it yourself with 0 down and 0% financing. Go to fenceoutlet.com today for more information and store locations. License number C-10252 and C-10803.
Most impact windows from Reese Windows and Doors are installed in just 6 to 8 weeks. Visit reesewindows.com.
For more information about contests on this station, go to WFLAnews.com/rules. Now, back to News Radio WFLA's Operation Stormwatch, brought to you by New South Window Solutions.
This is Operation Stormwatch, providing live and local continuous coverage for the Tampa Bay area, Sarasota, Fort Myers, and the entire state of Florida. I'm your host, Ryan Gorman, with Aaron Jacobson, James Berlander, Katie Bacino, and our entire Operation Stormwatch team. Right now, I want to go to the hotline, and joining us, we have the director for the Department of Homeland Security Center for Faith-Based and Community Partnerships, Marcus Coleman, to talk about the role that they are playing during and after this storm. Marcus, thank you so much for taking a few minutes to come on the show. So what are you monitoring right now as Hurricane Ian really just starts to leave its imprint on the state of Florida? There's still a long ways to go for us in this region and the rest of the state as it makes its way north and to the east towards Jacksonville. But what are you focused on right now?
It is, and to your point, the impacts are happening now, and we are focused on supporting the state and our county and local officials who are doing their best to ensure that we continue to help support some of the life-saving, life-sustaining activities. We are co-located with the state of Florida in the Emergency Operations Center. We continue to maintain situational awareness on what's happening. And we're concerned, right? Like you said, there's the wind. Of course, there's the storm surge. And unfortunately, it is going to be, the rain will be with us for a while. And so we are keeping top of mind those people with different access and functional needs, thinking about older Americans or people that may be having to shelter in place. But we are pre-positioned. We are ready and prepared alongside our state and NGO partners to be there for folks as conditions continue to progress.
You know, I remember doing coverage for Hurricane Michael for our stations in the Panhandle, and just the destruction we saw there. It was unbelievable, and it just uprooted so many people's lives. What we're seeing here with this storm, you've got a storm that's just about close enough in terms of the power and intensity to Hurricane Michael, and you have it hitting a much more populous area than what we saw in the Panhandle. Just the scope of the destruction and the work that's going to have to be done in the aftermath of all of this. What role will your particular part of the federal government play in all of that?
So FEMA, again, in support of the state, we're working across the full interagency partners. And so right now we have, of course, our urban search and rescue teams, Coast Guard, and, of course, Florida's National Guard Bureau doing a lot of important work. As we look at the days and weeks ahead, we know that it's going to take all of our partners, both at the federal and state level, but many of our non-government partners as well. And so from the Salvation Army to the American Red Cross, like AARP, we're going to be meeting the needs of people for a long time. I think to your point about Hurricane Michael, tragic storm then as well, and of course we have widespread storm surge and flooding, and so we know there's going to be a lot of need out there, and we're going to be working with our NGO partners as well as the state to meet those needs. And then final question for you. I mean, right now we have so many people listening who are right in the middle of the worst of this storm or preparing to deal with what's going to be a very difficult situation when the storm reaches their area. But when the time comes for them to need to check out the resources available, is there somewhere that they should go for whatever it is that you're going to be able to provide? Absolutely. So some folks may need to transition temporarily to a shelter, and so they can find assistance by calling 1-800-342-3557. The state of Florida is deploying several hundred shelter support staff to address any staffing needs there. We also know that, again, our partners from the American Red Cross are going to be providing information and providing support as well. I'd say the key thing is to listen to the guidance of your local government officials. We know and support, right, a lot of this is going to be locally executed, and so we're continuing to stand in support of locals as they lead through this phase of the response, and we'll do all our best to support there. And then we will also continue to follow the guidance of the local elected officials, our local government officials, as we continue to transition into the immediate impacts and move further down the line over the next few days. Marcus Coleman, Director for the Department of Homeland Security Center for Faith-Based and Community Partnerships. Marcus, we really appreciate the time and the update. Thanks so much for coming on. Thank you, sir. All right. I want to get to a quick video that has been circulating on social media now. A fire station in Naples completely flooded. I don't know if you've seen this video, Aaron, but you've got the fire truck. It's half of it is submerged underwater, and these first responders desperately trying to, get whatever it is they can in order. As this fire station's just overwhelmed with water.
And that's in Naples, you said?
That's a Naples fire station where the firefighters, they're waist deep in water at the time they took this video and put it on Facebook.
And this is how scary things get during a hurricane like we're seeing with Hurricane Ian, Ryan. Just about 10, 15 minutes ago, I reported a large fire in Naples. Mm-hmm. So we're talking about the fire department underwater. Large fires happening in Naples.
Yeah, hopefully there's another department that's able to respond to that, but that is a fire station that I can tell you right now, looking at this video, they are out of commission at this point. So unfortunately, the flooding, the storm surge, it's impacting so many different people, including first responders. Let me get to a couple of you on the phone line right now. 800-969-9352 is the number. I want to go to William in Buckingham now. William, thank you so much for taking a few minutes to join us. What are you experiencing in your location?
Well, we've been out of power for about 2 hours. The lines have been snapped. They're across my driveway. Winds got to be rolling in at 80, 90 miles an hour, probably 50, 60 trees snapped off that are 60 to 80 feet tall, and the roads are rivers.
So the roads, you're seeing some significant flooding, and just to put your location into perspective for everyone listening, you are a bit more to the east of Fort Myers. You're just a little bit south of Fort Myers Shores, a little bit north of Gateway. In that area, that's where you are, and you're seeing localized flooding in your neighborhood.
Yeah, we're in the Tice and Luckett sections right there.
So yeah, you're right by the river. Yeah, you're right by the Caloosahatchee River, which you can definitely see some of that water coming into your area. You got to be really careful. How you holding up overall?
Not let up at all.
How's everything going for you personally? Are you in a safe location?
Yeah, we have a safe location, but we have no power, which is we'll deal with it. But it's really, really scary outside. It's severe winds.
Well, you hang on there, William. We really appreciate the update from your location, and thanks so much for listening to us, and please stay safe.
All right, thank you.
All right, Aaron, William just mentioned the power being out. You mentioned some power outage numbers a moment ago. What are you seeing on that front?
Yeah, this is from FPL, Florida Power and Light, and this is as of 4 p.m. Lee County, 204,000 customers without power. That's about 70% of the customers there. Sarasota, 182,000. Collier County, 133,000. Charlotte, 81,000. And Manatee County, 42,000. About 645,000 people just from FPL alone right now without power.
You know, it's funny. We just had that spokesperson on from Duke Energy about notifications for power outages and things like that. And I just got a notification that apparently my place is now without power. So not very many people, I guess, in my area are without power, but apparently an object came into contact with the power line, and that's the end of that. So, one of the problems that we're going to have, obviously you have the issues of storm surge that we're seeing, which are so significant in the Naples area, Fort Myers, that general region in southwest Florida. But as this rain continues to fall at the level that it's going to come down at, the saturation on the ground, that's when you have trees that really start to go down. That's when you have branches that start to fall. That's when you see more and more of these power outages start to build up across Florida. Let me go back to the hotline now, and we have our Operation Stormwatch correspondent, Erica Rodriguez, who is specifically following the situation in and around Fort Myers. What's the latest out of Fort Myers, Erica?
Well, devastation is the only word I can use when describing what I am seeing in Fort Myers Beach. The rising storm surge has water up to second stories in places. High tides passed about an hour ago. Boats which broke away from their moorings are floating in streets. Forget boats. The Lee County Sheriff's Office temporary outreach center on the beach floated down the street after its foundation broke away. Debris field is devastating, with homes being ripped apart. The bad weather expected to continue into tonight. People have to stay in place where they are now on the mainland of Fort Myers. We have video of roofs being ripped off, and at the Wink Studios, the TV station down there with their office in downtown Fort Myers, the storm surge is rising fast with the high tide not until about 6:45. So police and paramedics are not able to respond until the storm eases, but once it does, they promise the cavalry will arrive with local, state, and federal officials ready to bring supplies and relief as soon as they need to.
All right. Rodriguez with an update for us on the situation in Fort Myers. Erica, we really appreciate it. We'll check back in with you in just a bit. And let's go back to the phone lines now. 800-969-9352 is the number. Let me go to Chris in Cape Coral now. Chris, how are you holding up through this storm?
Well, we're in southeast Cape Coral on a saltwater canal, and our canal is probably 12 to 15 feet above what it normally is. We're going to start taking water in our yard here shortly. It looks like the ocean out there. Yeah. Literally, it's bashing into boats. I mean, I think we're going to see boats coming down our canal. I've seen mailboxes, chairs, lanais are down. Boat canopies are all over the place down. It's just, we've been getting blistered though for the better part of 4 hours now, and it's just, when is that going to stop?
Now, I'm curious, did you have any kind of break in the weather that you were dealing with? Because the eye it should have come either right over your particular location or very close to it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We've not seen a break at all in the better part of 4 hours, and we're still getting pounded. I mean, I just can't believe the waves out in my canal. It's actually surreal and actually scary.
Yeah, you now are going to be getting towards the back end of the eye, so the back part, the southern part of the eye wall is going to be making its way in your area. So you still have a little ways to go in terms of the rough weather. I'm curious, were you in, because it sounds like you're so close to the water based on the surge that we're seeing right now, were you in an evacuation zone?
I couldn't even tell you. We weren't even paying attention to that, to be honest with you.
You thought the storm was going to hit north?
What's that?
You thought the storm was going to strike more north of your location?
That's what my wife and I, we've been here over 25 years, and we've written all of them out, and never one this bad ever. I mean, and we were just kind of thinking it kept kind of going a little left. I think did we take a direct hit in Cape Coral?
Yeah, I mean, that's why I asked if you saw any kind of a break in the extreme conditions, because, I mean, the eye of the storm, the actual eye where there is supposedly some calm for a brief period of time, it looks like it passed right over where you would be. Now, maybe in your exact location, there are a couple of spots right around there that perhaps had that continuous extreme weather. But, I mean, you were right in the line of fire with Hurricane Ian.
Yes, we are, and it's something like I've never experienced in my life. And to be honest with you, I don't want to do this again.
No. Now, real quick, were you at your location back when Hurricane Charlie struck?
Yes, in the same house.
And the difference
was nothing.
No, right.
Compared to this.
Wow.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Well, Chris, we really hope you stay safe. I know I can only imagine how frightening that is, seeing those water levels continue to rise. But please stay safe, and we'll pass along whatever information we can to you.
Thanks, guys. We appreciate the hard work.
It's actually what I was thinking too, Ryan, when he was talking, because he's lived in that area for a long time. They similar, where it hit land is similar to what we saw with Charlie. So it just shows you how different, how much more powerful Hurricane Ian is. And Ryan, one of our concerns in Tampa Bay before this storm, when it was, before it changed directions, was because of the waterways, because of where we're located on the bay, because of, the rivers that flow through. We were so worried about the flooding, but that's really the problem we're seeing exactly with that last caller. The Caloosahatchee River, those waterways, we're just talking about it. That's where we're seeing, and he is seeing a lot of that flooding.
I mean, there's more images, again, out of Fort Myers. I mean, you've got homes that are underwater. You've got vehicles that are underwater. If you're listening right now and you're not able to see any of this because you're without power, I'm telling you, eventually, when you do see some of these images and some of these videos, unfortunately, perhaps some of you are experiencing this, but it is just unbelievable to watch. I mean, it's just one after another of these just insanely high levels of water in the Naples area, the Fort Myers area. We have a lot of you on the phone line. I want to get to more calls. We're also going to work on getting some more meteorologists on for you so we can get you an updated forecast. We have the 5 p.m. advisory coming down real soon, so we're going to pass that latest information along to you as soon as we get it. So much still to come right here on Operation Stormwatch. Back with more in a moment.
Hurricane Ian has arrived. Stay in the know with Operation Stormwatch on News Radio WFLA. On air and online with iHeartRadio, WFLAnews.com. Presented by New South Window Solutions.
I'm Harvey Massey. Think about this for a moment. Pest control involves applying pesticides inside your home, whether needed or not. At Massey Services, we just don't do that. We prevent pests from getting inside your home so we won't have to control them later. Why settle for pest control when you can trust Massey's Pest Prevention? It's guaranteed or your money back. Massey Services. Expect more and get it.
The following is an important message from Florida Power and Light. Safety is always FPL's first priority during a storm, and we urge you to make safety your top priority too. As you prepare for the approaching storm, review your plan for backup power or make arrangements to relocate if someone in your home is dependent on life-sustaining electric-powered medical equipment. Avoid trimming trees before the storm and secure loose branches and other debris. Keep all ladders, scaffolding, and tools at least 10 feet away from power lines. Remember, there may be danger after the storm. If you're planning on using a generator, keep it outside and away from open windows. Never operate it indoors. Stay away from downed power lines, flooded areas, and debris. Use the FPL mobile app to report a fallen wire and call 911 immediately if you feel there is an imminent danger. For a complete list of storm safety tips, go to FPL.com. And to text message updates after the storm, text the word JOIN to MyFPL. That's JOIN to 69375.
All Tampa Bay Buccaneers games are available for free streaming in Tampa Bay. Search 98 Rock Tampa Bay on the iHeartRadio app or tell Alexa, play WXTV. Also available at 98rock.com.
Being careful these days with your budget doesn't mean you have to settle for inferior quality jewelry at a mall store.
If you're used to shopping in malls and never been into an IDC before, I want to personally invite you in.
International Diamond Center owner Keith LeClaire.
We've got something for everybody. It doesn't matter your budget. It doesn't matter if you need financing. We'll make it happen.
As a manufacturing jeweler, IDC is able to cut out the middleman.
Our diamond bracelets, we buy the bracelet, we buy the diamonds, we assemble it. Our diamond bands, we buy the mounting, we buy the diamonds, we assemble it. So you're cutting out all that 40% that's in the middle for these manufacturers.
And that's for superior quality jewelry with free service for life.
When you come into IDC, you're going to get better quality for less, period.
International Diamond Center.
The one thing I'll guarantee you is you will make a big financial mistake if you don't shop IDC.
In Tampa, Clearwater, and Lakeland. Or visit us online at shopidc.com.
You want to be a showstopper like The Miz? You want to be awesome? Then you'll want to have a game plan. Whether you're a champion or a bettor, you got to be responsible. The DraftKings Sportsbook offers all the tools you need. You can set a realistic budget and bet within your means. You can set time, deposit, and wager limits so you can have a personal game plan for having fun while being responsible. I practice safe bets, and so should you. Visit DraftKings.com/responsible-gaming to learn about all these tools and more.
Eligibility restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/responsible gaming for details and state-specific responsible gambling resources.
With each mortgage-free home, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation delivers on its promise to do good and never forget the sacrifices of America's heroes. These heroes need your help. That's Gold Star and fallen first responder families with young children, our nation's most catastrophically injured first responders and veterans, and even our homeless service members. Help these heroes now. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org. That's T2T.org.
Operation Stormwatch coverage continues now on News Radio WFLA.
Brought to you by New South Window Solutions.
Let me go straight to the hotline, and joining us once again, we have News Channel 8 meteorologist Rebecca Berry from Tampa covering Hurricane Ian. Rebecca, thanks so much for popping back on with us real quick. And let me get to a couple of quick questions for you. First of all, those who are in the Naples area, the Fort Myers area, Port Charlotte, Venice, Northport, they want to know how long are they going to continue to experience, the storm surge, the severe weather from the eye wall that's sitting over them right now. What's the timeline like for Southwest Florida?
I think Northport's going to be in the conditions it's seeing right now for another 3 hours because they are never going to be in the clear part of the eye wall, the eye itself. They're just going to be stuck in the eye wall. A little bit further south, we'll get a break once the eye pushes through. Areas like Fort Myers will be in the eye, and it will get very calm until the second side of that system rolls through. But the most powerful part of this storm is that northwestern part of the eye wall right now. The way that it has approached our coastline, the way that the rain bands have interacted with the land, and that friction has slowed them down. They're kind of piling up on that northwestern side. That energy has to go somewhere. When friction slows that rain band down, it starts to run into the areas in front of it, and so that we're just seeing those areas get dumped on. They've seen 3 to 6 inches of rain and another 3 to 6 inches on the way. They're seeing those winds sustained around 80 miles per hour. and they're getting the gusts above 100 miles per hour. And the storm surge is heartbreaking in Sanibel, down in Captiva, those areas where just to the south of the eye wall, where the worst of that storm surge is. The estimates that I've seen so far look like they're around 8 feet for storm surge, and so we're going to continue to see that until the winds shift and the storm starts to move a bit more over our coastline. That's when that storm surge starts to go down. But I think in terms of the rainfall and the heavy winds that we're seeing within that eye wall, in Northport, I think you have 3 hours, and I think you're going to be one of the ones that sees the longest duration of that just based on your position and how the storm is moving to the south of us.
And then when we move up the west coast of Florida, because the strongest parts of this storm are on that northwestern side, what does that mean? Minnesota, Bradenton, and the Tampa Bay area?
And so I just spoke with our Sarasota Bureau reporter, Allison Henning. Her shot has gone down. She can't be live for us right now. Our crews that are out there, they find safe places. They're experienced in this. So she's safe. They're in parking garages. Parking garages are gold for television crews trying to cover a storm because you can get out of the wind no matter which direction it's coming but still show what's going on. And she says the roofs of high-rises in downtown Sarasota are rattling and looking like they're going to start coming off, and trees are cracking and car alarms are going off. She says it's really unreal, and she's chased several hurricanes in northeastern Florida and down here in Sarasota. And so for her to echo that sentiment, I really put a lot of credence in that. I think Sarasota will experience hurricane force winds for at least another 2 hours, possibly as many as 4 hours. Inland Sarasota will be the last to experience the hurricane force winds. Coastal Sarasota will start to see them getting relieved, I think, by this evening. And so as we head into closer to sunset, I think coastal Sarasota County will see less of the hurricane force winds and more tropical storm force winds.
All right, Rebecca Berry, News Channel 8 meteorologist, with us with an update. Thanks so much, Rebecca. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
And it's interesting, Rebecca was talking about how parking garages are the friends of so many reporters chasing these storms. Well, we just saw an image out of Naples in a parking garage. Wasn't so great. The storm surge came right in, and you've got a number of cars who probably thought they were safe parking in the parking garage. Unfortunately, they're now underwater.
That's what I did with my car. I put my car in a parking garage, and you just hope for the best.
Yeah, which seems to be a familiar theme. Vehicles underwater in Naples and Fort Myers and the surrounding areas. We have so much still to come. We're going to stay with you every step of the way. Keep you up to date on what's happening with the storm. Take your calls so we can get your eyewitness accounts of what you're experiencing in your neighborhood. A lot still to come as we continue with our nonstop live local coverage. Operation Stormwatch Hurricane Ian continues in a moment.
Save time and money with the vinyl fence in a box from Fence Outlet. It comes with everything you need to easily install it yourself with 0 down and 0% financing. Go to fenceoutlet.com today for more information and store locations. License number C-10252 and C-10803.
Whether you're a Ford Master Certified Technician or have aspirations of becoming one, start your career at Bartow Ford, where we pay $50 per flat rate hour. Just another way Bartow Ford's different, and we prove it.
Burning pain radiating your hands or feet, pins and needles in the extremities, problems with balance, pain from the pressure of walking. Jack Harris here, and these are the warning signs of peripheral neuropathy. If left untreated, they can lead to amputations. At BioCell Health, they have the solution without the use of narcotics or other prescription medications. Visit StopMyPainTampa.com to schedule your free consultation. That's StopMyPainTampa.com.
WFLA Tampa, WMTX Tampa, WSRZ Sarasota, WCTQ Venice.
This WCCF Punta Gorda.
The following is an important message from Florida Power and Light. In anticipation of the approaching storm's impact on our service territory, we have activated our emergency response plan. FPL is maintaining a 24-hour watch on the storm's path in order to move workers and equipment to areas most likely to be affected. We are positioning resources for rapid restoration and strongly encourage you to take the necessary steps to prepare for possible extended power outages. Make sure you have the supplies needed on hand and keep a close watch on the weather. For more, go to MyFPL. That's JOIN to 69375. Please stay safe.
Some residents didn't heed evacuation warnings and are now regretting it.
We have a tremendous
storm surge that has moved in very rapidly. And unfortunately, those residents that decided not to evacuate now find themselves in a urgent situation.
Chief Burns says he expects his crews to be busy for days. Ian is forecast to gradually weaken as it moves up the state, but it's still expected to be a minor hurricane or strong tropical storm by the time it reaches Orlando tomorrow morning. Flooding is a major concern from the slow-moving hurricane's torrential rains. Orange County Sheriff John Mina says they're ready to make water rescues if necessary.
We have many watercraft that can go through water for rescues or anything like that. Of course, we have our aviation, our helicopter assets as well for after the storm. And remember, after the storm, people need to avoid downed power lines and standing water.
There are 5 FEMA teams from out of state to help out neighborhoods in devastated areas. There are also 7,000 National Guardsmen ready to go. With Florida's news, I'm Larry Spillman.
WFLA News is brought to you by Safe Touch Security.
From the Moss Nissan Traffic Center, another reason to stay off the road, down power lines. We have several thousand customers already without power, so another reason to hunker down and stay where you are and stay off the roads. We are seeing that folks, only residents are able to get into the barrier islands if you have an ID or proper documentation if you own a business there. Otherwise, stay away from the island. We're still under a mandatory evacuation. Paige Carrera, News Radio, WFLA.
As Hurricane Ian continues to move northeast, we will see bands of heavy torrential rain and strong winds, even the threat for tornadoes in some of those bands. And as the system tracks to the northeast, possible hurricane force winds expected east of I-75 through the evening and overnight before exiting to the north and east. We will still see gusty conditions tomorrow, but we'll see less rain and drying out for Friday and the weekend. I'm Max Defender 8 meteorologist Lee Spann.
Operation Stormwatch on News Radio WFLA. Brought to you by New South Window Solutions.
This is live, local, continuous Operation Stormwatch coverage of Hurricane Ian. I'm your host, Ryan Gorman, with Aaron Jacobson, James Berlander, Katie Bacino, and our entire Operation Stormwatch team. We have reporters, team members all across the state feeding us the latest information. We're monitoring everything that happens as it happens. Also, we have meteorologists on standby to offer the latest updates on the forecast of Hurricane Ian, and we're taking your calls live right now, 800-969-9352. So if you're out there in the thick of it right now and you want to let us and everyone else know what it is you're experiencing, sometimes, you know, it's therapeutic to say what you're going through. Sometimes it's helpful to people in your community to hear that others are experiencing the same thing. So that's why we open up the phone lines and we take as many calls as we can. 800-969-9352. I want to focus on Fort Myers for a moment. And those of you listening to us in Fort Myers, as the storm continues to impact your area, there's a chance that the station that you're listening to us on, it could potentially go down. But we have another station, multiple stations for you to switch to keep hearing this coverage and keep getting this information that we're providing. So we're on the following stations in Fort Myers, and you can get all of these stations, all these frequencies on your iHeartRadio app. If you don't have that yet, it's a good idea to download it now as quickly as possible so you can listen that way. 105.5 FM in Fort Myers, 95.3 FM, 100.1 FM, 107.1 FM, 92.9 FM, 104.9 FM, 100.9 FM, 98.9 FM, and then 1580 AM and 1070 AM. And now, because the situation's getting worse and worse in Sarasota, there's a chance that if you're listening to us in Sarasota, the station you're listening on, it might go down. So here are the stations that we're on in Sarasota. If whatever you're listening to, if that happens to go down, just switch to another one of these frequencies and you can pick us up that way. And of course, again, on your iHeartRadio app, 107.9, 92.1, 105.1, 105.9, 103.9, and 1320 AM. So those are the stations that we're on in Sarasota. Again, we're covering Tampa Bay, Sarasota, Fort Myers, and then, of course, all across the state. People can listen to us on the iHeartRadio app.
Ryan, we've been doing this for a long time. We've covered a lot of hurricanes in different states, a lot here in the state of Florida. Some of the stuff we're seeing right now, some of the video footage, especially out of the Fort Myers area, it is devastating.
We knew the storm surge and the flood was going to be a problem, but I got to tell you, and just like you just said, we've covered I don't know how many hurricanes over the past couple of years. The images that we're seeing with the storm surge out of areas like Bonita Springs, Naples, Sanibel, Fort Myers, just jaw-dropping. The amount of water that came on shore because of this storm, and part of the reason that we're seeing some Naples, Sanibel, Fort Myers, just jaw-dropping to see the amount of water that came on shore because of this storm. And part of the reason that we're seeing such a massive amount of storm surge in that particular part of the state is because this storm intensified so much overnight. Radar right now in Port Charlotte, in Sarasota, over to Arcadia. To 155 miles per hour, a borderline Category 5 hurricane, and that just lifted the storm surge even higher in those areas. Taking a look at the radar right now, rest of the state. I mean, I'm looking at Orlando right now, Claremont, Kissimmee. You've got those outer bands that are coming through, and back a severe. You've got some pretty severe storms making their way through. And then when you extend it out into the rest of the state, I mean, I'm looking at Orlando right now, Venice, like Sarasota, like Port Charlotte, like Bradenton. Those areas are going to be in it for quite a while. There's not going to be the let up that you might see, that we've seen in the past with storms like Hurricane Michael. Quick hit in the Panhandle. Destructive. That was Category 5 when it made landfall. Irma, it moved through the state at a rapid rate. This storm is moving. It's actually slowed down a bit. Now it's northeast at only 8 miles per hour.
It's one thing, Ryan, to see cars being moved, mobile homes, to see actual houses being lifted.
The Naples video, is that what you're referring to?
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
It is unbelievable. Houses, full houses, going down in the water and moving throughout the city. It's incredible what we're seeing here.
Yeah, and unfortunately, there's going to be a path of destruction that could end up being unlike anything we've seen following Hurricane Ian. Governor Ron DeSantis set to speak at 5:30 this evening. So coming up here in about 20 minutes, we're going to hear from Governor DeSantis. He did an update earlier. I believe the most recent update was at 1 p.m. He spoke. I think it was in the 7 o'clock hour this morning. Then again at 1. We were wondering when he was going to speak again now that the storm has made landfall, and we're seeing some of the images out of Southwest Florida. So coming up at 20 minutes from now, Governor DeSantis and some other state officials will speak. We will that live for you in its entirety right here on this Operation Stormwatch coverage. The phone number is 800-969-9352. That's 800-969-9352. Let's go back to the phone lines and get a sense of what you're dealing with in your area, and we'll start with Mike in Englewood. Mike, how are you this evening? Mike, are you there? Go back around to Mike if we can. Let me go to, let's see, I think we have Ava in Arcadia now. Ava, how are you? Ava, are you there? Hey, Ava, how's it going? How are you holding up? Back around to Mike if we can. Let me go to, let's see, I think we have Ava in Arcadia now. Ava, how are you? Ava, are you there? Hey, Ava, how's it going? How are you holding up?
It was until a siding came off our house.
The siding came off your house. I was just mentioning Arcadia a few minutes ago because you've got some pretty severe weather that should be over you right about now. Is that where you're seeing in your house?
I can get into my closet. I can get into my bathroom, but other places, all the other rooms have windows.
All right. Well, make sure you stay in one of those windowless rooms if you can to ride this thing out. And please stay safe and pass on information to you. Okay.
All right. But other places, all the other rooms have windows.
All right. Well, make sure you stay in one of those windowless rooms if you can to ride this thing out. And please stay safe, and we'll keep passing along the latest information to you. Okay.
All right.
All right. Thank you so much for the call, Ava. We really appreciate it. That is not a sound that you want to hear.
Especially when you're, dealing with it, you're in it. She's calling in to talk to us, and then that happens right away. I mean, that we could hear that, through the radio. That's a sound right there, and that's, we've been hearing a lot of that. Like a freight train is what a lot of people are comparing it to.
Man, well, let me go to. Let's see here. We have Robin in Northport now. Robin, what's the situation there in Northport?
Oh, it's crazy. My fence is gone. The winds are, you can't even see. It's like snow going by. A solar panels ripped off the roof, pieces of roof debris everywhere. I've seen trees snapped, falling on next to the house. The roads, the canal, full of water, and it's like it just doesn't even break, doesn't let up at all.
No, you're in an area, so there are a couple of different areas right in the middle of
even break, doesn't let up at all.
No, you're in an area, so there are a couple of different areas right in the middle of the eye wall, the northern part of the eye wall where the most severe weather is, the Osprey area, Venice, Englewood, Northport, and it has just, I'm looking at the radar loop, right? It's just been sitting over you for an extended period of time, well over an hour. When did the conditions really start to deteriorate?
Oh, probably around 2:33, but then it really, like the past hour and a half, it's none. There's no break.
No, there's no let up.
I've been here through Charlie, and even though Charlie was it wasn't like this magnitude. It's just a lot.
Yeah, and Charlie moved. There are a couple of big differences between Hurricane Ian and Hurricane Charlie. With Hurricane Ian, you got a much larger storm. It's stalling out. Charlie was more compact. It moved quicker. And unfortunately, again, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news every couple of minutes here on our Operation Stormwatch coverage. But Robin, I'll be completely honest with you. It's not going to end anytime soon for Northport. You're going to have to sit through this for quite a while longer as the storm inches along.
Mm-hmm. But I do want to thank you guys because I have a wind-up radio because we have no electricity or anything here, and we just wind up the radio, keep it going, and listen to you.
Well, that's fantastic. Well, we thank you for listening to us and doing that, and please stay safe, Robin.
Thank you. Bye.
Robin's probably had that wind-up radio, and it probably sits there in some, part of the house, and maybe it never really gets you. You didn't even think about it, and then all of a sudden, Hurricane Ian rolls in, and boy, isn't that a lifeline for you.
I just feel awful because there's so many people, Ryan, we hear the story that we've heard them before about people that thought it wasn't going to come my way, or I've been through these storms before, I've rode them out before, and we've been just fine, and then the major storm hits, something they've never felt before or seen before, and you can hear it in people's voices, some of them the regret, I bet, of not evacuating.
There is a video that I tweeted out, and again, you can see some of these. You can follow me on Twitter at Ryan E. Gorman. I tweeted out this time-lapse video of Sanibel, and it shows the storm surge over time and how it grew in Sanibel. And you can just see, man, when that water really started to rush in, wow. I'm looking at a picture now. This is Gasparilla Marina, and the marina and a lot of the boats completely destroyed. So, again, we're just starting to get the images of the destruction that we're seeing in Southwest Florida. Those are going to continue to come in, and that's why if you're in Sarasota and if you're in the Tampa Bay area, I know, for people in Tampa Bay, the Pinellas side, Hillsborough side, there was this concern that a direct hit was coming. Then the track shifted, obviously, down towards the Fort Myers area, and there was a sigh of relief in Tampa Bay. But that does not mean that the effects that we're going to feel from Hurricane Ian, that they're not going to be significant, because they are. You've got the most severe weather from this storm on the northwestern side. So, especially, I'm just trying to kind of look ahead and, Fishhawk, Brandon, downtown Tampa. I mean, there's a chance you're going to feel, some pretty rough weather soon. Also looking ahead to Lakeland, Polk County, going to get hit with the storm that, while it's not going to be at the level that it is right now, as it makes its way through Southwest Florida, it's still going to be a strong hurricane as it heads overland and into the state. So just something to keep an eye on. 800-969-9352 is the number, 800-969-9352. Let me go to Rob in Fort Myers. Rob, what are you experiencing, and where exactly are you at in Fort Myers?
Excuse me. I'm right off McGregor near College. It's bad, man. I mean, we never got an eye. So it's been nonstop. I mean, I'm looking out my back. I can count 3 roofs. We live on a small lake. Mm-hmm. I can count 3 roofs that are going. One huge tree that's been there for forever and ever is just pulled out of the ground, and it's crossed my neighbor's lanai. I mean, I like a lot of these people, I've been through all these hurricanes. I've been here for over 30 years, and what's one more, right? But I'm not sitting through another one.
Yeah, is that why you decided to stay? And I'm guessing that some of your neighbors as well, as we were just talking about it. You've been through it before.
A lot of my neighbors stayed. I have a small business in the area, so I needed to kind of button that up yesterday, and needed to kind of stay in pocket so that I could deal with that in the house. And honestly, you get all the impact glass, and the house is buttoned up pretty tight, and everything's good. But this is just, I mean, at this hour, the nerves are racked.
Yeah.
I got 2 dogs staring at me that have to go out.
Right. Yeah. That's always a difficult situation.
It's nerves are real frayed, and I'm looking at the radar, and this second, the tail end of this eye wall is just hanging here.
Yeah.
It's probably going to be here for another hour. I just want to tell you, northern folks, the people above us, even if they get an eye, you better just prepare yourself, because it's not going anywhere anytime soon.
Exactly. It's just a slow-moving storm.
Which is crazy.
Rob, we thank you so much for the call. We're sorry that you're going through what you're going through, but do stay safe. And that Fort Myers area, he's right. It just never really got a break, and it's going to continue to get some rough weather for the foreseeable future for a little while longer. Let me go to the hotline real quick right now, and we're joined by Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd. Sheriff Judd, thank you so much for taking a few moments to come on with us. And look, I'm sure you're gearing up for what is
water for the last 24 hours. The rain has been out very light, and it continues to increase. We're seeing wind gusts now 50 miles an hour. We should be in the 90 later on. At the end of the day, our folks, the community, seems to have done what they should have done. We have gotten total cooperation. So far, most of in the 90 to 110 later on tonight. But at the end of the day, our folks, the community, seems to have done what they should have done. We have gotten total cooperation. So far, most of our electricity is on. We have some small spotty outages, but not significant numbers of people yet. We anticipate that will get worse. We have our push teams out, and we're clearing roads. We've cleared roads throughout the county. This storm is so large. Now, understand, our county is 2,000 square miles. This storm is so large, there's not an area that's not being affected by it. Mm-hmm. So at the end of the day, it's going to take the community helping each other and us helping the community. So the big work is going to start when the storm is through. Right now, people need to hunker down and stay safe.
When you saw the most updated path of this storm, really this morning, you could start to get a sense as to where this thing was going to go and how strong it was going to be when it gets there. Did you think to yourself, are you kidding me again? Because Hurricane Irma wound up impacting Polk County. I remember I was on the air all night that night. It wound up impacting Polk County, I think, more so than we thought it was going to. And now, sure enough, you have this coming right for you.
Well, absolutely. Absolutely. And it was Charlie and the two other accomplices that came through in 2004.
Yeah.
I mean, we had not had a storm direct hit here in over 40 years, and we had 3 in like 9 weeks. And then we had Irma, and now it's deja vu. So here we are again. Unfortunately, we are a lot more experienced in providing this service than we want to be, but we practice for it. We're equipped for it. We will all work together. If we hope when the storm passes, it's much better to give than receive. We'd rather go to other parts of the state and help them out because there's really catastrophic issues down on the southwest coast. So we'd much rather give help than receive it. But we expect there to be significant damage from the rain and the wind because prior to this, the Peace River was already over flood stage. If you looked last week through this county, we've had an immense amount of rain. All of our retention ponds were totally full. Our lakes were full. A lot of our docks were underwater. We've got 550 lakes in this county. So it's a massive-sized county with over 750,000 people, full-time residents, plus whoever else has come here to avoid the storm, and now they're going to be right in the middle of it. So there's work to do, but we'll be there, and we're not going to quit responding to emergency calls. If someone needs us all throughout the night, we're going to be there. However, if those we ask to evacuate, they choose to stay there and they get scared at 2 o'clock in the morning when the ice starts through, don't call us to come get you. You're on your own at that point in time, because our mission is to deal with true emergencies. And there will come a point in time where the ambulances and fire trucks can't respond to emergencies. We're going to put the paramedics in our high water vehicles and also in our patrol cars, and we're going to continue to answer calls. We don't shut down.
All right, that's interesting because, we've talked to a number of different law enforcement agencies across the state leading up to this storm. And so the protocol in Polk County is there is no situation in terms of the deterioration of the weather that would lead you to stop responding to calls.
Absolutely not. If people need us for a true emergency, then we're going to respond. Obviously, if somebody dials 911 and wants to report their burglary to their car that happened yesterday, we're going to say, hey, hold off on that. We'll take that report 2 or 3 days from now. But true emergencies, if we can get to you, we will get to you. If we can't get to you easily, we'll send push teams ahead to get to you. Our job is to serve the community, to protect the community, to keep the community safe. And for those who have significant, immediate medical emergencies, I don't mean somebody that snagged their fingernail, but I mean people who have significant medical emergencies, we're going to do our very best to get to you and get you to a hospital. That's our promise.
And final question for you, and thank you so much for the time. Again, we're talking to Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd here on our Operation Stormwatch coverage. Because the track shifted and, for quite a while there, it didn't look like Polk County was really going to experience much of Hurricane Ian, especially that track that took it up along the west coast of Florida, perhaps sitting a little off the coast. The people in the community there, and of course your office as well, the preparation leading up to it, how do you feel that has gone? Are people taking the storm seriously there in Polk County?
Absolutely. I understand that, unfortunately, we've had a remarkable history with hurricanes.
Yeah.
So the long-term people here know that this is no game, and they know when we are telling them to prepare. And we saw all of our preparations going off without a hitch. We've had in the last 2 years 58,000 new people that moved into this county, and it appears to us that they took our warnings seriously, and we're glad that they did. But listen, this is a great county with great people. We've been here before. We will all join hands and work together. If you don't need help after the storm's over in Polk County, give someone else help that needs help. That's what we do. We work together because this is much too large for any one of us to handle by ourselves. And this is a massive size storm, so it affects everything. I can remember as devastating as Charlie was on the east side of the county, and it annihilated the east side of the county. I lived on the west side of the county, and when I finally got home that night to take a nap, my wife said, well, we had a little wind and a little rain, but nothing big. Yeah. So one half of our county didn't experience a hurricane. The other half was devastated. Well, in this event, we're all going to share in the pain.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, that is the case with this storm, and it's a slow-moving storm as well, which is adding another layer of complications. Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd with us. Sheriff Judd, we thank you so much. Stay safe, and thank your entire department for all the great work they're doing and will be doing throughout the storm.
Absolutely. Tell everybody to keep the people in Florida in your prayers, because we're going to have it tough here, but they're being hammered there on the southwest coast, and we're all going to work together to help each other through this, because that's what we do. That's why we're great Americans.
Absolutely. Thanks so much. I really appreciate the time, Sheriff Judd. And we've been getting those phone calls from those of you in Southwest Florida, because, again, we are covering the entire Tampa Bay area, Sarasota, the entire Fort Myers area, the calls of what everyone is going through down there as this storm has now made landfall down in Southwest Florida, and as the most severe portions of this storm continue to pound Southwest Florida. I mean, Venice, I have seen Venice in the red on this radar for I don't know how long now. I think since I started a couple of hours ago. It's just been nonstop for Venice, Port Charlotte, that general area. And unfortunately, the storm is just it's moving so slowly, it's not going to let up anytime soon. We have so much more to get to, including Governor Ron DeSantis. His press conference is supposed to be starting really any minute now. As soon as he arrives at the podium and starts speaking, we're going to bring that to you live right here on our nonstop Operation Stormwatch coverage.
From the BioCell Neuropathy Pain Relief News Desk, this is iHeartRadio's Operation Stormwatch from News Radio WFLA, Tampa.
I'm Steve Summers, News Radio WFLA with a Hurricane Ian update. Hurricane Ian makes landfall just after 3 Eastern this afternoon in Cayo Costa, a barrier island just north of Captiva and Sanibel Islands and just west of Fort Myers. Ian made landfall as a Cat 4 hurricane, packing 150-mile-an-hour sustained winds. The storm is now weakening a bit. That more southward landfall changes the storm surge picture for Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay was to have life-threatening storm surge, but now that is not going to happen. But with the eye of Ian south of here, water is actually being pulled out of Tampa Bay and its tributaries 6 feet below normal in some spots. Because the storm surge threat is minimal for Tampa Bay, Pinellas County barrier islands are already back open. For Tampa Bay, the threat is flooding, rains, and strong winds that already have several thousand without power. High winds also have the Sunshine Skyway Bridge closed. I'm Steve Summers, News Radio WFLA.
WFLA News is brought to you by Safe Touch Security.
From the Moss Nissan Traffic Center, 275 in good shape throughout Tampa Bay, aside from the Sunshine Skyway Bridge, which is closed in both directions. Howard, Franklin, Courtney Campbell, and the Gandy still open. No major problems to report on 75 throughout the area. Want to say big on new blinds? Blindster.com offers custom-made blinds, shades, and shutters shipped directly to you at prices less than the big box retailers. Shop Blindster now and save 45% off any order. Just use code RADIO. Offer ends soon. Shop today. Blindster.com.
From the Hoffman Electrical and Air Conditioning Weather Center, powered by Rude Air Conditioning.
As Hurricane Ian continues,
Bitcoin's U.S. dollar valuation might be down, but the technology, progress, and adoption is moving forward at a blistering rate. I'm Mark Moss, helping you navigate the decentralized revolution. Listen to the Mark Moss Show on the iHeartRadio app, on Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Wesley Chapel Lexus is the largest Lexus.
Technology, progress, and adoption is moving forward at a blistering rate. I'm Mark Moss, helping you navigate the decentralized revolution. Listen to the Mark Moss Show on the iHeartRadio app, on Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Wesley Chapel Lexus is the largest Lexus dealer on Florida's West Coast, and there's a reason luxury buyers come from all over to shop Wesley Chapel Lexus. Like treating our customers like family and offering peace of mind with our exclusive Lexus Lifetime Plan. Enjoy world-class amenities at our state-of-the-art facility, right off I-75, just north of I-4. When you think Lexus, think Wesley Chapel Lexus. WesleyChapelLexus.com.
Based on 2021 total volume.
Stay informed. When it's hurricane season, a storm could rapidly develop and tracks could change. With you in the target zone, stay in the know with Operation Stormwatch on News Radio WFLA. Presented by New South Window Solutions.
Hi, I'm Julie Marcus, Pinellas County Supervisor of Elections. Are you election ready? Go to votepinellas.gov to check your registration status, find out how and where to cast a ballot, and view other official election information. That's votepinellas.gov.
World-changing question. Are you keeping as much of your investment gains as possible? High taxes can erode returns quickly, so you need a tax-optimized portfolio. At Creative Planning, our money managers and specialists work together to make sure your portfolio and wealth are managed in a tax-efficient manner. It's what you keep that really matters. Why not give your wealth a second look? Book your free meeting today at creativeplanning.com. Creative Planning, a richer way to wealth.
Hurricane Ian has arrived. All the information you need 24/7 as Tampa Bay relies on Operation Stormwatch. WFLAnews.com and listen live on the free iHeartRadio app presented by New South Window Solutions. Now, back to News Radio WFLA's Operation Stormwatch, brought to you by New South Window Solutions.
This is our live and local non-stop Operation Stormwatch coverage of Hurricane Ian. I'm Ryan Gorman with Aaron Jacobson, James Berlander, Katie Bacino, and our entire Operation Stormwatch team. We are continuing to monitor all the latest developments with the storm currently Hurricane Ian is a Category 4 storm. It has weakened just a bit. At its height, it was at 155 miles per hour with the maximum sustained winds, and the pressure had dropped into the 930s. Right now, it's at 140 miles per hour with the pressure at 945 millibars. It also slowed down just a tad. Unfortunately, it's moving north-northeast at 8 miles per hour, and that's why areas like Englewood, Port Charlotte, Northport, Venice, that's why you continue to experience those really horrific conditions, that wind that keeps howling, the rain that keeps pounding, the water that keeps piling up. It's because the storm isn't going anywhere fast. It's just moving like at a snail's pace.
And we've talked about this before, Ryan, the difference between the categories, like Category 1 to Category 2, even before that, tropical storm to Category 1, there's not a lot of difference. So when you talk about Category 4, 155 mile per hour winds, you're basically, I mean, that's towing the line of a Category 5. And to see a storm come in that powerful with the size that Hurricane Ian is, that's why we're seeing so much devastation, and not just what we initially thought would be the coastline to the entire state.
Yeah. Yep, and the flooding, the images are unbelievable. I'm looking at another video out of downtown Fort Myers, and it just looks like a river right now. It's just image after image. Naples, Bonita Springs, Captiva, Fort Myers, just the amount of water, Fort Myers Beach, that has poured into the coastline and inland. It's something to see. I mean, it's jaw-dropping. The severe weather, so you've got the immediate eye wall of Hurricane Ian. That's what's sitting over, I'm looking here, from really Wauchula down to Arcadia, and then over to the west, of course, Venice, Englewood, Northport, Port Charlotte, that entire area covered in the northern eye wall of Hurricane Ian, the northern and northwestern eye wall. Then you have some outer bands that are really impacting Sarasota, Bradenton, Longboat Key, extending up. It looks like getting close to Fishhawk and Brandon. So the conditions in the Sarasota area, the Bradenton area, and more towards the Tampa side of the Tampa Bay area, the conditions are only going to get worse over the coming hours, and this is going to be a long event. This is not something where, in 2-3 hours, you're going to be listening to us and we're going to say, all right, well, the worst of it's over, and we can go on about maybe getting a little bit of sleep and then seeing what the damage is like in the morning. This is something that's going to continue for a while because of the speed of this storm, how slowly it continues to move. So if you're in those areas, whether it's Tampa, even St. Pete, Brandon, Bradenton, do not let up in terms of staying safe and staying protected, because, again, the conditions are only going to deteriorate from there. And then beyond that, in the later hours tonight, that's when places like Lakeland and Polk County, you're going to start to see the conditions worsen there as well.
If you're out of power already, which a lot of people in the state are, just try to keep in mind, and we appreciate everyone who's calling in today, and you can call in as well, 800-969-9352. But if you're out of, if you lost power and you don't have any backup batteries to charge something like your cell phone, it's actually really important, especially because we don't know how long you'll be without power. Try to keep as much life in that cell phone as possible. So if you need to make a quick call and give us your number and we'll call you back, we can do that as well. But it's really important that you have that outlet to be able to make some calls.
We are monitoring Governor Ron DeSantis. He's expected to speak real soon. He was supposed to start delivering remarks about 9 minutes ago. We have not seen him arrive at the podium yet to give his latest update. The last update we got from the governor was at 1 p.m. this afternoon, so we should have a new update from him momentarily. So as soon as he arrives at the podium and starts speaking, we're going to bring that to you, how we've seen these press conferences go. Governor DeSantis usually speaks for a little bit, offers a comprehensive update. Then some other officials will speak, including the director of the Florida Division of Emergency Management, and then he'll take a few questions, and usually they last about a half hour or so. So, again, as soon as Governor Ron DeSantis steps up to the podium, we will bring you that live in its entirety so you can get an update on the situation from the governor. Then I would assume he'll probably do one later on tonight like he did last night, maybe around 11 o'clock or so. That seems to be the timeline. He does one in the morning, in the 7 o'clock hour, then again at 1, then again at around 5, and then at 11, kind of coinciding with some of those big advisories that come out. So speaking of the latest advisory, we got it a little while ago. Not anything too notable. You still have a dangerous Category 4 storm sitting over southwest Florida. The track, speed, it all continues to be about the same. Going back to something Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd was talking about just a couple of minutes ago, the amount of saturation that we've seen here in Florida, the rainfall, because we're coming out of rainy season, the amount of water on the ground, where these trees are at right now, the added rainfall that so many areas, well outside of where the core of the storm is right now, that those areas are going to experience. That becomes dangerous because, of course, that's going to weaken trees, it's going to weaken branches, and that's when you start to have some of those types of objects fall on homes, on cars, and on power lines and start to knock power out.
Yeah, right. A lot of people think that the wind is going to be the thing that tears the trees up, but like you mentioned, saturation can lead to that as well, and a lot of people don't know that.
I tell you what, let's take a quick break. When we come back in just a moment, because we're waiting on. Actually, all right, we're going to not take that break because Governor DeSantis has now arrived at the podium, running about 11 minutes late. Let's go right to him for the latest, again, from Governor Ron DeSantis.
Areas in southwest Florida, Lee, Charlotte, and counties even beyond that. We have seen life-threatening storm surge, as was predicted. We've also seen major flooding in places like Collier County, Sanibel, Fort Myers Beach. You're also seeing inland flooding because of the inundation that you're seeing. So some of the counties in the interior of the state are seeing major water events as well. We do know that Lee, Hendry, and Glades 911 call centers are being rerouted. Those comms are down, so calls are being answered, and teams and the people that are calling are being noted, and then those local first responders will deploy as soon as it's safe to do so. Now, obviously, local responders can make decisions, but by and large, until the storm passes, they are not going to go into a situation for rescue and put their own folks at risk. And so we know that there are folks who are in the really high risk zone A evacuation zones who did not evacuate. Some have called in, and those people are being logged, and there will be a response, but it's likely going to take a little time for this storm to move forward so that it's safe for the first responders to be able to do. We are getting reports, but it's going to take a little bit more time to know exactly in terms of structural damage, but we are getting some reports of structural damage in both Lee and Charlotte counties, but I would say overwhelmingly it's been that surge that has been the biggest issue and the flooding that has resulted as a result of that. In some areas, we think it's hit 12 feet. Now, it is our meteorologists' view that the storm surge has likely peaked and will likely, be less in the coming hours than it has been up to this point. But we know that this has been a big storm, and it's done a lot of damage as it is. It is going to continue to move through the state of Florida. You're going to see hurricane-force winds in places in central Florida, perhaps. It's clearly a very strong tropical storm all the way until it exits the Florida peninsula in the Atlantic Ocean. There are, as much as we're focused on southwest Florida, very important, obviously, when you have a storm of this nature. I think at landfall, it's going to be behind only the Labor Day hurricane, Hurricane Andrew, and Hurricane Michael in terms of intensity. I think we're going to end up seeing that. It may end up being a Category 5, but at a minimum, it's going to be a very strong Category 4 that's going to rank as one of the top 5 hurricanes to ever hit the Florida Peninsula. So that damage is ongoing. It's very, very important. But the fact is, there's going to be damage throughout the whole state, and people in other parts of the state, be prepared for some impacts. And you are seeing counties in different parts of the state issue evacuation orders. Clay County in Northeast Florida, which we do anticipate some major flooding events in Northeast Florida. I think folks that are familiar with the St. Johns River know that when you have weather like this, you will see this. And so Clay County has issued mandatory evacuations of low-lying areas along the St. Johns River. Flagler County has issued mandatory evacuations of its barrier islands, low-lying areas, and mobile homes. Nassau has issued evacuation orders for low-lying areas. St. Johns County is evacuating coastal and low-lying areas, including the city of St. Augustine, as well as the city of St. Augustine Beach. Putnam County has recommended evacuation for low-lying areas and areas that have a history of flooding, and Sumter County is advising evacuations of mobile homes. And so those are places that are hundreds and hundreds of miles away from the initial impact in Southwest Florida, and yet they are having to evacuate folks that are living in vulnerable areas. We have over 1.1 million reported power outages. Now, there are crews that are still working outside of Southwest Florida, but just understand that number is going to grow. You're going to see more power outages as this storm moves through the center part of our state and before it exits into the Atlantic coast. There are 100 portable cell phone towers ready to be deployed into Southwest Florida once it is safe to enter, and should that be needed. We want to make sure people are staying out of the way of emergency crews and out of flood waters and away from all down power lines. As soon as emergency crews can get in, they are going to get in. As soon as it's safe to go and clear the roadways, Florida Department of Transportation is going to go in and clear those roadways. These are all on standby. They are ready to go. They understand the importance of a really quick response. As I mentioned earlier today, we have now officially sent the letter with the request to the Biden administration for a major disaster declaration for all 67 counties, requesting the federal government do 100% reimbursement up front for 60 days to ensure that we can quickly move forward into this response and recovery phase. And I know sometimes they wait till different damage assessments are made, but in this situation, you've got a massive Category 4 storm that you compare Charlie to this. This is way bigger than Charlie. It was as strong as Charlie coming in, but Charlie was much smaller. So this is a big one, and I think we all know there's going to be major impacts. We are, not only are there 42,000 linemen, they are positioned all across the state of Florida. As soon as it's safe to go, those personnel are going to go in to resume power, and that's something that's very important. In terms of rescue efforts, obviously there's robust efforts in each of these counties. I mean, some of these are major counties in our state, like Lee County, Collier County. They've got great response teams. The state of Florida, we are providing a lot of support that's staged and ready to go. We have almost 250 aircraft, more than 1,600 high water vehicles, and more than 300 boats of all drafts and sizes, including 250 already stationed in the major impacted areas, and nearly 50 that are staged and immediately ready to come in. And so with water this high, these operations may need to be waterborne operations. Now, there are some where you're going to need to use the water to get to some of the barrier islands anyways. But you look at like Collier County, I mean, downtown Naples is flooded. That's probably going to subside as the time goes on, but they're prepared for a lot of different eventualities. So we're thankful for the states that have sent us resources, and we're very appreciative of them stepping up and helping Florida. As this storm passes your community, understand it's still a very hazardous situation. You're going to have down power lines. You're going to have a possibility of harm's way because of standing water. misuse of generators. I asked the Department of Emergency Management, Kevin, to produce for me the rundown of the fatalities through direct impacts of storms versus the aftermath. And in Hurricane Irma, there were 7 fatalities directly because of the storm, and there were 77 that were a result of post-storm. And a lot of that is standing water, down power lines, misuse of generators. So please just take precaution. Obviously, a ferocious storm coming in, very hazardous, very ominous. We know the life-threatening nature of that. But once the storm goes, once there is apparent calm, there are still plenty of hazards out there. So just please make sure that you're taking the proper precautions. I'm happy that Volunteer Florida has now activated the Florida Disaster Fund. Sometimes people say, hey, we want to help. What can we do? And there's really two things you can do. One, send some donations, money. The other can be donate your time. What's not helpful is sending items and sending things to us. We have a lot of stuff pre-positioned. If there's a need for other stuff, Kevin and his team will work. FEMA, all these other groups can work to provide that. But if you provide money to some volunteer organizations and charity groups, they can make a big impact in people's lives. And if you're willing to volunteer your time, there's going to be ways you can be put to work, because there's going to be a lot of people that are going to need help on the back end of this thing. So if you want to contribute, you can go to floridadisasterfund.org or text disaster to 20222. For those who want to come and volunteer, we have an official volunteer portal at Volunteer Florida, www.volunteerflorida.org, to find volunteer opportunities. This storm is doing a number on the state of Florida. It is going to continue to move through this state today and through much of tomorrow, and there's going to continue to be a number of adverse effects. I can tell you that as soon as it moves beyond Southwest Florida, you're going to see a massive surge of personnel and supplies to be able to help those who are in need, get people back on their feet, and help to rebuild those communities. Kevin?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Governor. I think everybody should know that the governor is extremely committed to being involved in this response, and he was here with me till late last night, and he was here with me early this morning, and he has not been anywhere but very near me the entire time. So, Governor, thank you so much for your leadership in that area. I mean, it means a lot to me. It means a lot to the leadership. As the governor said, Hurricane Ian has made landfall this afternoon as a Category 4. Winds of 155 miles an hour. I'm not going to read all the statistics that the governor's mentioned, but I'll bring a couple of new ones here. 1,100 resource requests have been we've received 1,100 resource requests. We have fulfilled 900 of those. Again, the difference of the 200 is stuff that we just cannot get out on the road right now. We're working as quickly as possible to address those needs. We have well over 200 shelters open. We have 42,000 restoration personnel. We literally have, with first responders across the state and additional ones coming in, there's well over 10,000 responders statewide ready to do stuff. As the storm makes its way across Florida, I remind Floridians to stay indoors if you're in the path of the storm. If you're sheltering in place in the path of the storm and you still have power and Wi-Fi, please visit floridadisaster.org/info to fill out our shelter-in-place survey. We've had a lot of people answer that and give us that information. That helps us provide critical information to first responders about the demographics of your household so that they can aid your family as soon as possible. Please keep in mind that first responders may not be able to immediately enter impacted areas to assist you due to the safety hazards. I will say we are planning a 3-prong response to handle that specific issue. We have personnel staged to come in via ground, via vehicles. We have personnel staged to come in via air with aerial deployed search and rescue assets. And then we also have the Coast Guard and the Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission ready to come in by sea for those barrier islands and beachfront properties. So we will have a response mechanism that involves all 3 of those arms. Shelter-in-place survey, again, I just reiterated, is floridadisaster.org/info. If you need immediate assistance, please dial 911. That site is not a replacement for 911. If it is calm outside, you may be in the eye of the storm. As the eye of the storm continues to move inland, is getting ready to enter areas such as Hendry County, Glades County, do not go outside if all of a sudden the wind stops. In this situation, that means you're in the eye of the hurricane. Seek shelter immediately. Get into an interior room and protect yourself. Do not walk or drive through flooded areas. Floodwaters can stall your car and sweep you and your car away in the blink of an eye. We received reports of isolated tornadoes across east central Florida. If you're in a tornado warning, again, seek an interior room free of windows. Get low and put something over the top of your head to protect yourself. If a tornado warning, self-deployments. We do not want individuals self-deploying out on their own. That is very, very dangerous. Leave that to the professionals that are trained in how to do that. Do not take your personal boat out in these situations. We do not want to have to respond to yet another problem. The governor mentioned there are more deaths as a result of indirect situations than the actual direct situation of storm surge wind at the beginning of a storm. So please, what we want you to do more than anything else is stay safe. Please be careful out there. Again, Governor, thank you.
Do we have the Cajun Navy? They're on the way, right?
There are reports that they are on the way.
So I think the Cajun Navy is on the way, and okay, there we go. I mean, look, we really welcome. I mean, those are some really battle-hardened folks, and so Florida welcomes their support, and honestly, particularly Louisiana, because they've dealt with so much, and so the governor's been great. And look, we've got a long way to go before this storm exits the state, and there's going to be a lot of need to get into these communities, particularly in Southwest Florida, and offer the immediate assistance. But I do think the three-pronged strategy, we're going in by ground, air, and by sea, means that all hands are on deck. And there's going to be people that are going to be in harm's way. And what I've said is the folks were told in these areas of the hazards. They were given time to be able to make arrangements and to leave. Some chose not to do that. They would have probably been better off doing that. Nevertheless, if people are in harm's way, we're going to go and do whatever we can to help those folks. And so that is those operations are going to commence as soon as it's safe to do so. Certainly, I would say, no later than first thing in the morning.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, no later. As soon as it's light outside and people are able to do it, and then it begins with the clearing the roads, making sure that the electrical folks can get in there. I was able to thank a number of these linemen. We went over to Lake City where a number of them are staged. These are great folks. They're coming from all across the country. I mean, I met people from Alabama, from Texas, from Louisiana. They're all coming to Florida. When we were driving back to Tallahassee from Lake City, I saw this beautiful sight of all these electrical vehicles coming where they had all the electrical equipment on, and these are folks that are going to help put people's power back on. It was just a procession of them. So we talked about 42,000. I'll bet you after today there's probably going to be significantly even more. So you really are seeing just a great logistical effort to put all hands on deck in this response. Okay, any questions?
Getting calls from people who have not evacuated, calls for help. About how many calls people were we talking about here?
Kevin, you want to take that?
So right now, I don't want to give you a solid number because it'd be a guess. I know earlier today we had the initial report was 21, and then we, because of the 911 issues in that Southwest Florida area, we had one small rural county that was answering calls for the larger county, saying that they had hundreds of calls. So I can't really quantify that right now, but just go off the words that the emergency management directors at the local level told me.
Sorry. Yes.
Have you spoken to the president at all about getting that 100% coverage? I mean, has he? I know there's a lot of folks out there who are pushing for Florida to get that 100% coverage, but I know.
So when we spoke yesterday, I mean, he said, all hands on deck, that he wants to be helpful, and he said, ask whatever you need, ask us. So he was inviting us to request support. And
WCCF Punta Gorda.
The following is an important message from Florida Power and Light. In anticipation of the approaching storm's impact on our service territory, we have activated our emergency response plan. FPL is maintaining a 24-hour watch on the storm's path in order to move workers and equipment to areas most likely to be affected. We are positioning resources for rapid restoration and strongly encourage you to take the necessary steps to prepare for possible extended power outages. Make sure you have the supplies needed on hand and keep a close watch on the weather. For more, go to MyFPL. That's JOIN to 69375. Please stay safe.
Risk of a catastrophic event like this. And so I think you're going to see some clearly. How many, that remains to be seen. Now, there are programs that FEMA has to try to provide relief for people, but it is not going to be commensurate to having had a policy. And so this is an issue that we're going to have to deal with. But I do think it will be something, because we deal with this in other storms across the country, including Florida. When you have this about the homeowners policy will cover certain things, but the flood policy covers probably the most significant risk for most homeowners in Florida, given the risk of flooding that we have in so many different parts of our state. So we're sensitive to that. There's obviously going to be some folks that are going to be in need of support and relief, and we're obviously going to work as best we can. I will say that people have been asking about some of the overall homeowners insurance with like Citizens. Citizens, I think right now they're between $6 and $7 billion of surplus. They're modeling, based on paying out a lot of money in claims for this, was that they would still have between $4 and $5 billion in surplus, and so they view themselves as being able to weather this. Individual carriers, they have to go through a stress test to be able to have their policies approved, and so this year they had tested under a direct impact on Tampa Bay, then what would happen. And so they have policies, they have reinsurance, we have our RAP program, and of course the CAT fund. But for Citizens, they feel very strongly that they're going to be able to handle this and still have pretty significant reserves. Okay, thanks so much. I'll see you guys.
WFLA Tampa, WMTX Tampa, WDAE St. Petersburg, WFLZ Tampa, WFUS Gulfport, WBTP Clearwater, WXTB Clearwater, WOLC Fort Myers, WCJZ Port Charlotte, WCKT Lehigh Acres, WBTT Naples Park, WCCF Punta Gorda, WIKX Charlotte Harbor, WKII Solana, WCVU Solana, WBCG Murdoch, WCTQ Venice, WDIZ Venice, WSDV Sarasota, WRUB Sarasota, WSRZ-FM Coral Cove, WTZB Englewood, W280EV Sarasota, W286CQ Sarasota, W26CR Bradenton. Operation Stormwatch on News Radio WFLA. Brought to you by New South Window Solutions.
This is our live and local and continuous Operation Stormwatch coverage across Tampa Bay, Sarasota, and Fort Myers. I'm Ryan Gorman with Jay Retcher, James Berlander, Katie Bacino, and our entire Operation Stormwatch team. We are monitoring every aspect of Hurricane Ian, including its latest location, where the most severe weather is, what's coming next for all of you along west central and southwest Florida. And I got to tell you, let me start with the rainfall totals in the last 24 hours, because there's a couple different things to keep an eye on with this storm. First of all, the extreme winds as it made landfall. I believe the final total, the maximum sustained winds at landfall, were 150 miles per hour. Now, earlier in the day it was at 155 miles per hour, right on the cusp of being a Category 5 storm. Came in just a smidge under that, an extremely powerful and devastating storm. So you've got the wind speeds that are of major concern, more closely centered around the eye of the storm. So those kinds of wind speeds, you're not going to see that as you broaden things out a bit. But you've got that happening. You've got the extreme storm surge, which we have seen just devastate parts of Naples and Fort Myers and the surrounding areas. The images that are popping up, the videos, the pictures on social media. I mean, you have streets that have turned into rivers. You have rivers that have turned into lakes and are overwhelming neighborhoods. You have a fire station in Naples where the firefighters were waist deep in water. The fire truck was halfway underwater. It really is jaw-dropping, the images and the videos that we're seeing out of Southwest Florida. So you have the storm surge and the flooding, and then the other end of this, the rainfall and the flooding that can cause. And in Venice, I've got some of the latest numbers. This is as of 5:30 p.m. in Venice. If you're in that area, you've seen upwards of 17 inches of rain in the last 24 hours. In Sarasota, a couple of different locations here, 9 inches, 11.2 inches. Near Port Charlotte, 11.6 inches. More inland, there are some areas that are just a little bit to the west and south of Wauchula, 8.3 inches. So the rain is coming down in extremely heavy numbers. That's adding to the flooding in certain areas, especially areas that are currently dealing with that massive storm surge. It's saturating the ground, weakening the trees, weakening those branches, and that's going to cause added destruction. And the reason we're seeing these kinds of rainfall totals, it's not just that this is a powerful, intense storm. It's also that the storm is basically sitting over that area. It's just not moving. I'm taking a look at the latest radar, and I'm telling you the eye wall of this storm has been sitting over Venice and Englewood and Northport and the Port Charlotte area since I came on the air, back on the air at 3 this afternoon. It's still there, and there's still a ways to go before there's any let-up for those particular locations.
And that's a huge reason why. Flash flood warning for Manatee, Sarasota, Hardee, and DeSoto counties until 9 p.m. They're probably going to get another 3 to 6 inches there in those counties as well, Ryan. So as bad and as troublesome as some of those pictures and videos have been, there's going to be even more of them as we get closer and closer to that 9 p.m. checkpoint there. We're
continuing to hear from local officials in the Tampa Bay area, Sarasota, Fort Myers. We just heard from Governor Ron DeSantis, held a press conference that kicked off at around 5:40. He'll probably have another one a little bit later on tonight, another update probably around 11 o'clock. After that 11 p.m. advisory comes out. Tampa Mayor Jane Castor had some remarks just a little while ago. I want to play those for you. Here again is Tampa Mayor Jane Castor.
We still have not felt the brunt of Hurricane Ian. As you can see outside, and many of you have been outside and you have felt the wind gusts out there. We have a number of trees down. At the last count, TICO reported a little over 5,000 residents without electricity. They have pulled their crews off of the street because of the high wind gusts, as have a lot of the ambulance services. And so they're going to try to get those electricity restored to homes as quickly as they possibly can, but they're not going to go back out now. We are expecting that we are going to get the majority of the rain and the higher winds starting about 8 p.m., and they are going to last throughout the night. We are still expecting widespread flooding throughout our city, and anywhere from tropical storm wind speeds to the possibility of Category 1 hurricane wind speeds. So still damaging conditions that are out there. We're asking individuals to shelter in place right now. There's been somewhat of a lull, especially since the Hurricane Ian made landfall down in South Florida. So there may be the idea that we've been through the worst of it. It is yet to come for Tampa Bay. So we're asking everyone to shelter in place. The water has been pulled out of the bay. We've seen that before in past storms. And we had individuals that were going out on Bay Shore. Please don't do that. Shelter in place. Stay away. These winds are blowing. Things are, debris is flying through the air. We were out earlier. I went to one of our ERC sites out on East Columbus to visit some of our teams. and the palm fronds and tree limbs are all over it, and that's in really the mildest winds that we could expect associated with a storm like this. So again, please shelter in place. We have yet to feel the direct effects of Hurricane Ian. So we will keep you posted. We will keep you protected, but we want you all to do your part as well and be responsible out there. Next, I will bring up our fire chief and emergency manager, Barbara Tripp.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon. As the mayor stated, we have not seen the worst yet. We want to make sure that everyone is safe. Make sure you shelter in place. You should not be out in the traffic, driving on the roads. We have had multiple fires that resulted from down power lines. As the mayor stated, some residents are without power at the moment. TECO is off the roads at the moment due to safety. We do have a number that you can call if you have an outage. The number is 1-877-588-1010, 1-877-588-1010. Now, when it talks about if you're having a medical emergency as far as calling 911, you have to think about if the conditions are bad, the first responders would not be able to respond to you. If your power is out, you need to go to our website, tampa.gov/hurricane, to get the latest information on generator safety. You do not want to be exposed to carbon monoxide. Once again, tampa.gov/hurricane to get the latest information about operating generators. If you are using candles, that is against the rules, against the law. You definitely want to be careful. If you have a fire extinguisher, please make sure you have that at hand. There are a lot of danger that's affected with this storm and will take place. We want everyone to be safe. So please, please take care of yourself and take care of your family. Now we bring up Chief Burkhoff.
Good evening. Our officers are doing a tremendous job right now. They're out there evacuating homeless. Just in the last several hours, we've evacuated approximately 30 additional homeless to shelters. And as the mayor and Chief Tripp said, now's the time to shelter in place. And down power lines and down trees are very dangerous. We have a lot of our police officers out there, but if you don't see a police officer, that does not mean that it is safe. So please be extra careful. We've put on social media quite a bit about Bayshore, to stay off Bayshore. Don't be that guy to go out on Bayshore and put yourself in harm's way. That's the last thing we want, is to put our officers, our first responders, in jeopardy by trying to save somebody from doing something foolish. And those are our highlights. Thank you.
All right, again, those were some officials in Tampa, including Tampa Mayor Jane Castor, with some updates for Tampa residents as Hurricane Ian continues to work its way up the state of Florida, and more of the effects of Hurricane Ian will be felt in the Tampa Bay area in the hours to come. In fact, let's get an update on the forecast. And joining us once again on the hotline, we have News Channel 8 meteorologist Rebecca Berry, based out of Tampa. Rebecca, I'm looking at the latest imagery, the latest radar, and I mean, Venice, Englewood, Northport, they haven't gotten a break in hours.
They haven't, and unfortunately, the way that the eye wall is moving over those areas, it will be some time before they start to see those winds decrease, and the rainfall rates there have been torrential. They've been under a flash flood warning for those areas because they've probably seen between about 6 and 8 inches of rain since it started this morning, and so we're also looking at potential for flooding. And of course, with all the wind going on right now, no one's worried about that because there's going to be so much wind damage. But after the wind calms down, the standing floodwater will be an issue to get people out that stayed and to make repairs and to start putting things back together. And so that standing water is going to be an issue for those. That's the secondary issue, of course. But unfortunately, that's just adding a little bit more trouble for those areas.
And then we're starting to see, what would that be? Would that be a portion of the eye wall that kind of broke away that is covering parts of Sarasota, Longboat Key, Bradenton, and it extends towards Brandon and Fishhawk?
Yes, and so the eye is starting to degrade in terms of that it had such perfect form when it made its way on shore, but when the storms start to move on shore, they encounter more friction than they did over the land, and so we do start to see them slowing down because of that friction, and that changes the integrity of the storm, and it's the first sign of weakening when you start to see less lightning, which we saw because we saw a ton of lightning with the eye when it was on shore. Now we're not seeing any lightning, and we're also starting to see the actual structure of the storm beginning to erode, and so that's a good sign, but it's not going to be fast enough for the people in Northport and Englewood and those areas.
All right, let's talk timeline here. Those in the Fort Myers area, those who have been dealing with the flooding that we've seen in Naples, when can they expect a let-up in conditions? And I'm sure they want to see the damage and all of that at this point. What's the timeline looking like for Fort Myers?
And so Fort Myers has probably seen the worst of the storm surge so far. The water levels may rise a little bit from this point forward just based on the onshore winds. They're not going to rush back out until the winds lessen, and that will happen overnight. I don't think it will be okay to go outside this evening. I think the sun will set, and it will still be too dangerous in Fort Myers to go outside. I'd like to caution you that far more people are injured or die after a storm and post-storm getting electrocuted because you step into a body of water that you don't know power line is down on a mile from you, chainsaw accidents. Generators have to be outside. If you put your generator inside your home, even inside your garage, we see carbon monoxide poisoning deaths. So I don't think it's going to be okay to go outside in Fort Myers this evening. I think you have to wait until tomorrow morning.
So Northport, Englewood, Venice, that region, they're going to continue to deal with the eye wall for a little while longer. Also, you have Sarasota, Bradenton. They're starting to see some of the more severe effects from the storm, and it's going to be a long stretch for them as well, correct?
Yes, it will be. They will get out of the hurricane force winds probably within 2 to 3 hours. I think they'll be back in tropical storm force winds. They'll still be in the damaging winds until about 9 o'clock tonight. After that, they're probably down below that 60-mile-per-hour threshold.
And then final question for you, the Tampa Bay area, when will things likely start to really deteriorate across Tampa Bay?
Well, Tampa Bay is already experiencing tropical storm force winds. I think because of the track that this storm has taken further south and to the east, the only chances we really have to see hurricane force winds are in areas like Ruskin and Boyette and Bloomingdale. Our eastern and southern edge of Tampa Bay, Hillsborough County is probably going to see the worst of the winds, and that would happen after sunset tonight in between about 9 p.m. and 1 a.m.
All right, News Channel 8 meteorologist Rebecca Berry with the latest. Rebecca, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. We'll check in with you again soon.
Thank you.
So again, it's going to be an extended period of time when you're talking about as far south as, the Englewood area, Northport, Venice, up through Sarasota and into the Tampa Bay area, especially the eastern portion of the Tampa Bay area, Tampa, Brandon, that region. This storm is just moving at such a slow clip that these severe storms, the severe weather from Hurricane Ian, it's going to kind of sit over all of us for, a couple of hours at the very least tonight.
Yeah, and for her to say the worst storm surge is down in Fort Myers and don't get lulled into a false sense of security because of it's not as bad now as it was a couple of hours ago and some of the deaths that happened after the fact. I think that's a really good thing to remember regardless of where you are, especially here in the Tampa Bay area. If you wake up, and we heard from her earlier today saying that, you're going to wake up tomorrow and there's still going to be a lot of wind out there.
Yeah.
So don't wake up tomorrow morning after some of the worst weather is already passed and think, oh yeah, I'm kind of good to go out, because that's when a lot of terrible things happen. Be safe, be diligent, and overall just be patient, because this is the reason why you want to continue to tune in. We have so many different people to glean information from. We will let you know when they give you the okay to go where you got to go and what stores and what places will be open and where it's going to be safe to travel, because sometimes you don't really know when you quote unquote the storm is over. So that's why continue to tune into us right here on News Radio WFLA.
And it's especially important for those of you who are in those areas that have seen severe flooding, Fort Myers, Naples, and the surrounding areas, to be real careful, especially tonight. I can only imagine the urge to, as things maybe start to let up over the next few hours, the urge to kind of get a sense as to what's going on in your neighborhood. But you've seen so much flooding and so much storm surge and so much rain that, there could be a lot of standing water. I don't know how many times we see the videos of cars. They think that it's not that deep. It is. They get stuck. It's a disaster. So that's why, again, it's best to just kind of hang out for the rest of the night tonight, and then you can assess everything when it's safe tomorrow. Fort Myers doubled their previous storm surge flooding record as they reached high tide 7 feet from Hurricane Ian, 7 feet. And that's why we're seeing some of the images that we're seeing out of the Fort Myers area of rivers down streets. We have so much more to get to. The latest on the storm, obviously, the latest on everything happening all the way from Naples and Fort Myers up into Sarasota and the Tampa Bay area. We're going to keep you up to date with where the storm is at, what areas are going to be feeling the worst effects from Hurricane Ian, what areas might start to feel a little bit of relief. We've got all of that for you and a whole lot more coming up in just a moment right here on Operation Stormwatch.
When a hurricane is approaching, Tampa Bay relies on Operation Stormwatch for all the latest details and decisions covering the Tampa Bay area. Get all the info at WFLAnews.com. Brought to you by New South Window Solutions.
The following is an important message from Florida Power and Light. In anticipation of the approaching storm's impact on our service territory, we have activated our emergency response plan. FPL is maintaining a 24-hour watch on the storm's path in order to move workers and equipment to areas most likely to be affected. We are positioning resources for rapid restoration and strongly encourage you to take the necessary steps to prepare for possible extended power outages. Make sure you have the supplies needed on hand and keep a close watch on the weather. For more, go to FPL.com or download the FPL mobile app. You can also receive text message updates after the storm by texting the word JOIN to MyFPL. That's JOIN to 69375. Please stay safe.
How can GTE Financial help you?
At GTE Financial, your business matters. As a not-for-profit, they don't focus on how GTE can earn more money, but on how GTE Business Banking can help you earn more money. And because GTE's experienced bankers live and work in Tampa Bay, you can trust that all loan decisions are made locally. To learn more, call toll-free 813-871-2690 to schedule an appointment at gtefinancial.org.
Thanks for choosing GTE Financial.
These days, everything costs more, from sky-high groceries to pain at the gas pump. But termites, ants, and roaches have no clue what inflation is. But my friends at Earth's Best do. If you call them today, you'll pay 20% less. That's right. When everything else is costing you more, Earth's Best Natural Pest is cutting 20% off all services, including their no-tint orange oil termite treatment. You get that same great termite treatment, but at 20% discount. And remember, you don't need to move out or bag your food or clean up after Earth's Best treats for your bugs or termites. So if you've got bugs, all you have to do is call Earth's Best Natural Pest Management, mention my name, and save 20%. It starts with a free inspection. Call 800-634-1313 and ask for the Jack Harris 20% anti-inflation discount. Call 800-634-1313.
Wealth-changing question. Has your advisor created a portfolio based only on your age and risk tolerance? That's simply not good enough. Your money deserves better, and so do you. At Creative Planning, our private wealth managers learn about you first, and then they create a customized plan and portfolio by partnering with our in-house money managers, accountants, and attorneys. Don't settle for a standard portfolio. Book your free meeting today at creativeplanning.com. Creative Planning, a richer way to wealth.
Burning pain radiating your hands or feet? pins and needles in the extremities, problems with balance, pain from the pressure of walking. Jack Harris here, and these are the warning signs of peripheral neuropathy. If left untreated, they can lead to amputations. At BioCell Health, they have the solution without the use of narcotics or other prescription medications. Visit StopMyPainTampa.com to schedule your free consultation. That's StopMyPainTampa.com.
Find out what makes SafeTouch 5-star security and surveillance systems so outstanding and get free installation on all equipment. 888-723-8682. SafeTouch.com. Terms and conditions apply with approved credit and minimum monthly monitoring agreement. Offered to new customers not currently under contract. State license number EF0000233.
Join the National Pediatric Cancer Foundation this April for the virtual Walk, Run, and Roll Challenge and make a difference in the lives of the 43 children a day diagnosed with cancer. Sign up, set a goal, and start your own fundraiser at nationalpcf.org.
This is News Radio WFLA's Operation Stormwatch.
Brought to you by New South Window Solutions.
This is our live and local continuous Operation Stormwatch coverage for Tampa Bay, Sarasota, Fort Myers, and really all the areas being impacted in the state of Florida right now by Hurricane Ian. And that is an extensive area because you've got this storm impacting as far south, still Naples. I'm taking a look at the map right now. Bonita Springs, Fort Myers Beach, Cape Coral, Fort Myers, obviously. The eye of the storm, it's really not as well defined anymore. It's starting to fall apart pretty quickly. That's moving a little bit more inland now. It looks like at the moment it's on the, I would say, eastern side of 75, right due east of Port Charlotte. That's probably where what's left of the eye is sitting. And that means that, those areas that we keep coming back to, the Port Charlotte area, Northport, Englewood, still dealing with the eye wall of the storm and the most severe weather. And now that eye wall is extending up into Arcadia, into Wauchula, Bowling Green. That's where you're seeing some really rough weather. And then as the eye wall breaks apart a little bit, going out Longboat Key, Bradenton, all the way up through Tampa, Brandon, Fishhawk, the weather deteriorating there as well. So the storm continues to make its way into the state of Florida, bringing these deteriorating conditions to a larger number of people. And then we're also left with some of the images of the aftermath of the storm surge that we saw. There was a video that we talked about a couple of different times. The City of Naples Fire Rescue Department, there was a video going around. They put this on Facebook, and now it's everywhere. And you've got this fire station. It's underwater. I mean, the firefighters, they're waist deep in water. Yeah. The fire truck is a large portion of it is sitting underwater. And I didn't know the exact location of it. It took me a minute here, but it's almost 3/4 of a mile away from the coast. So that just gives you a sense as to how far in that storm surge has gone. You're not talking about just a storm surge that's impacting a 1/4 mile in. You're talking about almost a full mile in, seeing that kind of water that is going to lead to a lot of destruction.
Yeah, and that's one thing that we were thinking about 24 hours ago, how it was going to impact this community as well. And I wonder, with the storm moving so slow down there, I wonder how it's going to impact here. And I'm sure we'll ask Rebecca the next time we have her join us, is when it gets here in the Tampa Bay area, when it gets here at 10, 11 o'clock, does she anticipate it moving as slow, maybe moving a little bit faster? Does it change a little bit as it's, traveling up the coast towards our area? Because, man, it's changed a lot since the last time we were in here at this time yesterday.
Yeah, I haven't seen the latest track, but the general time frame was that it was going to be a slow mover all the way into the Lakeland area, eventually the Orlando area, that it was never going to pick up the kind of steam that we've seen with so many other storms, including recently Hurricane Irma when it made its way through the state, where it was moving at a pretty rapid clip. Let me go to Chris in Sarasota real quick here to get a sense of what's happening there as the conditions continue to deteriorate. Chris, what are you seeing and experiencing in Sarasota, and where in Sarasota are you?
Barry might know this. I'm 4 blocks north of Siesta Drive.
in between US 41 and Shea Avenue.
Okay, and what are you seeing and hearing and experiencing there in your location?
Debris, and it's been nonstop since this morning. Wind, rain, and just nonstop. I live in a 1951 house. We could not evacuate because we have a dog, and my mom's in hospice right now on her bed, so we had to stay home and not evacuate. That was our only choice.
Are you in an area where flooding or anything like that will be of a major concern to you?
Surprisingly or not, as close to the beach we are, no flooding.
Okay.
We ever had.
That's good.
But this is the worst. I've been here 40 years. This is the worst I've ever seen it.
And we've heard that over and over again so far this evening. Chris, we want to thank you so much for the call. Thank you for listening, and please stay safe.
No problem. All right, thanks. Take care.
So many callers. This is the worst I've ever experienced. Yeah. I've been through other storms before. This one is the worst.
What did Governor DeSantis say? One of the worst 5 storms in the history of the state?
Oh, yeah. Without question.
And there's traffic signal outages as well. If you're traveling in the area of Fletcher Avenue, be aware that multiple traffic signals are out or flashing throughout the corridor. Traffic signals are out of order stop as you would for a 4-way stop sign. We talk so much about everything else, but people forget simple little things like that. I remember driving back from our remote location that night for Irma and just seeing outside and just the lights were just off.
Yeah.
And you just had to be, okay, how are we driving right now? Obviously there was nobody out there, but if there was people out there, how would you navigate through? You don't want to be out there right now. Stay home, go to your safe spot right here because, again, the worst of this storm is going to be a couple hours away from right here in the Tampa Bay area, but our neighbors to the south, they're experiencing some of that inclement weather right now.
Yeah, we're going to talk more about those areas really getting hit hard at the moment from Hurricane Ian. We have so much more still to get to as we stay with you throughout the duration of this storm. Our Operation Stormwatch coverage of Hurricane Ian continues in just a moment.
From the BioCell Neuropathy Pain Relief News Desk, this is iHeartRadio's Operation Stormwatch from News Radio WFLA, Tampa.
I'm Steve Summers, News Radio WFLA with a Hurricane Ian update. Ian makes landfall just after 3 Eastern this afternoon in Cayo Costa, a barrier island just west of Fort Myers. Ian made landfall as a Category 4 hurricane, packing 150-mile-an-hour sustained winds. Those sustained winds are now down to 140. That landfall is both good and bad news for Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay was to have life-threatening storm surge, but now that will not likely happen. With the eye of Ian so far south of here, water is actually being pulled out of Tampa Bay and its tributaries 6 feet below normal in some spots. Because the storm surge threat is minimal for Tampa Bay now, Pinellas County barrier islands are already back open. For Tampa Bay, the threat is flooding rains and strong winds that already have several thousand without power. Tornadoes are also possible. High winds also have the Sunshine Skyway Bridge closed. I'm Steve Summers, News Radio WFLA.
From the Moss Nissan Traffic Center, power lines down in many areas around Tampa Bay and lots of traffic lights out. The interstates are still open and we haven't heard of any major flooding issues as of yet. Howard Franklin Bridge, Courtney Campbell Causeway remain open. Sunshine Skyway closed. This report brought to you by Wawa Sizzlies. Now at Wawa, you can get any 2 Sizzly items from breakfast sandwiches to breakfast burritos to egg bites for just $5. A delicious way to start your day. Great morning start at Wawa. News Radio WFLA.
As Hurricane Ian continues to move northeast, we will see bands of heavy torrential rain and strong winds, even the threat for tornadoes in some of those bands. And as the system tracks to the northeast, possible hurricane force winds expected east of I-75 through the evening and overnight before exiting to the north and east. We will still see gusty conditions tomorrow, but we'll see less rain and drying out for Friday and the weekend. I'm Max Defender 8 meteorologist Lee Spann.
Hi, I'm Julie Marcus, Pinellas County Supervisor of Elections. Are you election ready? Go to votepinellas.gov to check your registration status, find out how and where to cast a ballot, and view other official election information. That's votepinellas.gov.
Hey, Steve, I got breaking news. Retirement Success is now on Sunday mornings at 9 a.m.
That's right, Elizabeth. Retirement Success is now on Saturdays and Sunday mornings at 9 a.m. right here on 970 WFLA.
When you're injured in a car accident and the insurance company denies your medical bills, denies to pay your lost wages, and won't repair your car, it's time to fight back. Time to call Farrah and Farrah at 800-500-5555. Tampa.
It's Ryan Gorman here, and the question I get the most about this payroll tax refund I keep talking about is whether or not it's for real. And I'm here to tell you that the team at GetRefunds.com, they've already returned $1 billion to businesses. So if that's not evidence that what they're doing is working, I don't know what to tell you. It's time for you to check it out for yourself. If your business has 5 or more employees and you made it through the pandemic, again, you could be eligible to receive a payroll tax rebate of up to $26,000 per employee. GetRefunds.com is where you can find out more. They have a team of tax attorneys. They're highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. They can help you. Businesses of all types can qualify. If you want to find out if your business qualifies, again, GetRefunds.com. Click on Qualify Me. Don't miss out. Go to GetRefunds.com.
She controls your house, the lights, the timers, and even announces when dinner's ready. No, you wish it was your spouse. We're talking about Alexa. If she could do all that, she could also play your favorite station. Tell your Alexa to listen to WFLA on iHeartRadio. Now, back to News Radio WFLA's Operation Stormwatch, brought to you by New South Window Solutions.
I'm Ryan Gorman with Jay Retcher, James Berlander, Katie Bacino, and our entire Operation Stormwatch team, bringing you live and local coverage for the duration of Hurricane Ian all across Tampa Bay, Sarasota, and Fort Myers. Taking a look at some of Hurricane Ian's highest wind gusts so far in different areas. In Cape Coral, there was a wind gust of 140 miles per hour. 140 miles per hour in Cape Coral. So if you're in that area and you were thinking to yourself maybe a little while ago, wow, that that sounds really rough out there. Well, it was. In Punta Gorda, 124 miles per hour. In Ruskin, 85 miles per hour. In St. Pete, hurricane strength gust 77 miles per hour, and in Tampa 69 miles per hour. Those aren't sustained winds, those are gusts, but that gives you a sense as to how fast the wind occasionally is blowing in areas all the way from Cape Coral to the Tampa St. Petersburg region. So the wind, one problem, the storm surge, another major problem, especially really, you know, if you're in some areas around Sarasota, North, Longboat Key, St. Pete, Tampa, really hasn't been as much of a storm surge situation yet. There's potential for some of that later on down the road. Not to the extent that we saw, though, in Fort Myers Beach, Bonita Springs, Naples, Sanibel, Captiva. Those are areas where the storm surge was record-breaking. Really, north of Sarasota, what you saw was the water going out, not coming in, which left some pretty incredible images and some people in some areas where they probably shouldn't have been, including, towards the middle of the actual bay in Tampa Bay, kind of walking around. But down in Fort Myers and Naples and that area, the amount of water that has come on shore, it's causing major problems. You're seeing houses being washed away. And I'm not just saying that, I'm not being hyperbolic. That's literally what we've seen. Cars completely underwater. And then the rainfall. Looking at the 24-hour totals now in a couple different areas. In and around Venice, 18.4 inches. Arcadia, 7.1. Port Charlotte, 9.1. Up north, Sarasota, 7.5. Wauchula, 6.6 inches of rain in the past 24 hours. And keep in mind for Sarasota, for Wauchula, for some of those areas that are a bit north of where the center of the storm is at, even Venice at almost 13 inches, you've still got more of the storm you have to deal with before it's out of your region. So that rainfall, heavy rainfall, is going to continue for the foreseeable future. So these rainfall totals, it's a lot of water as well, along with the storm surge in some areas.
Yeah, I was looking at now power and light outages at about 4 o'clock today, and it was around 645,000 around the state. Now, here in the last 10 minutes, up to 1.5 million Florida outages. Lee County, 446,000. Sarasota with 232,000. Collier, 184,000. Pinellas, 142,000. And Charlotte County, 124,000. And Ryan, we haven't even mentioned Hillsborough County, and it's at around 1.5 now. That number is only going to go up.
Right. As the storm makes its way into Hillsborough County, Polk County, continues towards Orlando, and it all ties in together. This amount of rain that we're seeing, the saturation that we've already experienced because of rainy season here in the state of Florida, that's going to lead to trees coming down, branches coming down, and power going out. And that, along with, of course, some of these wind gusts. There's a flash flood warning in effect for the following counties until 9 p.m. because between 5 to 16 inches of rain has fallen in these areas, with another 3 to 6 inches possible through 9 p.m. Manatee County, Sarasota County, Hardee County, and DeSoto County. If you are in any of those counties, you are currently dealing with a flash flood warning because of the amount of rainfall that's come down so far and the amount of rain that's expected over the next couple of hours. I also want to go back to something Governor DeSantis said when he spoke. It was about an hour ago now. He did a 5:40 press conference, and he said that people in Southwest Florida calling 911, asking for help. In a lot of those places, it's just not safe for first responders to come and rescue you. They are keeping a log. If you've called 911 needing help in Southwest Florida, they're keeping a log of who needs help, and they'll get to you as soon as possible. But this is something that we warned about leading into the storm. Once the storm hit, unfortunately, it was going to stall out. It was going to slow down. It wasn't going to move very much. So those rough conditions were going to continue for quite some time. And that was going to make it very difficult for first responders to come and conduct any rescues.
And we were discussing things like lines down and being smart before or after the eye wall passes wherever you're at. And we have some wires down now. Himes Avenue south of MLK to Tampa Bay, closed due to down wires, high winds preventing TICO from responding. So TICO can't even get out right now. So there's just a bunch of officers blocking the wires as long as possible. Reminder, all down wires should be considered live. Do not touch. That's from the Tampa Police Department.
Yeah, another good reminder. And, we're going to see so much of that, again, because of the winds that we're experiencing. And, of course, because of so much rain coming down, making those branches heavier and heavier. And then eventually they snap. And unfortunately, that's what we're seeing. We're seeing so many, not just down trees, but down branches all over the place, including in places that you really wouldn't think were hit that hard as of yet. But again, it doesn't take much. And this is a very powerful storm. It is moving slowly, but it is moving. And taking a look at the latest from the radar, I mean, there is still rain coming down, still storm conditions in Cape Coral, Fort Myers Beach, Fort Myers. What's left of the eye of Hurricane Ian, because the eye has deteriorated. You could still make it out, but it's not quite what it was when it was coming on shore. It is just east of Port Charlotte now, so it's to the east of Port Charlotte, but still those same areas that we keep talking about, whether it's Venice, Northport, Englewood, you just happen to be in a sector of this storm where the severe weather is and where it's been staying because of how slowly the storm has been moving. And unfortunately for, Northport, for Englewood, for Venice, up to Osprey, Sarasota, now into Longboat Key and Bradenton, it's going to be a while before that moves beyond your community, and we're talking hours.
Very
before.
slow moving, and it's an interesting, when the hurricanes hit, unfortunately, when it hits Florida, it kind of gives a template for the rest of the states along the East Coast, and you're starting to see more and more states declare a state of emergency. Georgia, the Carolinas, and now Virginia joins them to declare a state of emergency in advance of Hurricane Ian. So we know that this storm will affect the East Coast. How far? I mean, what path? How is it going to change? Because we've seen it change a lot in the last couple of days, Ryan. So we'll see. But there's a lot of states north of us looking at what's going on right now, listening to our coverage on the iHeartRadio app, and wondering how it'll affect them sooner rather than later.
I've got a note here from the city of Fort Myers that I want to pass along. This was put out a little while ago, about 30 minutes ago or so. The city of Fort Myers has issued an emergency citywide curfew to protect and safeguard the health, safety, and welfare of residents, visitors, and first responders. The curfew in Fort Myers is in effect now, started at 6 p.m., and it's going to be in effect for 48 hours. So there's a curfew in effect in Fort Myers. It's currently underway, and it will remain that way for 48 hours. And this goes back to something we were talking about not long ago, following our conversation with meteorologist Rebecca Berry. In an area like Fort Myers or Naples, where they've seen all of this storm surge and all of this flooding, it's going to take a minute to assess the situation, to figure out what needs to be done. And the last thing you want are residents taking to the road, driving in unsafe conditions. You don't know if there's perhaps a down power line in the road. You've got a lot of standing water. Last thing they want is for you to end up getting stuck in a situation where perhaps you can't get out. You need a rescue that can't get to you on time. So that's why this curfew has been put in effect in the city of Fort Myers. It's underway now, and it will remain in effect for 48 hours. And you're likely going to see more of that in surrounding areas that have been hit really, really hard by the storm and that have a lot of standing water around because of storm surge or the tremendous amount of rain that we've been seeing with some areas due to Hurricane Ian.
TECO now reporting over 178,000 power outages, and now Hillsborough, Dade, Eastern Polk County, Duke Energy with 150,000 in Pinellas County. So we gave you some more of the county that's a little bit more direct analysis and analytics for power outages in our area. And again, those numbers only go up.
Yeah, so we're seeing when you kind of broaden things out a little bit and you take a look at the outer bands of the storm, and those are important to keep an eye on as soon as a tornado watch is issued, or unfortunately if there's a tornado warning issued, we'll bring that along to you right away. But when you get to some of those outer bands of a storm like this, that's when you have the potential to see something like that. And those outer bands, I mean, they're reaching right now as far out and over to the East Coast as New Smyrna Beach, and that general area, Deltona, Sanford, Orlando's got some storms that were whipping through that city. And then in the Tampa Bay area, you now have downtown Tampa, Brandon, parts of St. Petersburg, Pinellas Park starting to get some more severe weather from Hurricane Ian.
They didn't think they were seeing much, did they? When it first started, I'm sure a lot of the East Coast were like, yeah, we're going to be good. And now we were looking at the track from our perspective.
Right.
But they were looking at it like, well, maybe we will be affected. And you're seeing flooding and power outages as far as the East Coast as well. I'm sure that's something that they weren't expecting.
Yeah, and when this storm makes its way into Orlando and then eventually up into the Jacksonville area, and Governor DeSantis mentioned this earlier, Jacksonville very prone to flooding. We saw it with Hurricane Irma. All of a sudden, when that storm made its way through, there was lots of flooding in Jacksonville that seemed to come as a surprise, and unfortunately that could potentially be the same situation with Hurricane Ian. But you're really starting to see, I would say, from the Lakeland region all the way over to St. Pete, then all the way south, stretching into Cape Coral, and then over in that Wauchula area, going out to Frostproof, Lake Wales. That's the general Sebring. That's the general area where most of the severe conditions associated with Hurricane Andrew, that's where they're concentrated right now. And unfortunately, that's going to be the case again for a couple of hours. It's just not moving fast enough to breeze through. If you remember Hurricane Irma, moved quick.
12 hours in and out.
Hurricane Charlie moved quick, and that was a much more compact storm. This is a larger storm, very powerful one, and it's moving slowly. I want to get to the latest on the storm itself, because I was taking a look at some of the latest numbers on the storm. Let's see if I can pull them up. It does look like the storm has weakened just a bit. Now we've gone from what was, it was a borderline Category 5 hurricane. You're talking about just a few miles per hour difference to, I believe now we're getting close, if not we're already there, a Category 3 hurricane. So as it hit land, as it started to make its way inland in Florida, we were expecting it to weaken. We're seeing that. But again, it was such a strong storm when it came on shore that it was going to take a little while for it to get to a weaker state. And that's where it's going to be trending. But unfortunately, for those of you who are stuck in the middle of the worst weather right now, it's not happening quick enough. And we totally understand that. Coming up, we've got more of our Operation Stormwatch coverage. We also can open up the phone lines, take some of your calls, get a sense of what you're experiencing in your neighborhood. Right now, the maximum sustained winds are 130 miles per hour, so this is still a Category 4 storm as it makes its way more and more inland in southwest Florida. Lots more still to come on this Operation Stormwatch coverage in a moment.
Hurricane Ian has arrived. Stay in the know with Operation Stormwatch on News Radio WFLA. On air and online with iHeartRadio, WFLAnews.com. Presented by New South Window Solutions.
Hi, Bobby Maggie here. If the stock market has crushed your investment portfolio, now may be a good time to harvest losses to lower your tax bill. Visit us at MaggieTax.com to learn more about more ways to reduce your taxes. And always remember, pay less tax with Maggie Tax.
I'm Harvey Massey. Think about this for a moment. Pest control involves applying pesticides inside your home, whether needed or not. At Massey Services, we just don't do that. We prevent pests from getting inside your home so we won't have to control them later. Why settle for pest control when you can trust Massey's Pest Prevention? It's guaranteed or your money back. Massey Services. Expect more and get it.
World-changing question. Are you keeping as much of your investment gains as possible? High taxes can erode returns quickly, so you need a tax-optimized portfolio. At Creative Planning, our money managers and specialists work together to make sure your portfolio and wealth are managed in a tax-efficient manner. It's what you keep that really matters. Why not give your wealth a second look? Book your free meeting today at creativeplanning.com. Creative Planning, a richer way to wealth.
Hey, Tampa Bay, Katie for Bates Electric. We're offering $1,000. That's right, $1,000 off. If you've been thinking about beautifying your home or business with outside lighting, if you need a rewire, whatever the case may be, get up to $1,000 off with the #1 electrical company in Tampa Bay for over 30 years. Bates Electric. When you think electric, think Bates and $1,000 off.
Power on, Bates Electric.
The Tunnel to Towers Foundation's 9/11 Never Forget mobile exhibit is a tribute to all who lost their lives on 9/11 or from 9/11 related illnesses. It's a high-tech tractor trailer that transforms into a museum to educate people of all ages about America's darkest day. The mobile exhibit has traveled across the country and welcomed over 600,000 people. Visit it in a city near you. Do good and never forget. Donate $11 a month at T2T.org.
At Progressive, we know there's nothing like the feeling of riding a motorcycle with your crew on the open road. That symphony of engines roaring in perfect harmony. It's a feeling that would be impossible to recreate on the radio. Until now. Hit it, Jerry. Oh, my word. Really, really terrible. Is that a glockenspiel, Jerry? Quote with Progressive and see if you could save with America's #1 motorcycle insurer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. No, Jerry. It's over.
All the information you need as the countdown continues to the midterm elections. All the latest happenings happen here on News Radio WFLA. Streaming live on Alexa and the free iHeartRadio app.
Hey, this is Lincoln Kennedy, three-time Pro Bowler. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Blindster.com.
The NFL is prepared to move Sunday night's Bucs-Chiefs game if Hurricane Ian makes it impossible to play in Tampa. U.S. Bank Stadium in Minneapolis is the backup site. The Rays' David Peralta is getting a breather for the team's series finale in Cleveland. He's on the bench after going 1 for 10 with 5 Ks in his last 3 games. And American extreme skier Hillary Nelson is dead after falling on Mount Manaslu in Nepal. She was 49. I'm Scott Davidson.
Want to save big on new blinds? Blindster.com offers custom-made blind shades and shutters shipped directly to you at prices less than big box retailers. Shop Blindster now and save 45% off any order. Just use code RADIO. Offer ends soon. Shop today. Blindster.com.
Operation Stormwatch coverage continues now on News Radio WFLA.
Brought to you by New South Window Solutions.
Our live and local continuous Operation Stormwatch coverage continues across Tampa Bay, Sarasota, and Fort Myers. And let's go to the hotline now. And from the National Weather Service, we have Kaylee Delarmy for an update on Hurricane Ian. Kaylee, thank you so much for taking a few minutes to come on the show. And first of all, what areas are you seeing the most extreme weather associated with this hurricane? Where is that located right now?
Right now, we have seen multiple areas in the Fort Myers area that have gotten extreme storm surge. There are some areas that have been they're undergoing rescues in some areas. And then we have also some of the locations near Punta Gorda where we got some reports of 140 miles per hour wind gust, where the eye wall it's coming in. There are locations that have gotten already 14 inches of rain. And yeah, it's been very busy day, and it's going to continue. These impacts are going to continue. The hurricane made landfall, but it's barely moving.
Right.
It is forecast to move 5 miles per hour over the next few days, and so there's still the eye wall is inland, but it's still going to be many more hours of rainfall in storm surge because we have another tide cycle. So the areas that already saw, or even areas that haven't, there's another tide cycle that it's expected later. So more impacts from storm surge are expected.
All right, so let me ask you real quick, when it comes to storm surge and just, again, the severe effects of Hurricane Ian, 3 areas I want to focus on: Fort Myers, the general area, Sarasota, and Tampa Bay. When will each of those start to either see the worst effects of the storm or, like in the case of Fort Myers, start to see a little bit of relief?
Well, given that the storm is moving so slow for the Fort Myers area, there are still, in terms of surge, and especially because they have one of the main rivers almost going across the city. We are expecting many more hours, probably in terms of inundation, given the amount of rain that we're expecting for that area. It's still, I would expect, maybe by Friday, but there, in terms of Tampa and Sarasota, it's still experiencing some high winds, and I would expect them by tomorrow afternoon, both Tampa and once it continues to move northeast, the Fort Myers area the winds would begin to decrease, but the flooding is going to be the other concern because we're expecting so much rain.
All right, Kaylee Delarmy, a meteorologist, with us to break down the latest on Hurricane Ian. Kaylee, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
So, again, I think the headline there is what we've been talking about, the fact that the storm is just moving so slowly, and unfortunately this is not the news that I know so many of you listening in Venice and Englewood, Port Charlotte, Northport, that area, Sarasota, Bradenton. I know so many of you are wishing I was able to provide a different message right now. But the fact of the matter is the difficult weather that you've been experiencing up to this point, it is going to continue for a few more hours. And for those in the Tampa Bay area, you are just starting to really feel the effects of Hurricane Ian. That's going to get worse, and then it will continue into the night. So that's the latest on the forecast with Hurricane Ian. We've got a lot more to get to. I want to get to some phone calls coming up, so we'll open up the phone lines, 800-969-9352, 800-969-9352. Plus, we'll go to some of our Operation Stormwatch team spread out across the state in a moment.
Imagine for a moment that this ad was bought autonomously. Welcome to the new open web, where Viant is combining AI and human insight to create autonomous media buying that accelerates your return on ad spend. And using Viant's DSP Adelphic, you can now measure your media offline and online to see the full impact of your media spend, so you can spend more time on podcasts. Viant, built for the new open web. Built for now. Visit ViantNow.com to learn more.
A haunted carnival experience is coming to Armature Works, downtown Tampa, October 27th through 30th. Come during the day and enjoy 300,000 square feet of carnival rides and food. After 7 p.m., beware, as it evolves into an elevated, risque, spooky experience, with costume contests awarding $10,000 cash and prizes. To make sure you never leave, world-class DJs like Steve Aoki will be performing all through the weekend. Get tickets at PipePiperProductions.com. This is one carnival you may never leave. Enter if you dare.
WFLA Tampa, WMTX Tampa, WSRZ Sarasota, WCTQ Venice.
This is iHeartRadio's Operation Stormwatch from News Radio WFLA Tampa.
This is an NBC News Radio special report. Hurricane Ian. The storm is carrying sustained winds of up to 150 miles per hour as it slams into the area just west of Fort Myers. Ian is an extremely dangerous Category 4 hurricane, and officials are warning of potential damage to well-built structures. Hundreds of thousands of Floridians are without power. Florida Power and Light says they have 19,000 crew members from 30 states ready to respond. Flooding and tornadoes are expected to cause extensive damage to the electrical infrastructure, and restoration won't be instant. NBC News' Steve Patterson.
The tide has pushed out towards the storm into the Gulf of Mexico, where that storm is generating all that hydropower.
The storm is expected to remain intact as it travels across the peninsula. This has been an NBC News Radio special report. I'm Brian Shook.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Retailers are walking a fine line between encouraging shopping and discouraging shoplifting. Dow Jones reports many stores lock up items that are popular with thieves. While the tactic deters theft, it also leaves shoppers inconvenienced. Buyers were busy on Wall Street for the first time in a week. Stocks snapped a 3-day losing streak. Dow Industrials climbed 549. The S&P surged 72. The Nasdaq jumped 222. Florida theme parks have battened down the hatches as Hurricane Ian rips across the state. Walt Disney World will remain closed through tomorrow. Busch Gardens Tampa Bay, SeaWorld Orlando, and Universal Orlando are closed through Friday. Walt Disney has its first hit kids show of the streaming TV era. Bluey is an animated series about a playful family of Australian cattle dogs. It's been airing on Disney Junior and Disney Plus since 2019. Larry Kofsky, Bloomberg Radio.
From the Florida Central Credit Union Auto Loans Traffic Center, the Sunshine Skyway Bridge currently shut down between St. Pete and Palmetto with high winds throughout the area because of Hurricane Ian. As a result, you're seeing heavy traffic on northbound I-75 with people leaving from Venice all the way up to I-4. Also seeing some extra volume in the Lakeland area on eastbound I-4 with people heading to the Orlando area trying to avoid the effects of the storm as well. Steve Foster, News Radio WFLA.
Hi, this is Bob Koschel, broadcasting from the Rude Air Conditioning Weather Center, powered by Gulf Coast Air Systems.
As Hurricane Ian continues to move northeast, we will see bands of heavy torrential rain and strong winds, even the threat for tornadoes in some of those bands. And as the system tracks to the northeast, possible hurricane force winds expected east of I-75 through the evening and overnight before exiting to the north and east. We will still see gusty conditions tomorrow, but we'll see less rain and drying out for Friday and the weekend. I'm Max Defender 8 meteorologist Lee Spann.
Operation Stormwatch on News Radio WFLA. Brought to you by New South Window Solutions.
This is Operation Stormwatch, our continuous live and local coverage of Hurricane Ian. I'm your host, Ryan Gorman, with Jay Retchard, James Berlander, Katie Bacino, and our entire Operation Stormwatch team. We are covering all of you through the Tampa Bay area, down through Sarasota, and, of course, Fort Myers and the surrounding areas there as well, as Hurricane Ian continues to make its way inland in southwest Florida and continues to affect such a large portion of the state, with some of the most severe conditions happening right now, all the way from the Tampa area down through Fort Myers and then stretching over across the state into areas like Lakeland and Sebring. So a very large area of the state right now feeling some of the worst effects of Hurricane Ian, a storm that at the moment is a Category 3. It was just recently downgraded with the 7 p.m. advisory. Maximum sustained winds are at 100.
With the latest on Ian, I'm Ken Lovejoy from iHeartRadio, Punta Gorda. Ian has begun to make its turn. It's currently moving north-northeast at 10 miles per hour, packing 120-mile-an-hour winds, and is expected to gain strength before making landfall tomorrow sometime in the afternoon. Landfall predictions have it anywhere from Charlotte County to Sarasota County. You need to be prepared. Charlotte County Emergency Management has issued evacuation orders for everyone living in mobile or manufactured homes, regardless of which evacuation zone you live in. Also, everyone living in Zone A, the red zone, and Zone B, the orange zone, have been ordered to leave. The hurricane shelters are all open now in Charlotte County, including Liberty Elementary, Neil Armstrong Elementary, Kingsway Elementary, all in Port Charlotte, as well as the Harold Avenue Rec Center in Port Charlotte, and also at Babcock Ranch in the Babcock School Field House. You should be preparing for 60 to 85-mile-an-hour winds with gusts to 110 miles an hour or more, depending on which way the track is moving. Tropical storm force winds will start being felt later this evening and definitely in the overnight. If you're in an area that floods easily, you should evacuate. It's highly recommended, as a flood watch remains in effect with 4 to 8 inches of rain expected and storm surges in the 8 to 12 feet range in some areas as well. A tornado watch has been issued for Charlotte County, so please finish your last-minute preparations and evacuate as recommended and or ordered. And please find out more about Ian at this station's website and stay tuned for more information as it becomes available. For iHeartMedia Punta Gorda, I'm Ken Lovejoy.
This is an FNN News Alert. Hurricane Ian is heading inland, now northeast of Punta Gorda. There is devastating damage along the Gulf Coast, and Governor Ron DeSantis says Hurricane Ian is not done with Florida just yet.
You're going to see hurricane-force winds in places in central Florida, perhaps.
Current position, 26.9 north, 82.0 west, or about 120 miles south-southwest of Orlando. Maximum sustained winds at 140 miles per hour. The storm is headed north-northeast at 8 miles per hour. Hurricane warning in effect for Chokoloskee to the Anclote River, including Tampa Bay. Also from Sebastian Inlet to the Flagler-Volusia County line. Storm surge warning is posted for the Suwannee River, southward to Flamingo, Tampa Bay, the Flagler-Volusia line to the mouth of the South Santee River and the St. Johns River. Tropical storm warning is in effect for Indian Pass to the Anclote River, Flamingo to the Sebastian Inlet, the Flagler-Volusia County line to Surf City, Flamingo to Chokoloskee, Lake Okeechobee, as well as Bimini and Grand Bahama Islands. This has been an FNN News Alert. I'm out.
This weather report powered by Kobe Complete Heating and Cooling, providing complete service for all your heating and cooling needs. Call Kobe Complete Heating and Cooling today, 941-255-3231, and we'll be right over.
For your Wednesday night, Hurricane Ian will bring damaging winds and torrential rainfall. Expect prolonged flooding and long-lasting power outages, the low 72 to 79. Thursday, Tropical Storm Ian will move away with diminishing winds and lingering showers. Major flooding will continue, high 75 to 83. Friday, breezy in the morning, otherwise remaining cloudy, high 70.
This report is sponsored by Blindster. Want to say big on new blinds? Blindster.com offers custom-made blind shades and shutters shipped directly to you at prices less than big box retailers. Shop Blindster now and save 45% off any order. Just use code RADIO. Offer ends soon. Shop today. Blindster.com.
And now back to News Talk Radio WCCF, brought to you by Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Been in an accident? Call 800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
Again, in Fort Myers Beach, Punta Gorda, Cape Coral, Bonita Springs. I could list off all the different areas. Port Charlotte. That whole region is just experiencing so much water coming in.
And that's not her home, she said. Her home's underwater.
Yeah.
Her car's underwater.
Yeah, and we've seen those images. There was a parking garage in Naples that's overrun with floodwaters. And there were people who, they said, you know what, let me put my vehicle in a safe place, a parking garage, so it's protected. Little did they know the water was going to rush in so much that now their cars are underwater in the parking garage. Let me go to Mark in Venice now. Mark, thank you so much for the call. What's it like in Venice, where I know I've been saying your area so often throughout the night tonight, but it just seems like you haven't gotten a break there at all.
No, not really. It's been about 5 hours now.
Yeah.
Really nonstop. I went through the Eye of Irma, and it's been as bad or worse than that the entire time. So it's been a rough ride. There's quite a bit of debris and damage around.
And with Irma, going back to that storm, you didn't experience these conditions that long, right? That really is the difference with this storm. It's sitting over you for hours and hours and hours.
Oh, definitely. I mean, this is at least like 3 or 4 times as long.
And where you are, you mentioned there's some damage that you've seen and all of that. Flooding a concern?
Not really. I'm in a relatively high place.
Okay.
I mean, there's some local flooding just from it being flat, but storm surge shouldn't be a problem.
All right, that's good. And you're in a safe structure, I'm assuming.
Yeah, real safe.
All right. Well, Mark, thank you so much for the call and the update out of Venice. Unfortunately, when you're in Venice, Osprey, Northport, Englewood, Port Charlotte, those areas, they're standing out on the map because, again, that just is where so much of that one portion of the eye wall continues to just stay. It's just almost like stationary right there. So that's going to continue for quite some time. The storm's just not moving quickly at all right now. And that's what separates it from so many other storms that we've seen hit the state of Florida. Let me go to Jeff in Port Charlotte now. Jeff, you're in another area that I've been shouting out for hours now because it looks like, to me at least, the conditions are pretty rough there. What are you seeing and hearing?
Yeah, we're right on the Myakka River, north of El Jobim Bridge, about 3 miles on the west side of the Myakka River, and we're getting hammered pretty good. Our streets look like little rivers, and we've been getting a lot of wind and stuff. I guess one of our concerns, because we did stay in place, we didn't evacuate because we have a couple dogs, and there's a lot of other people in our neighborhood that are also stayed here. And the wind is one thing. I mean, like a couple of the older houses blew out some windows and stuff. Knock on wood, our house is doing okay. Our whole neighborhood's concerned about the surge, and we lost internet and all types of, ways we could try and get information. The last we had saw was because the eye of the storm was south of us, they were saying that our storm surge, the water north of the El Jobim Bridge, was looking pretty favorable for us. It went down. Is that still the case? That's one of the reasons I called you, not only to share information of how bad it is here, but to see if you can help give me some information to give to our neighbors.
We are going to get a meteorologist on coming up here shortly, and we'll spend some time talking about the surge in your area. And thank you so much for the call, Jeff, and we will get those answers for you. One thing I can tell you is that with the storm sitting over your region like it has been, the rainfall is going to continue. So regardless of the actual storm surge, the water levels will rise a bit just because of the amount of rainfall that we're seeing there. I mean, some of these rainfall totals, they're setting records down in southwest Florida. In terms of where the eye is at now, the eye, it was parallel just to the east of Port Charlotte not long ago. Now it has moved, again, very slowly, but it has moved a little bit north and to the east of Port Charlotte. So you've still got that back end of the wall that you're going to be dealing with, and how that changes potentially the water from the Gulf washing on shore. That's something that we're going to dive into when we talk to one of our meteorologists, one of our experts coming up here in just a bit. So we'll make sure to save that question for them and get those answers for you coming up a little bit later. Let me get to Steve now in Nokomis. Steve, how are you holding up?
Pretty good. I just wanted to talk a little bit about what's going on here and Governor DeSantis and Sheriff Judd. And candidly, it all goes back to about 24 hours ago with the representation that this storm was going to speed up and head through the state in 24 hours, and now all of a sudden we're at 48 hours. So it drastically affects the amount of rain that we're dealing with, and the people have decided to stay because of the representation.
All right. Well, thank you for the call, Steve. We really appreciate that. The forecast that we had seen, the track that we had seen, I remember, yesterday, much more than 36 hours ago, we were talking about this storm. One of the problems with it is that it was going to stall. It was going to stall when the track had it going up along the west coast of Florida, maybe even staying a little bit off of the coast and having more of an impact directly on the Tampa Bay area, and then perhaps making landfall in the Big Bend region of the state. There was still going to be that stall there, and so the timeline hasn't shifted as much. What has shifted has been exactly where landfall was going to be, and because of that, what the intensity of the storm was going to be when it made landfall. Because if the storm had continued more to the north and impacted more of just the coast and made landfall in the Big Bend area, it was eventually going to run into some atmospheric conditions that were going to rip it apart a little bit, and were going to diminish the strength of the storm. That didn't happen. It made that turn, and that's why it hit at almost a Category 5, and the stall of the storm is underway right now. Let's go to the hotline, and joining us, we have our meteorologist from News Channel 8, Rebecca Berry, for a quick update. And Rebecca, what I wanted to ask you, for those who are in Venice, Englewood, Fort Myers, Punta Gorda, Port Charlotte, that region, Naples, what are they going to be experiencing over the next few hours when it comes to storm surge and flooding? Because a lot of the calls that we're getting, the water is rising. They're getting more and more nervous about where they're at in the situation there. So storm surge, rainfall, flooding for that region of the state, what can we expect for the foreseeable future?
The initial push of storm surge is complete for that area, but we will still continue to see rising levels at a more incremental rate based on the onshore winds and the heavy rainfall that they've seen. We've seen radar estimated rainfall totals for that area between 15 and 16 inches of rain, and so that water is still settling out and draining to more low-lying zones. And so although your particular area might not have experienced that rainfall rate, if an area that is higher than you drains to you, your water levels will continue to rise based on that. The storm surge levels will not increase dramatically, but they will slowly continue to rise based on the onshore winds until the winds weaken enough that the weight of the water overpowers the wind and starts to drain back out towards the Gulf.
And then what about the Sarasota area, Longboat Key, that region, storm surge there? What's the expectation and the timeline?
Well, the storm surge in Sarasota has not been anything like what we've seen to the south of that, because they are not seeing quite the onshore winds, because they are on the other side of the eye with the offshore winds. They are getting very heavy rainfall. It looks like 8 to 10 inches of rainfall in that area. They're out of that swath of dangerous rainfall that we saw a little bit further south. I think we're going to be dealing with a lot more wind damage in Sarasota, the city, instead than we're looking at in terms of storm surge. I think that's less of a factor for them.
All right, News Channel 8 meteorologist Rebecca Berry. Rebecca, we just got those questions from callers, so we thank you so much for jumping right on with us to answer that for us.
Anytime.
All right, and we'll talk to Rebecca again throughout the night. So if you have those kinds of questions, please feel free to call us, and we'll try to get them answered for you as soon as possible. Hopefully that information was helpful. We know we're the only resource for a lot of people stretching from Tampa Bay through Sarasota and Fort Myers right now. So this is the kind of stuff that we want to make sure we're able to do for you. 800-969-9352 is the number. 800-969-9352. Back with more of our live, continuous, local coverage of Operation Stormwatch Hurricane Ian in just a moment.
Hi, I'm Benny Jr. with Bartow Ford. And while Bartow Ford is in a small town, we are positioned perfectly for our customers in surrounding counties to make that drive. And we make that drive worth it. Not with just the lowest price, but the very best treatment. And let's face it, what's a little drive compared to the best car buying experience you can have? On your next purchase, don't go the wrong way. But if you can't make it to us just yet, visit us at BartowFord.com. Bartow Ford, we're different, and we prove it.
Burning pain radiating your hands or feet, pins and needles in the extremities, problems with balance, pain from the pressure of walking. Jack Harris here, and these are the warning signs of peripheral neuropathy. If left untreated, they can lead to amputations. At BioCell Health, they have the solution without the use of narcotics or other prescription medications. Visit StopMyPainTampa.com to schedule your free consultation. That's StopMyPainTampa.com.
It has been quite a couple of years for business owners, from the pandemic to inflation. I'm sure right about now you could use a break. It's Ryan Gorman here, and let me tell you about one. If your business has 5 or more employees and you made it through the pandemic, you could be eligible to get a payroll tax rebate of up to $26,000 per employee. And what this is a refund of your taxes, not a loan, so you don't have to worry about paying it back. The challenge with this for business owners has been, first of all, many don't know about it, and then cutting through the red tape and getting your business the refund money. And that's where GetRefunds.com comes into play. They have a team of tax attorneys who are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. They've already returned $1 billion to businesses. They can help you too. Find out if your business qualifies, and all types can qualify. Go to GetRefunds.com and click on Qualify Me. Again, GetRefunds.com. Check it out today.
Hey, Steve, you know what?
What's that, Elizabeth?
I love moving.
You what? Since when? You hate moving.
I'm talking about our radio show, Retirement Success. We are moving from Sunday afternoon to Sunday morning at 9 a.m.
Ah, that's right, Elizabeth. Now Tampa Bay can hear Retirement Success every Saturday and Sunday mornings at 9 a.m. right here on News Radio 970 WFLA. Join us Saturday and Sunday mornings, same time, 9 a.m. for Retirement Success.
You want to be a showstopper like The Miz? You want to be awesome? Then you'll want to have a game plan. Whether you're a champion or a bettor, you got to be responsible. The DraftKings Sportsbook offers all the tools you need. You can set a realistic budget and bet within your means. You can set time, deposit, and wager limits so you can have a personal game plan for having fun while being responsible. I practice safe bets, and so should you. Visit DraftKings.com/responsible-gaming to learn about all these tools and more.
Eligibility restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/responsible-gaming for details and state-specific responsible gambling resources.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, beat the largest timeshare company in federal court and has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-738-9900. That's 800-738-9900.
Hi, I'm Benny Jr. with Bartow Ford. And while Bartow Ford is in a small town, we are positioned perfectly for our customers in surrounding counties to make that drive. And we make that drive worth it. Not with just the lowest price, but the very best treatment. And let's face it, what's a little drive compared to the best car buying experience you can have? On your next purchase, don't go the wrong way. But if you can't make it to us just yet, visit us at BartowFord.com. Bartow Ford, we're different, and we prove it.
This is News Radio WFLA's Operation Stormwatch.
Brought to you by New South Window Solutions.
Let me go back to the phone lines, and I want to check in with one of our Operation Stormwatch correspondents. Rick Hoschel is in Sarasota. Rick, thanks so much for taking a few minutes to talk to us. And, you know, we're monitoring the different coverage of this storm in our studios, and there's one reporter who's in Sarasota right now, right outside a parking garage, and it looks like the conditions are pretty rough there. What are you experiencing where you are?
We're still getting the really high winds, Ryan. It looks like they're coming out of the northeast as the hurricane continues to go to the northeast and spin around in that counterclockwise direction. We've got a 300-year-old oak tree in our yard, and the very top branches have all broken off, and we've got quite a bit of debris in our yard, and we're getting these these big squalls that shake the house, and the trees start bending, and the rain is not so bad. We tend to get a lot of flooding on our street on a good summer day. This storm doesn't seem to be too bad, but the rain has been consistent. I'm watching the radar, and it looks like we're in that outer western band where the rain is heavy, but it doesn't look like, we're in hurricane strength winds at this point because the storm's moving to the northeast.
No, in fact, it looks like at the moment some of the most severe weather, part of that eye wall, which is kind of starting to break up a little bit and expand out a little bit, but it looks like a lot of that is now starting to go beyond some areas that we've been talking about a lot, from Arcadia down south and to the west, Northport, and then up towards where you are in Sarasota. It's moved beyond that a little bit towards the north and eastern portion of that general region, making its way more towards Wauchula and Fort Meade and some of those areas. But you've still got, it's going to be a long period of time where you're dealing with these, even if they're tropical storm force winds and rain and all of that. And how long have you seen some of the more serious effects from Hurricane Ian up to this point?
It really started after it made landfall down in the Fort Myers area. We started seeing more and more of the squally weather. Lately, the gusts have just been really intense, and I think we're probably measuring 60 mile per hour plus gusts. But the heaviest of it has been within the past couple of hours. So we're hoping maybe, what is it now, 7:30? We're hoping maybe another 4-5 hours of this at the most.
Yeah, and unfortunately, again, with the slow-moving storm, that's what so many people who are dealing with the conditions right now, that's what they can expect, a few more hours at a minimum of this.
Ryan, I my heart goes out to what the people down south are experiencing. I mean, we've got a lot of damage, and we've got
the latest
more of this to get through. But I mean, some of the people who've been calling you, their stories are just heartbreaking.
Hurricane Center's latest briefing for Charlotte County,
flooded out and their homes are breached and they're huddling inside. I just hope they get some relief soon.
Absolutely. Rick Hoschel, Operation Stormwatch correspondent based in Sarasota right now. Rick, we really appreciate it. Thanks so much for the update.
And could possibly reach Category 5
phone number is 800-969-9352. Again, that's 800-969-9352. We'll go back to the phone lines and take your calls, what you're experiencing in your neighborhood next, right here on
Harold
Operation
Avenue
Stormwatch.
Rec Center in Port Charlotte.
From the BioCell Neuropathy Pain Relief News Desk.
School Field House.
This
Charlotte County
is
Emergency
iHeartRadio's
Management has issued
Operation
evacuation orders for
Stormwatch from
everyone
News
living
Radio
in mobile or
WFLA
manufactured
Tampa.
homes, regardless
I'm
of
Gordon
the
Bird,
evacuation
News
zone that
Radio
you live in.
WFLA, with
Also,
the latest on
everyone in
Hurricane
Zone
Ian.
A, the red
Devastation,
zone,
of
and
course,
Zone
in the
B,
Fort
the
Myers
orange zone
area
have
after
been ordered
landfall
to
this
leave.
afternoon.
Again, we're starting
Several
to see
measuring
tropical
stations
storm
reported
force
gusts
winds.
over
We
100
are
miles
under
per
a
hour.
tornado
Storm
watch.
surge
We
flooding
are
streets
under
in the
a
Fort
flood
Myers
watch,
and Naples
along
areas.
with the
Governor
possible
DeSantis
4
says
to
there has
8
been
inches
damage
of
to
rain
buildings.
expected.
We are getting
We could
some
be
reports of
seeing
structural
a
damage
life-threatening
in
storm
both Lee
surge on the
and
back
Charlotte
end of
counties,
this
but I
at
would
8 to
say
12 feet
overwhelmingly
in some
it's been
areas.
that surge
Please
that's
hurry
been
and have
the
your
biggest issue.
preparations
The eye is
finished.
just east of Punta
Evacuate
Gorda,
as soon
moving
as
toward
possible
Polk
if
County
you're
and
going to.
Orlando.
If you're
Northward
hunkering
is just
down,
a few miles
please
from where
find
Ian
out
made
more information
landfall.
about
This
Ian
caller
on this
describes what
station's
she's been
website,
seeing.
and please stay tuned for more information as it becomes available. For iHeartRadio Punta Gorda, I'm Ken Lovejoy.
Debris everywhere. I've seen trees snapped.
She spoke to Ryan Gorman. Locally, Tampa
Governor
police
Ron
have been
DeSantis
telling
says
people to stay
Hurricane
off
Ian is not
Bayshore
done with Florida
Boulevard.
just yet.
Some
You're going to
adventurers
see
walked out
hurricane
onto the
force
Bay Flats
winds
this
in
morning
places
when
in
low
central
tide
Florida.
pushed the water out.
Perhaps clearly a
I'm
very
Gordon
strong
Bird,
tropical
News
storm
Radio,
all the way
WFLA.
until it exits the Florida Peninsula in the Atlantic Ocean.
Seminole County Sheriff Dennis Lema says floodwaters are dangerous, and not just because of the issue of drowning.
County beaches shut down, like the Memorial Causeway. Also, you're going to see the Sunshine Skyway closed off. A little bit of extra volume on I-75 going from Venice all the way into the Tampa Bay area, with people trying to avoid what's left of the hurricane remnants. Also, you're going to see a little bit of
Close to
extra volume on
1.5 million
I-4, people
Florida
heading from
residents are
Polk
without
County to
power due to
Orlando.
the impact of Hurricane
Steve
Ian.
Foster,
The majority are
News Radio
concentrated in Lee,
WFLA.
Sarasota, and Charlotte
From the
County.
Morgan & Morgan
areas
Weather
most
Center,
affected by Hurricane
America's
Ian.
largest
With Florida's
entry
news, I'm
law
Sergio
firm.
de la Estrella.
The biggest stars in
As
all
Hurricane
of
Ian
music
continues
share
to
the
move
stage at our
northeast, we will see
iHeartRadio
bands
Music
of
Festival.
heavy torrential rain and strong winds, even the threat for tornadoes in some of those bands. And as the system tracks to the northeast, possible hurricane force winds expected east of I-75 through the evening and overnight before exiting to the northeast. We will still see gusty conditions tomorrow, but we'll see less rain and drying out for Friday and the weekend. I'm Max Defender 8 meteorologist.
is an important message from Florida Power and Light. In anticipation of the approaching storm's impact on our service territory, we have activated our emergency response plan. FPL is maintaining a 24-hour watch on the storm's path in order to move workers and equipment to areas most likely to be affected. We are positioning resources for rapid restoration and strongly encourage you to take the necessary steps to prepare for possible extended power outages. Make sure you have the supplies needed on hand and keep a close watch on the weather.
From
For more,
1953 to 1987, chemicals polluted the water supply of U.S. Marine Corps Base Camp Lejeune. Thousands of patriotic Americans were exposed. Now they're dealing with cancers, lymphomas, and more. Through the Camp Lejeune Justice Act, veterans, family, and civilians can seek compensation for damages in federal court, but time limits apply. Call Farah and Farah at 1-800-HURT-247. Cases may be referred to co-counsel. Tampa.
Reaching past the headlines. This is Tampa Bay's News Radio, WFLA.
This is Robert Palmer,
Here is a special opportunity for area businesses to reach the senior community through the Gulf Coast Times Senior Expo, October the 8th at the beautiful New Life Church in downtown Punta Gorda. You can have your own display in our exhibit hall and talk to the many in attendance. The second annual Gulf Coast Times Senior Expo, October 8th. For more information, call 941-786-0332, 941-786-0332, or Gulf Coast Time Radio.
What's Mother Nature serving up? Stifling heat,
United Health,
dangerous lightning and thunderstorms, or a sunshiny blue sky day. Be prepared for whatever she dishes up. Listen for the latest forecast at the top and bottom of every hour on News Radio. WFLA.
For all your Medicare
For more information about contests on this station, go to WFLAnews.com/rules.
We work for you,
News
not
Radio,
the insurance
WFLA's Operation Stormwatch, brought to you by New South Window Solutions.
This is our live, local, and continuous coverage of Operation Stormwatch, stretching from Tampa Bay area south to Sarasota, and we've got you covered in Fort Myers. And of course, you can listen to us anywhere across the state of Florida and across the country on the iHeartRadio app. Let me take a moment and run through the different stations that we're on in each of these cities, because it's important.
You need new blinds or shades?
Signal were to go
Blindster.com
out,
offers custom-made
the
blinds,
storm
shades, and
continues to
shutters shipped
pound
directly to you
areas
at
of Fort
prices
Myers,
less than big box
Sarasota,
retailers.
Tampa
Blindster
is gonna
blinds are
start
easy to
to see the
install
weather
and guaranteed
continue
to
to
fit. Don't
deteriorate.
overpay for new
If it
blinds.
goes out
Shop
on one
today and
signal,
save
we're on
big.
other signals. You can also
Blindster.com.
find us
Tired of the
on
news
the
about how
iHeartRadio app,
everything is costing more?
all of these different radio stations.
Us
So
too.
let me start
That's why we
in
made
Fort
the
Myers.
iHeartRadio app
These
absolutely
are the
free.
different
When you download
frequencies
the free
you can listen to
iHeartRadio
us
app,
on.
you have radio stations you love at your fingertips
105.5,
whenever you want, wherever you want, along with millions of
95.3,
podcasts from the news you crave to the true crime series you can't resist. Playlists to fit any mood or activity. And here's the part you don't want to miss. It's all free. Download the free iHeartRadio app and discover music, radio, and podcasts you'll love.
98.9, and then 1580
From the Friendly
AM
Floors News
and
Radio
1070
WCCF
AM.
broadcast studio
In
Friendly
Sarasota.
Floors. Call
We're on
today
107.9,
624-0077 or friendlyfloors.com.
News Radio WCCF is available everywhere with the iHeartRadio app. Now, number one for podcasting. WCCF
and then, of
is an
course,
iHeartRadio
in
station.
Tampa, we're on 970 AM, 93.3, 100.7, 97.9, 103.5, 95.7, 95.3, and 620 AM. So we are on a lot of stations across a large area to provide you the latest, most up-to-date information as Hurricane Ian impacts our broader region. And the one thing that we're able to do that nobody else can do is talk to you, is to take your phone calls and hear what you're experiencing. And this is not something that you're going to find on TV and so many other stations. They're just carrying like the TV feed of the coverage. We're live and local for all of you, so we're able to do this. 800-969-9352 is the number. 800-969-9352. And also, if you listen to us on your iHeartRadio app, you'll find this little microphone. You just press that, and it's a little talkback feature, so you can send us your thoughts and what you're experiencing that way as well. Again, that's on your iHeartRadio app, a great resource. When the power goes out, you can listen to us, and we've heard from so many people already, staying up to date through those different kinds of tools, that's how they're staying informed as this storm really impacts their area. Let me go to Michael in Sarasota now. Michael, thank you so much for the call. What are you seeing and hearing?
Thank you guys for what you do.
This storm is just
I'm an 82-year-old retired lawyer.
In the southern part of Florida.
I live in the landing plan unit development.
Something is causing them to intensify.
About 4.5 miles south of the city limits of
Sour
Sarasota.
lemon, that's a lie.
And on
Sarasota Bay. It's all because of climate change. And remember, climate change.
And what are you?
Are you there?
Yeah, what are you experiencing in your neighborhood?
Climate change.
Well,
because global warming didn't work, but it's getting cooler here.
Today is the worst day we've experienced.
Hey, we turn the heat on and the temperature's dropping. It's because the heat's that sounds stupid.
Sunday.
So climate change is heads, high
winds,
tails.
The storm was going to hit us directly.
But remember, whether it's the woke stuff that's out there, stuff like this, all based on feelings and facts.
Two-story home we have
of course, climate change. Of course, we're going to have an effect on it. Not an idiot.
Smart.
And
but the world's coming to an end in 12 years. That's not happening.
Even though the storm
world could come to an end in the next several months based on what's going on in Ukraine and Russia.
Hit those poor people in Fort Myers.
Absolutely because of climate change.
That area.
It's hotter and makes people more angry and edgy. And they'll find an excuse.
We did not experience
and I continue to talk about it. They'll find an excuse. Yeah. And I look at this and I'm thinking to myself,
been a lot of rain.
You're saying it's because of climate change these things are more ferocious. They're not.
60 miles an hour.
They're not coming at more frequency.
I know we've had gusts.
None of those
I've lived
things.
in Florida all my life.
Chad. They're not.
So I've
ScienceNews.org
forever. And I make out the winds to be more in 75 mile an hour level.
Now, where you are in your particular structure, you're safe.
Far more.
You don't have to worry about any kind of flooding or anything like that.
1860 and about 18.
No, fortunately, the landing development was built
I don't know.
by a
climate
wise
change? I couldn't tell
developer. And it's high in and of itself.
But
even
in fact, they've
it is
tapered
the
off.
development
But
is
they're
on
more
the
intense. They're not more
Bay.
intense.
It's high ground.
Good.
And in
We
fact,
just have more
my
people
home is not in
100 years ago, Tampa, about 300,000 people in and around the surrounding area.
Okay, that's good.
3 million.
I tell you what, Michael, we thank you so much for listening to us.
100 years ago,
we
nobody
thank you for
lived
calling us with an update on what's happening in your neighborhood, and we hope that you stay safe as you ride out this storm.
If you talk to your meteorologist again,
all the time.
I was trying to get a handle on how long
you know what? The
we
seas may
can
rise. We'll put old sticks.
The relatively high winds and rain we're experiencing.
Absolutely. We'll make sure to ask that about the Sarasota region when we talk to our meteorologist next. Michael, thank you again for the call. Stay safe. We really appreciate it. 800-969-9352 is the number. 800-969-9352. Let's go to Denise in Venice now. Denise, how are you holding up? I know you've been experiencing some pretty rough weather for a long period of time now.
So a paleo.
I'm in Venice.
Yes, and Venice has been getting hit pretty hard. What have you seen and heard?
Of geological proxies, as well as historical documentary records.
Rain and wind. It's just been totally
but remember,
scary.
Like with woke ideology and a lot of this stuff, it's based on feelings.
We're in a one-story
it's an emotion, but it's also business.
Island Walk.
Okay,
so the house is built really well.
Understand that this is business.
Our shutters.
When you hear Klobuchar going,
Monday
that's why you got to do this because you got clean energy. People are getting paid.
The wind and the rain is just pounding.
I gave my first speech
metal shutters
up
against the windows.
That noise.
Economic dangers
yeah, that noise, right?
Planet. Almost 25 years ago. That was during the Clinton administration. I'm happy to report today that President Biden's economic plan represents the most aggressive action we have ever taken to address the climate crisis. The president has tackled the crisis head-on by securing over $430 billion to modernize our energy system.
Timeline on when this is going to end.
We need a modern energy system.
Yeah, that's the thing, and we're so glad that you're at least safe, even though I totally understand the frustration with the length that you've been going through this, Denise, and thank you for the call.
The best thing to do
the Venice
is to be the
area,
hero.
I don't know how many times I've mentioned Venice,
whatever it is on the other side.
since I came back on at 3 o'clock.
There.
But that's because that's how long portions of the eye wall of Hurricane Ian have been over that area.
An hour 45.
Yeah, and so unfortunately, Denise, the answer is, and we just asked our meteorologist Rebecca Berry from News Channel 8 in the Tampa Bay area about this.
I don't want to give it away.
It's probably going to be another few hours before there's a major let-up in Venice. Might not experience the worst. That might be behind you at this point, the absolute worst.
They were trying to fix
you're
some
still
kids
going to have those high winds and that rain.
Over
it's still
time,
be coming
their
in
pills didn't work
for quite
anymore,
some time
and
because,
their natural
again, the storm
genes
is moving
turned out. One kid was a chupacabra.
Slowly. And that's
one
what separates this one from so many other storms we've experienced, whether it's Hurricane Irma or going back to Hurricane Charlie that hit the same area. They moved much quicker through the state, through these different regions. This one is just sitting over, spinning, moving north-northeast at only 8 miles per hour. And that is from the latest advisory. Hurricane Ian is a Category 3 storm with maximum sustained winds of 125 miles per hour. What that means is, most of those kinds of winds you're not going to experience, maybe a gust here or there. We have seen some of the gust totals get up pretty high. I think there was one that clocked in at close to 148 miles per hour.
It's a business.
But for the most part, those are the maximum
woke ideology,
winds that one would experience at the closest area to the core of this storm. But you're still talking hurricane-force winds in that region.
That's what all of these things are.
The radar right now, the worst weather, Wauchula, Bowling Green, Fort Meade, Sebring, Avon Park,
you are the
Frostproof,
right?
And even up to Lake Wales. A lot of severe weather that way, and then take that straight
You're the Marvel
to
character.
The west,
the other side's
south,
all bad.
And that covers your region with severe weather.
This is what it is.
Yeah, we do see, and it's not as pronounced.
And that's how you get paid. That's how you keep empowered. That's what you do.
Remember when it first hit land, we saw how perfect the eye wall looked, and you can kind of.
It looked like it was almost a category. I mean, it's basically on the cusp of category 5,
just shy of it. Now it looks like it's breaking up a little bit. So I think this is it's interesting when we hear the next advisory, which will come out in about 15 minutes or so, and then the next time we talk to our local meteorologist, what kind of changes that we've seen in the last hour, and how can we project forward?
Right, exactly. Let's go to Caesar, who's with us in Cape Coral, southwest Cape Coral. Caesar,
how much of an effect?
How are you doing, first of all, and what are you seeing and hearing in your neighborhood?
IPCC, which is the Panel on Governmental Climate Change. Nowhere in there does it say we have 12 years of irreversible damage.
Actually, we're surviving a powerful.
All the things they ever talk about is as if human beings don't act
right in front of where I live, so I lost
we
power.
Adapt. That's what we do.
There's electrical lines right over my vehicle, so I'm kind of stuck here.
But it's a business. And to fight the monster,
because I was expecting flooding from the canal because I live off of
Batman.
Santa Barbara and the Cape Coral Parkway.
If he's just
in that
stopping
area,
the regular old burglar down the street.
And it was weird because the streets started flooding.
Right. You want the
and
joke.
It actually went into my. I own a duplex, so it went into my second unit. Started flooding my second unit.
323-538-2423 at Chad Benson Show.
For about 4 hours.
Let's talk about immigration coming up.
In the unit that I live in.
Mayor Adams,
where you are in your unit, is there standing water? Are you able to avoid the water that's coming in?
You guys kind of suck. And people in New York are a little worried by the tent city they're setting up.
For us, we were able to, for the unit that I'm in, the water wasn't too
right now,
bad.
inflation, you're worried about your investments, you're worried about what's going on in the world, what should you do? You just check out one of my buddies over at Lear Chat, Lear Chat. They're going to help you. They're going to show you things that you can do to essentially diversify your portfolio, the money that you have, and do it in places like
about 8 to 9 inches of water just in my yard.
It's great. They want to educate you.
You had to have been in, I'm assuming, an evacuation zone, correct? So you chose to stay?
Just for reaching out to them. Check them out, what they can do for you. 25 years.
We were taking care of our neighbor's property.
On top of that, an amazing Trustpilot record.
Sure
they want to educate you and let you make smart decisions.
I'm a combat disabled veteran.
LEAR.
So a little bit of rain, a little
check
bit
them
of storm. Doesn't scare me too much, but it scares me enough to be cautious.
Yeah. And this, what you're experiencing with this storm, is this the worst you've ever been through?
Cadillac Escalade V, built as the most powerful full-size SUV on the market.
The water got so high, it actually sorted my generator out, so right now I don't have power.
36-speaker AKG sound system.
I mean, that's what's happening in your area, and we're glad that you are able to stay safe, because the stories that we're hearing and some of what we're seeing in terms of the water in the Cape Coral, Fort Myers area, Naples, of course, it's just, again, it's jaw-dropping. It's eye-opening to see that kind of a surge. Now, luckily for you, Caesar, the water, the surge, it's probably about maxed out. Now, obviously, there's going to be some more rainfall and things like that, so you could see a little bit more water here and there, but at a much lower level and lower rate than what you saw initially when the storm was moving on shore. So hopefully for you, most of the worst of it is behind you, although there is still, looking at the radar, there's still some of this storm around you in the Cape Coral area.
Yeah, because currently we don't have internet, no nothing. We're having really a lot of trouble getting internet on our phones, so we can't even pull up the maps and radars. So we're actually using your radio station to help at least guide us in what we're looking at, because right now my boat had broken the moor that it was down, so now it's up against my fence where my pool is at. That's how high my water's at right now, and I'm kind of frustrated, but I'm going to have to, once the water recedes, go out there and help my boat back into the canal.
Yeah, be very careful when you choose to go out there, especially with down power lines and things like that. So make sure you stay safe. But
definitely will do. The power lines are not active right now. Okay. The transformer had blown as soon as the pole snapped in half. So.
Well, Caesar,
that was a good thing.
We're glad that you were at least safe. We're sorry to hear, of course, about what's happening to your property and your things and all of that. And we also want to thank you for your service to this country.
Thank you for your service
as well. Caesar, we appreciate you listening and calling us. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, we will continue to take more of your phone calls to get a sense as to what you're going through. 800-969-9352, 800-969-9352. Also work on getting our meteorologist on with us again soon so we can get an update for you and answer some of those questions that you have about what the forecast is going to be like in your area moving forward. So much more still to get to right here on our nonstop live and local Operation Storm Watch coverage. Back with more in a moment.
Hurricane Ian has arrived. All the information you need 24/7 as Tampa Bay relies on Operation Stormwatch. WFLAnews.com and listen live on the free iHeartRadio app presented by New South Windows Solutions.
What did 9 out of 10 people who died from COVID have in common?
They were 50 or older.
And if you have a condition like heart disease or diabetes, your risk is even higher.
COVID vaccines lower the risk of death.
Get your updated vaccine now. It could save your life.
We can do this. Find updated COVID vaccines at vaccines.gov. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
The Stuff They Don't Want You to Know podcast delves into popular culture's most persistent mysteries. Now, there's something else that the guys at Stuff They Don't Want You to Know want you to know. They've got a new book coming out. Packed with illustrations, the Stuff They Don't Want You to Know book is written in the same smart, conversational style you love hearing on the podcast. Available October 11th. Pre-order now at StuffYouShouldReadBooks.com or wherever you buy your books.
How